From our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Harley pokes that pass for the corner. It ends up right out in front. Shot, score! It's over! And who does it but Hartman? Fought through injury all night, and he gets the game winner! What a road win in overtime for Minnesota in Game 1.
And with that, a good morning, Metroplex. It's a Tolo Tuesday edition, as everyone who stayed up is running on low here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and no Bobby Bell.
No Bobby Bell. When I came in here this morning, and I got here about normal time. I was expecting to see him either on this couch or on the Chiafalo love couch.
Yeah.
No. But then as I walk in, I see the lights on, and I'm like, oh, Peyton must have came in here and woke him up. But then I didn't see any computer. I didn't see any bag. I was like, surely he didn't go home. So I bet you he is in the Silver Garage at the American Airlines Center. I bet he's in his car, in the Silver Garage.
You think he slept in his car?
That's what I would have done. I'm not sleeping on this couch. My car, I can lay my seat down and more comfortable.
Man,
I have taken many the nap in my car.
I don't know if I'm sleeping in my car at the AAC. 3 hours ago, posted a video of him leaving with his buddy. Bobby appeared to be below .08. His friend definitely was not, but he was texting us, you know this is going to overtime. You know I'm screwed. Oh, yeah. You know I'm going to get screwed. Not only did he go to overtime, double overtime, but he is up. Because about 15, 20 minutes ago, I did receive a text message. So he is up. So no danger of sleeping in unless he laid back down. We'll find out possibly at 6 as Bobby went out to the AAC to see the Stars lose 3-2.
In a game where they had their chances, I mean, they took a 2-1 lead. And then in overtime, actually the second overtime, Marchman had a great look at the net. Just a fantastic look. And they made a really good save. I actually think one of the Wild guys, one of the defenders, got in front of it.
His stick, I think.
Yeah, it wasn't even the goalie that made the save, but he had a really clean look, and that dude came out of nowhere and stopped that shot. And 2.5 minutes later, the game was over. Minnesota scored 2.5 minutes later, a little bit of a broken play.
I have no idea how that puck on the game winner ended up in front of the Stars net. It was in the corner, and then I mean, sometimes guys will they'll get it kicked out of there. You kick it out sometimes you kick it out with your foot, sometimes you kick it out with your stick. You're not supposed to kick it out. You're not supposed to you can't really score with your foot if you do it intentionally. But when guys are down there, they're trying to get the puck out when it's all clogged up. And it'll score it out sometimes, and if somebody's lucky enough to be in the vicinity of it, they're going to get themselves a wide open look. And he was really fortunate. And they talked about this in the broadcast. He was really fortunate that he was on he was on the stick side. He was on it was his forehand side. Yeah,
because you can maneuver the puck a little bit easier.
The Wild scored on a power play deflection with 47 seconds left in the first period. Then Rope tied it with a laser. I think that was 3 seconds into their power play. And then Jason Robertson, 6 seconds into another power play, ends up scoring. Sam Steele with a breakaway ended up tying it. And then we went scoreless until the second overtime period.
And once you get to overtime, you have a few minutes at the beginning where everyone's really kind of trying to get this game over with. And then after that, it's so weird. They just basically try to play keep away until you get to the next period. They're just trying not to lose. Both teams are trying to make no mistakes. And then when a mistake happens, you try to capitalize. We've seen hockey games go 6 overtimes in the playoffs. Did you imagine last night?
Well,
Can you imagine that?
It went 4:10. 4 hours and 10 minutes starting at 8:50 as Bobby gets the bad news. I think Peyton pointed it out. It's not an 8:30 puck drop. It's 8:50.
8:50. I saw that on the thing. It said 47 minutes. And I was like, guys, why are we still 47 minutes away? It's 8:03. It's 8:13, whatever the hell it was.
And the Stars game doubled the Rangers game. I think the Rangers went 10 or 2:03, 2:04.
Yeah.
And Stars are 4-10. We played 2 Ranger games.
2 Ranger games. That is where baseball is.
Stars game.
That's where baseball is compared to the Stars game last night.
Baseball's shorter than the NBA games now.
I'm just curious to see if this plays out for these networks, starting it at 8:50 local time.
2:02. The Ranger game was 2:02.
Yeah,
that is speedy, man.
It's awesome.
Yeah, it is awesome. Okay, so is it going to play out for the networks?
By the way, the Rangers have now played 14 straight games in less than 3 hours. That courtesy of Bill Jones. Right. That brings back a sport. At least for me, it does. I can sit down and know 2 hours, 2.5. That's the only thing I like about soccer. I mean, I know it's going to be within this allotted time. It's going to take place. I'm not going to go 3:50. I'm not going to go 3:30. I'm not going to go, 4 hours. At least that's what I have in my mind with some of the World Cup matches. But 2:02 versus 4:10 last night, but you went double OT.
Yeah, it's double OT. I mean, and you have the same break between overtimes that you would have between regular periods. So you're getting 20 minutes. They're taking their skates off. They're getting their feet rested. So I mean, these overtime games in the NHL, once you get to overtime, I mean, you're looking at a good other hour.
Tell you what, though, that's an impressive win for Minnesota.
Oh, it's a great win.
I mean, you feel fantastic. Yesterday, we were asking Spittle, I think he's got the podcast out somehow, some way. He was telling us he was going to record after the game with Sean Shapiro, and he said, I think Stars in 5, but it's going to be tough. And I was like, 5 games, that's not tough. Well, that second period last night, in my opinion, in my non-expert opinion, that kind of proved it with the physicality, the beatings. Minnesota's supposed to be a tough team.
Yep.
And, man, conditioning and being sore for game 2 on Wednesday, probably going to be a big factor, but that was an impressive win. That place was a nut house. Yeah. I kept switching back and forth. Double AC, Kings, Warriors. Sacramento's got a madhouse. And I'm like, these crowds are pretty equal. These crowds are pretty even. That was an electric atmosphere, and the Wild were able to get through it, withstand it, and take game 1.
Yeah, it's look, that series is gonna. We talked with Sevi about this, about the physicality of Minnesota. Or even if you win, you feel that you played them like 2 rounds later, and you just are like they're just a very physical team. They're a big team, and they're like they don't mind fighting with you. And we saw that last night. Like that place I was like, dang man, I should have gone. I should have gone to this game. I love seeing fights at games.
Yeah, could have slept in your car.
Could have slept in my car. Yeah. But it was a nut house of a game.
A very controversial hit on Joe Pavelski, who looked like he was knocked out. He needed help getting off the ice. Pete DeBoer with a Pavelski update afterwards.
Obviously he's banged up, hit his head on the ice when he fell. We have the best officials in the world, and they called a 5. They reviewed it, which is the right thing to do. And, if they reviewed it and decide it wasn't a bad hit, then, I guess it's not for me to argue with that. I mean, they got to look at it at multiple different angles, and that was the decision they made. So, we've got to live with that.
So the controversy in this, where Twitter lost their minds, was it late? Was it high? Was it to the head?
Ben Taylor was f***ing terrible tonight.
Did he leave his feet? That's the other one. Did you leave your feet? Did you lunge at him? Which he kind of did.
Yes.
But as did you watch the ESPN broadcast?
Yeah.
So everybody, all 3 guys in the studio said clean hit. Chelios, Messier, Subban. They all said clean hit. Now, 2 of those guys played in a different era.
Yeah.
2 of those guys played the Scott Stevens era. The Mason Marchman's father era. The Max Domi's father era. Where your entire goal was to make you didn't leave the game happy unless somebody else lost a tooth. So they played a different era. And is it a penalty now? Yeah, probably. Is it a major penalty now? I don't know.
A couple of these replays here, and again, a lot of times it's based upon what replay angle you get. It looked like he contacted the shoulder, and then he got knocked out really when he hit the ice.
He got knocked out when he hit the ice, but also the other defender's stick that was kind of between them, his stick hit Pavelski. That guy's stick hit him, and that did a little bit of damage to his jaw. So, I mean, look, I don't know. I mean, if they had kept it as a major, I wouldn't have fought it. And if they overturned it, I was like, yeah. I mean, look, they're looking at this thing. It's not the referees on the ice. It was not the referees on the ice that overturned it.
Speaking of dirty, what should happen to Draymond Green after the stomp in Sacramento? And how hurt is Jacob DeGrom after he had to leave his start last night? A loaded Tolo Tuesday edition. We'll get Bobby Belt at some point in time. We got a Snoop Dogg giveaway during the Expressway. Glad you're waking up with Sean and RJ on The Fan.
Coming up on the next KNC Masterpiece, it's going to be a huge show.
Deep into left field, going back is Eaton. He looks up and it's out of here. That's over the bullpen. Josh Young with a majestic home run to straightaway left. It's his third blast of the year, and the Rangers lead it 3-0.
That was an absolute bomb. But, ... Sean and RJ on your home of Rangers baseball, 105.3 The Fan. They are 4 games over 500. For the first time since August 2019, Josh Young hit a bomb. Took advantage of 2 errors at third. 2 errors, 2 men on. Josh Young 3-run shot. Marcus Semien added the solo. And then Dane Dunning had to come in for Jacob DeGrom, who left after 58 pitches and 4 no-hit innings. I'm trying to get the kids settled. I'm sitting there trying to get dinner straight. And I'm like, when do I acknowledge the no-hitter that DeGrom is on pace for?
I thought you would always try to blow them up by tweeting about them.
Well, I like to do it to other teams.
Oh.
Because I don't feel like hearing it from you nut jobs who think that the jinx is actually a thing. I like to do it to other teams. And when I get back to the TV, there's no DeGrom.
No hitters don't tack, though.
Pick up my cell phone, and the guys are saying, uh-oh, here we go again with Jacob DeGrom. Gone with wrist soreness.
Yeah.
Better than an elbow. Better than a shoulder.
Yeah.
Better than one of those 2 things.
Better than one of those 2 things. Whoop-de-doo.
We'll take it.
We'll take it. This guy, I can't say what I said in the group chat yesterday, but this guy could have a hair out of place, and he'd miss 3 starts. I mean, what an absolute. This is a. I mean,
DeGrom or Anthony Davis. You gotta bet your life on one's health moving forward.
Or Zion.
Yeah, Zion's healthy.
Yeah, Zion's healthy.
Oh, he just doesn't play.
Zion's healthy. That's a good question, man.
DeGrom or AD?
Oh no. I guess DeGrom, because I know that he would have nothing to do for the next 5 days. Like, he didn't have to play for the 5 days.
The Rangers are calling it a precaution.
Precaution this.
You are this close. You're this close to being right early on about not giving out that contract. Took a lot of heat for it. It's been fun early, but we did agree it was only a matter of time.
And I love being right. I think everybody loves being right.
It's not right yet.
That's not right yet. It's not right yet. But he came out of the game, and it's just, I mean, it's a wait and see. It's all we're doing with this dude. We're just waiting. We are just waiting for this to happen. Something bad to happen. Be it a hangnail. Be it he had a bad manicure. I don't know. Maybe he got his finger hair waxed and it left a rash, so he's got to miss 3 starts. I mean, just an absolute wuss.
Jacob DeGrom, please give us a good update after the Rangers win.
Walking off the field there in that inning, I said, hey, I don't know if I'm going to keep going. And he was like, you all right? And I said, yeah, I think I'm fine. And, then I told Mike, I was like, hey, my wrist is bothering me. I woke up today feeling good. That's what's so frustrating. And went out there and was playing catch. In the bullpen, I felt it and didn't think much of it. I thought once the adrenaline kicked in, it'd go away. But, like I said, it kind of sat there, and I think we made the smart move.
What's your level of concern right now?
I'm honestly not too concerned. I would like to think I'm going to make my next one, but we'll see. We'll see how it is tomorrow when I come in. But that spot doesn't seem too concerning.
Man, all I was doing was listening to the song in the background, hoping there was no curse word baiting.
It was coming.
And that something was going to get you in the back. But hopefully, the most optimistic opinion, hopefully the Rangers are like, okay, we gave this guy all the money. We know the history. If there's anything that's slight, let's get him out because we paid $5 for $185. That's the hope. But I guess we'll get a further update today.
I mean, a wrist issue, a little bit of a wrist.
Meanwhile, walking in studio, blinged out with the chains. Get him on the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Roberto Bobby Belt.
What's up, you hosers?
Goes to one hockey game, and all of a sudden he's talking the lingo.
Yeah. So it was great. Loved it. Hated the ending. It's depressing.
Where did you sleep?
I went home.
Wow.
Big mistake. Should have done your car.
No, I got 2 sleep cycles in. Use that sleep calculator. Got 2 sleep cycles in. Woke up feeling great, refreshed, ready to to complain about who's the guy who hit Pavelski last night. What's his name?
Dumba.
Matt
Dumba.
Rudy Gobert.
Put 2 S's on the end of that. Dumbass. That's what we're gonna call him. Real 5-hole guy. That guy.
So you left. You walked out of the AAC at 1.
Yep.
Do you have any idea what time you got home?
2. It was right at 2 o'clock.
Got home at 2 o'clock.
Took you an hour to get home.
Yeah, well, I dropped my buddy off around the corner. That added like 5 minutes, but getting out of the parking lot was a pain.
How did you get 2 sleeps? I'm confused.
3 hours. I woke up at 5. I fell right asleep. I went to bed. Like I went straight to sleep. So.
Okay. Well, you're representing. Did you buy those necklaces?
No, I had them the whole time. I've been a big Stars guy for a long time, and these are just what I wear around. So
yeah,
you like them? You want one?
It's very Mardi. I'll take one. It's
Okay.
very Mardi Gras.
Hold on one second.
Is it? Did we already have Easter? We had Easter, right?
Yeah, we did last Sunday.
Did you
We got a
buy?
lapsed Catholic here.
Did you buy the? Did you buy the
thank you so
sweater
much.
yesterday? And how much of Brent Severn's advice did you take?
I'll show you.
Yeah, he did. He went.
Haskinen, baby.
Haskinen.
Yes, I also I showed up in Cowboys gear, and I was definitely getting dirty looks. I felt like from people like,
you've
"What are
been
you doing
jinxed."
here? You this is not how you dress." We'll save a lot of this for 620, but I was getting the dirty looks. I was on the phone with my buddy, going back to my car to drop something off so I could come back and go to the pro shop, and I ran into Joe Trahan from the Cowboys. And he was there, and he was like, "What are you doing? Why are you not decked out in Stars gear?" And he said, "Go over to the hangar right now and get a Miro." It's like, "That's what I'm doing. I'm heading over there." So it was. He also told me I better give a ringing endorsement of hockey today. He's like, "Don't you go on the air tomorrow morning and talk trash about this,
Or we won't get you Jalen Tolbert at training camp.
Yeah, we get Joe Trahan from the Cowboys basically telling me, take that Cowboys gear off. Go get a Stars jersey
That's
on.
right. That's right. So Bobby with the full Stars report at 620, running on no sleep. Last night, while the Stars are taking place, Kings beat Golden State in Sacramento for the 2-0 lead. But the controversy there is Draymond and Sabonis. Sabonis grabs Draymond's leg, and Draymond stomps on him. He gets a flagrant 2 thrown out. Sabonis the flagrant 1. Here's Draymond after.
Can you just walk us through what happened there?
My leg got grabbed. Second time in 2 nights. Referees just watch it. I got to land my foot somewhere. And I'm not the most flexible person, so it's not stretching that far.
So you didn't really see where you were stepping. You just
I can only step so far. I'm pulling my leg away.
What was the explanation they gave? I know they gave him a technical, then obviously you flagrant too.
The explanation was I stumped too hard.
Okay, so I think the referees got it right on the floor. Flagrant 1 for Sabonis grabbing him, flagrant 2 for Draymond stomping. The question now becomes suspension or not. That to me is the tough call. What do you do?
So question.
Do you agree with that, by the way, what I just said, that they got it right with flagrant 1, flagrant 2 in the moment?
I don't have a problem with it. I do think if Steph did the same thing, which, by the way, Steph wouldn't, but if he did, I don't think he's getting thrown out.
Okay.
Right? I think part of this is part of the call was what he did and who did it.
Yeah.
Right? So that does change whether or not I guess he should have been thrown out. I don't have a problem with it. But will he be suspended? I would say no.
No. Bobby,
if they were tied at 1, maybe.
Were you able to see it?
I was not.
Okay.
I'll watch it during the break, Sean.
Peyton, what do you think? What do you think about the Draymond stomp?
Yeah, I mean, he deserved to get thrown out. Suspension, I don't think so, but I mean, it's Draymond. It's who did the foul and stuff, and it wouldn't surprise him if they suspended him 1 game.
Man, he popped him right there. Sabonis caught it right in the stomach. And look, it's the Luka thing. You know, I can't kill officials sometimes when they take into account who's complaining. The Rodman antics. It's the same type of stuff with Draymond. Woj said Sabonis was undergoing x-rays on his ribs and lungs. And of course, the x-rays came back negative, and it appeared that he avoided injury. But he caught a good stomp. And last night, they were arguing about it on TNT, and Barkley and Kenny and Ernie were like, that was excessive. And Shaq's like, what do you want him to do? What do you want him to do? Shaq's got to be tough guy all the time. He's got to be badass and defend, the hardcore MMA move that Draymond put on Sabonis. Were you able to see it?
No, I'm pulling it up now.
Oh,
I'm getting it. I got you.
Okay, it's fine. You get about hour leeway.
I'm trying here, eh?
Hour.
What do you want me to do about it?
One game. One game in. I want you to go get some coffee. 877 snort a line of Adderall. 877-881.
I don't. Still out.
1053 truckwreck.com text line. Bobby, the newest Stars mascot, explains everything at 620. Well, let's talk about the Jalen Hurts contract and whether the Cowboys were late again. Next on The Fan.
The latest. Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. It's a Tolo Tuesday edition, and Bobby Belt looks okay. When will the tank run empty? Tolo Mark said, it sounds like you guys are ready to send him home already. No, you get a lot of points. If you want to come in drunk and wasted, but I think you're okay from an alcohol standpoint. But yeah, a lot of points for going to game one.
I had my last drink. It was the first intermission.
Okay.
So then, I went basically 3 full games after that into the double overtime. So
Not quite 3 full, but close.
6:20, Bobby with the full Stars experience as they lose game one against Minnesota in double overtime. But we were sitting yesterday in the post-show meeting, and the alert popped up on my phone. Jalen Hurts, 5 for 255, including 179 guaranteed. And Jalen Hurts becomes the highest paid player in the history of the National Football League in terms of average annual value. $51 million a year for Jalen Hurts. Wow.
Man, that is quite the stunner. And it is quite the story.
It is quite the story. I think that is, I know we'll catch some heat for doing this, but let's be honest about it. I agree with you.
Like, he has arguably the best backstory of any current quarterback in the league. Arguably. Like, he was the offensive player of the year as a freshman. He went to the title game, lost by 4 points. I think Deshaun was the quarterback at Clemson then. His sophomore year, he's dominant again, but then he gets pulled to the natty. Didn't sulk. Cheering the crap out of his team.
Pulled deservedly so, by the way.
Absolutely. Comes back to school. Says, I'm going to go back. I'm going to graduate. I'm going to compete for the job in the fall. Didn't get the job. Sat behind Tua. SEC championship game. Tua gets hurt. Shocker. Maybe he knew. Brings him from 14 down to win. Graduates. Goes to OU. Becomes the number 1 pick. Number 2 in the Heisman. And then goes to the NFL as a second-round pick?
Yep.
Sits. Finally plays. Takes him to a playoff and a rebuild. And a Super Bowl the next year.
Where he balled out.
I mean, he scored 31 points in a Super Bowl, and that just... Peyton Manning's never scored 30 points in a Super Bowl.
No, Peyton Manning always carried by defenses.
Always.
Something you can
Absolutely.
never say about Tom Brady.
It's just a great story, and I know why you don't like him, because he's everything Dak used to be.
Uh-oh.
All right? He's a great leader. He's a great story. People love him, and he's got legs.
I didn't get a lot of sleep. You're gonna just slow down.
Dak doesn't have legs
I'm
anymore.
not gonna be able to mask my contempt for things like that today.
There is no better leader in the NFL. There are guys as good of a leader. I think Dak's as good of a leader as Jalen Hurts is. There's no better leader than Jalen Hurts. So this is earned. He earned it. I don't know that it's money well spent, but he earned it.
We'll get to that in a second. But I guess I just have a really hard time evaluating Eagles quarterbacks. I'm perfect everywhere else, but when it comes to Carson Wentz, Jalen Hurts, if you had told me before last season, based upon who did the Eagles, I think the Eagles lost to Tampa Bay in the playoff game. I think Aikman was on the call. And Jalen Hurts just couldn't throw the football. And I was like, this isn't going to work with the passing game. He can run around. They can do the little fluky college offense and all that stuff. But when this guy, he's a worse thrower than Lamar Jackson. It's not even close. He's incapable. That's how badly he was missing. And if you were going to tell me at that time that he was going to become the highest paid yearly player in the history of the NFL, I would have lost everything. Everything. So the tremendous growth, the step forward, I'm well on my way to being 0 for 2 now when it comes to Eagles quarterbacks after he got paid yesterday. Man.
Nobody has struck out as hard as Breer did on this one, though.
Albert Breer?
Yes.
We're not going to leapfrog anymore.
We're not going to leapfrog anymore. Well, we're leapfrogging still.
That was a big leapfrog.
This show, and I mean, look, that
was a dumb take. I mean, he's come out with a lot of good stuff recently. That was a dumb theory.
Yes, I like Breer. I think Breer's good, but that was never going to happen. You have to do it. Like, you have to pay your quarterbacks. You have to get it done as soon as possible. The Eagles have done that now both times. They've tried to get ahead of it, get things done as soon as possible. But You have to do it. It's better than the alternative. Whatever cost is involved in it is better than the alternative being in that quarterback purgatory area, because that'll kill you. We saw that when Dallas got into it, Dallas was stuck there for 7 years. How long's Washington been in it?
Since
Mark
Rippin, 25 years,
91.
30 years,
Yeah.
whatever it is. And so you don't want to find out what the alternative. And so, yeah, you got to pay him. I still think it's going to play out over time that we're going to go, oh, okay, he returned back to earth a little bit here.
Yeah, because Bobby let out a maniacal laugh. I tweeted this. He let out a maniacal laugh in our meeting when the news broke. And then the Dak asses came in strong. What are you laughing at? He's better than your quarterback. What are you laughing at? Cowboys are about to leapfrog that and really screw you guys.
What would it be, his 5th year? 6th?
Yeah, you got a couple more years, though, to wait, right?
So let's get into these things now. Have the Cowboys waited too long? Did they screw themselves a second time when it comes to Dak's contract? And I was all for waiting the first time, but it did cost them. And what's this going to do to Dallas if and when they match or top this thing?
Look, the last thing, Cowboys are in a tough spot now because
yesterday was a win for Dak.
It was a great win for Dak.
Win for all quarterbacks.
And if I'm Dak Prescott,
except for Lamar,
because Dak doesn't need a contract.
Not a quarterback.
He doesn't need a contract right now, right? Dak doesn't need a contract.
He doesn't need one. He can sit and wait. He's got 2 years left.
So there you go. So if I'm Dak Prescott, I'm not even talking to them.
Yeah, but do they need one?
Yes, they do. Because they need one before Burrow and Herbert.
Do they?
Yes.
Steven said they're just going to wake up and a contract's going to magically appear from the contract.
Let me tell you something. Jalen Hurts got 51, which means Burrow's next. He's going to get 52.
Steven on at noon
and
with
then Herbert's
TNC,
after that. He's going to get 53. Or whatever they do, right? Whatever the leapfrog is. So, it's going to happen. So if you have two choices, you either bite the bullet and say, we are not getting in a $50 million quarterback battle with a guy that may or may not be worth $50 million, or we're going to do it right now, today, because we are not going to let Herbert and Burrow reset the market that was just reset.
Bobby, what do you think the approach is or should be?
So it's a little bit of funny money when you say he's making $51 million a year.
Right. It's all funny money.
It always is. What the number that matters the most probably to Dak right now, and once we see the contract details expanded out a little bit, which it feels odd that we're 18 hours into this and we still don't have the details. That's not normally the case for something like this.
Well, we're too busy fawning over the agent who got the deal done and her looks.
Yeah.
But she has a hell of a resume. We'll get to that later on.
So,
and I'm being serious about the resume. I went and looked it up last night. I was like, whoa.
He got $110 million guaranteed at signing. Now,
okay,
what gets
but
reported
I thought it
is
was $176 million or whatever.
Right. That's the funny money. That's the way the agent will always leak everything. Is they'll give you the fully guaranteed, make it sound as good as possible. It's $110 million guaranteed at signing. Dak's deal when he got, I don't even remember, 125 total guaranteed or whatever it was like 90 was guaranteed at signing. And then there are trigger dates that guarantee more as you go along. But that $110 million guaranteed at signing is probably $28 million of that is his signing bonus and his salary this year. And then that means there's probably about $41 million that he'll make in the 2 seasons after that, 2024 and 2025. Those are probably fully guaranteed.
Mm-hmm.
And at that point, then you have triggers probably in the 3rd year of the contract. And this is before I see it. We'll know later. But before the 3rd year, it would probably be if Jalen Hurts is on the roster the 5th day of the league year in 2025, his 2026 salary becomes fully guaranteed. And so those are the types of triggers that they have in there. And so what it really matters is the $110 million in the first 3 years. New cash flow in the first 3 years is what a lot of people look at to figure out how rich is a contract. And Hurts's deal falls in line similarly with Kyler, Russ, guys
Rodgers.
like that. Yeah, and so it's one of those deals that I think that's the number that probably matters more to Dak, is that Dak's extension could be, 4 years, $200 million. But in reality, it's probably going to look more like $115 million guaranteed over the next 3 years.
So the hope that we have to have, at least that I have, is that this dries up the rest of the roster for Philly, right? They had a fantastic team, a loaded team last year. really good defense, names everywhere, awesome weapons, probably the best offensive line in the NFL. They've lost a number of dudes this offseason, and we need to hope that Jalen Hurts' money takes away from that so much that they're not a consistent contender. And number two, that Jalen Hurts throwing the football takes a step backwards. Those are the two Eagle hopes for me if you're a Cowboy fan competing in the NFC East. Bobby thinks that the Hurts throwing will take a step backwards and that the lack of roster support will cause a little regression. Those are the two hopes.
Yeah, I mean, look, I don't think the cap hit is crippling this year. It's in fact, I know it's not.
No, it's pretty low. But for first-year deals, which, by the way, Cowboys, that's why you get extensions done early so that you're not hit with a giant cap hit of new money the first year. You get it done when you can still finagle the contract a little bit.
Right. So, yeah, I mean, look, that's the question. They're doing this basically after a year and a half. Like they're doing this after a year. They didn't have to do it. Now, this is the one benefit for Jalen Hurts to not being a first-round pick because they only had 1 year left. It's one of the benefits of it, right?
Yep.
So he was able to get that money a little bit earlier,
right?
And you take they took a chance. Like, this guy was elite last year. He was tremendous, and did he deserve it based off last year? Sure. Did he deserve it based off of
his career? That's just the world we live in. This is the quarterback world we live in. You see a guy do it, and you just give him the money because you have to make these determinations, especially as a non-first round pick, basically off of a year and a half. Because I think most people agree, like their rookie year, some guys could just come in there and step in game one and just be, you could see it.
Dak Prescott, yep.
Sure, Dak had a great rookie year.
He did.
He absolutely did. Other guys, it's like, okay, that first year really struggled. Wentz struggled. Goff struggled. I mean, everybody did. Brady sat. Mahomes sat. Herbert was in and out. Josh Allen was god-awful.
He went from 19th to 4th in QBR, from 26th to 11th in completion percentage, while dropping his average time to before he threw from 3.12, that was 31st in the NFL, to 2.76, 16th. So just shot up the board. The Super Bowl performance with 374 and 4 touchdowns. Had that big costly turnover, though, as obviously the Chiefs were able to score and take advantage. But Jalen Hurts, now with the new money average of $51 million, that's tops in the league. Rodgers is second at 49. Kyler is third at 46. Deshaun is fourth at 46. Then Mahomes, Allen, Daniel Jones, Matt Stafford, and tied for seventh, Dakota Prescott at 40 mil.
Tied with like 3 people, which means, I mean, he's
Stafford and Daniel Jones.
Yeah. And that's why you just go ahead and pay the quarterback. That's what Philly's trying to do with Jalen Hurts. We're going to pay Jalen Hurts now, and in 2 years, it's not going to look that bad.
Yeah, look, it's not going to look that bad in 2 years, but then the cap hits are going to start to come down in 2 years, and then they're going to restructure it.
I got a poll question for later. A Dak Prescott poll question. I think these are the only 2 choices. Throw in a third, if need be. Pay him now. Just do it right now before Burrow, before Herbert, before Lamar. Or stay away. You're not going near 50 mil. And draft a little bit early. I think those are the only 2 options, which we'll get into in a little bit. At 877-881-1053, truckwreck.com, text line. Bobby Belt inside the AAC, barely sleeping, and in studio for a Stars recap. How many Tolos, how many drinks, and how much lingo did he pick up? Next. But first, let me
ESPN segment brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
Heiskanen brings it straight away, and now Robertson. Wrist shot. Score! Robertson on the power play. The Stars strike again. 2-1, they lead.
Part of the call on ESPN2 that put them up 2-1, but Minnesota ties it on a breakaway from Sam Steele, and then we had to wait a while to get the game winner, especially Bobby Belt, who went to the Double AC, all decked out in his New Jersey hat and the bling, and you can check it out on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube as the Stars lose to Minnesota 3-2.
Yeah, let me get my chain back on.
Yeah, Debo.
There we go. It's the turnover chain.
On a Mardi Gras.
Take us inside the experience. By the way, speaking of ESPN, 22 of 28 of their quote-unquote experts picked the Stars. 22 of 28 picked the Stars to win this series, and now you're down 0-1.
Down 0-1, and that was a tough defeat because you start losing a late overtime game. It's like you put all this energy in, you got to turn around. They got a game in. When that game was over, they had a game in 43 hours.
Imagine waking up from that game.
No.
Waking up from that one, I just went and checked ESPN for the other picks. Bruins, 27 of 28.
Man,
one person picked Florida.
Oh, yeah, is that the guy who he carries a cold water bucket around everywhere he goes?
Sean Allen, whoever that is. Yeah. One person.
Must be Bruce Allen's relative.
Picking the humongous upset. All right, Bobby, take us inside the experience, man. Start to finish.
So I got out to the AAC. We went to Hero there in Victory Plaza, and I gotta say that just the experience at Hero alone before the game was an interesting one. It was packed with Stars fans. You could tell it was going to be a raucous environment. Everybody all decked out in their Stars gear.
Were you on the left of Hero or the right? The right used to be, and probably still is, kind of the game room. The left is like a little bit more fancy.
Left. I was like in the very left-hand corner over there. And so I had to get up and go to the restroom at one point before we were going to go inside. That is the first place I've ever seen, bar anywhere else, where there is a line out the door for the men's restroom and the women's has nothing.
Really?
I've never seen it. Like, generally, if there's going to be a line anywhere, it's going to be at the women's restroom.
Yeah.
And there was nothing. And complicating it a little bit, and maybe I should have run this by you, Sean, before I said it was. I was confused. I thought maybe the women's restroom is broken because there was a woman in line with me, and I was like, "What am I supposed to do?" Because she was in front of me, and somebody stopped using the urinal, and I was like, "What are we? Do I just assume things and go straight to the urinal, or is it her?" And she was just like, "Go." And so she was waiting for one of the stalls. I was like, I guess she didn't want to go in the women's restroom.
That'd have been an elite move if she used the urinal.
Yeah, just hiked a leg up.
An elite move, man.
So, but I've never seen that before. A line out the door for the men's restroom, and the women's has nothing.
Yeah, the only time you'll see this ever is this is old school sporting event. Like, this is back in like the 80s sporting event where it was like 93% guys.
Yep.
And now sporting events it's a much bigger mix. It's a huge mix. So you don't see this anymore. Now a lot of times the line is about the same, but the men's line moves so much faster.
That's why I got thrown out of FedEx Field. Couldn't wait.
You told the women to go home?
No, I peed in back of a bar because I could not.
That's the worst thing that's ever happened at FedEx Field for sure.
I got escorted down the steps.
Sir, you go in the plumbing so that it leaks on the fans like everyone else. Okay. No, but we go inside the arena. First, I stop off at the hangar at Joe Trahan's behest. Tell me go get Stars gear right now. So I did. I got the turnover chain here, 2 of them. I got the foam finger. Here's where I think the Stars are missing a cash cow. They don't have star-shaped sunglasses.
Yeah, I know.
What is the problem there?
Well, you're indoors.
It doesn't matter. Like, get you the star-shaped sunglasses with you can have blinking lights around.
Yeah,
I was like, this seems like the perfect novelty item to pick up.
But that's a tourist comment.
Of course,
they want to be taken seriously as hockey fans. You want to go in there with your sparkly glasses.
What about me says anything other than tourist, Sean?
The foam finger.
The foam finger,
went a
the
little
hat,
big.
the
You
jersey.
went a
I think it's the
What were
fact
those
that I
things,
call it a
$30?
jersey.
The chains.
Oh, good call. Yeah.
30.
Wife's listening. She's going to lose her mind now. Thanks a lot. You snitches. You guys are always dry snitching on me. So we get inside the AAC, and I was not sure what the suite setup was going to be like because because I bought it, and I was like, I don't know if this is like an actual suite or it's more like, Chop, the platinum level for Mavs games where it's just kind of like, it's a booth, but it's not the normal suite setup where they have like, food back here and couches and stuff like that. So I was thinking it was going to be that. We get in there and no, it was like a normal suite setup. It's just whoever owned it and was pimping out the tickets on StubHub did not like populate it with food. So we didn't get the free food setup, which is fine. But we were front row right there of the suite. And it's pretty, for a suite I was expecting it to be a little more removed. It's close on top of the ice. And so my first impression when I sat down, I was looking at it, and I told my buddy who's a big Stars fan, I was like, I don't know if it's just because I haven't been a long time or what my perspective is on TV. The ice looks smaller. Like it doesn't look, I was expecting it to look a lot wider and a lot lengthier, but we ended up sitting there for the first period. A lot of action, obviously.
What about the atmosphere, the build up, the electricity?
So I had said this to you guys in text last night. There was probably 95% of the people in attendance were wearing Stars jerseys. And I don't know that I've ever seen that much representation at a stadium before of any kind to see that many jerseys. And my buddy was like, it's still, it's probably a little up just because it's a playoff game and people feel the need to represent, but they're generally pretty good about wearing Stars gear in here. And so it was loud. Like it's one of those things where when things are getting going beforehand, you can kind of feel the floor shaking the way how they're loud the whole time. The entire game, people are standing up. Pre-game, they're standing up. There's no E40 getting kicked out of the Warriors game. Everybody's standing. And so it was
like a way better, would you say it's a way better atmosphere than like a Cowboy game?
My impression coming out of it was, I think, just based off of a small sample size, Stars fans are probably the best fans in the city.
Yeah.
Is the impression that I got coming away from it.
Yeah.
And so
it came through the television as electric.
It was loud. Yeah, and it's now I'm still learning, obviously, and so there were times where something would happen and I'd hear half the crowd go, "Oh," and I was like, I have no idea what they're reacting to. And I would ask my buddy, I was like, "What was that?" He's like, they thought there should have been a whistle. That should have been a penalty.
Right.
That's what people are freaking out about. And by the end of it, I think I kind of understood. Like I was groaning with the crowd at the right time.
Right.
Then there were other times where, like they'd be setting up for a shot and I'd go like, "Oh," and no one else would. Oh, and I was like, "Oh, I guess that was not as close of a chance as everybody else seemed to think it was." So everyone else, had a good beat on that. But man, it was exciting. It was very stressful in overtime. Like
Which one?
Both of them, yeah. No, but there was the one opportunity. I think there was like 5 minutes left in the first overtime, where Dallas had like two shots pretty close to the goal and the goalie had like fallen down and I don't remember who had shot it, but just shot it right over the net. And that was everybody was pretty depressed in the area. They were like, there was a guy right behind me who was like, "Well, that was our chance. We're going to lose." They
had 20 minutes left.
They're very wild swinging emotions in there. It goes from we're going to win the whole thing to like, we're never going to win another game in this series. It's there's a Mike Bassick energy throughout the arena. And so
what were you thinking with the overtimes? Were you dreading it? Did you ever think about leaving early? Your decision to sleep here at the station or in your car, as RJ suggested?
My buddy was trying to say, he's like, "Hey, I'm cool, stay until the end." He's like, "But I know you have to get up. So like, don't let me keep you here if that's what's going on here." I was like, "No, this is part of the bit. Like, I go here and I can't lean into this and have this time and be live tweeting it. And then I get into the station tomorrow morning and it's like, 'Hey, so what'd you think about the end of the game?' I was like, 'Well, actually I was in my car. I left. I left it.' So I was like, no, I had made up my mind. If this went into 5 overtimes, I was staying. Oh, wow. And I just wasn't going to sleep.
5 overtimes, it would have just ended.
Yeah, probably. And so I had just made up my mind I was going to stay through the whole thing. And I was glad I stayed through the whole thing. It's very entertaining. Like I said, the fans are great. The biggest takeaway I had of the night probably was not even anything to do with the hockey. It was the Ice Girls, the Dallas Stars Ice Girls.
Your wife is listening.
I know, but I this isn't going to get me in trouble. I don't think.
You didn't think women could skate?
I didn't know that.
They can vote too, Bobby.
I didn't I didn't know that they were asked to basically Zamboni the ice with shovels between like TV timeouts. Like they're giving shovels and they're skating around cleaning the ice off.
They're doing the ice.
Yeah, it felt like if like the Cowboys cheerleaders at halftime, they're like, all right, y'all go pick up some trash, and like gave them trash bags. It's just a little weird to see them like doing community service in their Dallas Ice Girls.
Does Odyssey own the Stars? Like multitask?
But they're out there shoveling ice. I was like, okay, so they're actually. I have a great respect for the Ice Girls. They're not just out there cheering. They're also like doing work on the ice and making sure the ice is clean. Like they've got like a legitimately important job to make sure that everything's clear. And
it's fairly common. Like you'll see this in other arenas too, where like they have like the Ice Girls. There's like 4 or 5 of them. They just kind of go in like a Mighty Ducks flying V pattern down there, down the ice. And you got one girl who basically stays around the goal, and another girl stays on the other goal, but the rest are kind of going around the boards and now move the ice towards one little corner.
Now, one point of discussion that came up as a debate in the suite, the Sweet Life with Zach and Cody.
Wait, you were in there with Wolchuk?
No, Zach and that's a reference to a Disney show.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm talking past your boomer ass here.
But Wolchuk was there.
Yeah, he was. He was, and we met up for a drink with Tolo Alex, who you guys will hear from at 8:20, and Tolo Sam. We met up with them.
You got recognized out there.
We did, as we were like going down the escalator because I had to go up to the pores, get Wolchuk down from the 300s. And so we were going down the escalator. That's Mike Sturb, the pores. So we're going down the escalator, and this guy Alex just saw us, and he was like, "Oh, Bobby Bell, Zach Wolchuk." He's like, "Can I buy you a drink?" It's like, "Come on, we're going to get drinks now." And so we went to the old Number 7 Club and ordered shots of tequila. Zach, I owe him my life. I ordered the drinks. I was given the black little card holder back, and I had taken it and I signed it. Apparently when I took it, my card fell on the floor, and I signed it and I handed it back, and I was like, wait, I didn't get my card back. This guy didn't give me my card. And so I was asking him, and he's like, I don't have it. And it's like, okay, what's going on here? And Zach just looked down and was like, your car's on the floor. But I was like waiting around for 10 minutes. I missed the beginning of the second period because I couldn't find it at first.
Did the card blend in with the black floor, being the black card?
Let me see. I mean, it was dark in there.
Is it metal?
Yeah.
Did it like ding off the ground?
I'll cover my number, but so that in a dark room on the
what
floor.
What kind of janky bank is that?
PNC.
There goes RJ's advertisement.
I love PNC. They're great.
Didn't even know they were a banker in here.
But no, one of the things that we discussed there that we were trying to figure out, a topic of discussion, who's the little mascot? Who's the green gritty we have? Victor, is
Victor
that
Green.
Victor E. Green.
Mm-hmm. Oh, dear God. Okay, I've taken back everything I've said positive about the Stars based off of naming him Victor E. Green. But no, we're out there. We're trying to figure out. This guy's out there hamming it up, just kind of having fun, like doing his thing, and he's up with the Ice Girls the whole time during their dance routine. My question is, does he get the, do you think the Ice Girls would ever give him an opportunity? Like, if Peyton had that job, do you think he would get a shot with any of those girls?
No.
You don't think they just like
Zero
go like,
chance.
he's funny. He's funny.
I don't think. Although I take that back. I was in an airport with Rowdy one time.
Wow.
Years ago, and I just say, Rowdy was a daddy. Rowdy was a good-looking man.
In mascot. In uniform?
Outside of uniform. Like he was just in his he was in his Anthony Davis uniform. All right, he was just in street clothes. I was like, "You're Rowdy?" He goes, "Yeah." And I'm like,
dude,
I pictured somebody like way less cool.
Those suits are probably hot. You got to do a lot of running around. There's cardio. I bet whoever's in those suits is in pretty good shape. And they're all obviously they're kind of a performer and charismatic, I would guess. So I was making the argument that old Victor there probably does really well with the Ice Girls.
877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line with Bobby Belt's recap of the AAC. More in headlines at 7 o'clock. An NBA reporter almost gets thrown out of his hotel, friend of the show, and what set off this NBA psycho, and we're not just talking about Draymond Green. That's next on The Fan. But first, let me go ahead and get you set up with DFW Security. DFWsecurity.com is the website. You're going to get the notifications. You're sitting there and you're laying in bed and you're getting ready to go to sleep.
All 8 Pluckers locations. They have some cool specials and prizes all night long, and it'll all take place on Thursday, April 27th.
The buzzer sounds. It's the 76ers 2-0. They lead as they beat Brooklyn by 12 points, holding the Nets to 84 points. They had 49 at halftime, and they finished with 84.
Headlines at 7. Snoop Dogg ticket giveaway at 7:20 during the commercial-free expressway. You guys want to sing together? You want to play your instruments?
To burn the bar down, or I can take your number out my phone. I can give you up right now. Never want you back long as I'm half stoned.
How are you going so well today? On 2 hours of sleep.
Delirium.
I'm telling you guys, the sleep cycles, wake up in 90-minute increments and you're okay. As long as it breaks down to a 90-minute increment, you're all right.
That was the call last night. Now, look, I don't care about this series. I'm not going to watch any of it on Philly radio. But I am on former Maverick Watch, just like I was on former Cowboy Watch to start off last NFL season. And last night, Spencer Dinwiddie was trending, and not for a good reason. They are crushing him in Brooklyn. One of the tweets, I'd rather listen to Kyrie's press conferences on loop than watch Spencer Dinwiddie play basketball. Kyle Kuzma ultimately is going to have the last laugh. So I know we're bitter about Brunson, deservedly so. And if you regret the Kyrie trade, just know that in the NBA playoffs so far, with the Nets down 0-2, Spencer is averaging 13 points on 38% shooting from the field, 25% from 3, 50% from the free throw line, and he had 4 turnovers in game 1. So 13 points a night from Dinwiddie and Dorian Scotty Smith-Pippen, who everyone tried to make out as an all-world two-way player when the Mavs gave him up. He's averaging 7. So he's averaging 7 whole points for the series with 1 whole assist and 2 steals.
He had that last night, and he had the 2 steals last night too.
Yeah.
Kuzma tweeting?
Did he?
Yeah, I'm asking. Was he up there last night just dunking on 12 points in 41 minutes?
I didn't see his account, but other people were bringing Kuz up. So 20 points combined between the two so far when it comes to this series against Joel Embiid and Filthy. Speaking of the NBA.
By the way, the Nets scored 35 points in the second half. 35. Damn. They had a lead. They had a lead at halftime. And they scored 35 in the second half. Ugh.
Brian Windhorst, sometimes friend of the show. He's the only big-time NBA reporter who actually texts Peyton back. The rest are way too cool.
He says no, but he's nice about it.
The rest are way too cool in a fading sport. But go ahead, Shams. Keep flirting with Kay Adams. Brian Windhorst, yesterday on ESPN, was apparently whispering.
I'm trying to figure out, why are you the only one whispering? Everyone else is answering questions and talking. You're whispering. Why are you whispering?
Well, we all have adverse situations, and apparently someone in the hotel room next to me was not a get-up viewer and not happy about the early wake-up call here in Phoenix. And let's just say that messages have been delivered not in a soft manner. Mm-hmm. So I'm trying to avoid having a rap on any part of my body.
Did the hotel manager tell you, knock on your door and say, quiet down in there?
This individual did not contact the manager, but their point was made very strongly. So I'm trying to respect my neighbors here in Phoenix before 7 a.m. here.
Tell them to turn on Get Up, man. No, why.
You got backup coming, Wendy. We got you, brother.
Yeah.
So that's Windhorst being hushed in his hotel.
Yeah.
This kind of brings up memories of you in Tampa with us.
Yeah, where I was having to, because when we were in New York, Brian and I were recording the podcast, and I got a complaint that you need to not be so loud early in the morning on these road trips.
Okay, so let's just reenact it.
And now I'm a loud person, to be fair.
You are a loud person. I don't think Windhorst is that loud. How loud are you having to be? Like, Mike Fisher's partially deaf.
Right. So my dad, we were kids, or even younger, or even older than just kids. Anytime we were in a hotel, he would always keep the volume at like a really, really low level in the TV. And I was like, why is it so loud? He goes, if you stay in hotels as much as I do, and when he would travel, he would leave on Sunday and he would come back on Thursday night every week for my childhood. And he said, if you stay in hotels as much as I do, you have no idea how loud it is, the TV next to you.
What?
You could hear it through the wall. Wow. So he would always keep the TV and if I got up to turn it up, he would ream my butt out.
Goodness.
And I know, right? So those are apparently walls are pretty thin, but I mean, I would think just having a regular conversation isn't that loud. I don't know.
I think most hotels, even nicer ones, I feel like if people are chatting in the next room, I can usually hear it. Not aggressively loud, but I can hear, it's like the Peanuts teacher, like, it's like that a little bit. But yeah, I feel like I can hear it. That's why. And when we were in Tampa, I didn't get any complaints, but that's because I was very cognizant of it. I was facing the window. I was not facing towards the doors. And I did I boosted my level up, but I was trying to talk kind of like at a
So you did not get a complaint?
Not in Tampa, because I had learned based off of the complaint that I was given when we were in Jersey. So
what would you say with Brian? What did this guy or girl say with Brian Windhorst next to them? Like pound the wall?
Probably just pound the wall. Shut up! Keep your voice down! Yeah!
So that was Windhorst having to be silenced.
What would you do? I'd feel like you wouldn't respond well to that. If somebody just coming in like being aggressive as their default to tell you to be quiet, I don't think you would respond well to that.
No, probably not. But you got to be aware, right? Like I know I'm loud. I know Choppy's loud. Like RJ starting off his last commercial, I was like, turn my headphones down. And my headphones are, you guys call me.
You need to turn your headphones down anyway.
You guys call me deaf anyway. But no, I would probably keep doing what I was doing. Well, Windhorst isn't a loud over the top dude.
I don't see him
and
as that.
I think maybe bang back once or twice.
I think you'd receive it well if someone just knocked on your door and was like, "Hey, I was just trying to get some sleep. I can hear you, and then could you bring it down?" I think you would receive that well. But if somebody just banged on the door, came over, and was like, "You need to shut the F up," I feel like you would get defiantly loud.
Also, put a noise machine on your phone. Just go to your app and put on brown noise or white noise or pink noise or green noise or whatever the.
Well, what time do you think it was there in Phoenix?
He said it was just before 7 a.m. Phoenix time.
Okay.
So, look,
it's early.
It's early. It's early. I would say anything after 8 a.m. you're good. Like if
I guess I haven't had many experiences where I can definitely hear the person next to me.
Yeah. I mean,
maybe music's bumping, New Year's Eve, the room next to you. But that's expected. That's fine. But conversations and the other TV through the wall, I haven't experienced that. Like, are the walls that thin?
I've routinely heard relations through the wall. That's happened at least 3 times when I've been at a hotel.
I apologize for that. 877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line to hit us up. We had the explanation for Russell Westbrook and why he was getting hype with the Suns fans.
Yeah, and it's predictably soft.
Wow.
I
thought this was just trending, the word, to make fun of him. But this is actually what set him off.
Eddie Gonzalez of FanDuel, who was backing up Russ, by the way, for his reaction to it. But Eddie Gonzalez of FanDuel said he was close to the altercation and said the thing that set Russ off was the guy called him Westbrick. And that's what he came over and wanted to fight about.
You've got to be, he
is so soft.
You have to be able to take jawing from fans. Now, you don't have to take personal.
But that is not even on a scale of 1 to offensive. That's that's nothing.
Zero.
Nothing.
If he said something about your mom, your kids, your wife, girlfriend, or worse, you get in a race talk. Okay, those are out of bounds in my opinion. But when you start jawing at the guy for his play, nah, man. You got to be more thick-skinned than that.
Westbrook has, I think he's put it in my mind now. Fans can get tossed at any moment sitting courtside.
Yes.
When Westbrook is involved, I automatically blame him. I give it. It's like Draymond with flagrants or technicals. I give him no benefit of the doubt. It's like Luka whining to the officials. I give Luka no benefit of the doubt. And if someone screamed Westbrick in the front row of a game, Russell would get them tossed.
Mm-hmm.
That is soft. He has.
He's done it. He's thrown people out for it before, and it's incredibly soft. And
I respect his mindset, how hard he goes, the motor, and all that stuff. He's so thin-skinned.
Nick Eatman was so mad at me when we were on the sideline, like jokingly mad, but mad. Where when they thought they were going to interview old Russ, I told him, I was like, all right.
At AT&T.
Yes, at AT&T Stadium at the end of the season when they thought they were going to get him. And then when they went over and said, hey, will you do this? This was part of you being on the sideline. And he goes like this. Like, no, not going to do it. Okay, well, that was part of you getting sideline passes, but whatever, dude. And so when Nick was, I said, hey, how much money would it take for you to call him Westbrook in the interview? Like, just say it kind of fast. And he was like, damn it. He's like, that's going to be in my head now. Whether I want to say it or not, I'm probably going to say Westbrook.
He'd make a scene.
Yeah, he's like, oh my gosh. And like, Nick was panicking. He's like, Westbrook, Brook. And he was like freaking out.
Westbrook.
Yeah.
So
I'm trying to think of like the lighter taunts that athletes have gotten that would cause someone to freak out like that on that level. That's so light.
It's so light.
I remember Mike Greenberg said that when he was working in Chicago, and he did not have a good relationship with Scottie Pippen. He thought Scottie Pippen was a POS. And he said that he said there was one night during the NBA Finals where somebody was screaming something at Scottie all night, where he was like, I got a new respect for how much athletes are able to insulate themselves from the crowd. He's like, because if Scottie would have gone up in the crowd and hit this man, I would have told everybody I could that, hey, I will go to Scottie's defense and say this guy deserved it.
No tipping Scottie Pippen. How hurt is Jacob DeGrom? Is Draymond going to be suspended? Stars lose game 1. And what does the Jalen Hurts deal mean for Lamar? Headlines and then a Snoop Dogg giveaway next on The Fan. But look, don't let someone else's
From our fan studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Hurts in the gun. Hurts, this time, fakes. He's back. He's looking deep. He wants A.J. Brown. And it's caught for a touchdown! A.J. Brown!
We didn't even have to play that audio clip,
Oh,
RJ.
touchdown! Oh, the Philadelphia Eagles from Jalen Hurts. And the Eagles are taking the Super Bowl over the Cowboys.
Eagles radio with the calls yesterday. Jalen Hurts reached a 5-year, $255 million extension. It's the biggest contract in terms of average annual value in NFL history. Deshaun Watson, still $230 fully guaranteed. That's the biggest in terms of guaranteed money. It includes a no-trade clause, a first in Eagles history. So now Jalen Hurts makes $51 a year. Rodgers makes $49. Kyler, $46. Dak is tied at 7 with 40 per. Tied with Matt Stafford and Daniel Jones. We're going to get back into the Cowboy aspect of this at 8 o'clock after the Express Pay, but let's talk about what this means for the other quarterbacks. As yesterday, people were trying to figure out if this was good or bad for Lamar Jackson, the Baltimore Ravens, Joe Burrow, and Justin Herbert.
It's good for Lamar Jackson in terms of setting a precedent that people will pay mobile quarterbacks who are considered potential injury risks. It's good in that sense. It's bad in the sense of Lamar's argument for the fully guaranteed money.
Yes.
Because this is something where, $255 million is the quoted rate, and less than half of it is guaranteed at the time of signing. It's $110 million. And so
it's a loss. It's a loss for Lamar's argument. And Joe Burrow, I would think, and Justin Herbert are probably not going to get theirs fully guaranteed as well. Cleveland had to do that to stop Deshaun from going somewhere else. They had to do it in order to convince him to be a Cleveland Brown. I do not blame them whatsoever. I'd be furious if I was another owner. But yesterday was a loss for Lamar Jackson's argument.
Yeah. Yep.
The fully guaranteed argument.
It was.
Now, Sarah Ellison went, and I saw this on McAfee, and Ian Rappaport confirmed this. She compared every aspect to the Lamar offer. Hurts, $255 for the total value. Lamar, $250. Fully guaranteed at signing. Hurts, $110. Lamar, $133. Total guaranteed. Hurts, $179. Lamar, $200. And McAfee's like, whoa, this is news. I had no idea. $200 million guaranteed in a Lamar offer. So they line up pretty similar.
Yeah, look, I do believe that, and I love what Lamar's doing. I love that he's trying to push for the fully guaranteed contract. I think all these players, like the Mahomeses, they're just, and now Jalen Hurts, and it's soon to be Burrow and Herbert, are doing a disservice to the market. But $200 million fully guaranteed on a $250 contract. I mean, like that's
a damn good offer.
I can't listen. I agree with what he's doing. In theory,
but
just don't have your mom do it.
I cannot feel sorry for him.
You can't kill the Ravens.
I can't kill the Ravens, and I don't feel bad for Lamar Jackson. Like, yeah, like it sucks that he's not signed yet. And are they playing with him? No, obviously not. And I have his $200 million guaranteed. And yeah, I love that he's sticking to his guns and he wants a fully guaranteed contract. And maybe he would do maybe he would sign for a $200 million contract, a $200 million guaranteed.
That would be so stupid if that was what he was holding out on. Is that it needs to be fully guaranteed, and so I'll take that exact same amount of guaranteed money as long as that's the limit on the.
Right.
That would be ridiculous, but that may be something he does. Cousins took a what was considered a lesser deal, I think, at the time because it was just fully guaranteed. But I mean, I think it's you're getting into semantics at that point, and so. Look, I don't know. I still say that the biggest help to Lamar would be go get an actual agent.
Yeah.
Why did you chuckle yesterday when the news broke? You think this is bad? This is a bad day for the Eagles yesterday?
I just think that's. Look, I think you should always pay the quarterback, should get it done, but it's a ridiculous figure for a guy that I still think is going to be a flash in the pan for the most part. I don't think he'll ever have a year like he did last year. I think that's it. I think that's the peak.
I mean, look, he was an MVP candidate until about week 17. So, like, that is a pretty high bar.
Yeah, but I think it's going to be similar to probably not the same aggressive fall off because of what he can do with his legs, but it's going to be similar to like, wow, look what Carson Wentz did in his MVP candidacy season, and then what happened after that.
He'll probably have the same kind of aggressive fall off that Dak had.
Well, I mean, Dak hasn't fallen off, okay? And again, I'm running on very little sleep. I don't have the filter for it this morning, Chop, to stop myself. As you can see, I'm decked out in my Dak Stars jersey. That's
right.
Number 4.
Oh, you bought it because you thought it was a Dak
Does
one?
it not say Dak on the back?
It says Heiskanen.
Oh,
which
damn.
I misspelled yesterday. Storyline for the Rangers. Yeah, they won, but we may have an issue.
First offering to Young. This one is cranked high and deep into left field. Going back is Eaton. He looks up and it's out of here. That's over the bullpen. Josh Young with a majestic home run to straightaway left. It's his third blast of the year, and the Rangers lead it 3-0.
2 home runs. Josh Young, they took advantage of 2 errors at third from the Royals. 3-run bomb, and then Simeon hit one as well. The Rangers win in shutout fashion over Kansas City. 4 games over 500 for the first time since August 2019. But Jacob DeGrom had to leave. 4 no-hit innings, struck out 5, walked 1. Dane Dunning did a heck of a job replacing him. Came in for the Stars relief. But DeGrom, come on, man. Give us some good news with an injury update.
Well, walking off the field there in that inning, I said, hey, I don't know if I'm going to keep going. And he was like, you all right? And I said, yeah, I think I'm fine. And, then I told Mike, I was like, hey, my wrist is bothering me. I woke up today feeling good. That's what's so frustrating. And went out there and was playing catch. In the bullpen, I felt it and didn't think much of it. I thought once the adrenaline kicked in, it'd go away. But, like I said, it kind of sat there, and I think we made the smart move.
What's your level of concern right now?
I'm honestly not too concerned. I would like to think I'm going to make my next one, but we'll see. We'll see how it is tomorrow when I come in. But, that spot doesn't seem too concerning.
So they're calling it precautionary with right wrist soreness.
Whatever that. I mean, look.
He didn't make it seem like it was nothing.
No, he didn't. He didn't make it seem like it was nothing.
He said that's what's so frustrating. We'll see. I don't know. It doesn't sound like I'll be good. We're just being overly cautious and safe.
Yeah,
that's what I heard.
I would have liked to have heard that. I kind of heard what you heard, so I'm not terribly optimistic. I'm not concerned yet. I want to see if there's any kind of what today feels like. But man, this is anytime you see your pitcher who has a history over the last couple of years of just not being able to stay on the field, and now he leaves with something like a wrist. It's like, okay, it's not an elbow, it's not a shoulder, but how long before one of those things creeps up? I mean, it's a wrist. I don't think people think of wrist injuries. I don't. You don't hear pitchers hurting their wrist that often. I can't think of the last time a pitcher had a wrist injury.
I'll take a wrist though over a shoulder,
absolutely,
or over an elbow, something like that. And he was good, but we've got to start giving the flowers to Dane Dunning. He's been so great this season. Yeah. That's he's up now to. I mean, he's allowed 1 unearned run. But otherwise, he's 15 innings into the season now without giving up an earned run.
Yesterday, I almost took a photo and tweeted it. I thought he looked like Peyton a little bit. I'd like Peyton to wear those glasses and see if he looked like Dane Dunning from that angle that they showed on Bally.
Do you think that was Jacob DeGrom playing the hip hop music in the background?
I don't think
during
so.
His interview.
Guy seems as dry as this table.
Yeah.
So I don't think that
Playing
he was
some big bank.
necessarily having fun.
Table's more durable.
I don't know.
Stop it.
I don't know what would be in his Spotify. Dane Dunning, the ERA on the season, 0, 0, 0 in 15 1/3. Impressive.
Not bad.
He's a big part of the reason that the bullpen's been as good as that. Because this is the third time I think he's had to come in and pitch like 3-4 innings.
Yeah, and he's probably deserves a spot in the starting rotation, but he's doing tremendous in his current role.
He won't leave.
He'll get his opportunity because it's like that article we talked about yesterday from Jeff Passan where Chris Young says like injuries are going to happen to this rotation and we've got to be able to have quality starters that can step in and fill in.
So he'll start until August when DeGrom makes his next start.
Stop it.
Bobby Bell in studio after an impressive outing last night, running on 2 hours sleep.
Harley pokes that pass to the corner. It ends up right out in front. Shot, score! It's over! And who does it but Hartman? Fought through injury all night, and he gets the game winner! What a road win in overtime for Minnesota in Game 1.
ESPN2 with the call, 4 hours and 10 minutes, doubling up the game time of the Rangers and the Royals. Bobby was there. Stars lose in double OT, 3-2 to Minnesota.
And this was a very physical game. There was chippiness from really the first couple of minutes. I mean, they were getting on each other. They were kind of in a tussle within the first 2-3 minutes of this game, and then it continued to build and build and build, and then bam, there was that big hit on Pavelski, the big fight.
We have a bad guy in the series. You need your villains.
Every time he touched the puck afterwards, it would rain down booze, which again, I give.
Is it Matt Dumba?
Dumba.
I give
Dumba?
We're calling him Dumba.
Oh,
yeah, we're gonna call him Dumba.
Dumbo.
I again come down to I like the awareness of these Stars fans. That was one of my big takeaways is how aware they are of everything that's going on every time. Because they were on top of every single time that he would touch the puck, they were booing.
Man, I'll tell you this.
I'd kill for a Maverick or a Cowboy crowd like that.
I know, right? And I posted this last night. I was like,
we experienced one crowd like that together. Do you remember where it was?
Oklahoma City, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
OKC.
Great. It was a great crowd.
Home of Westbrick.
You could tell. You could tell the era that you play in. Because there was a time in my lifetime where every single Wild player would have had their head on a swivel the rest of the game. And
Darian Hatcher wouldn't have stood for it.
1,000%. There was a time where he would have gotten taken out.
I tweeted Max Domi avenged, and 2 Tolos hit me. No, it's not avenged until Dumba can't walk. It's not. And I was like,
dark.
Domi came whap, and I was like, woo, he buried somebody. It looked like. And they're like, no, it's not avenged until all his teeth are missing.
I gotta say, there was a point yesterday where I think it was the Wild had 31 shots on goal to 15 from the Stars, and the Stars ended up with 53 to 48 shots. So it had a feeling throughout the overtime periods where it was like they're gonna break through because they're just getting so many shots on goal. At some point, this is gonna go through. It's just, kudos to the Wild.
I'm just Kaprizov would have he would have been in a different day. Back in 20 years ago, his head would have been a different spot.
Meanwhile, the beam is lit again.
Now he's challenged. He finds Sabonis. Put the frosting on the cake. Put the cherry on the sundae. Sabonis with a 2-hand flush. Desperation 3. Missed by the Warriors. And the horn sounds to end this second game of this 7-game series. And the Kings take a 2-0 advantage by a final score of 114 to 106.
Bro, what the hell was that?
And the Kings take a lead.
Who is that guy?
I have no idea.
The frosting on the cake, the butter on the croissant.
The cherries on the sundaes.
Let them drop, bro.
They fired their old guy. Remember? Grant.
Was that All Lives?
Yeah.
Was that incident?
Yeah. I'm trying to think. Grant Napier. So he was there forever. And I don't know who the new guy is. He was in his 60s when he got fired.
Kings beat the Warriors last night. Man, switching between this, as soon as Stars went to intermission, I was right over to this. I loved everything about this series. Kings are up 2-0 on Golden State, 114-106. And the controversy is the Draymond stomp. Sabonis grabs his leg. Draymond stomps hard right on his chest. Bobby, you've finally been able to watch it. What do you think? Draymond got a flagrant 2 ejected. Sabonis flagrant 1. Will and should Draymond be suspended?
He will and he should. That's my thought on it. And I hate that
I don't think he will be.
The theatrics of...
Sabonis did grab his leg. That was unnecessary, but Draymond's was over the line.
Yeah, and
it was excessive.
And in American History X, the guy was breaking into his car too. That didn't mean that Ed Norton should have curb stomped the guy. And so, there's levels to this. But I hate it. I wonder if partially what's going to get him into trouble too is all the theatrics after it. That he's stopped, and as they're reviewing it, he's going like this. He's putting his hand up to his ear like, come on, rain down booze. I don't like him. I've never liked him.
He's going to be here next year, according to Bill Simmons.
LeBron, yeah.
Get ready for it. Headlines on a Tolo Tuesday. We got to hook you up with Snoop Dogg tickets for turning it on, leaving it on, and Ask Reddit. The one thing you do every Saturday that you'll never get bored of, the worst thing a doctor's ever said to you, and you're suddenly unable to lie. How screwed are you? Ask Reddit. Snoop Dogg tickets next.
Do you have a question, Kelly?
Yeah, I have a lot of questions. Number one, how dare you?
All right, it is time to Ask Reddit. It is Tuesday, April 18th. This, of course, is our weekly discussion with you, the Tolos, at 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053 on the Twitch and on the YouTube. Get your thoughts in here, and we'll kick some of these questions around the room. The first question here, gentlemen. Sean Sharif, you were suddenly unable to lie. How screwed are you?
I'm not screwed.
At all?
Not really at all. My lying has dissipated over the years. I think people would probably say I'm pretty honest.
Yeah, you are.
Even when I say something blunt, I try to say it like with a little tone that it comes across as joking. So
yeah, like I wish you'd lie to my wife a little more.
Yeah, I should lie. I should not be as open and free with your wife when it comes to because the other option is just being quiet. Probably the biggest thing I've adjusted to in marriage is just being quiet during certain things. Whereas if it was 15, 20 years ago, I would have answered back, picked a fight, and we probably would not be together. But I keep a running list of things in my mind where like I was originally correct with my wife, and she like now does the things she used to criticize me for, whether it comes to parenting or this in the house or that, and I'm just like, interesting. So when she's like, what are you being quiet for? What are you giving me a look for? Like, she got on me one time. I was doing commercials up here or something, or I got caught in the hallway. And if I'm not like home by like 10:30, 10:35, she'll worry a little bit. A lot of times I'll be on the phone though. Broadus. That's the Broadus call. 10:05, 10:06. And I walk in the house and I'm on the phone, or Sandler, I'm trying to catch up. And she's like giving me grief, like, where were you? What were you doing? And I was like, oh, I went and stopped at the girlfriend's house on the way home. It was like 10, 12 minutes. She really digs my sweatsuits and my homeless look. And then yesterday I said, you're looking a little tan. Like, you look good. And she's like, oh, I've been stopping and tanning. And I just said, oh, okay. If I had done something like that, if I had snuck, not tanning, but snuck off to some place or making these stops, doing something, it would have been a battle. It would have been a war. So I just stay quiet versus, but no, I don't. I might lie. I lie to someone to be nice. I'm not lying to be evil. I'm lying like, yeah, that was good.
Yeah. So how screwed would you be if you had to be direct to somebody like that? Now on Reddit, there was a good point brought up in the discussion that said, if you include lies that you tell yourself,
that's for me.
Does it change things?
I've really turned over a lying leaf. I used to be a really, I don't want to say a good liar, because I know there's such a thing.
I'll say it. You were a great liar.
But there was a time like during my divorce where I was like, I couldn't even keep up. I had to. It was self-preservation. But now, like, really, I don't really lie much anymore at all. Like, if I do, it's
you're like, in a relationship where you feel like you don't have to.
I don't have. Well, it's not even to her. It's just to other people in general.
Oh.
Like, I'm just in general. Also, because I'm getting older and I feel like I can't keep up with them. So, like, I forget what they are. So I've just generally gone and been much more honest, which is good. I'm glad. But I lie to myself all the time. I have to. It's the only way I can wake up in the morning and tell myself that I have a remote chance of surviving the day.
Self-preservation.
So
What do you lie to yourself about?
Everything, like from the fact that I deserve to be employed to my looks to the fact that I'm not dying of some illness that I don't know at the moment, to the fact that my car is not going to suddenly stop on the side of the road.
You can afford to have that queso, even though it's shredsy.
The money will be fine. You know, child support will be over in 10 years.
Yeah.
Like, there's a lot of things I'm lying to myself about, but I generally don't lie to other people anymore.
Money will be fine is the line I tell myself most frequently, actually.
You can always make more.
Yeah,
you can always make more.
It's going to be there, right? I feel like Peyton probably has never lied in his life.
Yeah.
Even when he probably should at times.
That's true.
Because there's no filter.
Gather the foreigners.
There's no filter at all. All right.
And I can't see you lying.
Me? No, that's the problem. Like
you're probably way too blunt, especially with your missus.
Yeah. So like I've told Kristen before, like she'll make dinner or something, and I'll be like, that was really good. And she's like, you're just saying that.
Yeah, yeah.
And I was like, no, I'm not. And
that's my level of lie.
And then no, but it is. I do enjoy it because then if she makes something the next night, I'll be like, this isn't good. I didn't like this.
Right.
And then she's like, that's rude. I was
Yeah.
like, no, it's not rude. It gives you the authenticity to know when I tell you you did good, you did good.
Yeah. I mean, if she comes out like 8 different outfits.
Which she makes great food anyway. It's very rare that I think it's not good.
8 different outfits, and I'll either be like, that's good, or I'll be like, quieter. And that's my form of telling the truth. You know?
You do the DeAndre Hopkins body language.
I'll go like, and she goes, you don't know fashion anyway. I said, don't ask me then.
Woo!
Don't ask me if you don't want to hear the truth. I'm trying to be nice with my insult. Don't ask me what
Bro,
I think.
I feel like
I don't know fashion. You shouldn't be asking me in the first place.
Based off of like how she talked to the 49ers fan stuff, Amanda's a savage that I would never want to cross.
Yeah, man.
Dude. She was. I think both of our wives would be troubling.
Yeah.
I wouldn't want to mess with Sarah either. Sarah, I think, could beat me up. She
probably could.
She's got a bigger bicep than me, I think.
She probably could take it out.
Chop was trying to get her to arm wrestle me at Sandler's charity event, and I was worried I would lose.
You think there's someone up here who's a master liar in the building?
Yeah.
No. What?
Spittle?
Has to be. These contracts he's handing out has to be, right? We got no money up here.
No comment.
All right.
Honestly, I don't know. I mean,
Lies Choppy tells himself he's still going to have a job tomorrow.
Former employees that are hires and stuff?
Yeah, there's a former employee that we know lies.
Yeah, big time con artist.
A couple of them.
All right. Next
artist.
Next question.
The Jerry Jones of the Metroplex. Markets and does everything great except for wins where it matters.
Next question. What song, RJ Choppy, is guaranteed to make you go above the speed limit if it's played while you're driving?
So I was having trouble with this one because I generally always speed.
Yep.
And this is also where Lion would get me in a bind because I couldn't tell the cop. Well, I don't know. I wouldn't pay attention to what I was doing. But as I thought about it more, there is one song. No matter when it comes on, no matter where I am, if this song comes on, and I don't even particularly like the song, I think this was more of a downtime in this iconic band's history. But this song does get me juiced.
This is Mark Colombo?
Not Mark Colombo. Metallica.
I was going to say, it sounds like Metallica, but I don't know Metallica well enough to say for sure who that is.
Just yell and scream about random things. It'll be heavy metal.
I do love one Metallica song I do love, Sanitarium. You know that one?
Uh-huh.
That's a great song. That's a fantastic guitar intro there. Truckhack.com fan text 877-881-1053. What song is guaranteed to make you go above the speed limit if it's played while driving? Sean, you don't have one?
I honestly don't lie that much.
Oh gosh, I don't speed. I don't lie.
I honestly don't speed. My dad, when he came to visit, he got mad at me because my cell phone, I don't have it like in a holder. You know what I mean? My car's like a 2011. I don't have like a great cell phone technology and I just keep it in my passenger seat. I'm like, Dad, I just drive in my car.
Yeah.
Home and to work. That's it. I don't go. You all know this. I do not go out during the week. If I do go somewhere, it's in Amanda's car.
Oh, you would have left after the second period last night.
I want the lead. I never would have gone. Not at 8:30, 8:50 puck drop. But I really don't speed. Number one, I don't think my car can speed. I'm serious. I love my Jeep. I love my Jeep, but V6, and if you get that thing to 70, the only time I speed is if I feel like I'm a little bit late in the morning coming in. That's it. And 15-minute drive home, and then the car is done for the day. Get that thing to 70, it's not the smoothest ride.
It's about to take off.
So it's about to take off. I feel like
Houston, we have liftoff.
Yeah, Houston,
as Jared Sandler would say.
Like I've no way I've done 90 in it because it starts feeling unstable.
Yeah.
So there's not, and I'm not being a kiss ass. When I drive home, I'm checking out different talk radio. In the morning, I'll listen to a song here and there, but man, I feel like the music in the morning is slacking. It's just a bunch of different talk shows. So I honestly don't have one where I get hype and I start speeding because I honestly don't feel like my car could handle it that much.
Dude, we've got so many answers here. 469, that blue song from the early 2000s. That was by Eiffel 65.
Wait, the one that they redid
I'm
recently.
blue, yeah, that one. 214, Drake, Heifer. But the one we've gotten a lot, like literally the only one I think we've gotten multiple submissions of, and there have been about 8 of them, Move by Ludacris.
Luda.
Move, B, get out the way. Peyton, what's your song when you're going 95 and getting pulled over by your friends and getting your affluenza benefit?
Well, see, I don't get tickets when I get pulled over.
Right,
so,
that's what I mean.
So mine's more of like a groovy song and stuff. It's not really like a hardcore rap song. I mean, you guys know this artist, but let's see if you boomers remember this song.
I think I see where it's going. This one is. Hey, been around the world and back. Yeah, I did that. Still kick raps and cars and packs. So where my kids at? These motherfuckers.
Just windows rolled down, going across 30 on the bridge to get to Rockwall and stuff.
Nobody drives on a highway with their windows rolled down.
I bet you were just like, I bet you think the greatest album of all time is that Stupid Kids mixtape, don't you? All about Kool-Aid and frozen pizza.
I've never heard this song.
It's Mac Miller.
I've never heard
Party
it.
on Fifth Avenue?
Ask Earnhardt back there.
Yeah. That's all right, Ryan.
Yeah, Ryan, what's your song?
You got a song?
Ask Ryan what his song is. Ryan was just staring up here. Like,
oh, he says Muse. Any Muse song?
Oh, Muse.
Okay.
My answer here, I was thinking about this last night and I was trying to go, what song is it? There are plenty of them. So I could have given several submissions, but one came on shuffle last night as I was leaving the AAC that gave me the energy to drive home. And I literally just looped the song and drove the whole way back to Flower Mound listening to this classic.
great song.
It's a great song.
Amazing song.
This makes me speed every time it comes on.
More so than like speeding, we'll break out into like dance, like if a certain beat kicks in. Not the speeding, but this is an awesome song.
It's just like it is, and honestly, if it was just the instrumental, I could play the instrumental and drive to it. It's so damn good.
Yes.
And Big Sean, and who was the feature artist on this song? Anybody? E40, who just got kicked out of the game the other night. All right, next one here. Sean, since you don't do anything on the weekdays, I guess we'll throw this one to you. What's one thing you do every Saturday that you will never get bored of?
Not work.
Just that?
I wake up, I go out on the couch by myself. I tell the wife it's so that I wake up Ollie and she can sleep in. But I just go out on the couch myself, probably like 6:40, 6:30, and just enjoy some peace and quiet. Now, throughout the day, to make Sunday prep easier, you know, I'll retweet something or like a tweet or send it to my email. But that's really, I feel like, our only true day off. Friday, we work. And then if you have enough energy to go out at night, Saturday is the free day. And then Sunday's back to homework. So Saturday is by far, not even close, favorite day of the week.
Chop.
There's nothing that I do Saturday that I'll ever get bored of. Well, I mean, like, I love watching
baseball.
I love watching my kids play baseball.
You don't love it.
I do. I hate some of the fields we play at because they're in like other countries.
He just loves the 13-year-olds that come up to him and go, Choppy, I love you, bro. Like, you're so awesome on the air.
Yeah, I hate having to drive like 7 counties over. But no, but for the most part, it's like it's hanging out in the back patio at my pool, just drinking, enjoying day, listening to music, hating the decisions we made the night before. Like that, I will never get bored of that. I will never get bored of, just hanging out and enjoying my free time.
For me, the video game day is Saturday. If I'm going to play video games, it's going to be on Saturday.
I didn't even know you played video games.
Oh, yeah. No, I'll play like 2K, the show. I play the sports video games.
What about NHL now? You got to get NHL 23.
I played the NHL game before. I just don't have it currently. But no, I play MLB the show most of the day on Saturday.
Is that what you're best in?
I'm pretty good at 2K. Anybody can catch these sticks.
2K.
I'm pretty good at 2K. But yeah, playing video games and honestly just doing nothing. I will never get bored of staying home and being lazy. Like there's
Are
nothing.
you a sweat?
Yeah, I'm a sweat.
Sweaty?
That's
Yeah.
what he
Is
says.
that what it is?
Yeah, no, a sweat.
You're tryhard.
Yeah, tryhard guy.
Get out of my lobby, man.
Out of my lobby. There's nothing better to me than
Out of my what?
out of my lobby. You
Like
get
hotel lobby?
Like Quavo, yeah.
No, like the game lobby. So you sit down on the couch, you lay down on the couch. There's nothing better than just flipping on easy white noise TV show or movie on a weekend and just being able to lay there and maybe doze off and come, wake back up and pick back up wherever the movie was. Love it. Love being completely lazy on a Saturday.
Yeah.
Peyton?
So mine is it's going to feel really boomer, but I like to get a cup of coffee and go out and sit by the pool.
Oh,
Coffee by the pool
I'm out there
seems
about
like an
8 a.m.,
interesting one.
7:30 because I wake up at 3. I can't sleep in anymore nowadays. So I'm up about 7:30, 7:45, and it gets a little cool out there. I throw on my Cowboys jacket and I go out there and drink a little coffee by the pool.
Do you
Hang out with
have, do you have the
dogs.
help fan you with a giant leaf by your lagoon-like pool?
No, the butler doesn't wake up until about 9:30.
I thought you were going to say flip the sliced ribeye with the chopsticks at your hibachi house.
7:30 in the morning?
Every single Saturday. Not at 7:30, on a Saturday. The topic was Saturday.
He's got a stone rock that he just lays things on.
Yeah, he eats
I got
it.
the flaming stone
No,
rock.
if it's cooler and brisk, and Bobby, you'll know this when you eventually stop throwing away money and get a house. You
Boy,
go out
it is
there.
7:39. My wife is definitely listening right now. You're making things harder on me, you dry snitcher.
No, you be a little more financially responsible.
How much was that sweater, by the way?
Yeah, I know at the hanger it wasn't cheap.
It starts with a 2.
Oh my
I know what
goodness!
it starts with.
That was an area code.
So yeah, there it is.
That's actually a Maryland area code.
Which is 6-1.
No, it starts.
No. Let's. Anyway, that was Ask Reddit. Thanks, guys.
Is that it? Was that?
You want to do one more?
One more.
All right.
All right. We'll do one more. What's the worst thing a doctor has ever said to you? Now, I think this can be broad.
No.
This can either be what's the worst, most terrifying thing you've heard from a doctor? What's the most unprofessional thing you've heard from a doctor? What's the most inaccurate thing you've heard from a doctor where they said something and then it turned out to not be true? So you can take this in a number of different directions. Choppy, you can lead off here.
Oh, this was easy. This was last summer. I was having like I thought I had like a hernia. I was having like a pain like in my stomach.
Just turned out it was your liver.
Hang on. So I go to the doctor. I'm like, hey, what is this? He goes, it's a slight hernia. He goes, we're gonna send you in for a CT scan or something like that, some kind of scan. I go through that, and then there's a call, and it was like, yeah, so you've got your liver's like got some fat to it, and
I was kidding.
A fatty liver and an enlarged spleen.
Oh yeah, is this where we read your medical reports on air?
Yeah, and I was like,
violating
okay.
HIPAA laws.
I was like, okay, so what do I do with that about this? He goes, well, we're gonna blood test you. So your blood test came back negative for everything. So the only other thing it could be is we're gonna send you for an HIV test.
Oh my gosh.
And when he said that, I was like, I'm sorry.
Oh my.
What was that?
And there's nothing worse than the 2 days of waiting.
It was a day to get into get my blood work, and then it was like 2 to 5 days to get it back. And I did the blood work on like a Friday, so I knew nothing's getting done over the weekend.
Oh.
So I was like, Monday, Tuesday, it's like Wednesday the next week, and I am just sitting here. I'd lost like 8 pounds already. I was panicked
From stress?
From stress,
And you probably were associated with, oh my gosh, I'm losing weight because I do have this.
I have HIV. I was like, what is going on here?
Yeah.
Did you start running through your head, like trying to figure out, like, which one of you
It was
did this
everything.
to me?
It was everything. I was
Did
like,
you have a number one suspect?
No, I was like, did I cut myself somewhere? Like, what happened? What happened? I was panicked. So, but yes, I had everything running through my head. I absolutely had number one suspects. And finally, like, they got it back and it was negative. And I was like, Doc, don't just like I almost called the guy and I was like, don't tell me what I'm getting tested for. Just say we're gonna run some more blood tests.
Yes.
Just lie to me.
Yes.
Don't tell me that you're sending me for an HIV test.
Right.
My goodness.
I feel like this is a perfect one for you, Bobby, because you freak out over everything, you and your wife. So what freaked you out from a physician?
Oh, I get freaked out regularly. There was so last summer I had basically an inflamed stomach, and I lost like 14 pounds in a week, and I was freaking out and thinking like I've for sure got something super serious. One of my biggest fears is pancreatic cancer, gentlemen.
Of course.
And so I went into the doctor.
Of course.
Well, of course it would be, because that's that one that it's like impossible to detect until it's way too late typically. Yeah. And so I'm just convinced like that'll be the one that comes for me probably. And so I went into the doctor and I told him, I was like, yeah, I guess my biggest fear is I just don't want it to be this. And he's like, well, it's not that, because when you went in for a CT scan or when they did the little scan on you, they said your pancreas looked fine. I was like, did they? Because I didn't see. I thought it said it was obscured by gas and they couldn't see it. He's like, no, they did. Let me look. And then he looks and he goes, huh. You know, I mean, I guess they couldn't see it. Well, I mean, I guess it could be your pancreas. I was like, dude, you're not helping right now at all. That one's pretty bad. And then when I first got prescribed Adderall, my doctor told me, she said, no offense, but you act like somebody who's on drugs.
Oh.
And I was like, what does that mean? She's like, you talk exceedingly fast, you never stop moving, and you cannot complete a single thought before you start another.
Ask Reddit every single Tuesday with Sean, RJ, Roberto. We got Peyton and Ryan in the back. We're live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube.
I'm sorry, I can't read some of these.
Oh, yeah, the fan text is giving us some answers.
Does it start with the herp?
No, it's talking about a guy getting a prostate exam, and the doctor said, I'll just change.
Think of Blue Chew.
The doctor said to me, let's try to, never mind. Go ahead. I'm not even going to try.
I can do it. I can do it.
Go ahead.
The doctor said it was given a prostate exam and said, all right, now let's try not to have that happen. And he said, what? He said, sorry, I was talking to myself. That's a good joke.
It's not landing with me, but as long as everyone else finds it funny.
What did Choppy sell with Blue Chew? What happens when you take that?
Yes, I know that.
All right, so he told him when he was giving him a prostate exam, try not to have that happen.
Oh.
And he said, what? And he said, sorry, I was talking to myself. That's what the doctor told him.
Oh, my. Wow. 877-881-1053. Truckwreck.com, text line, Ask Reddit every single Tuesday. Let's hook you up for listening.
All right, Tolos, that's right. Caller number 10 right now at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see Snoop Dogg when he performs along with Wiz Khalifa, Too Short, Warren G, and much more at Dos Equis Pavilion on August 20th. Get tickets now at livenation.com. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
All right, yesterday, and I was thinking about bringing this up on yesterday's show, but then last night, RJ said, this is why the Mavs made a mistake in tanking. By the way, Mark Stein reporting they're in advanced discussions to hire former Utah Jazz lead executive Dennis Lindsey in a consultation role for Nico Harrison to bolster, the word bolster, their front office. Yeah. So what recent evidence did you find that the Mavs should have tried to make it?
The excellent sample known as Game 1s of the NBA playoffs. Huge sample sizes there, Sean, all around. Now, look, at least in that day. And now, look, if you said that last year they were going to go to the West Finals, I think we would always say, no, I don't think they're going to go to the West Finals at the start of the postseason.
No.
And this year, I think we
I knew it was a fluke, just like Barkley. The diehard Mavs fans, they couldn't accept that.
Just because we were the Hawks West.
Yep.
But
remember, don't do like sports schedulers and refer to us as being in the West. That's how we get 8:40 start times.
No kidding. Yeah. Note to the higher-ups in New York City at these networks, we are in the Central Time Zone. We are not on the Pacific Coast. But, you know, every road team, basically, with the best player on the floor in these games, won. Butler in the Miami game because Giannis got hurt. About 4 Laker players were the best players in the floor in that game.
Yep.
Kawhi was the best player on the floor against Phoenix, even though Durant was really good. And then Brunson was the best player on the floor. Even though Mitchell had a great game, the Knicks won that game. Brunson was tremendous in that game as well. The Mavs, were, during the regular season, the baseball team that couldn't hit. But to me, in the playoffs, they've got DeGrom and Scherzer as in the starting rotation.
Right.
And you have a chance.
Yeah.
You have a punch. If you have DeGrom and Scherzer in your rotation, you could have the worst offense in the world. You got a chance to steal a series or two. And I think we all agree. Going in, if you're the Kings or whoever, and having to see Luka and Kyrie on the other side, that is a nightmare to have to go up against. Even if the rest of the team stinks, they don't play any defense, like those two guys on any given night could you to a game, to a win. They could. And I look back, was it the right long-term solution? Sure, whatever. I just think in this year in the Western Conference, it could have been a missed opportunity.
Yeah, but when you look at the depth in the draft and what's coming up, and the fact that this experiment clearly was not working,
it wasn't.
On any night they can, but they too frequently were not. Against, I mean, you lose. When I knew the season was over, when you lose back-to-back games to Charlotte. When you lose those games to Charlotte, it's like you're not beating anybody in the playoffs.
Yeah. I thought you were going to bring this up because of the injuries.
Well, the injuries play into it as well.
That anything can happen. Yep. Giannis goes down. Anthony Davis was paralyzed, apparently. Paul George and Tyler Hero broke his hand. So it's kind of like, anything can happen. Someone can get hurt. Yeah. And then you can move on in advance. Do you want to build your strategy around that? No. But that's where I thought you were going to go.
Well, I mean, and that's part of it. I mean, when you have injuries to these players, literally anything can happen. And all you need in the NBA playoffs is the best player on the floor. Kawhi was the best player on the floor when he won the title. Giannis was the best, and so was Dirk. And these were basically solo championships. And they had obviously better supporting cast than the Mavericks do. You had Kyle Lowry, you had Siakam, Toronto's team. And what happened? How'd they win? KD got hurt.
I'm terrified at this point that all of this is for naught anyway, and then one of these teams behind him is going to jump him in the lottery. They're going to get pushed down to 11. They're going to lose the pick. That would be a nightmare.
But he's right that the odds are way against you that you're going to land anything significant at 10, even if you get it. The only way this works out is if they get number one or maybe just number one.
Maybe number one, or if number
which is
10,
what, a 3% chance?
Or if number 10 turns into Paul George. You have a 3% chance to get number one.
Why are the odds for you not worth playing at number 10, but the same tough odds that we talk about at 26 for the Cowboys are worth playing?
Because there's like all that, like history shows us that like outside the top 4 or 5 in the NBA draft is really like a second rounder.
But if you look at when we've talked about having deep drafts, like think back to deep drafts that have occurred in the past. Dirk went 9? Shai Gilgeous-Alexander went 11. Donovan Mitchell went 14. Like when there are deeper drafts, and this is a draft that's considered deep, I will do anything at this point for the guy like I've fallen in love with. I would do anything for Cam Whitmore from Villanova. That dude would be perfect here. That's a guy who can isolate and play things. That's the dude to me that you can play with or without Luka. If he's on the floor or off the floor, everything's going to run like a well-oiled machine with that guy, and he'll play defense, and he's athletic. My biggest thing is I just don't know that he'll get to you where you're picking if you do keep your pick, but those are the type of gambles that I think you need to bank on. And lately, the Mavericks have hit on some of these draft picks. They hit on Brunson. They hit on Josh Green. They hit on Jaden Hardy.
877-881-1053 is the TruckWreck.com text line. One more NBA note before we talk about drafting Dak's replacement after the Jalen Hurts deal.
Stop it.
At 8 o'clock. You're talking about banning the charge
yeah.
ban?
So this is the Mavericks.
Play?
Yeah, the Mavericks are one of the ones that came out with this rule too.
Oh.
They recommended it to the NBA because you saw a couple of guys in this league, both Anthony Davis and Giannis, with that charge. They're trying to take charges and they both get hurt. But here's the thing: you can't get rid of the charge. Right? You can't get. They're not going to eliminate the charge.
We could get rid of holding in the NFL, right? Like, I mean, we could get rid of lots of things that would give completely unfair advantages to the offense.
What do they want to do instead?
They want to change. There's talks of changing how it's called and how it's enforced. What are you going to do?
Yeah, you can't run full steam ahead and do whatever you want.
No, you can't. So I don't know why they want it, but this is what the Mavericks came up. And
upheaval after Giannis got hurt. He's like, let's get this ridiculous play or call out of the sport.
The Athletic, so Zach Harper says, he wrote this yesterday, ban charges. And he said the charge isn't even a basketball play. especially not anymore. Not with today's athleticism. It's a bailout call for the defense. Like, I don't know how it's a bailout call. I get if guys are getting hurt, I don't know what to do. Like, what do you do? Why would you? Do you agree? Like, it is like getting rid of Holding.
And John Hollinger for The Athletic, who's a one of the bigger advanced analytics guys, the godfathers of it in the NBA, he wrote a piece for The Athletic yesterday talking against the idea of doing this. So I guess The Athletic had dueling articles, but here's the line that I think is good. He said, here's the thing. The threat of the charge is one of the few things that keeps offenses honest these days. NBA players are awesome, and the way they read the game is a constant battle of, I know that you know that I know that you know. The reason they don't commit more charging fouls is because, unlike 8 and above, most of the time, they have already anticipated what the help defender is trying to do and either adjusted their path or kicked the ball back out. And that's true. It keeps offenses honest. It would be a free-for-all. It'd be 140 points a game if you got rid of the charge.
Sports Illustrated. The NBA's charge block rules don't make sense anymore in a league where speed and athleticism are greater than they've ever been. I just don't get it. Like, you can't ban the charge. You would.
Let's get these games 170 to 160. They're not high scoring enough.
Yeah.
You know,
it's not as if they aren't, right?
Let's just let guys pummel their way to the basket any which way they want to. All right. Congrats to the Tolo who won the Snoop Dogg tickets. We'll do it again tomorrow. Every day, 720 Expressway is commercial free up until 8 o'clock. The poll question this morning is, should the Cowboys have paid Dak 2 days ago? Should they pay him right now? Or let's just go ahead and draft a replacement to avoid the Jalen Hurts contract. Let's take Bobby off a little bit. Next.
Oh, baby.
On the Fan.
Let's head you on over to...
From our fan studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
8 o'clock hour here on the home of the Cowboys and Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Bobby Belt live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube.
Wow, almost fell over. Missed the chair.
Oh, you missed the chair?
Well, I missed the foot pedal. I was trying to put my foot on there to relax.
We almost had the live argument carrying over on air, and then...
It wasn't an argument. It was you stopping us from saying things that would get us fired.
Okay, there you go.
Sean at least once a show goes, guys, shut up. We're about to go on the air.
No.
Not shut up, but just like, quiet, we're going on the air.
I want to do it to KMC with crosstalk. Like, Basic's the worst one. He just keeps going, and I think he knows he's doing it. He just wants to plow through what you're saying or any commercial read and just keep talking. He doesn't view it as you doing him a favor, that you're trying to shut him up before he says something. I'm like trying to, keep you quiet so you don't get in trouble. And he views it as like, I think he views it as like, no, you're telling me what to do. I'm just going to keep talking.
My favorite is when like Choppy's doing a live read or you're reading the promo and Mike is just like, well, they can't hear me on the other mic, right? I'll just
smart knockers.
Where Mike's just like, the mic's across the room. That's not picking me up.
Look at this study I did. I listed the 78 most overrated players in today's NBA, and the Mavs make up the top 30. He always has a funny study.
Mike is a content machine.
He is.
He is honestly brilliant. I freaking love Mike.
877-881-1053. Depends on the day. Truckwreck.com text.
No, I love the energy. I love the unpredictability.
All right, so Jalen Hurts got his money. What's this mean for the Cowboys? $51 million a year. That's where it stands right now. And Kevin Gray and everyone else was tweeting, man, Dak is such a value at 40. And I was like, yeah, until ... Did they wait too long? Now, I think you can go back and definitely say they waited too long the first time around.
Yes.
Bobby, you and others are screaming, pay him. It's only going up. And I know Steven said, we'll just wake up one day and it'll be done. Well, now you've woken up and we've gone to 51. And that is before Herbert, Burrow, and Lamar get paid.
Yeah.
So what's the strategy? I have mine, but...
Cowboys? Ooh.
The Cowboys would probably... So it's interesting. There's two ways to look at the fact that quarterback prices are always leapfrogging. There's the way that we talk about it, which is prices are always going up, so you need to lock it in at the lowest possible value whenever you can. Cowboys would probably look at it from the other side and say, we agree, prices are always going up. That means that whenever we sign him, at whatever deal we sign him, even if we wait until the last possible moment, it will be a value in 2 years, regardless of what the number is. So we can get it done now. That's fine. We're going to pay a certain amount. Even if we're paying 56 instead of 51, it doesn't matter because 2 years after it's signed, somebody will leapfrog and he'll be in the same spot as if we would have signed him now. And then 2 years, they view it as it's just a constantly moving
It is constantly
position.
It is constantly moving, but I'd rather pay 47 than 55.
But they may say that, look, I'll wait until because we're going to be in the same position regardless with the expanding cap, it's going to eat up a similar percentage and people are going to keep leapfrogging each other. What's the rush on being sure that this is who you want?
Because they've already...
What he's saying is, let's say the cap, let's make it easy. Let's say the cap is $80 million and Dak signs a $40 million contract.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And in 2 years, the cap is $100 million, and he signs a $50 million contract. It's exactly the same.
Yes. Now, the only advantage is if they sign that $40 million contract there, then when it goes up in a couple of years, then you're paying 40 on 100. But they would view it as, right, but if we pay 50 now, or if we wait, and then we pay 50 in a couple of years, we'll be in the same position 2 years later where the cap is then 120, and we're paying 50.
Yeah, so he's at 50% in 2 years, still at 50%, and then 2 years from then, when it would be $120 million, it's the same rate as 40 to what we're
Why not just lock him in for the lower number when the cap goes up?
Because they would say, for instance, right now, given the number,
let's try to make it be less than 50% of RJ's equation.
He's playing the next 2 years on an average of $40 million, right? So if he signs a deal for 50, they would view it as, why make the payment now? Why not pay him $40 million now, which is cheaper than the 50 we'd have to give him if we gave him a new deal? And we can be sure about paying him. And if we have to pay 60 at that point, we're not worried about it because the cap's going to go up and it'll be dwarfed in 2 years after he signs the deal anyway. So why the rush to pay $10 million extra just to lock him in?
Okay.
I think that's how they would look at it.
So WFAA came out with the story, are the Cowboys signaling their desire to take a quarterback at the draft. And it's got some notes, Bobby, on Clayton Tune in Houston and Aiden O'Connell.
Is that Al Tune's kid?
I don't know. Good reference, though. You know Al Tune,
Spelled
right?
different. Yeah, Al Tune, Jets receiver. Tune is Toon. Clayton Tune is Tune.
Yeah, he was just making a joke.
Yeah, I know.
Clayton Tune,
clarifying.
Houston, and Aiden O'Donnell at Purdue. And the article says, look, they're projected to be late-round quarterbacks. Neither would be a threat to Dak's job, but they'd be wise to have someone to challenge Cooper Rush. Look, man, I know that the Cowboys are not going to win a Super Bowl with Dak Prescott at quarterback.
That's not true.
Unless they build up the San Francisco 49ers defense. So my hope is that someone that's a stud drops to the second round. Number 26, I mean, I'd applaud them. And I know this is never going to happen.
You would applaud them taking a quarterback at 26?
I'd applaud them for having the balls because no one has any guts in the National Football League except for Andy Reid kicking Alex Smith to the curb for Mahomes. And everyone's scared. As you wrote last night in your email, quarterbacks have every team bent over the bucket.
Mm-hmm.
And they just do, right? It's like you ever been in a relationship, you know deep down it's not going to end well. You know, but you don't want to hurt their feelings, and someone's scared to be alone, and you just stick it out, and you go through the drama and all the BS, but you know deep down this is not the one. That's life in the NFL without a quarterback, and that's life here with Dak Prescott, in my opinion. I know deep down that way too many things have to fall in line and have to line up and happen for the Cowboys to be in the Super Bowl and win it with him at quarterback. So I would respect their balls and their guts and them along with everyone else, and I understand why they don't have enough guts to say, we know this is not the ultimate answer, but we're too scared of the purgatory. Let's go ahead and try to find the next one.
I'm curious, though. Don't you view it like you would agree Dak is one of probably, I think you agreed with this, you would agree Dak's one of the 2 or 3 best quarterbacks in the NFC right now, right? Assuming Rodgers is gone.
Okay, Hurts. Who else are we throwing up there? Who else are candidates?
Stafford. Like Hurts, Stafford. There's nobody in the South right now. Goff.
Cousins. Yeah.
If you go by Bobby's last year philosophy, he has to say Hurts and Goff are better.
No, again, it's not a last year thing. I don't know how this has become a thing where it's I go only off of last year.
Because it's all your opinions. No, that's where we're getting it from.
No, my point is like the complete opposite, where I say I'm not going to go just based off of last year. It's like a picture in totality that says what they've been through the course of whatever, and so I won't necessarily jump for joy.
Let's continue with your point. I would agree with you.
So because of that, is it that unreasonable to think that they could be the best team to get to the Super Bowl? And then when you're in the Super Bowl, it's one game. You're winning a one game. And so I don't think it is this impossibility where like, man, they're never going to get there because of where the NFC is.
Nothing you said is incorrect. Mm-hmm. It's all reasonable and it's even possible.
Thank you.
But there's 2 ways to look at things in life.
Yep.
One is I'm here because I deserve it and I'm that good. And the other is it's like my high school Hall of Fame induction the other day.
Mm-hmm.
I won the state championship because I had to play mixed doubles at the very end when we were in districts and regionals and states. I wasn't good enough as a singles player to beat every other dude in the whole state of Maryland. I had to find this this backwards path to try to win a state championship because I couldn't do it solo.
There's another way you could have done that today.
Yeah. And so am I like necessarily the proudest of that? No, I'm not. Go ahead, fist pump each other.
Give me the fist bump.
Bobby's joke. I don't want to have this mentality of, well, because everyone has gone to the AFC, this is my answer at quarterback. I want my answer at quarterback because I know that he's the damn goods and he is actually the best, not the best at what's left over.
The guy in 2019 that you saw, would you have said that's a guy you can win a Super Bowl with?
What was 2019 with them?
When you put a note card on your face on NBC5 that said I was wrong.
Yeah, in the first half of that season, you can win a title.
I think he was good. I think he was good. The whole
he was MVP level.
2020 before he got hurt. He obviously only played 5 games, but 2020 very good. 2021 before the calf injury, first half of the season. So I'm saying, like, we've seen these sections of time where it's like, yes, he absolutely can't. So I don't think it's an unreasonable expectation to think we can just find the consistency to make that. Like 2021 and 2022 have been weird years where he's had moments where he looks really good and then other moments where he's not been good enough. But I think that when you look at over the course of his entire career, especially post-Amari trade, so like mid-2018 on, it's a whole lot more good than it is bad.
Yeah, look, you can win a title with Dak. There's no doubt about that.
If you do it my way and make the defense special.
They were a lot of people thought they were special last year.
They weren't special. They were special for the first half.
Yeah, and that's the problem with defense. You can't rely on it to be great the entire year. More often than not, you're going to have your blips.
They also didn't have special enough talent to sustain it. So they have special players on defense outside of Micah Parsons.
So
Diggs is special. I think Diggs is a special player.
when you have all the,
you think what?
I said I think Diggs is a special player on defense.
Okay.
I mean, I think he's special. I think the other team thinks he's special a lot of times.
Careful.
I think he's very good. I'm not going to say special.
I think he has traits that are special and rare.
Yeah, his ability catching a football.
His ability to catch a football at the position is special and rare. His ability to cover,
ball tracking, instincts, coverage ability has improved. It's the same question to me as Terrence Steele was.
Okay, fine. I'll give you Diggs. 2 players. That's not a special defense.
Yeah, it's not a special defense. Now,
boy, did you get 2 hours of sleep last night?
I'm just telling the truth. I'm just telling the truth.
This is why I had the Cowboys second in the rankings of teams that are closer to the championship, behind the Stars. Only because the Stars are in the playoffs and they're like the 2 seed. You in football, it's a one and done. All you gotta do is get on a little bit of a run.
Mm-hmm.
You get a fumble here, you get a good break. A guy drops an interception like happened in the San Francisco Rams game a couple years ago. You know, where the Rams were able to maintain a drive and win a Super Bowl. Go to the Super Bowl off that.
Yep.
It's all you need. You need a little bit of luck, and I'll tell you, it's coming. All right. 25 years of bad luck, sooner or later, it's going to turn. Okay? You're going to have the other team fumble a snap on a field goal. All right? You're going to have the other team's wide receiver drop a pass when you're the 1 seed. You're going to have the other team's tight end not get his foot in bounds. You're going to have the other team's kicker miss a couple of 53-yard field goals at the end of regular. Like, you're going to have that eventually. Eventually, it's all going to happen.
Again, there's 2 different ways.
You're right. It is the back door.
It's the back door. 5th pump.
If you don't want the back door, you know what the solution is? Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah.
Get Patrick Mahomes, which is draft another quarterback.
And that's what I would applaud them for that, and I would applaud them for staying away from $50 million a year. Have the Stones, as Brian Broaddus said. You're the only organization who can do it. Your GM and your son aren't going anywhere. Have the guts to do it. You know deep down he's not the dude to carry you. You need too many other things to happen and go right. It's not going to happen. And I'll do something if it does happly down 75.
I'm changing my draft. I do not want them to take a wide receiver.
Hendon Hooker. If you don't want to go in the back door, get Hooker.
Yep, get a hook. Get hooked.
You messed up my joke.
Yep.
So the reverse may actually be true. Now, look, I think if you look at this approach that everybody seems to have with Dak, and where it's like, go ahead, take somebody at 26. Like, I'm getting to a point now where it's like, I would love to root for Dak being somewhere else. I'd like for Dak to be somewhere else because I want the.
And you can see him exposed when he has Aaron Rodgers' weapons last year and they have 5 wins. Or he's in Detroit and hopes to make Amon-Ra St. Brown that good.
I know. I cannot wait to throw Ryan Leaf, Anthony Wright, Clint Sterner, Randall Cunningham, Quincy Carter, Chad Hutchinson, Vinny Testaverde, Drew Henson, Drew Bledsoe. I can't wait to throw all those guys out there in pursuit of finding this other quarterback because you walked away from what was stable. It's why Baltimore can't walk away. It's why Philly can't walk away no matter what questions you have. You cannot enter quarterback purgatory.
But that's the getting into that quarterback, getting into the Chad Hutchinson
That's how you
quarterback.
get Mahomes.
That's the only way you get Mahomes. You've got to stink.
Mahomes is not going to come around but once every 10 years.
I know. But that's how you get Joe Burrow.
An
that's how you get
Allen,
Lawrence,
a Herbert, a Burrow.
Yeah.
Why don't we have the same discussion again? Flipping it back to the same talk we have about the NBA draft. Why don't we have that same discussion then about like that's the only way you're going to get Wembanyama is if you do this. There's a better chance you get the number 1 pick, get Wembanyama on the lottery odds than being over the 10-year course, tanking and finding the next Mahomes. And so to me, it's like that's a more irrational position. Than
I agreed with what the Mavs did. It was just an awful look. I agree. My worry is the fallout from Luke and Kyrie. If they viewed the Mavs as quitters, that was an unacceptable organizational decision. I don't know that Luka's that upset about it. I think he was on a flight to Slovenia 8 hours later. I know I saw him at the steakhouse 2 hours later.
Well.
Yeah.
Did you get him that reservation too?
No, I said some things. I could have gotten escorted out of the steakhouse, but I was feeling a little buzz. I wasn't happy.
Right.
I couldn't let him just know we were going to accept these types of disappointing years. He didn't hear me. I didn't say it loud. 877-881-1053. Chuckwreck.com text line. Dallas Stars reporter Bobby Belt with the audio at the AAC. What do we call him that? The what chain?
The Tolo chain instead of the turnover chain.
The Tolo chain on the fan cam. Bobby Belt, Stars reporter with the audio next.
Get you over to QC Kinetics. Let's get you healthy. Let's keep you healthy, boys and girls. You've been dealing with joint pain in your knees, hips, back, shoulders, elbows, ankles, wherever it may be.
Frankel, there's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
Heiskanen brings it straight away, and now Robertson. Wrist shot. Score! Robertson on the power play. The Stars strike again. 2-1, they lead.
ESPN2 with the call. One power play took 3 seconds to score. The other took 6 seconds. But the Minnesota Wild stretch it out to double OT with Bobby Belt in the house, and they take game one at the AAC 3-2. Sean, RJ, and Roberto here on DFW Sports Station. I cannot believe your energy and stamina level this morning without your prescription refilled. Very impressive.
I've heard that a lot, that I have impressive energy and stamina. And so
hold up that big long thing while you do it.
There we go.
There you go.
That. I'll be using that for fist pump hour.
How many other fans had that foam finger?
Zero, I think. I did not see one person walking around this. You know why? Because they only give this to the number one fan. You can't have multiple number one fans.
I don't know how official these rankings are, but whatever, we'll go with it.
They gave it, or you bought it?
They gave it to me along with a certificate and a crown, and so yeah, and that's what you get for being the number one Stars fan. They were like, "We heard you were coming. We wanted to honor you."
Yeah,
and I was like, "Goodness, what an honor!" I gladly take this number one fan foam finger. So.
All right, let's break out the audio recorder. What are we working with here?
So it's funny actually. I got your email last night. I had a few drinks, Sean, just a few. I did stop by the first intermission. So I then had, 6 hours after that to come down before it was time to go get in the car.
What was the drink of choice, if you're allowed
vodka
to say?
soda.
Okay.
That's all that I'm allowed to have on soda right now, other than the shot of tequila we had at intermission, because I'm allowed to have tequila as well.
With Derek Holland? You took a shot with Derek?
Derek Holland was not in town. I took a shot with Wolchuk.
Nashville, right?
Wolchuk, his lady friend, who was there.
Really?
Yes. Out kicking his coverage. And we met up with a couple Tolos.
Is she? Has she been posted? Are they,
I don't think so.
Social media?
No, I don't think so. So I can't say. But we had shots with a couple Tolos. Sam, who Wolchuk had already met before, knew him. And then as we were riding down the escalator, we saw Alex. And Alex is the one you saw on the video that I posted on social media when we were walking to the Jack Daniels Club. I tweeted the video of us just hanging out talking, and he is a big time listener. Says Sean and RJ, the morning show is his favorite show, loves it, listens all day, was throwing out all these references. Is Giafalo here? Where's everybody else? And was just really excited. Loved talking to him. He's a big Stars fan, and I pulled him aside as I looked at the email that you sent out as I was buzzed, and I saw at the time Bobby audio bit, and I was like, oh yeah, I gotta do something. Let me pull Alex, come out of the hallway. Let's ask some questions real quick. So I pulled Tolo Alex aside, and we just asked him a few questions. First thoughts on the station. All right, I'm here with Tolo Alex. Alex, how you doing tonight?
Oh, I'm doing great. Stars just tied it up 1-1, baby.
So name your favorite show on 105.3 The Fan.
Ooh, let's go with Sean and RJ and Bobby Belt, baby.
That's what it is. Now, do you find it reasonable that I come in? As you can tell, this is post shots from both of us.
Yeah.
There's when the syllables get longer and longer is when you know there's been some alcohol involved. Find it reasonable that I come in at 6 a.m.
Oh, yes, definitely. Bobby works all day and all night, and he has to get some rest. Come on, Sean, what's wrong with you?
Do you think Sean gives me too much? What is wrong with you, Sean? He's right. It's reasonable that I show up when I do. I work all the time. We
don't stop pointing at me with that stupid
We can't all just lounge around, okay? We some of us have work they have to get done.
If you were good enough, then you'd be able to afford your family on one salary.
Whoa!
He one jobbed you. He one job.
That's a 1%er flex right there. How's AMC stock looking, jerk?
I don't need it. I can afford to lose 6 figures on it.
All right, pick back up a little bit before.
Come on, Sean, what's wrong with you?
Do you think Sean gives me too much?
Always. Sean, I love you. Been listening to you since, let's see.
Kansas
City? No, I've been in Dallas the whole time, so it's been at least 10 years. But, Sean, give my man Bobby a little break, sir. Let Bobby carry you the way your mixed doubles did.
Whoa!
All right, so if you had to say,
Stop. You fed him that.
I did not.
You know you fed
Did
him
not.
that
This is
line.
a Tolo,
That's a
baby.
feed. That's a feed.
That is not a feed.
That's an assist.
Wow.
This is not a feed. This is a Tolo.
That is a dime. That's
That
what we
was
call
good.
a dime in the industry.
That was good.
No.
That was good. And what's his name?
Alex.
Alex. Okay.
Yes.
Let's continue with Alex. That was good.
Let Bobby carry you the way your mixed doubles did.
All right, so if you had to say you wanted to hang out and drink with one person at the station, who would it be?
Ooh, Bobby. I would have to say Bobby, and then I would have to say Zach Wolchuk, Eric Chiafalo, even though he's not here. Brian Broaddus.
This is more than one person.
Sean, yes, definitely want to party with Sean because he's responsible, it sounds like, and he knows how to get down. RJ, we'll see what's up on the golf course.
Oh.
Everyone, really, love it. Love it. Toloing, thank you all so much.
Now, Alex, if you were to assess my golf game, I did my swing out here for you earlier. What would you say that swing, what do you think I'd shoot on an 18-hole game?
Bobby, I think with, let's see, your shoe game, your build, your masculinity, I would say at least 67.
I don't think we even need to say anything else. Alex, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Bobby. Love you.
I thought he was going to say 69.
There's never been a more true endorsement of my abilities across the board.
Who bought the shots?
I think that's irrelevant.
Exactly. That's not irrelevant. Who do you want to party with? Well, Walchuk's standing to my right.
I think
Bobby's
that's irrelevant.
standing to my left.
Look.
Stop pointing at me with that foam finger.
Look at me.
Your masculinity.
I'm the most masculine man at the station. People have routinely said that.
Oh, yeah.
He says I would shoot under 70. I've been saying the whole time I'd shoot under 80. He threw me out to 70. He recognizes my talent and how you guys got to preheat everything for 30 minutes before I can cook at 6 a.m. Understand the job you guys play, the role you fill for me.
Yeah.
And I just think that Alex is a brilliant, really bright guy.
Let Bobby carry you the way your mixed doubles did.
I think Alex may have had one eye open.
Possibly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which
all
I'm cool with.
Let's get into this. Let's get into the DeGrom update. We have controversy over Dallas Stars jerseys that we'll get into at 9 o'clock. And we'll ask which play was dirtier last night between Pavelski or Draymond. That's coming up at 9. But Jacob DeGrom leaves yesterday's win. 4 innings, no hit ball with a wrist. So you already missed the Seager. DeGrom didn't sound that confident in the post, even though he says he's not that worried. And yesterday, you guys were referencing Tom Verducci and Jeff Passan. Here's what the Rangers tried to do in order to prevent injury disaster like the Mets experience. Before studying DeGrom's medical records, they did a risk assessment of his biomechanics.
Oh, yes.
They found similarities in his movement patterns with Verlander and Scherzer. While there's extreme power there, it's not like he's got huge mechanical flaws that he's creating extreme power from and putting himself in a compromised position. That's from Chris Young. From our standpoint, we felt good about the mechanics and pitchers like him with similar deliveries who move in a similar fashion and their ability to age well. So that was the Rangers' attempt at breaking down DeGrom's biomechanics so we didn't have another injury disaster.
Something was causing him to get hurt. Something was.
It's that New York air.
It could be the New York air. You know, the water's supposed to be really good for pizza. Maybe the air is bad for pitchers' arms.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
Missed the first 4 months of last season, stress reaction in his shoulder, and he was limited to 224 and a third innings over his past 3 years.
Yeah, now one of those years was COVID, so there was only 60 games anyway, so I don't want to ding him too much for that because I think he made every start.
Yes.
I think he made every start. He may have missed one, but I think he made every start he's supposed to that year. So look, you could point at his biomechanics, his biodegradable, whatever, any bio you want.
Or his auto mechanic.
Something's caused him to be one of the most injured pitchers in baseball over the last 2 seasons. I don't know what. Something has.
Doesn't it sound a little bit like when you read that line about they made a biomechanical analysis of blah, blah. Doesn't that sound like just made up sales language? Like where you're like, I don't want anybody asking us too many questions about this. Tell them we did a biomechanical analysis. Yeah. And we watched the repetitiveness and of his motion and projected. It just feels like made up, like double speak.
It's because it's something. I'll tell you this. This is the genius of it. You're not going to get a follow-up on that. You know why?
Why?
Because nobody wants to sound like they don't know what biomechanical means.
It's like when we asked Aaron Rodgers about COVID or the vaccine.
Right, absolutely.
I'm immunized.
So no media member is going to say, at least I would not take the chance saying what are his biomechanics or what's biomechanical, because I would not want to admit that I don't know what that means.
Right.
Because I would assume that since they said it at press conferences so freely, everybody knew what it meant and it was common knowledge.
That's exactly the idea.
That's the genius of it.
Yep.
Give me a 1 to 10 worry level. Be honest, around the room.
About this injury?
Just this or in general?
3.
3. I would say this injury 3. In general, 7. I'm just in generally. I'm waiting.
3 on this injury, 6 in general.
I think we're all expecting a DL stint or IL, whatever they call it.
I will say that this is like the third time something's happened that's been rather innocuous with him, where DeGrom sounded like, man, yeah, I don't know, where he doesn't. So I think that's just his disposition.
Spring training.
Yeah, I think that's just the way he talks about stuff.
All right, so the Rangers win. That's the good news. Jacob DeGrom has to leave. That's the bad news. More Rangers baseball. By the way, Bruce Bochy and Stephen Jones on with KMC today. How about that lineup? Stephen Jones at noon, Bruce Bochy at 12:20 with a DeGrom update. What draft prospects fit the traits that Cowboy Tolos most want to see in their new players? That's next and Below the Belt.
But let's get you over to
also the belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
We're not. Sean and RJ.
That was good, Peyton.
Supply the traits, and Matt Bowen will tell you the player that you want in this draft class. So this is an article that Matt Bowen wrote over at ESPN last week that I think is interesting, and it'll be a good exercise for us, especially with the draft coming up. So he has 53 different skill sets at different positions.
Wow.
And he's assigned, when you look at these traits, like these are traits that you'd want in this position, this player. So, most suddenness, best contact balance for runners, stuff like that.
Most sudden, 2 chains?
Most sudden. That's what it is.
Most suddenest?
Whatever it is.
What's the old line? Keep it simple, stupid. You don't need 53 traits.
Here's
Those are
RJ
hard.
once again trying to
not-
destroy
it's not-
the profession of
You
scouting.
do need 53 traits because it's not, you think about how many positions there are. There's like 5 traits per position or whatever, and then you're naming like 10 different types of positions.
Yeah,
And
there's one that matters for quarterback decision making. That's it. Just to simplify it.
Okay.
Simplify it,
well,
baby.
What is what position, Sean Sharif, would you like the Cowboys to draft? If you had your pick, and said-
Quarterback. Right here.
Don't
High
do
five.
that.
Let's do it. No,
Don't do that.
Right here.
Realistically. Realistically.
Hey, you backhanded me. Don't backhand me. There we go.
Give me corner.
Corner.
I feel like I'm the only one left out here on the island of cornerback.
Okay, all right. So we've got these traits that you can pick from that Matt Bowen has assigned the best to. Best technique and coverage.
Or D-end.
Best technique and coverage. Top ball hawk. Best press coverage ability. Best coverage instincts. Best backfield vision.
See, there's a lot of things that sound like redundant.
Yep. I want something with the coverage. We already have the ball hawk. So what are the
So you just want the best technique or you want the best instincts?
Technique.
Technique. Okay, the best technique and coverage, DJ Turner, cornerback from Michigan, who he is a freak. His athletic testing was insane. So when you take the athletic testing and you couple that with the technique, you've got a pretty good player. Matt Bowen writes that it's the footwork, hands, and lateral agility that I want to point out here. Turner can play on the boundary, which is the outside, past the hash marks. But I like him even more aligning inside as a slot corner. He will mirror releases and run with the seams and overs with his blistering 4.26 speed, the fastest speed at the combine this year. What position would you like to draft, RJ Choppy?
I mean, look, yes, quarterback, but no, let's. My number one position to draft would be wide receiver.
You guys got to stop with the quarterback. I will not
Are you
stand
happy
for
to be
it.
content in
I
life?
will not stand for it.
Are you happy to be content, or do you want to thrive?
Yeah, if Hendon Hooker's there.
I mean, I've lived in an apartment for 12 years. So.
He's right. He's right.
All right. So
no wonder.
What do you?
Same one, by the way.
No. We've bounced around a couple different ones.
I'm gonna get you a house.
Here are your options.
I already got you the real estate agent. I just need.
I'm all for it.
Okay.
You
I need to know what budget we're playing with.
You can share some. Well, I mean, if you're just rolling in it like you were saying last segment, you can afford to lose 6 figures to AMC. Then let me hold the buck.
Based on Bobby's spending, I don't think there is a budget.
Yeah.
I'm a baller on a budget. Best route runner, the most explosive receiver, the best ball skills, the best deep threat, the most dynamic receiver, best separation speed, best run and catch ability.
Again, I think
those are all different.
Those are different. The coverage one was like best technique coverage, best, who's got the best breath in coverage.
Do you just want the best route runner?
Yeah,
or do you want the guy with the best top end speed? Do you want the guy who's
explosive, Tyreek?
Do you want the guy who's going to be the run after catch guy? What are you looking for?
Well, they have that in CD, at least theoretically. You're supposed to say the most explosive and the best separation to me is a little redundant, but I get
best contested catcher. Like, what do you want?
Let's go with. Do they have? They didn't say one that was like a go up and get it kind of guy, right? They didn't have that. So
best ball skills. I'd say ball skills.
Yeah. Okay, go with that one.
Well, you're gonna love this one. Tennessee wide receiver Cedric Tillman, which I agree with this. Cedric Tillman is the my ball receiver, where he's not afraid to go in traffic.
Yeah.
He will fight for the ball. He's got really strong hands. I think Cedric Tillman's great. I would be thrilled if the Cowboys drafted Cedric Tillman, but
at
this
26?
is what
That's
not at 26,
high,
it's
right?
second round.
Yeah.
Second round.
Give us the receivers in the other categories, like 3 or 4 of them, like the yak and explosive.
I'll hit the ball skills for the description of him first. Tillman has the makeup of a boundary X receiver in the pros, which the Cowboys need. 6'3", 213 pounds, and has the ball skills to win both inside and outside the numbers. Here are some of the other ones. Best route runner. Jackson Smith and Jigba, wide receiver, Ohio State, Rockwall product. lightning quick 6.5 second 3-cone, and a 3.93 short shuttle. A 6.57 3-cone is absurdly fast. And that shows the ability to, when you run around those cones, you're basically showing the ability to have fluid hips and run around. And it gives him the ability as a route runner. The best deep threat. Boy, it's another Tennessee receiver.
Dang.
Jalen Hyatt.
Baby.
Makes sense why they were so good last year.
Offense was tremendous.
Till the end.
Yeah, made Hendon Hooker look like a stud, even though he's not.
Yeah,
you know,
sure.
The best catch and run ability, friend of the show, Quentin Johnston, wide receiver TCU.
In a world.
Johnson has the physical skill set and upside to project as a boundary target in 2022. Remember how big he is. He's 6'4", 210 or whatever. He averaged 17.8 yards per catch and 8.9 yards after the catch per reception. Best separation speed, Jordan Addison. I think this one is interesting because he is not tested well, and he's small. He's a really good route runner, I think, but he is small and he's not very fast.
I think Pittsburgh's a destination for him, just to pair him with Pickett, if you believe in that.
Yeah, because they worked together at Pittsburgh before he transferred to USC.
Like, do you believe in that? Would you, if you were
Who's going to throw him the football?
Pickett.
But
exactly.
But if you were,
you should like him. You guys have the same size hands.
I know. I don't support anyone who wears a glove playing quarterback. I'm out.
Oh, Ben did. You were supporting Ben the other day.
Manning did.
Was Brady a glove guy for a little bit?
No, Manning did it when he couldn't feel his vertebrae. He didn't do it in Indianapolis.
Fair. Was the moment he had no feeling in his hands, he started to work.
If you're doing it in the cold and the rain, okay. If you need it every day,
you need it in July.
I'm out. I'm out on you.
July.
I'm out on you in July.
Let's look over some of these traits.
And real quick, we're talking about corner that I would like, receiver Choppy would like. Dane Brugler was on Sunday with Bobby and Broadus, and he was asked, because teams will look at, who's going to go in what round? Like, where's the run of corners? Where's the run of wide receivers? So if there's less corners, you may want to get it early. Here's Brugler on how the Cowboys could view that.
I mean, both, really. I mean, if we think about it, with receivers, we'll see how many actually end up going in the first. But then in the second, we'll have a good chance Jalen Hyatt's still there, maybe Zay Flowers, maybe Quentin Johnston. Josh Downs will be somewhere in that second round. He's a prototypical slot receiver. Cedric Tillman from Tennessee, he's the closest thing to a true X that we have in this draft.
Yep, that's the McCarthy guy.
Right, and so, but what's the right value for him? Marvin Mims from Oklahoma, somewhere in that day 2 range as well. I'm a big fan of Jaden Reed. I think Rashee Rice from SMU, somewhere day 2. Jonathan Mingo from Ole Miss, another guy that could be considered that one of the true X's that this class has to offer. So we'll see a run on these guys on day 2, and then with the corners, Gonzalez go early. Devin Witherspoon will go early. Joey Porter somewhere in that mid to late first round. I think Deonte Banks will be somewhere in that mid to late first round. And then in the second, that's where Emmanuel Forbes, all 166 pounds of him. Keely Ringo from Georgia. DJ Turner from Michigan, who ran the fastest 40 this year at the Combine. I really like his ability in the slot as a nickel player. Clark Phillips from Utah, another really talented nickel player. Both the South Carolina corners, Tyreek Stevenson from Miami, Juju Brents from Kansas State. So, yeah, it's wide receivers and corners. Every year we see more of those guys drafted at those 2 positions than any other position, and that'll hold true this year, especially on day 2.
So are you feeling positive then about DJ Turner? Michigan, if you want a corner, sounds like Dane likes him. We had Matt Bowen saying he's the best technique guy. He's got 4.26 speed. That sounds like a guy you could.
I do like him.
He's going to be around. He'll go around the Cowboys pick, I think. Maybe a little after.
How would you put those traits in order of a corner? And then maybe we can sprinkle in some defensive egg. I know you want a left guard or tight end, and then there's the end as well. We can do this tomorrow too.
I mean, I think technique can be taught. So if you're raw with technique, that one doesn't totally matter to me as much as I think size and athleticism are the most difficult things to find there. After that, I want natural instincts, then probably technique.
So you're 1, 2, 3, top of mind for corners?
Size, athleticism.
No. Players.
1, 2, 3. Christian Gonzalez from Oregon. Probably Joey Porter from Penn State. Joey Porter Jr. And then maybe it very well could be probably Deonte Banks at Maryland. I'm not as big a fan of Devin Witherspoon at Illinois as everybody else is, but And Emmanuel Forbes is, the size of a malnourished individual. He's 166 at 6'3".
It's just such a dangerous position to pick in the first. The miss rate is just so high.
On corner?
On corner. It's the position. Let me find this real quick. It's the position with the highest miss rate since the year 2000 by a wide margin.
Wow.
In the first round. So in the first round, generally, you have 21 hits and 11 misses. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Now, they define misses as below 60th percentile player. Like if you're, there's a formula for that. But
All right, let's go. Let's go D end in the first and corner in the second.
There's a lot of defensive end traits that are really highly regarded. The problem is a lot of these are possessed by guys who will go in the top 10. So the fastest closing speed, Will Anderson, edge rusher, Alabama. The guy who Choppy's going to lose his mind if he goes second overall instead of a
why
quarterback.
wouldn't I?
Do you see Adam Schefter trying to bet Dan Orlovsky yesterday, literally telling him, I will make you a bet that there's one quarterback goes in the top 3 picks. Schefter's getting really confident with it.
One of the top 3. So that's his Houston report that the Texans wouldn't take one.
And he's getting really confident that the Texans are not going to take one.
He is going to lose that bet.
He should wear a shot collar.
While Bryce Young has apparently canceled his other visits.
Yeah, which means he's been told he's to go number 1.
That's exactly what it means. Is that he's got a pretty good sense he's going.
But
to
wait,
Carolina.
if you're canceling your other visit, he's probably met with.
He's
Carolina.
met with a bunch.
Houston.
He's met with a bunch of teams, and so I think he has an understanding where he's going, and so he's canceling.
Yeah, but everyone's trying to turn this into Carolina's picking him at 1.
Well,
but
he's
if
also
you met with Houston as well, which I'm assuming. Then, if I cancel my other visits, why doesn't that mean I'm being told I'm going number 2?
Well,
why are we tying this to number 1?
Because that would have to assume that he was told by Carolina he's not going number 1 and he is going number 2 to Houston. If Carolina being the first team is the only one that says if you're there, we're taking you. That's the only one that matters enough for you to cancel the other visits. Because Houston, even if they said we're taking you, that would be dependent on knowing Stroud was going to Carolina.
Yeah. So like if you're him, so I think he knows he's going to Carolina.
He's him.
Yeah,
he's
he's going to Carolina. And I don't know if you saw the odds this morning.
No.
He is now minus 12,000 to go number 1. Whereas
dominant of everyone else.
Yeah,
and CJ Stroud's like plus 600.
Best speed to power, Tyree Wilson, Texas Tech. And then this is the interesting one, I think, and one that we have not talked enough about, and people need to be aware of him at 26 as a real possibility. Whenever you remember Gumby, we always had Jerry talking about he wants the Gumby, the flexible
Peyton,
edge
do you
rusher.
know who Gumby is?
He does not know who Gumby
No
is.
idea who Gumby is.
All right.
No clue. So the best lower body. Don't do this, Peyton. Best lower body flex / bend. Will McDonald, defensive end, Iowa State. That is a guy that Dan Quinn loves. He ran the drills at Iowa State's pro day. Dan Quinn did, and spent all that time with him. Very high on Will McDonald. He was a 30 visit, so that's a name to know.
Below the belt every single morning at this time with Roberto. Dirtier play last night. Draymond or the one on Joe Pavelski as the Stars lose game 1? Draymond or Pavelski, and what's going to happen as a result? Final hour, Tolo Tuesday, next.
Let's get you over to Boomer Jacks.
From our fan studios secured by DFWSecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Harley pokes that pass to the corner. It ends up right out in front. Shot, score! It's over! And who does it but Hartman? Fought through injury all night, and he gets the game winner! What a road win in overtime for Minnesota in Game 1.
And Bobby Belt was there along with other Tolos. Something's happening on the fan
Fist
cam.
pump hour.
Fist pump time with the green foam finger.
Oh.
The Miro jersey. I thought Brent Severin told you no jersey and hat combo. That's just trying
I
too
didn't
hard.
wear a hat at the game. I came in, though. I'm such a big Stars guy now. As you can see from my Tolo chains. And I had to get 2 chains.
Tolo chains.
All right. True. I had to get 2. And my little foam finger, which has been bugging Sean a lot. I keep gesturing towards him with it.
Because you were stroking it in the last segment across the mic. I don't know.
No, I was
you're giving it a mustache ride.
No, I was trying to clean something off here. Like this. I was just cleaning it.
Is that allowed to say that?
I think you're allowed to say that.
That's what you would do with your finger back and forth, left, right on the mustache. Like that. Like Bobby just... Did you not notice him while you were talking all last segment? Just stroke left, stroke right, back and forth with this stroke. And now he's smelling it.
Smell it.
Now he's sniffing
Robert.
The stroke.
Yeah. Yes. All right. So that's what's happening here. It's not Friday.
You want to
it's
check it?
Tuesday. I'm gonna break your finger on that thing. I was gonna put it on, but then I was imagining the hand sweat.
Fist pump hour.
I was imagining the the moisture inside. All right,
Bet you were.
Before we get to the Draymond versus Pavelski, which one was dirtier? What's the Stars jersey controversy you guys are talking about? North Star. You were worried about your sleeves.
Yeah, so we had talked. Okay, so there were a couple issues. First off, I had asked.
We need y'all true diehard hockey fans to answer this on the truckwork.com text line.
I have the, which by the way, the fan text has told us conflicting things. That calling this a sweater is not correct. Calling it a jersey is not correct. We're getting yelled at for both of them.
Look, Brent Severin yesterday said jersey.
I'm going to say jersey because Brent said it.
If Brent says jersey, then jersey has to be fine and allowed.
So when I went into the pro shop to get my hockey jersey, I found out they don't have normal sizes. They have numbers. So I didn't know that. So they don't list them as like large, medium, extra large. It's like 42, 50, 56. I'm like, I have no idea what that means.
What?
So I just held it up when I think this kind of fits.
It's like baseball jerseys. Baseball jerseys the same way. They're numbers.
I don't buy baseball jerseys. So I don't like, as you can see, this doesn't fit great. It's
soda. What a great ad for soda.
This is not, well, I mean, there's the soda aspect. This is also just the sleeves are too long.
Yeah.
To be honest. And so I was getting a little annoyed by that. I felt like a little kid walking around. And so I asked my buddy, I was like, can I roll the sleeves up or is that bad form? And apparently that's just a bad look. Like you're not supposed to roll the sleeves.
I think it looks good.
You're not supposed to. What if I just folded so like if, as you can see on the fan cam, I literally just pushed them up to my elbows.
I think it looks perfectly normal.
I don't know. I was told it was bad form. Then the other aspect, the other jersey controversy we had was...
And RJ also brought up, and this is an interesting debate. You said the hockey sweater jersey is the most wearable of all the jerseys.
In public.
In public.
In a non-game set. Easily.
Disagree.
Because
basketball jersey.
Basketball is. NBA.
No. Nobody, first of all, no, because nobody wears basketball jerseys at any remote rate of anything else.
Nobody wears a Stars jersey. Exactly.
Nobody wears tank tops.
Nobody wears a Stars jersey or sweater when a game is not being played. Nobody.
Oh, see.
What he has on, nobody is wearing that anywhere except when you're going to the arena.
Hard disagree on that one.
You're
hard
wrong.
disagree.
How hard?
You can be wrong.
Now, maybe not here because it's at 5 million degrees outside of 3 months of the season.
Yeah.
But in northern cities, hockey jerseys are worn quite a bit.
Outside of Wayne's basement, nobody is wearing
Should we
hockey
put
jerseys.
soccer on the list first? Is soccer an easy winner?
Soccer's an easy winner because it's a t-shirt.
Oh, 469 is saying in all caps, do not ever fold the sleeves up, not even when you eat.
No, don't.
So that's not allowed.
Leave them down.
And I was told yesterday that that's not allowed.
Okay. Let's put in order the big four. Fan text. Most wearable, out and about. Hoops, NFL, baseball, hockey.
It is.
It's to me, it's hockey, NFL, and then the other two you just don't wear.
Hoops, hockey, NFL, and I would never wear a baseball jersey. I would wear the baseball shirt jerseys. I think those are more practical.
Those I would absolutely wear, the baseball shirt jersey. I don't know. I literally never see anybody wear NBA jerseys out and about.
At frat parties and stuff, they do.
Maybe at frat parties.
Yeah.
But
I'm talking about for the country.
They didn't have a lot of basketball jerseys at Frank's Chicken House or whatever.
It's basketball, and it's not even close. It's not a Stars sweater. It's not a football.
No, it's
football jersey.
The one that's most popular here in DFW is easily the football jersey.
Football jersey?
Easily.
Kids wear it more, I think.
Yeah.
The only football jersey I really have anymore is Calvin Ridley jersey, and that's just weird to wear around.
All right, 877-881-1053. I just want to see the sport that's coming in is the most wearable out and about.
972, baseball, NFL, NBA, hockey in that order. 469, NBA, NFL are the top two, then MLB and NHL. 214, oh crap, it just refreshed. All soccer, baseball, hockey, basketball. 940 says baseball, hockey, football, basketball. There's a lot of submissions for soccer here.
Yeah, soccer's probably one. All right, and then your North Stars controversy.
So, Bobby, you asked us today.
Yes.
And why don't you set this up, because you're the one that posed
we were discussing it amongst ourselves yesterday, especially after we were walking in the tunnel and we heard somebody going, that effing guy's wearing a North Stars jersey. And the topic came up, if you saw somebody at the game last night wearing a Minnesota North Stars jersey, would you consider that a Minnesota Wild fan or a Dallas Stars fan? My inclination was that would be a Stars fan, but the majority of people there that I talked to seem to believe that you're making a statement about the state of Minnesota and a pro-Minnesota look in the midst of Stars jerseys. And so the majority of people said that would be a Wild supporter.
I think those people need to never go to a Stars game again. The Minnesota North Stars.
Roll your sleeves up.
Became, which franchise did they become?
The Dallas Stars, yeah.
When you go to the hangar, can you buy a Minnesota North Stars jersey? Yes, you can. Now, maybe not the hangar. You can buy like a Rally House or whatever, pro shop, but you can buy it. This is the same franchise. It's the Stars franchise.
What if you wore, I'm trying to think, like, what's a similar thing that, like a Ravens-Browns thing or a Colts-Ravens thing? Like, if you wore a Colts jersey in Baltimore, like, I don't think anybody thinks that's like, well, you're just showing honor to the tradition of Baltimore.
That's because the Colts and the Browns exist still.
Yeah, they exist. Right, they exist still.
If you wear a Browns jersey, you're a Cleveland fan. If you wear a Colts jersey, you're an Indy fan. Let's
say the Cleveland Browns, when they became an expansion franchise, were not renamed the Browns. They were the Cleveland something else. And then if the Cleveland something else had played the Baltimore Ravens and you showed up wearing a Cleveland Browns jersey, is that support for the Ravens?
I would think it's support for. See, it depends. Does the franchise move, or like did it just become like the Browns franchise? They made it so the franchise stays in Cleveland. The North Stars didn't do that. They just up and moved the team here, and we get their history.
972 says North Stars is definitely supporting Dallas. 817, guy behind me at the game last night was from Minnesota and wore a North Stars jersey. He was rooting for the Wild. So there were people there last night wearing North Stars jerseys who were rooting for the Wild.
Yeah, I think those people who were doing that, they got to read the room.
What about Minneapolis Lakers?
Oilers Titans, that's another example that people are bringing up.
What about a Minneapolis Lakers jersey?
That's just, I would think that's a Los Angeles Lakers support.
Did they change colors? I don't know. Did they change any colors?
I mean, back then they were just like
yellow.
Yeah, they were just like dingy gray uniforms that said MPLS on
Like
them.
if you wore an Oilers jersey to a Titans game when you were playing the Texans, I assume you root for the Titans.
So,
I disagree. I think if you're wearing an Oilers jersey to a Texans-Titans game, you're rooting for Houston. Because Houston is very defensive about the Oilers move still.
So the big controversy from last night is the hit to Joe Pavelski. Looks like he got knocked out. Had to be helped off the ice. Apparently he walked out of the arena under his own power. Was it dirty or was it clean? You were watching Messier and them on ESPN, and the three of them seemed to say it was clean. Here's Pete DeBoer with an injury update on Pavelski.
You know, obviously he's banged up, hit his head on the ice when he fell. You know, we have the best officials in the world, and they called a 5. They reviewed it, which is the right thing to do, and you know, if they reviewed it and decide it wasn't a bad hit, then, you know, I guess it's not for me to argue with that. I mean, they got to look at it at multiple different angles, and that was the decision they made. So, you know, we've got to live with that.
By the way, I had our NFL Network cameraman, Nigel, was there last night. He's a big Stars fan. He's a Stars season ticket holder, and he texted me during the first overtime. He said, y'all need to have a long, intense conversation on your show tomorrow about how bad these refs are in the Stars game tonight. Refs, you suck is the only chant that matters.
What do you think on the Pavelski hit?
Ben Taylor was f***ing terrible tonight.
I'll generally side with, like, if Messier and PK and I guess Chelios are saying it was clean. Okay, and I'll buy it. If that's what they say, they'll say it was clean. I mean, it looked like he left his feet, but it's also they were talking about if you can't say, and we've said this before with football, if you don't see it in real time and you have to watch it in slow motion, then you don't overturn it.
What do you think? Oh, you don't know the rules. Like, I don't know the rules, but
right.
Did he go to his head? I'm looking for head and shoulder.
Knees and toes.
Seems like he's hitting the shoulder based upon the replays.
It looked like he hit his shoulder and it looked like he got knocked out from hitting the ice.
Yes,
like that's where I think and man, that was some scary stuff too. Like when you watched him laying there, he looked like where we were sitting where he got hit. We had like a direct line looking right down it, and he just did not look right. I was concerned he wasn't going to get up. And you see that video of him trying to get up right after he gets hit, and he just falls right back down.
Max Domi beat someone's ass because of it. I know that. But, man, the energy level, it was impressive. Switching back and forth to the Sacramento Warriors game with that home crowd and the AAC, what you experienced, I was like, man, I wish the Cowboys game could be like that, or a Mavs game from start to finish.
That's the second best crowd I've ever been in.
Oh.
It was really, really strong.
And what was one?
The very first playoff game the Rangers played in 2010. That had been 12 years and people were dying for playoff
That Ranger,
baseball.
Were you with me in the Napoli game? That was amazing. Walking out and the whole place down the stairwell. Napoli.
The crowds in 10 and 11 in the playoffs were unreal for the Rangers.
Here is Ottinger. Thoughts about the hit on Pavelski.
From what I saw, it looked like a major penalty. I'll look at it, and I don't think my opinion's going to change. So it's tough. You lose your leader like that. Guy we need to a cheap shot like that, and it's tough. So hopefully he's not, hurt too bad, and we can use it as motivation to help us.
I'm guessing everyone is texting that it was dirty. 877-881-1053.
Quite a bit.
It's not totally unanimous. 940 says he hit shoulder to shoulder, but his stick definitely caught Joe in the face. So that's one perspective. But yeah, it's mostly people saying that the refs were terrible last night. They were making it the call on Pavelski shouldn't have ever been reversed. And look, as I know you guys mentioned earlier today, Choppy mentioned, I think during the 5:30 segment, was that the refs made the call of the 5-minute penalty, and then it was a replay official outside the arena that made the call to reverse.
Yeah, it was not the referees on ice that made the call. They made the call for the 5-minute major, and they made the call. They made the call for the major. They did not make the call to overturn. That was done back at wherever central headquarters are.
Spits and Suds podcast, breaking that down at 105throughthefan.com. Let's talk about the other controversy from last night. Should Draymond Green be suspended for what he did in Game 2? And we'll crosstalk with KMC. Plus, what is everyone else saying about the Rangers' new jerseys? Next.
But let's get you over to K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing, the official roofing and waterproofing partner of the Dallas Cowboys, and another blistering hot Texas.
Through the Fans segment brought to you by Window Nation and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
As Simeon rockets one to left field. Back on it. Eaton turns, looks out of here. Solo shot into the bullpen. And Marcus Simeon with a home run in about, 22 hours. He's hit a couple of homers, and the Rangers lead 4-0.
I was waiting for the barbecue reference from Sandler and then texting me to explain that Kansas City is known for barbecue.
Houston, we have liftoff.
Baseball, we're not in Kansas City anymore. Do you get it, Sean? It's a reference to The Wizard of Oz.
Smoked that one.
And then he texts me. Yeah, I did the Houston thing because of NASA.
What kind of bat did he use? Was that made of post oak?
Hey, I'm proud of you.
Yeah, like that.
You know post oak?
That's a bluff in poker.
Oh.
Yeah, it's Post Malone's brother.
4-0. Rangers win. Jacob DeGrom, though, hurt with a wrist issue. And further evaluation later on today. Dane Dunning is the only pitcher in Major League Baseball with 10 innings plus thrown and a 0.00 earned run average. So 15 and a third and 0 earned runs allowed. Great job by Dane Dunning in for DeGrom last night. So that's the game action. More baseball today. 6 o'clock pregame. 6:40 first pitch right here on 105.3 The Fan. Jersey reviews are coming in for what they unveiled yesterday, 24 hours ago.
Yep.
Give a thumbs down with your Stars foam finger, Bobby. Stars.
This just looks like I'm pointing down at something.
Rangers. Fingers pointed down for these new city jerseys that they unveiled with KMC at the ballpark.
Yeah, there's, first off.
But I do want to say this.
Mm-hmm.
So yesterday I went through all the jerseys. They all suck. This was
all of them?
All but maybe two. They're terrible. I don't know who came up with this idea.
Nike.
I don't know who designed it. I don't know who the artist was, the creative element. They're all pretty much terrible, all of them. It made the Rangers. I felt better about the Rangers one after going through the article that you sent.
So June Lee of ESPN wrote. He basically went through. Now listen, they have the Diamondbacks, the Red Sox, the Cubs, the White Sox, the Dodgers, Miami, and San Francisco. That was the first year. Then last year they did the Nats, Astros, Royals, Rockies, Angels, Brewers, and Padres. This year, Braves and Rangers so far. And then also this year, so May 5th, Seattle, then the Reds a couple weeks later, then the Orioles a week later, and then the Pirates in June. So there's only a couple teams that haven't done one. Of course, the Yankees aren't going to do one. They refuse to have an alternate jersey. They won't do that.
Oh, really?
Now, baseball's going to make them. But they're like, we're not doing this.
The Dodgers one basically looks the same.
It says Los Dodgers. It's it. It's the same. But, like, I love the Padres one.
It's not bad. It's very colorful.
Are you looking at all the rest, though? They're bad.
I am looking at the rest of the Colorado Rockies look like
it's their license plate.
They look like a can of Grizzly wintergreen.
It looks like their license plate. It's a green. It's a forest green jersey with the mountains up top, and then that's it.
Yeah, these are not working for me.
Colorado's is awful.
That got voted number one.
Yeah, it's awful.
The White Sox one, It looks like something I would design on MLB The Show.
Wait, why does the Astros one say Space City?
Because of NASA.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Thanks, Sandler.
I think these are the peach blossoms on the Nationals one.
Yeah, it's cherry blossoms.
Cherry blossoms.
The White Sox just says South Side, which is cool. That's cool to integrate in there.
Yeah, it looks like the old school, Robin Ventura, Frank Thomas, the pinstripes.
The Marlins have a bit of a Cuban jersey flair to it. The Padres is just very colorful. It's got like what kind of green is that? Like a mint green, and then you got like the white. You got a peach color. I think it's really cool. The Red Sox, there's just their yellow and baby blue one. Makes no sense to me.
Too different for me.
Very, very different. Then the Space City.
I hate to say it, the Space City looks all right. I think the hat looks great.
Yeah, it's not bad. It really isn't bad. The Diamondbacks have got like a desert color to it. It says serpent. I can't even say what it says.
Try.
No, it's something in Spanish.
Angels is stupid.
Angels is very
the Angels isn't bad. It's very basic.
Yep. Very basic.
Which is better than some of these just ugly, complicated ones.
The Brewers one looks like something out of what was that hockey movie?
Mighty Ducks?
No, was it oh my
Slapshot.
Slapshot.
Miracle?
Looks like something out of Slapshot. The Giants with the orange G, I don't get at all.
No.
That's
for Giants.
Oh, these are 15 are going to be the best uniforms.
Wrigleyville's not bad. Oh, the Braves one's great.
The Braves are by far the best uniforms I've
That's
seen.
great.
Yes.
But the baseball world is
the Royals ones are fine, and I hate the Cubs ones. I don't
Kansas
like
City
them.
bias again coming through.
Oh, you don't like the Wrigleyville one?
No.
I get it. I don't like the color of it, but I like the concept. The Rangers one. Let's just go with some folks on social media. These are atrocious. Arlington must have had an elementary school contest in designing the Rangers uniforms.
Dang.
Call Arlington PD. A senior beer league softball team has been robbed of their uniforms.
Woo.
These are some of the worst looking uniforms I've ever seen. Am I lame for thinking these are ugly? These look like pajamas. So much rich iconography.
Sure.
In the state of Texas, so that's it. I mean, they're not terrible. What a waste of an opportunity. They're boring.
These colors don't work. The red numbers and the font on the numbers are bizarre. Reggie made a good point yesterday when I was talking to him during a break. The Texas logo looks like you just had Rice design it for you. Rice University.
Oh, it does look like Rice. I like the hat. I like the TX logo. I like the red numbers. I like the font.
They
of the
don't
number
match.
2. They don't match though, but I don't like the pants.
Tolo Miguel texted me. Absolutely love the new Rangers jersey. So that's where we stand. Again, all subjective, all personal preference. We're a thumbs down for the morning show.
I think we can be pretty objective here and say they're awful, personally. But
But the rest, they don't look as bad compared to the rest of these other ones.
I give it one foam finger down.
There you go.
Yeah, they were never good. I don't think. I mean, I get MLB trying to do this. It's a good idea to do this.
Yeah, just have
right?
better looking jerseys.
But
That's
yeah,
all.
I think they went too kind of out there with some of them.
All right, so the big controversy right now in sports is the Draymond Green stomp. Sabonis grabbing his leg last night as the Kings beat the Warriors to go up 2-0, and then Draymond stomped on his chest. Woj said, Sabonis got MRIs and making sure everything is fine, and he's fine. But he definitely got stomped on. Draymond flagrant 2 thrown out. Sabonis flagrant 1. Here's Draymond explaining what happened afterwards.
Can you just walk us through what happened there?
My leg got grabbed. Second time in 2 nights. Referees just watch it. I got to land my foot somewhere. And I'm not the most flexible person, so it's not stretching that far.
So you didn't really see where you were stepping? You just kind of...
I can only step so far. I'm pulling my leg away.
What was the explanation they gave? I know they gave him a technical, then obviously you flagrant 2.
The explanation was I stumped too hard.
And then Draymond, while leaving, just incited some Sacramento fans. I'm glad nothing got thrown, but you got the Kings fans yelling and screaming and cursing, and Draymond just getting them riled up. And after the game, Klay Thompson was asked for his perspective, and he's like, yo, man, don't let Sabonis off the hook here.
What are you going to do when someone grabs your foot when you're running full speed? Like, that's a dirty... fully grabs your foot and yanks on you. That's not cool, man. I'm not saying what Draymond did was right, but you can't just grab somebody's foot when they're taking off in a full sprint. That's not cool. I don't do that. I mean, that's crazy.
If this, now I agree. He absolutely should have gotten a flagrant. If this was Steph, do you think he gets thrown out?
Yes.
You do?
Yep. You can't stomp on somebody.
I agree. But like, how much this was, like, you could make the reasonable doubt, like, oh, his foot was being grabbed. He had to put his foot somewhere. He tripped over him. Yada yada yada.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of it. I don't. Just watching this with Draymond, hearing Clay talk about it. You know what I've come to, and I've never been anti-Warriors, but I'm at a point now where I'm like, you guys have had your day. Like, I'm done with this group of players. Like, I'm
Hill
done.
and Pastrami push you over
Like,
the edge.
yeah,
It was.
I'm done with the.
Oh man, we should have.
I'm done with them being relevant in the sports conversation. Not the team itself, whatever the team, but just this collection of guys. Like, I've had my fill of the Curry, Draymond, Klay Thompson Warriors. I'm done with it.
Will he and should he be suspended is the question for a game.
Yes and yes. He'll get a game. It should be more.
I don't think he will.
You think he should?
It's Draymond, so I don't buy his story. So I do think,
Yeah, is there any way to excuse it that he had
Like,
no other
if
place to come down? He may have had no other place to come down. He didn't have to come down with that force.
He came down with force.
He stomped
on him. So, yes, I do think, should he? Yeah, probably. I don't think he will. I don't think the NBA is going to want to have, like, because look, what does the NBA do? Does anybody trust the NBA ever does things on the up and up? None of these sports leagues do.
Right.
What happens? We know if he misses that game and they go down 0-3, that series is over. That series is over.
That series is already over.
And I don't think so. I think it's going to come back tied if he plays.
Man, I don't know. I want to hear from. I don't know what to say in terms of whether he deserves it or he will. I don't know how to answer it. Peyton, what do you think? Should Draymond be suspended for one game?
Will he? No. Should he? Yes. I'm with Bobby. You can't stomp on someone. I mean, you look at the replay. He knew what he was doing. It's Draymond. He knows he's stomping on him. He tried to make an excuse, and you can't do that.
I'll lean towards him not being suspended, I guess. You already threw him out. Maybe a fine. But I don't know. I'm torn.
I think the antics make it worse. I think the hyping up the crowd there and just, come on, what's up? Let's hear it from you. I think that makes it worse. I think that the just defiant nature of his response, I think, is enough to, when you couple it with what he did, is enough to say you get a game.
Yo, man, the Kings are fun. They are freaking fun.
Yeah, shout out. Is it Tolo Ross on Twitter who's been yelling at us all year that you have not believed in the Kings? You deserve credit. Mea culpa. They're good.
Because I didn't watch the Kings.
I
No
know
one cares
they're
about
good.
the
all
Kings.
year.
They're on at 9:30 at night.
He's been
Just
beating
after
me
the
down
Stars.
for 7 years now.
I'm happy for him, though. Like, that fan base.
Oh, it's a
I'll
good
watch
fan
the
base.
game just for the fan base. Just for that arena. Used to be Arco. I don't know.
Used to be Arco.
With the Maloofs.
With the Maloofs, and now it's Vivek. And he was like...
Vlade smoking cigs in the back.
He was the guy that wanted to, like, when I was doing the G League games,
well,
I think his team was Reno. The Reno Bighorns. Well, they had this thing, Sean, where they would not go back on defense. They would always have one guy back.
The Reno Lucas.
They would always have they would always have one guy back on defense.
Put that damn finger away. All right, let's see if you can irritate anyone on KFC just by doing it.
Mike's standing next to me. He'll punch me.
Crosstalk with KMC with the Stars figure, Bobby's bling all up in their face next.
Now let's get you over to Platinum Ford in Terrell. It is, of course.
time for Crosstalk with the KMC masterpiece. Kevin Hagelin, Mike Bassick, and Corey Majors on DFW Sports Station. Good morning, Corey. What's coming up?
Sean, thank you for introducing us. We have Stephen Jones, Dallas Cowboys Executive Vice President, coming on with us at noon today.
Well,
to answer all Dak questions, I believe. Is that what? And then we have.
You convince him not to give him the Jalen Hurts deal?
That maybe we'll say, hey, let's rework this one. And then at 12:20, right following that. So this is during the Expressway now. Bruce Bochy will be on with us to panic with us about Jacob DeGrom.
I call him Boch.
What would you ask Bochy about? What would you ask him about DeGrom?
That's good.
I would probably abstain from asking that one.
Oh,
Mike, what is
first
this?
time for that, huh?
What is this with a wrist, Mike?
I don't know. I would say that we're dealing with, I don't know, race cars. You'd have to ask Brian Broaddus. But
a dented one?
You have, like, if something happens with a NASCAR or something, like something small happens, you're like, shut it down, put it in the garage, we'll go to the next race.
Like you, Darvish.
And that is kind of with Jacob DeGrom giving him $185 million. Like, if he's on the last year of it, I bet they'd be like, yeah, hey, go pitch. I mean, that's just the way it is. The MRI, there's something there, but go ahead and pitch.
Would you lean towards him making his next start?
In his career, I would say no. But I'm hoping that it was very precautionary. But, I mean, I have no clue. I would lean towards the way his career's gone. I would lean towards they're going to skip him one start and see how it feels and give him the extra rest. But I have no clue.
Where does the wrist rank in the hierarchy of mechanics for you? Like in terms of if something's not right there, that can cause a problem.
The right wrist.
Well, I mean, we're talking about pitching, right?
Yeah.
Like, I mean, the wrist obviously would not be as bad to us if we heard there was a shoulder problem or an elbow problem.
I've powered through that with a wrist injury.
But is the wrist still significant enough in the mechanics of what you do that it's troubling?
Yes,
Tuesday.
They're not even listening.
I don't know.
Mike and I are just trying to talk real baseball here with my foam finger.
Above the
I don't know.
Yeah, the serious combos with the foam finger over there and the bling.
I don't know what could be wrong in the wrist. Like, I can't remember. I never had a wrist injury. I can't remember a teammate having a wrist injury. Obviously, shoulder's the worst.
Yeah.
Elbow second. So I don't know. I have no clue what could be going on in the wrist.
All right, Corey, break down if you were shopping on a Bobby Belt mannequin, the order in which you would want what he's sporting today.
That's a great
sweater,
question.
Depending on
a jersey.
My Dak jersey.
Yeah, your Dak jersey.
He bought it thinking it was a Dak jersey.
Hat.
Meanwhile, it's
chain, then foam finger.
Which chain?
I think foam finger is the worst
That's
thing
definitely
ever
worst.
invented.
I didn't even buy this. They just gave it to me.
But for being the number one fan,
Yeah, they were like, we heard you were coming.
you left your crown at home. I heard that was that's awesome of you. But yeah,
Which chain, though? You said chain. There's two different ones.
I like the green one. I like the green one. Yeah, that's the one I like the most. But the silver ones, we need Tolo chains.
Yeah.
We need to get some Tolo chains made.
Yes.
Yeah. So if you Tolo, you can get a big old chain like that. I like that idea.
Hagelin, the jersey sub-arguments today were most worn out in public amongst the big four. We're putting soccer one, but RJ and I disagreed over what was the most worn out day-to-day jersey. Rank them in order, everyone, between hockey, baseball, football, NBA.
WNBA.
I think soccer.
To get right.
Soccer's
7 to 11.
definitely one.
Definitely one.
Soccer may be the easiest one to wear because it looks like a dry fit shirt for workout.
Take soccer out of it.
All right.
I actually think basketball is pretty high because people just don't care.
Soccer, basketball we think is one.
I've never seen somebody wear a basketball jersey out in public.
Seriously?
Like to a non-game.
Dude, where do you socialize?
Nobody wears tank tops going play. Nobody goes out because you can't
Not
wear
with your biceps,
You can't wear
but
a
other people
t-shirt
do.
underneath.
Your friend, your kids' friends who you called losers yesterday.
Oh,
I heard that.
They're not all wearing tank tops.
Hagee
and
didn't
stuff
hear
to
that?
the rec center, or
Yeah, maybe to the rec center to play basketball, but they wouldn't wear like a Mavs jersey to go play
like
basketball.
to the mall. People wear jerseys all the time.
I think the one I see the most is easily football here.
Oh, you going to what's the Town East Mall? Is that where you see them at Town East over there?
They used to have a
Easily
vintage jersey shop there. It's pretty cool.
What do you think is one?
The most wearable, I do believe, is the sweater.
Really? Really?
Yeah. In Texas,
that's
though,
least.
during season, in Texas, though, it is tough because it's hot.
I think it's the most. I think that's the most wearable. It's not the one I see the most. I think it's it's the most comfortable.
Yeah, and then I would probably go. Brad Sham makes the baseball jersey. Like, he's got a Bob Gibson jersey. He's got some really classic jerseys. He makes it look cool. I don't know how he does it.
Wow.
Not a lot of things.
I think that one is last.
Yeah, but I'm not wearing it, but Brad Sham pulls it off somehow. I don't know.
And also, I'm sorry, who did you call losers yesterday?
Oh man.
Oh, I got me and my oldest. It was part poor parenting on my part.
Okay.
He hasn't been practicing baseball. He's got baseball season. They're geared up. They got their first term this weekend. He's done nothing outside of the practice days. And I started getting on him a little bit because he kept saying he wants to go hang out at the rec center with his buddies and just play pickup basketball for like 7 hours.
Uh-huh.
And I'm like, well, have you done this? He goes, no. And like, this is all he does now. Like, he's got this girlfriend. He's got these friends that he plays basketball and football with. They're in middle school, and he's completely let the only thing that he's really good at athletically is baseball. He's let that go away.
See,
and
you're trying to live vicariously through him.
And I was like, all right, look, you want to do that, fine. Then quit. I'm not paying select money for you not to work at it. I'm not paying $2,000 a year or spring for you to just say, I'll practice 2 days a week and then play the games on the weekend. That's not what I'm doing. You want to do that? I'll take you out. We'll go play rec ball. I'll pay you $100 and we're good to go. And I said, instead, you want to go hang out with your loser friends at the rec center like a bunch of mall rats. And you want to do that? You want to walk across the street to Walgreens.
No way he got that reference, right.
And he wants to walk across the street to Walgreens, get some Sour Patch Kids, and then walk over to McDonald's.
Avery's the same.
And then maybe go to the thrift store or something. I got
here's, hold on, we're about to get the payoff now.
So then he runs out of the kitchen, slams his door, texts me about 10 minutes later, F-U-B.
Written out.
Oh my gosh!
And
did you whip his ass after that?
Hang on, the FU came, and then 9 minutes later, I didn't respond. And he wrote, he wrote FU, and then 9 minutes later, I didn't respond because I hadn't seen it yet. He wrote the B word. 9 minutes later, so he was like waiting for me to respond.
So he thought this out.
He thought this out.
Wait, he wrote FU first?
Yeah, I'll show you.
And then B?
And then how old is 9 minutes later,
13.
What happened after that?
I walked into his room and said, give me your phone.
Then did you smash it right in front of him?
That's what I told him I would have done.
No, you know why? Because I would pay for it. I'm not going to do that.
Tell me honestly what y'all would have done. Same
I would have
situation.
smashed the phone.
Yeah.
Just like I did the TV.
I think that's logical. Or I would have been like...
Logical? You got to pay
I might,
more
you know
bucks?
what? That's fair. I might not have smashed it. I'd have been like, say goodbye.
It's an iPhone. It's like $1,000.
And I would have taken it. And I'd have been like, say goodbye. And then
For how
just...
long?
However long I feel like. Maybe a couple months.
Yeah, because I'm talking into a microphone, I'll just say I would have taken the phone. But that's because I'm talking into a microphone.
Corey?
Carter just got grounded for 3 months from his Switch.
Damn.
He was annoying his sister in the pool.
3 months? You're not
get out of the pool.
You're not gonna hold that.
Here's why. Get out of the pool. I'm not getting out of the pool. So I'll jump in the pool and get you. I've already established
70 degrees
this.
in that pool.
I've already
It's
shown
freezing.
him. I've already shown him I'll do it. I did it last week. And then I said, you're grounded for a week from your Switch. And he was like, you won't ground me for a week.
He goes, Dad,
make
get
it
the
2
real
weeks.
Switch.
He said, make it. I said, make it 2 weeks. And he was like, you're not grounding me for 2 weeks. And I said, make it 3 months. And he was like, I'm still laying here. And I was like, oh, he's the most stubborn kid.
Oh, they're all paid.
So
Middle schoolers are the worst. It's not people who like politics. All right, it's middle schoolers are the worst people in the world. They are the worst human beings on the planet. But like, I could take his phone away, but the next day he goes back home.
You
right?
keep it.
Yeah. He didn't do it back then.
See, that would have
Choppy
created.
took it at 7 p.m. and gave it back when he woke up.
Oh, my dear God.
And I was like, that's way too light, I think.
Choppy, that's why...
Cheer against him at his baseball games.
Pays him like you did the volleyball in Oxnard.
Yeah.
Throw him a curveball. He hasn't seen one in months, and he ain't practicing.
That's what I'm going to do.
That's not bad.
I am going to heckle my kid.
You might get in trouble, but you can say, strike 3B.
That's what I'm going to do.
Sit down, you non-practicing little chump.
I'm going to cheer against him. No,
Sit him out, coach.
So the reason I had to give it back to him is because we were going to my son's game. We were going to be gone all day, and I was going to drop the kids off with my ex-wife. And that would, if I did not give him his phone back, that would have created problems for me with her.
I hear what you're saying. I also have to co-parent with a difficult person.
I am not going down. This is about survival for me. And look, I told my dad to go do the same thing. I tried to put my dad through a wall, and he put me through the wall instead. Yeah, like he was listening to this song.
Old man string.
He was listening to this song. It was like the most vile, vulgar song I'd ever heard. And I was like initially mad at him, and I was like, wait a second.
You're talking about your son.
Yeah, I was mad at him initially. I was like, wait a second. I used to listen to a song called "F the Police." Like, what am I gonna say? What am I gonna say about it? So, like, I don't know. Look, middle schoolers suck. Parenting's awful. Don't have kids.
Mike, did you ever get in a physical altercation with your dad?
Yeah, I lost.
How old were you?
Me too.
15 or 16.
And what's the age difference?
My dad's 71 right now. I'm 45.
Okay.
So he'd have been like 41, 42.
Yeah, so even though you were a high school in your prime, he's still at 40. You're done.
16. My dad beat me at 43. So not beat me, but I lost the fight.
Yeah.
So
beat you.
Yeah. It was Christmas too.
I was like 13 or 14.
No. My God, this is the saddest crosstalk ever.
If your kid won't get out of the pool and you get in, what you do is you start dunking him, and you get him where he gets close to like crying. Yeah, and then you pull him up, give him 2 seconds of breathing as he comes up crying, and you dunk him again. Hold him for a good 20 seconds under. Be like, do you want to stay in the pool? Because we can keep doing this.
Don't do that.
Do your wives allow you guys to like take it to that line? Like, I'm dreading. I know that Amanda is not gonna. I want to do that stuff. Maybe not to Mike's extent, but she gets scared.
Plus, isn't your kid like 3?
Yeah,
so.
Not yet.
Okay,
but almost 3. But are you allowed to snap?
I think that is something that you need to discuss like ahead of time.
What do you say? I'm gonna one day if I want to spike his phone into the ground. Are you cool with that?
I mean, not like that, but you talk about discipline styles and everything, and find the common ground.
Easier to ask forgiveness than ask permission.
Oh my
fellas.
gosh, I don't know if that's always the case.
I apply that to everything I do in my marriage.
Oh, good night.
There's a lot of good cop, bad cop with us, like so because one of us is gonna like snap and just be like, I can't take it anymore. And then the other one has to be like, all right, go take a breath. And then, so that's kind of how
you got
goes.
the green light, Mike?
Yeah.
Parenting green light?
Yeah. Nice. I've dunked my kid like that.
Yeah.
Good for you, Mike.
Like, people are like, no, I've done. No, hey, I thought, well, we're just having fun here. Like, you're having fun with your brother, right? I'm having all the fun right now.
I love it. Heckle and
they get out of the pool.
Holy crap.
Heckle your son at the Little League. That was a snort. We end on a snort. We're back tomorrow morning with the Hump Day edition. KMC is next on The Fan.
Keep the studio secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We'll get to some Stars sadness, or maybe you're still optimistic despite the way the game ended. But we're going to start with, actually, if you can go and give me cut number 2, because for a while, Jacob DeGrom was dealing yesterday.
2-2, swing and a miss. Dozier misses on the 99-mile-an-hour fastball.
I'm glad I didn't send it out because I wanted to be like, oh, something special's happening after 4 innings. But then we found out
You
that,
thought jinx the Rangers?
Yeah.
You were thinking about doing it, didn't do it, and then it went bad.
But I don't think it was a jinx because
history.
He said he had wrist issues before the game even started. And so I was like, oh, okay. So are you able to enjoy the win, enjoy being in first place, all that stuff?
Yes.
Or are you like, I can't in this moment because of DeGrom?
You have 4 really good pitchers also. And then Mike, who's your 5th in this instance since Odorizzi's kind of is done?
I'd say Dane Dunning,
Dane
how
Dunning.
he pitched, but I will say Dane
awesome.
Dunning and Cole Reagans have done a great job recently in picking up John Gray and picking up Jacob DeGrom in injury situations.
So like that's where I'm fearful for the rest of the season. Yes. But man, dude, this team is on this roll. You're playing Kansas City right now too. So I'm feeling pretty good. That was his last start. We got 5 days until the next one. We'll see how he feels and everything. And Mike has some thoughts, obviously, on when the next one will be for him and some ideas there. But no, man, I can enjoy this win and this run. And Mike was it your kid that said the other day, this is the stretch where they need to establish something. So this is that time where the rest of the pitchers, John Grays, the Martin Perez's, the Evaldi's and Heaney's, they need to light it up for us. And I have faith that those guys can, because they've shown that they can. They have the ability to do it.
Okay, I'm glad that you guys are saying this because I guess I found myself yesterday and like I flipped the game off for about, I don't know, maybe half an inning. And then I came back and I was like, what the hell happened to Jacob DeGrom?
Yeah.
And so then I had to go check and see what happened. And I immediately was like, oh crap.
I didn't flip channels. I was totally confused because there was never a look of discomfort.
Yes.
There was just nothing there. And then you just come back from commercial break. They're like, yeah, Dane Dunning's in. Like, Dane Dunning's in because we have a no-hitter after 4 innings?
Yeah.
It's like, what's going on? And then you hear, wrist soreness. And I'm hoping it's fine. I honestly have no clue. This is a weird injury, as in usually if you hear, whether it's bicep tendonitis or a lat, strain, those can happen, and those aren't the end of the world because you're dealing with muscles. When you hear elbow or you hear shoulder, you start getting very worried. But this is wrist, so I don't know. I don't know what part of the wrist. I don't know. Obviously, pregame it started happening. He threw 4 innings with it, and obviously was throwing great through 4 innings. So I don't know what's going on with DeGrom. Great win for the Rangers. Dane Dunning came in and threw 4 1/3 shutout innings himself, which was awesome.
He's been amazing this year.
But you know that you need Jacob DeGrom for the most part. I understand he's going to miss some in some games. We talked about kind of 25 being the over-under, and we're like, man, if he can get to 25 or more, that's going to be a great season. So far, he's 4 for 4 in making his starts. The Rangers have won all 4 games he's pitched, and in a weird way, he didn't have anything to do with the win on opening day. And yesterday, he had something to do with the win because he did give you 4 shutout innings, but Dane Dunning did a great job of picking up the rest of the game. So I look at it and go, man, you're 4-0 with Jacob DeGrom, but that really doesn't tell the whole story that like Jacob DeGrom is dominant for 4 games.
I think, I definitely hear what you're saying. I looked at some of the stats since the first start, and I think we all agree the first start, you're like, oh no, this is the first start in 5 years. That's not what you want. But in the 3 ensuing starts, if you're looking for positivity coming from the Jacob DeGrom numbers, it's pretty incredible. He's thrown 17 innings, given up 9 hits and 3 walks. So 12 base runners in 17 innings, and he struck out 25. So for every walk and hit combined, he strikes out 2 people. And he also gave up 3 earned runs over the span of those 3 starts. And so it looked like yesterday, I'm not saying he was going to go the whole way and throw a no-hitter or anything like that, but it looked like it was going to be a dominant outing.
I honestly, to your point, after 4, I thought of no-hitter too. I thought watching him through 4 innings and the way things were going and the rhythm and everything that he was in, Corey, I was like, oh my gosh. And then I thought you just can't do it. As in, I don't want to push him. If he's at 98 pitches after 7 innings or 103 pitches after 7 innings, I'm like, now I get sometimes when we get mad at Dave Roberts or other teams, I'm like, I don't care if he has a no-hitter after 7. As great as history would be, I need this guy for all of his starts. And obviously it didn't happen because then the next thing I know, Dane Dunning's in.
Yeah, and I would much rather have him throw that no-hitter, Kevin, later in the season. Whenever
Maybe in October.
If he feels good, in the playoffs, something like that. If he feels good, rather than, hey, I've been feeling kind of off, and I went ahead and tried to push something that I didn't necessarily need to. Now, Kevin, there's 2 other things about this that comfort me. Did you see how hard Josh Young hit that baseball yesterday?
Yeah.
Good God, that was beautiful. And Marcus Semien, this dude's he's swinging a big bat too. Look at this with the rest of the teams aside from Tampa Bay. The rest of the teams that are the top teams in Major League Baseball right now, look at the divisions and look at their run differentials. The Yankees are in second place in that division because Tampa Bay's at 60 plus 65 right now. That's stupid.
Even though they're lost 3 or 4.
Yeah, they're falling apart. But that being said, the Yankees at plus 25, 10-6 record. The Minnesota Twins plus 18, 10-6 record. The Braves 13-4 plus 26. Milwaukee plus 32 plus 25 for the Cubs. Those teams all have very similar records and run differentials. I feel comfortable that this team can keep this up, again, because the rest of the pitching staff exists. If we had one guy and one guy alone, I'd be panicking right now.
And on Josh Young especially, I think that's a 6-game hitting streak for him right now. And he doesn't look, I know it's early and because of injuries, you've already had to shuffle up a couple of things, but he doesn't look out of place potentially in the middle of the lineup. Ideally, I know they would rather him slide further down the lineup, but at this moment in time, he doesn't look out of place and he's been doing well. And you brought it up, is the Rangers are in first place. So I think there's nothing wrong with just sitting back and enjoying that. And guess what? Tomorrow, when we do the show, they'll still be in first place.
In your face.
And guess what? The day after that, they'll still be in at least a tie for first place.
So I think when you talk about Josh Young, and I wanted to talk about him today, I'm glad you're bringing him up. He is exceeding my expectations tremendously. Now, I know that it's 16 games into a season right now. I'll talk about it later in the show at some point. Juan Soto can't hit to save his life, and I do think he's a great hitter. So he's just off to a really, really bad start. But Josh Young, what I was worried about is he showed a lot of holes in his swing last year when he came up to the major leagues, and I get his talent, and I was just worried that there's going to be a lot put on him being our one young guy that really we're counting on and what he can do. And to your point, the 6-game hitting streak, by the way, he has 9 hits in those 6 games.
Nice.
He's batting .288 right now, 3 home runs, .825 OPS.
Oh, wow.
I don't know if he can keep that up, but if he stays, let's just say above .250 batting average, he stays at an OPS around 800.
I would be thrilled.
And
with
he
the
hits
season.
25 to possibly 30 home runs for you. My gosh. And he's made some defensive mistakes. He's also made some really nice defensive plays too. So I think that's a part of his game that he's going to keep working on and improving on. I think Josh Young has been a great, for me, surprise early in the season. I didn't think he would handle the big leagues this well, this quickly in the season.
And it would be so cool if at least 5 of the people in your lineup had 25 home run pop to them. Not to say that you get 25 home runs every single year, but I know Seager is out, but when he comes back, Semien, Seager, Lowe, Garcia, and if you can add Young to that list, that would be pretty darn incredible. I got a couple of other baseball notes for you if you're interested.
Or say it.
Well, first of all, about DeGrom, good news. He still strikes out people at an astonishing rate. Going into this game, he was tied for the second highest K rate in all of Major League Baseball. So fear not, he can still throw the ball fantastically
When healthy.
Yeah.
Which is what we said every time it was the constant qualifier coming into the season after you paid him, Kevin, was if healthy, when healthy, all of these things.
Do you have, Mike, I should ask you this before the show, do you have reverse boycott or mental health in baseball nuggets?
What?
Okay.
All right. That's what I'm talking about.
That's a maybe.
Okay. Would you rather focus on mental health to start or reverse boycott?
Let's go reverse boycott right now.
Okay. I don't know if this is going to prove the point that they want to prove, but I think it's a great idea. Probably. Actually, you know what? I'm not sure I think it's a great idea either.
Oh, no.
Tuesday, June 13th, Oakland A's fans are planning a reverse boycott.
Because the possum.
And I know you might be thinking, what the hell is a reverse boycott?
They're going to buy tickets.
Yes. And they said they're going to fill up this stadium to show them it's not the fans, it's the team and the facility. So their plan is they want to try to sell this place out just to show it's not us. We like baseball because, that's the ownership group and everything's been crapping all over. Well, there's no baseball fans here. And they want to be like, there is. Just your team sucks. Your facility sucks. The way you run this franchise sucks.
It's exciting because all the bad people that are in Oakland now have a lot of cars to steal.
Oh, my God.
Somewhere between the first and the sixth inning.
Golly.
And they can, hold people up for their wallets and their purses when they leave the stadium.
Do you think that crime is going to go up on that day specifically?
Yeah,
gosh.
If they get 35,000 people there or 40,000 people and it's a night game, heck yeah, it's going to go up.
Kevin, if you reverse strike, crime's going to go up.
The TV crew, if they are not riding the bus back, they have to get a police escort.
I did not know that.
Out of Oakland so that they can cross the bridge and make sure that they get out of Oakland safely, at 11 p.m. at night.
Jeez, man, that's terrifying. That is not fun.
It's a horrible stadium.
By the way,
it is a horrible stadium.
The game is a night game.
Yeah.
It starts at 6:40 local time.
It is in a horrible area, horrible stadium. It is a very dangerous place to be at night.
Do you think ownership will say, all right, unleash more possums? Is that what their approach will be is, all right, now now that we got them all here, let's scare them all out of the stadium real quick.
I'm not going to rule that out.
Okay.
I also am really curious to see how this is going to work because this post has been circulating for a few days now and it has a robust 457 likes.
Oh, no.
So, look,
might not
saying
go over well.
Is if you run the reverse boycott and pretty much the same amount of people, or maybe even 500 extra people show up as always, I think that is actually going to reverse your reverse boycott and show that the ownership was probably right to crap on your fandom.
In 2007, I was in Pittsburgh when they had a walkout in, I think, the third inning. And it was like a deal where, I don't know, social media was barely. I remember Ryan Zimmerman. I had to ask him, what's Twitter? What's going on?
Oh, so they were still faxing these things to each other?
I guess so, because I didn't know. The youngsters on the team kind of had an idea on what Twitter was or Facebook or whatever I was asking about back then. And they walked out, and I was just in the dugout, and we're like, oh, these dumbasses paid money to go here. Do you think the owner cares? You guys gave him the thousands of dollars that he wanted. So what? You walked out. You bought a ticket.
I am fascinated by that as well. Clearly, we have seen, I guess, similar forms of that kind of protest over the last few weeks. All right, let's get to an uplifting story.
I must have missed that.
By the way, from the 808. Moved here from Oakland. Mike is spot on about this. So,
I mean, I'm not disputing that whatsoever. I just was not aware. If you want an uplifting story,
I like uplifting stories.
Did you see what the Dodgers are doing with a fellow by the name of Andrew Tolles?
No.
He hasn't played for the team since 2018.
Okay.
But he just signed a deal with the Dodgers, even though they know he's not going to play. So,
I want that deal.
He has bipolar disorder and schizophrenia. And so they signed, fair enough. So they signed him so he would have access to the team's health insurance and mental health services, which includes treatments for his condition. So I just thought that was really cool. And I know the Dodgers have all of the money and everything, but they signed somebody knowing that he is not going to play a single second for them, but He used to be part of the organization. He has a variety of mental disorders that he is seeking out help and treatment for, and they're like, we got it.
Yeah, he was found sleeping behind a FedEx building in Key West International Airport. And that does remind me of what Mark Cuban attempted to do with Delonte West. Hopefully he can get the help that he needs. Hopefully they find the right people for him and he gets the right support. And it's not just a short-term thing or anything like that. It's a long-term, hey, we're here not just for this, but for the long haul for you. That'd be awesome to see from franchises, from clubs, that they can commit to their players like that, knowing these guys were out there not sacrificing their bodies, but they were out there for you, and you can be there for them.
And I know it's a different space, but one thing I always did think that the WWE does is cool is if you ever worked for them and you need drug rehabilitation, they will pay for it.
Okay.
Like, even if you haven't been there in 15 years or whatever.
Which, I mean, if these leagues did that inherently, you would not have to have a story where they're signing him every year in order for him to.
But this is the same league. I mean, this is the same sports space. I know it's a different league where, like, obviously the NFL actively knew the damage done to their players and fought tooth and nail to give them the smallest amount of money possible. So I hear you on that. I do not dispute that whatsoever. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, from winning the Stanley Cup to losing in the first round and everywhere in between. We're done. Your complete reaction
With game one.
to game one of Stars Wild.
I agree.
We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
The latest from the Stars.
This segment of the K&C Masterpiece on 105 Through the Fan is also brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck, so companies that hire drivers and put them in big trucks should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel & Frankel. The consultation is always free. Visit truckwreck.com.
Harley pokes that pass to the corner. It ends up right out in front. Shot, score! It's over! And who does it but Hartman? Fought through injury all night, and he gets the game winner! What a road win in overtime for Minnesota in game one.
What a terrible play that was, that ridiculous. I'm
fought
gonna call
through
it
injury.
a turnover to lead to the game-winning goal as the Stars lose 3-2 in double overtime. So, multiple questions here. Your complete overreactions to game one and what happens with the Stars next, and how far did you make it?
Oh, man, what a question. I made it through 3 periods. And at that point, I was very tired. I wasn't feeling great yesterday anyway, so I was like, I needed some sleep. And I said, anything that happens after this will be the one goal that I'm like, all right, that's it. They lost and I can move on. Or they won, and I'll watch the highlight that shows me how they won. But
Either way, it was going to be 3-2.
Yeah, I got the gist of what the game was about in the first 3 periods, and it was the Wild were the aggressors. They were more physically dominant throughout that game. The third period, man,
flipped it.
The Stars in the second period, the Stars had control for half of it, and then the Wild had control, or they took control back, especially with the Pavelski hit. And I know we'll get into that. But in the third period, I was like, okay, Stars have it. Stars have this period right now, but they had multiple scoring opportunities in the zone, and they couldn't keep the puck in the zone. They kept fumbling it back over the line, and I was like, what are we even doing here, guys? Come on. I wasn't used to seeing that from them whenever they have those types of opportunities. So it was a smart strategy against the Stars from the Wild. Be aggressive at center ice. Keep everything junked up right in front of their own goal to keep the Stars from having really good opportunities. So it was tough, man, to watch. But the Pavelski hit was a game changer for sure.
I thought we were going to honestly put things away on the third power play because the 2 goals you scored were off the power play, and then the third power play was just junk. To your point about not being able to keep possession and everything like that, it's astonishing. From the third period on, the Stars dominated to a point where you would have thought this would be a win. And I think that's why it hurts so much, is going into the third period, you'd been outshot 2-1. So it's 30-15. From the third period on, you outshot Minnesota 38-18 and scored nothing.
Can I ask you a question about some of those shots and the shots that didn't even go? Did it feel like some of those guys, like Robertson, I know he had the goal, but there were multiple times where I was like, why did he hold on to the puck so long? And I know maybe the shot wasn't there, but he just looked like he was. I always go with Mike had a great explanation of Martin Perez back in the day. It looked like he was looking for the perfect shot instead of saying, hey, we can clean it up or we can do other things.
And that's one of the things about playoff hockey is sometimes you just fire it up on the net. I know that has been the Stars' philosophy at multiple points over the years to see what kind of just junk you can get going on over there. But remember, we talked about that, I think at the beginning of the year, is Robertson said he went back and watched every single one of his goals throughout his career and realized that his one-timer was more effective than he thought it was. And he said, he literally talked about sometimes it doesn't have to be pretty. Mm-hmm. It can just be effective. And that is
he was waiting around for some wrist shot.
Yeah.
And I was like, come on, dude, put it in the net.
And that is a thing that I feel like all teams at one point or another will run into. You would just prefer, maybe it was not in the first game of the playoffs.
Because you want to be 1-0. You want to be
sure.
up 1-0 with home ice, and now you got to, it's going to be a more physical thing that you got to do. You also have to come in with the mentality. I know that I will say this, I was very proud of how they handled themselves after the Pavelski thing. Because it's very easy to say, now it's time to go just ruin you.
Yeah.
And all we're gonna do is we're gonna be the physical killer on the ice right now. Instead, they said, we'll get ours at some point in the series. It's going to come at some point where we have the opportunity to put the guy who, Kevin, I said he took his stage, he took center stage as the villain for this series.
Oh, for sure. And like what my recommendation would be is go ahead and add 2 S's to Matt's last name. And that's exactly what I think from that game last night. And it was infuriating because I feel like if you're getting closer, I feel like if I remember this correctly, it was originally ruled a 5-minute, and then they went back and reviewed it, and they're like, oh, you know what, it's a 2-minute. And now Pavelski obviously didn't come back for the rest of the game. His status as of this morning for game 2 is questionable, and I was like, yeah, that's a 2-minute penalty for sure.
I think what really, like, it felt pretty clear. Even the coach afterwards was, the opposing coach afterwards was like, hey, we're going to be physical. Like, we already made the plan. That's how we were going to play this game. We're doing it right now. They just said that it wasn't anything worse than what it is for 2 minutes, so we're going to keep being this way. It felt like in that moment, Kevin, that they had made the decision that line needed something to get popped off.
Yeah.
And Pavelski got it earlier before he was put in the box. He got hit in the chin and thrown on the ice in their own zone. And he was like, whoa. And then he goes and kicks somebody. And I was like, you can't kick anybody. You know that, dude. And then he gets put in the box. And then later it happens again within what felt like about a 6-minute time. So I felt like that was one of those, hey, we really want to make an impression that your first line, we got to do something to take it out because it is that good. It is that effective, and we're going to force you to go cobble something together at some point in this, and good luck with that. And the Stars they really never got to establish that offensive presence that they have had all season.
I hear what you're saying, Corey.
It felt intentional.
I wonder
whether or not it was dirty or whatever. It felt intentional.
But like I meant on the offensive presence part. I feel like if Gustafsson or Gustafsson, if you're fancy, if he's not incredible last night, this feels like a more dominant victory for the Stars. They had more of the puck control. They won more faceoffs. They dropped more hits. They had more shots. Like, they took this game over in the third period going forward. And I know we saw it with Ottinger last year in Game 7. And that's not to say Ottinger was fantastic last night, and he should be able to walk into the locker room and be like, come on.
Yeah.
Like, I had 45 saves. What are we doing?
You know what? On a breakaway, though, it'd be nice for you to stop.
Yeah, I know, for sure.
On that breakaway.
Blame everybody else.
I could be the coach.
How about you stop
Mavs.
the goal in overtime?
That is, be like, I did, and then we got to double overtime. And so
another excuse.
I think you're just going to reflect on this game, and I hope the series doesn't pivot entirely off of this game, but I wonder if it does, if they will reflect on this game as being like, this is a game that we absolutely should have won.
I think that's what DeBoer's doing right now, isn't he? Is he looking at the team and saying, hey, look, we saw the way they came at us. We have to correct that. We went out there, put it on the ice first, just to kind of see what's going on. Now we have reasons to go after certain things. And yeah, man, was it scary for you when you saw Pavelski laying on the ice and then get up? And then, because when he was wobbling the way he was on the ice, I was like, that's what I look like on skates, but I can't skate.
I immediately thought that he might have a concussion. And I know that Saad Youssef and many other people are upset about this morning. I was reading an article from him on The Athletic. If that hit on Pavelski is legal, it's time to adjust the rule book. And so I know that is a lot of concern. I'm not going to say that hit alone is why they lost the game, because Minnesota's goaltending was freaking incredible. And I imagine that means you'll probably see him going forward, at least for a couple more games, because the Wild had alternated goalies at various times throughout the season. I'm very disappointed. I still believe the Stars win this series, as we ask for ridiculous overreactions. Are you concerned that after game 1, when it feels like in the playoffs, you lose a game, you'll never win again?
No, I'm not concerned that they won't win the series. I think they can put a streak together of more wins than losses throughout this thing.
Okay.
They have to establish a more physical presence. If your opponent is going to say, we're doing this, you have to at least match it or even go beyond it. You have to be the bully in this situation. But you can't do it dirty. Like that, it can't be a dirty thing. It has to be one of those, like, we're just, every time you touch the puck, we're up on you. We're pushing you.
they're going to do that same kind of hit and get hit with a 5-minute.
Well, and that's why I'm saying, like, that's why you can't do that. You just have to establish that you're not getting anything easy at all. And at some point, they will the talent will override and they'll break the spirit.
Kevin, a wise man once told me, who's never made a mistake in his life coaching, nobody's dying.
I knew it was going to be about Jason Kidd.
So as far as I know, they play tomorrow?
Yes,
they play tomorrow. And in that tomorrow's game, did Pavelski die? Nope.
Oh, my gosh. From the 682, once again, another OT loss for the Stars. Man, that really backfired on me. And then somebody said we jinxed them because we talked about it yesterday, how we were on a roll when we did full star segments and we had won 3 straight. I was like, hey, look, there's no shootout in playoff hockey. The overtime structure is different. But yet we get to overtime yet again, and the Stars, who unfortunately are one of the best teams in the league at losing in extra time, they lose. And then, Corey, some people with feedback for you from the 817. I watched the entire game. Corey, you made the right decision.
I know I did.
I should have known they weren't going to get it done and gone to bed. From the 214, I got lucky. I fell asleep at 9:30 and woke up at 11 and realized, oh, crap, what's going on with the game? But at least by then I was rested.
I woke up multiple times to check my phone last night to see what happened. And at some point, Mike, I guess I was dreaming because I had a dream that I looked at my phone and it was 4-2. And they lost 4-2. I was like, how the hell did that happen?
Yeah.
I don't know, Kevin. Dreams do not live by the rules, all right?
It happens in soccer, and my grandfather told me when the North Stars moved to Dallas, he said it's kind of like hockey on ice. I mean, it's like soccer on ice.
The overtime rules,
it is hockey on
extra
ice.
time rules are different.
Hockey on ice.
But he said it's soccer on ice.
It's like field hockey on ice.
I definitely see some parallels there, but the extra time is different. And then a lot more feedback from the 972. People are, as you can guess, they're pretty amped up about the Pavelski thing. It was intentional and it was dirty. From the 214, Minnesota got lucky. Stars won't lose another game in this series. I hope that's true. I will tell you about the intentional part. If you want to sell that in the locker room, I bet that plays.
Well, and yes, sell that as much as you can. And I mean, I want your teammate seeing Joe walk through. I know the young kids like that. That was one of the questions last night on the national broadcast, Kevin, was I'm concerned about the Wyatt Johnstons and the Robertsons.
Yeah.
Some of these other guys, not the Bens, because they've taken hits like that. They've seen it. But the other guys that are like, whoa, hold on. And maybe they get a little nerve-wracked because of it. That's for sure. But man, that was... I was listening to PK Subban talk about this last night, Kevin, and he kept saying over and over, you have to finish. He said, I spent my entire career finishing my checks, finishing my hits. That's what he did. And he said, now, was it a little high? Yes, it was a little high. But he was clean for the most part. Like, he didn't hit him in the head. He just hit him up high. And he said, and he finished it. And that's what you're supposed to do. And whenever the playoffs come around, you got to do that even more. So, like, that's what all I want from the Stars now is I want them finishing their checks, clean finishing your checks and making sure that you, every chance they have the puck, if you can put one on them, you put one on them.
I will warn everybody who wasn't a fan of what time this game started. Same deal tomorrow night.
Son of a gun!
8:30 start, which unfortunately we did see could get delayed. We're the KNC Masterpiece.
You were wrong about that.
I was definitely wrong about that. You were right. I don't know why. I really thought I don't know. They'll start it up. And then they were like, nah, it's going to be like 8:50. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Basak.
Man, how about Bruce Bochy having a number 2 hitter that bunts? Next.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet looks at the road ahead and says, Texas, let's ride. They're doing their part with deep discounts on their full lineup and unprecedented savings make now the best time to buy. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan, and it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassick.
All right, I want to talk about Bruce Bochy, and he's coming up on our show today at 12:20. And Kevin, at noon, you call him the real general manager of the Dallas Cowboys. Is that
at least
what
the real co-general manager, right? I mean, no.
Wow.
No.
Mike tried throwing you under the bus, and you just picked the bus up
and dropped it on me again.
So Stephen Jones at noon, Bruce Bochy after.
Yes.
Okay.
Noon.
I want to talk about Bruce Bochy. Yesterday, to start the game off, Marcus Semien hits a ground ball to third base. E5. Great. Well, Corey Seager doesn't bat anymore for the Texas Rangers and probably won't for 6 to 8 weeks. Hopefully it's closer to 6 weeks than 8 weeks. But Bruce Bochy is going to have to deal with, for 2 months, no Corey Seager in the lineup. And I was wondering this. I was talking to Mark McLemore as we were doing the pre and post. And I was saying, man, how quick do you think the Rangers are going to have to kind of play maybe small ball to really get some runs? And he said, well, I don't think, he's kind of like, you have to know how to do it to play it. And he's like, I know Boch knows how to manage it, but do the guys know how to kind of possibly execute it? Because you do have to be able to bunt. You do have to be able to steal base. You do have to be able to hit behind runners. And when somebody says, you have to hit behind runners, runner on second, nobody out, ground ball the right side, or a ball hit to the right side, usually you can advance it under third. When fans cheer, by the way, here's just a little bit of kind of understanding baseball. When there's one out and a runner on second base, and you hit the ground ball to second, and the runner advances to third, and a lot of fans are like, yeah, way to go, way to move the runner. No. This isn't Little League Baseball. We're never trying to move a runner to third base to get the second out.
Yes.
He's going to score on a base hit, or at least try to score on a base hit for the most part from second. You're not trying to move a runner from second to third to then get 2 outs. You're trying to move a runner to second and third at times to get 1 out, because now a ground ball up the middle usually will score a run. A fly ball obviously is a sacrifice fly. But here's where managers can really come into play and how quick they adjust to the team that they have. So we've now seen this multiple times work. So against the Houston Astros, it was the 5th inning and Josh Smith was batting second, and there were runners on first and second. And he said, you know what? Josh Smith is going to lay down a bunt. Second and third, he lays down a great bunt, right? It works. Josh Smith lays down a bunt because he's not Corey Seager. He's not your prototypical number 2 hitter in an MLB lineup. Neither is Janikowski last night either. And so he looks at it, and that led to the Rangers beating the Houston Astros. One of the reasons the Rangers, not the only reason, but one of the reasons is first and second, nobody out. Bruce Bochy said, Josh Smith, let's lay down a bunt here. Whether he gave it to him or not, he did. He laid down a bunt, second and third. And you know what happened? Infield in. I think it was Nate Lowe, if I have the hitter right. Hits a little fart knocker over the shortstop's head, and infield was in. Easy hit, 2-run score. So yesterday in the game, you get an error by the third baseman to start the game off. And then the next hitter, Janikowski. Do you say Jankowski or Janikowski?
It's Jankowski.
Jankowski. There's no I before the K.
Sebastian Janikowski screws me up there.
Yeah.
All right, so Jankowski lays down a bunt to third base, and he can run. And
yes, he can.
They ended up giving it an error. It was a hit, but it doesn't matter. It's really weird now. They mostly give everything hits, and in that one, they decided, that one where nobody bunts and guys have to charge, and he kind of bobbles the ball and throws it late. They're like, that's definitely an error. And I'm like, you guys need to check your hit and error category. But after that, first and second, a little bit of frustration probably by Jordan Lyles. It's always tough. You want to keep your composure, and it's always tough when you start off the game with a ground ball to third and a sacrifice bunt, and there's 2 guys on and nobody out. Next pitch, hanging breaking ball. Bam. Josh Young, 440-foot blast, 3-0 Texas Rangers, nobody out to start this game. And I'm just thinking, wow, I'm not going to try to take shots at anybody before, but it's rare, I'll say, from MLB managers, from NBA head coaches. I don't think we have a very good one here in Jason Kidd. Look how quick Bruce Bochy is adjusting to not having Corey Seager. Do you feel like Jason Kidd? Now, you could say this in Jason Kidd's defense. Jason Kidd adjusted great when he lost Luka Doncic the last game of the season and went 2-1 against the Utah Jazz before Luka came back. So I totally see, like, the other side of it, I see. But I just look at Bruce Bochy without picking on Jason Kidd here, and I go, wow, like, he's making an adjustment very quickly after losing Corey Seager. Will it work? Will they keep winning games and every bunt will get down perfectly and they'll all move over runners, and then when you move the runner over, you'll always knock them in? No, but Bochy doesn't want to bunt. I know this. Bochy does not want to bunt his number 2 hitter to start the game. He doesn't really want to bunt his number 2 hitter ever. He probably doesn't want to bunt a whole bunch ever. He understands the new game. He understands what you're trying to accomplish through 162, and that's to win 90 or more games to get into the playoffs. But right now, he sees the way that I'm going to win while I have an injury on my team is to try to put the ball in play, try to force action from the defense to make plays against our team. And it's working. And I just want people to understand, sometimes you go, well, managers just watch games. Or it's like Jason Kidd literally admitted, I'm just watching the game with you guys. I actually don't do anything to help this team. I just watch. And I think he was being completely honest with his assessment of what he was doing at that point in the season. And Bochy's like, look, I'm going to take responsibility. Not that I can win a game or lose a game, so to say. I'll take responsibility, but I can try to help these guys win. And what's the best way to help them win? And right now, maybe it is laying down a bunt. Maybe you're going to see guys hit behind runners. Maybe every once in a while you might see a hit and run where the infield's moving and you try to hit the ball to where the second base was covering the base or the shortstop was trying to cover the base. So I just wanted to point out how well Bruce Bochy has already adjusted to this team. The other thing, too, is, and I don't know this is more trainer situation, but how quickly he's like, no, long season. Jacob DeGrom, I know you got a no-hitter, this and that. Long season, we're not pushing it. Now, I'm not going to give Bochy all the credit there. I don't know. I wasn't in the dugout for the conversation between DeGrom, the trainers, Mike Maddox, and Bruce Bochy. But I just, when you watch Bruce Bochy manage through 16 games versus maybe other people manage or other people coach in the Metroplex, you realize why he's going to the Hall of Fame and why he's a 3-time world champion as a manager, a head coach, not as the assistant coach watching the game with the LA Lakers.
Do you get the sense, and this might be a little more broad scoped, do you get the sense that usually with a new manager, it's more of a detriment because it takes a minute to get everyone on the same page? Or do you feel like there's usually this little bounce because you got a new guy, new message?
I think there's a big bounce here. I think there can usually
kind of depends on what your club is.
If they would have hired, I don't know, if they would have hired Craig Gentry. I'm just throwing out a name. I'm just throwing out kind of a random, kind of really
Lance
good
Nix.
utility player, somewhat everyday player in Lance Nix. I don't know if there's but when you're like, no, we're getting Bruce Bochy, recent 3-time World Series champion, a guy who everybody thought was kind of retired, would be in the Hall of Fame any day now type of deal. You get that, obviously getting the players help because for Chris Woodward, God bless him, he wasn't going to win 90 games last year. No, Bruce Bochy wouldn't have won 90 games last year with that team, but there were times where you go, man, I think Woody could have done something different. I feel like Woody's not really adjusting quickly to what this team's showing him they can and can't do. And you see Boch just quickly adjusting to what this team can do or can't do and going, well, how do I cover up the weaknesses of this team? How do I try to cover up that we don't really have a number 2 hitter right now?
His experience helps for sure.
And so I just think that he is doing a tremendous job. And there's always I think Jason Kidd got a great bounce that it wasn't Rick Carlisle. Rick had ticked off everybody in that
what I was curious
and so it was
about.
like, dude, thank God you're not Rick Carlisle.
Yeah, there's 2 factors
And I do
here.
really like Rick Carlisle.
One of the things the Cowboys kept talking about with McCarthy was he's got the skins on the wall. Jason Garrett has nothing to say, hey, other than we're backing him up. McCarthy we have his back, and he's won a Super Bowl. So they had that to go with. The other thing, too, is what's your club like? Is it a bunch of veterans that are just, we don't believe anything y'all are going to say to us, we're just here to collect our checks? Or is it a mix like the Rangers have right now? It's a really good mix of guys that want to prove something. Yeah. There are a bunch of guys that are like Nate Lowe, I need to prove that I'm this kind of player. There are a bunch of guys, Jacob DeGrom even still wants to kind of prove that he's healthy. But instantly, Mike, Bochy talks about this.
I like that, Bochy.
No, I don't. I'm not going to say it to him. He talks about this with us a lot. I'm still trying to gain their trust. And so when they start to trust him, that's what he wants to do first. Very Ted Lasso. Once they start to trust him, then he can push them a little harder or make some other adjustments. But you're right with the other things of the Rangers did give him things to make these adjustments. Somebody texted that in. That's a great thing, too, is the Rangers gave him a pretty decent roster this year.
Right.
And he can rely on pitching to start.
But here's another one. And you don't know, right? The result then plays out, and you can complain about the result because it was a loss, or you can praise the result because it's a win. Would have the managers, whoever it would have been, would they have gone, you know what, Dane Dunning's giving me 2. That's great. Now I want to use my 7th, 8th, and 9th inning guys. I want to go to 3 more guys. And Bochy's like, dude, Dunning's throwing great. Why would I take him out?
Yeah,
and he lets him go 4 1/3. And then a runner gets on base. He still sticks with Dunning. He gets a guy out, and then he brings in Leclerc to close out the game, which was a little bit iffy after he threw the first 3 balls. Very not close. And my last thing, we'll be done with this. Maybe I'll talk about it a little bit later. I guess they could have just ran the Ranger game on Bally's, on the real Bally's channel. You had to go to alternate Bally's.
Yes, and that's what I did.
The game ended in 2 hours and 2 minutes.
It's remarkable. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, is there a specific player or maybe certain positions that have you want the Cowboys to trade up or down in this draft? 877-881-1053. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We've got Stephen Jones coming up at noon o'clock. And so I was curious, is there a specific player or maybe positions that have you wanting the Cowboys to trade up or down in this draft? Because I feel like we've heard a lot of people are like, oh, I want Bijan Robinson. Even some people are like, I want to trade up for Bijan Robinson, which I do not want to do. But I was curious, have you identified, I'm going to ask Steven this as well, maybe you've identified that like the second round is where all your grades are. And does that make you want to trade out of your first round and pick up an extra second or third rounder? Or is there going to be a player that you think he might fall and maybe we can make a run for him?
Do you think the Cowboys would trade out of the first round this year?
Yes.
You do.
For sure.
I have a feeling that they're like, hey, look, we got this first round pick. Let's take this first round pick. That's just my feeling on it, because I don't want another special teams draft. And I know like second round they can still hit there too, but I just don't want them to say we'll settle for something else.
I definitely get what you're saying. I just wonder if they're like, hey, we have 20 or 18 first round grades, and by the time it gets around to them, there's nobody left, and there's somebody who desperately wants to get up to 26 or just regularly wants to get up to 26, and you're like, well, you can pick up an extra second or third rounder. I think they view it more from, like, I feel like the ideology of this team has changed and this franchise has changed. I know that's tough when Jerry's still in charge or if you think Steven's in charge, but I do feel like the Cowboys are more apt with Will McClay to be like, you give me an extra second-round pick, I'll get you an extra starter or a guy who will be an extra starter, as opposed to in 2009 where it 100% felt like, well, we got to get a long-distance cold weather kicker, and we got to get this because our team is so awesome, we don't really need anybody.
From the 817, it will be an O-lineman or trade back for sure. Yeah, Kevin, if I want them to trade up, I want Will Anderson. So
okay.
Let me go get Will Anderson.
Let me try that again. A more reasonable
come on, you can still do it. Like, if that's the dude you want, is that not a guy
can
you
want? Like, wouldn't you have to trade up to
it's
like
going to cost you.
Your entire draft class will not get you up to Will Anderson.
What about next year's draft class?
Oh my gosh! All right,
that's innovative thinking.
It might.
Thanks, Mike.
Just because the math doesn't say it doesn't mean Arizona won't do it.
Thank you.
Man, that's a fair point. All right, but hold on. I'll get back to Mike because I know his thoughts. Corey?
What?
Fine. It's Arizona. They accept. Would you like to make the deal for all of your picks?
For the next 2 years?
No, for just this year.
For this year only?
For number 3 pick.
I'm in.
Bam.
Shut up.
What do I need to have?
Why
what
are
else
you
do I need to have?
surprised? He just asked you for the next 2 years as if that was a reasonable sentence.
I was going to say no to
That's
the
a
next
good
2
point.
years, but for this year, yeah, man, I get a nice defensive player that's going to be there for years and be great. Yes, dude. And I got Micah. Come on. Good luck offenses against me. What else do you need? You're look, we've already been told that we got Terrence Steele at guard, maybe. I don't know if that makes any sense. Somebody recently told me that was like Connor Williams at guard, so good luck there. No, quite honestly, Kevin, the player that I've kind of coveted for a while that I would be very excited if I was able to get him somehow. And I don't know, is it just a trade up with my first and a sixth? That it would be Joey Porter Jr. Like I would want him. To add more cornerback depth. I'm always in for that. Got Bland. I know you're excited about what he can do, but I like depth at the corner position. And Gilmore's not going to be around forever.
Sure.
And if you listen to Chiafalo, then the idea is, look, he doesn't even want to bring back Trayvon Diggs. So I'm I would like to add that player if I'm going to move up for somebody specifically.
So I know that everybody that studies the draft says no to this. But would you trade Kelvin Joseph, Osa Odigizua, Chauncey Golston, Nashawn Wright, Jabril Cox, Josh Ball, Simi Fehoko, Quentin Bohanna, Israel Mukwamu, and
job.
Matt Fairnook for one of the Bosas?
Is that Farniok?
Farniok.
He planted
Oh my
on
God,
on Mukwamu.
sure.
Yeah, I would do that too.
I feel like
absolutely.
most
I just
would.
traded my whole 2021 draft for Micah Parsons. So I just named you all of those guys. Like I just named you our 2nd through 7th round picks, and we had 3 thirds, 2 fourths, 2 sixths. Like I just traded. So that's when people are like, oh, I get why when I bring this up to Zach as kind of a joke, but being serious because I know it'll never happen. He's like, no, I want all those picks. All right, so you want all of those guys over Micah Parsons.
I hear you. That 2nd round pick especially hurts in that scenario where I'm like, yeah, I would obviously give him away for nothing.
Yeah.
And so in your scenario for Joey Porter, what if it was like a 4th? Because I think you're probably looking more at like a 3rd or a 4th to make that move.
How far up do you think that is? Because, and I'm just looking at McShay's draft.
20.
McShay has him at 23 to the Vikings.
Sure.
And it's going to take a 1st and 4th to do that?
Well, I mean, it'll essentially take your 4th round pick because, like, obviously you'll just be swapping.
Okay.
To do that, to move up to 23, you're talking about your 4th round pick.
Yeah, I would be happy with, a slight move up or, I mean, a lot of people will freak out and go, they could have just waited for him to fall. That's not necessarily when the phones are ringing, you're having these conversations, you get a pretty good idea that somebody's probably going to scoop that guy up next, if this team's not going to trade with you. So that's kind of the vein of, or, a lot of Georgia players, Kevin. I'll take some Georgia players. Jalen Carter's fascinating to me because of where he could land on the board.
I know that it would seem like the power play from his agent has led people to believe that there's no chance he's dropping out of the top 10, but I do see Jalen Carter get brought up if he moved into the teens or maybe more specifically like the late teens, because that might be a better shot that you have at picking him up because if you're just talking about like, hey, I want to move up to Washington's pick, that is absolutely going to cost you your 2nd round pick. Assuming anybody there still cares or maybe they're still hashing out ownership stuff while that is going down. But if you want to move like up into the middle of the 1st round, that's going to cost you at least your 2nd round pick versus if you trade up to 19, then maybe you can get away with your 3rd round pick, or it might still cost you your 2nd.
I am interested in your feeling. Is there any way you would trade up for an offensive lineman? And and maybe we can ask Steven this question coming up at noon, because there are some offensive linemen that are going to be going higher up in the draft.
Sure.
But we need to figure out what we're doing with Tyler Smith. We need to figure out what we're doing across the offensive line. And is it going to be best 5? And Tyron Smith's one of my best 5, but I have him out at right tackle, and that's the best place for him.
Yeah.
I have lots of questions about what they're doing there, and I would like to get some thoughts there from Steven, but would you trade up into the teens for an offensive lineman? You're saying no because it's not sexy, even though it might be the most beneficial thing to your team.
No, I'm trying to think about how far you have to move for Darnell Wright, because the kid from Tennessee and the position flex that he has, if I have to go...
McShay has him at 16 to the Commanders.
Okay. So the Commanders in this scenario do still care, and they are still going to draft. They're not...
Yeah, just imagine that they're not in a weird spot.
Okay. 16 is probably too rich for my blood.
Okay. For an offensive lineman?
Yeah, it's not just that. For
innies?
For that particular player.
Okay.
There are other players where I think your value system is changing, but for that particular player, I think maybe around like 20, which then you'll definitely have to sacrifice your 3rd round pick, and that's probably going to be what you're looking for. But then I know that I have like not only a good current offensive line, but I feel confident in my scouting that I have created an offensive line of the future. Because, like if you went with the kid from Tennessee, if you go with Tyler Smith and you go with Terrence Steele, at least you feel like, hey, we might have like a pretty good shell of an offensive line for the next generation of offensive line. So I think that would be something that I would consider. Now, on the concept of the trade down, I know we all fear the backup draft because some people have I don't like the trade down because that 5th-year option is valuable. I will say that's definitely true depending on the position. I think there are some positions where it doesn't hit you as hard as you might think it would.
Like what?
Like safety, for example.
You hate safeties.
No. I'm just saying, the value chart in the NFL has spoken about that. But I think safety or linebacker, you would take less of a hit as opposed to clearly quarterback, I know, comes up for a lot of people, and maybe even now wide receiver.
All right. You want to trade back out of the first round. Here's the thing. The Eagles then also have 30.
Right.
And that means you give them 2 picks where you didn't get to possibly snag somebody like they did with Dallas Goedert before you. That means that you're backing up and letting them take 2 picks that maybe you should have had. Now, I trust Will McClay to say the talent wasn't there.
If you're right. But in my scenario, it's that they would be trading let's say, for example, with Las Vegas. And you would take Las Vegas's 2nd and 3rd round picks, which are 38 and 70. And so now one of the arguments is you have 3 of the top 70, 4 of the top 90 picks, but you don't get your first round pick.
You get a good guard there?
Yes, exactly. But if you're trading back that far, you're sacrificing that player that Philly might be interested as well.
Mm-hmm.
If you're going to trade back, then you're not trading back that far if you think, hey, this player might get taken in the next 4 picks. If you're trading back into the 2nd round and think this player might get taken in the next 4 picks and that's the person you really covet, don't trade back. That's a terrible idea.
Yeah, I need somebody to come to me with that offer. I'm not calling around for that offer,
sure.
Kevin. I'm not calling around to say, I want to move back in this draft. What do you got? I do want somebody to come to me and say, hey, we want to move up. Here's what we're trying to work to acquire. And because then I'm feeling a little bit more comfortable in that position. But more than anything, I am perfectly fine sitting right where I am and letting the cards fall to me.
Okay.
I really think this is one of those moments where I can just sit here and grab a good player, add him to my team, because I'm not panicking to build an entire team right now. I've already built a good team. And whenever you built a pretty good team, you can say, okay, and what else can we add to this roster? What do we not have that we can use to make it more dynamic offensively? What do we not have on the defensive side of the ball that we can use? So it gives me a lot of options there at 26 to just let it fall in my lap. If I'm a team that's man, we have so many spots to fill and we're so talent deprived, then yes, I have to move up and or down for this. This is one of those I feel comfortable staying.
Okay, and that makes sense to me, and I really want to pick Stephen Jones' brain about this. I'm guessing he's probably not going to be like, well, you know what, Kevin, we have scouted this to the T, and we absolutely want to trade down. But I am curious because every draft is different, right? You might see a draft where you're thinking the top half of this first round is absolutely stacked, and people are falling over each other to get in there. Or you might see this draft where you're like, dude, I have 80 second and 3rd round grades. So that's where the value is. I want to pick his brain about how they value charted this draft out.
Yeah, I do love the idea of having so many quarterbacks that I don't really need going up high and pushing things down.
Well,
I don't need a quarterback, so that means other things are falling to me. Or maybe I do need a quarterback.
You would love to see Hendon Hooker get drafted before you're on the clock. Yeah. Although not everyone feels that way because you know it. You could have predicted it ahead of time. I don't care if you trade up or down. You have to come away with a quarterback in this draft. Now, if you're saying that because you want somebody to compete with Cooper Rush, fair enough. If you're saying that because you think they're going to take over for Dak, there is literally, I'm going to say no chance in hell. There's almost no chance in hell. I would be shocked if anything in that space happened. Hell, even if let's say they took Hendon Hooker at pick 26. It's not for now.
No.
So I hate to disappoint people.
It is to add to the quarterback school that Mike McCarthy wants to run out there. That's all it's for. And because, or I don't know, Kevin, maybe Hendon Hooker does show up and everybody's like, look at the talent on this guy. Dak's contract is coming up.
That's fine.
Are we ready to do this?
That's fine. You implement a 2-year plan. I'm fine with all of that. But if the next part of your sentence is maybe he can play now, that's not going to happen.
Okay,
That is not going to happen. And then somebody asked, this is an interesting question. I hadn't really thought about this before. If Carter has the same, not our Carter, the Carter in the
My
draft.
Carter?
No, the Carter in the draft
Jalen
has the same
Yes.
career as Jadeveon Clowney, would he be considered a bust? I don't think so, because I think he's going to go maybe to the Eagles at pick 10 or maybe at pick 9. That is honestly a world difference between pick 1. I think Jadeveon Clowney, he's not a bust, but I think he's absolutely had a disappointing career as a number 1
As
pick.
predicted on this show.
You did.
By
You did predict that.
Corey Majors.
I can co-sign that.
From the 940, Reginald, just draft Steve DeBerg.
That's right.
And forget about it. Oh my God. Like, just once you do that, you're gone. You're done.
Mm-hmm.
How you feel about being done with the draft after that?
Who do you think is this year's Steve DeBerg?
Hendon Hooker.
Man.
I do.
Might be.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, people interpret that however they see fit. Coming up next, in honor of J.R. Smith, what are other ways to express your anger besides taking it out on others? This is a great question. I'm still
Don't
trying
honk
to
at
figure
people
out.
because you're mad, Kevin.
I'm going to have to work on that. We'll start the discussion next right here on The Fan.
Where you
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is also brought to you by state-of-the-art weight loss, that's soda, and it's brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck, so companies that hire drivers and put them in big trucks should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. The consultation is always free. Visit truckwreck.com.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan right now. Corey, I know this topic is near and dear to your heart, and I also struggle with anger, so I'm not going to say I'm going to go the route of J.R. Smith at any point, but I can't 100% rule it out either.
Like go back to college and be a golfer?
Yes. Like I meant something different for that, but that is interesting. So in honor of J.R. Smith, what are other ways to express your anger besides taking it out on others? Let's go to cut number 1. And I know this is the story with him throwing soup at an former assistant
Damon
coach.
Jones?
Yes, Damon Jones back in 2018 to cleanse some of that anger.
So Damon Jones, he's my guy. I love D Jones. Everybody knows it. But he has a knack of playing too much. And for me, like, don't get me wrong, I like to play a little joke here and there, key, but like he's consistent with it. And for me, like, if I'm telling you I'm not in the mood right now, like, bro, like I had some stuff going on at home, how I wasn't playing well. I'm like, dude, not right now. And sure enough, I'm in the lunchroom, get my soup, and he comes in, and mind you, the soup is hot. It literally, I'm like the first person in there. He's like, and try to like make me spill it. So I'm sitting, I'm not gonna lie, it took me a second too, because I actually thought about it. So it was like, it wasn't like a rageful throw. It was like, okay, you're playing with me. I know you're playing with me. I'm gonna show you. And I literally thought about it, and I threw it on him. He's over there screaming because it's hot. I'm like, see, you want to stop playing now with me, right? You want to stop playing? Sure enough, the next day he comes up, apologizes, hey man, you know, you're right. I do play too much and da-da-da-da. I'm like, bro, I don't mind you playing. But when I tell you stop playing with me, I'm not in the mood, just stop playing with me. That's it.
What kind of soup was it?
Chicken tortilla.
Chicken tortilla.
It's one of my favorites, too.
Nice.
It is one of the best soups.
I'm also really impressed that 5 years removed from the incident, he remembered the type of soup. That is impressive.
Probably because he wanted to eat that soup and he ended up having to use it to make an example out of somebody.
So just
There's probably more soup. If he was hungry, he would have kept the soup.
I'll
go refill a bowl.
Do they give you another bowl of soup, or do they allow you to get another bowl of soup if you took the first bowl of soup?
What is this, like a hazard? It's like you can't be trusted with soup no more?
Yes!
In my mind, he brought the soup from home and heated it up in the microwave.
Oh, no.
But now I got to remember, this is an NBA player.
Yeah, I was like, you got the NBA team using our kitchen now.
Dirk's the only one that I think I've ever seen walk in with the plate and everything.
There's a fridge in the kitchen and it says, for LeBron, do not eat.
It's like the ping pong table with the Cleveland Indians. We had to get rid of it.
Oh, yeah, because was it Milton Bradley?
No, Kenny Lofton and Russell Branyan, I believe, were the ones that got into a fight. And like, well, ping pong has gotten too problematic here. No more ping pong.
Now it's
out of nowhere, there was a kick and a push.
So I know this is an older story, but he's like been retelling specifically how it happened. So Corey, you asked, how do you take out your anger that's not on others? I do have a driving way.
Well, hold on. Before we get to there, I know this is a story from 2018, that part of it, but him telling it was interesting.
Yeah.
But now that you hear the part of Damon Jones being immature and his always trying to mess with you, and I've told you to stop doing this, is Damon Jones in the wrong here?
See, but I don't think...
I always thought, I was like, look, man, if someone throws soup at you, you did something wrong.
Okay, I hear what you're saying, but I don't know if I believe that that's how the rest of that went with
Okay,
Damon
you think
Jones.
David Jones has
I
a-
think
okay.
he came up to him and he's like, hey, MFer, I was wrong, and I'll stop playing so much, but you can't throw soup in my effing face. I think there was more to it than
Disagree.
you right, and half his face looks like he needs to be wearing an attachment from Phantom of the Opera or something like that.
Nah, man, if someone goes to those desperate measures, an advanced person, right, a person that has found some level of maturity would take some time to reflect and go, if they had to go that far, maybe I need to reflect. And it does seem like Damon Jones did that.
Sometimes I think you overestimate
That's
the
fair.
level of those people that exist. But I hear what you're
Probably
saying.
went and peed on his shower shoes.
What?
That's how you get.
No, that's what
how
you
Mike,
do,
that's
Mike.
how Mike deals with it, yeah.
Or make that special peanut butter sandwich, right?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Well, I didn't do that. That was my man T-Dub. He took my peanut butter sandwich when I went to the bathroom. Put
Oh,
his
yeah, I remember you
testicles
said
on
that.
it.
See, look.
I didn't know.
Playing with people's food is just, I feel like that's a no-go. Right?
Hold on. Playing with people's food is a no-go, but throwing your food
That's
in
right.
another human's face is fine.
That seems very clear. What are you not understanding about it?
I am not understanding the total difference between those. I understand where you stand. I'm not sure if I understand how we got
One
there.
is on the exterior. Food will be on your outside. The other one, you will be eating this. You'll be consuming this.
So in your mind,
That's right.
the peanut butter,
Correct.
the crunchy peanut butter sandwich, let's just say,
Yes.
is worse than
It's
me
creamy.
throwing scalding hot soup in your face.
Depending on if I deserve it, yes.
Okay, I respect the last part of what you said. Sometimes I think about that in life, and I'm like, I don't know what, like that show Beef. Without
Okay.
getting into it, to me, there is clearly one person in the wrong, and I'm like, take your L. That's your fault. Now everything's spiraling.
And someone should have thrown beef at the
Yeah,
other one.
JR, he did say, I had some stuff going on at home. I wasn't playing well. You don't know what's going on in anybody else's life.
Sure.
Like Reggie could walk in and maybe I'm upset about something. He didn't have a clue. He didn't have a clue that he just walked into me being mad about something. Now he could ask, hey, you doing all right, buddy?
Yeah.
And I'm probably going to lie and say, no, yeah, I'm fine. But that's like, you don't know what they're dealing with. So egging them on about something, probably not the best decision.
Right.
That being said, whatever you have going on is your thing, not somebody else's that you have to now punish them for. Whatever you have going on is something you need to take care of yourself first.
But also, I think we also have to acknowledge that J.R. Smith, as we were litigating this for some reason, J.R. Smith did put up the stop sign, right? Like, if you put up the stop sign, I think that then you are in the right? You let someone know,
Right.
Hey, there's no way for you to know this, but I'm not in the place for this right now.
But there are lots of occasions in our world, right, where somebody has something going on
Yeah.
and then they snap. And it could be, I mean, we were watching Shrinking and that dude would snap just because somebody bumped into him. You know, you're watching Beef. They snap because they have all these other things going on in life and they don't know this person, but they have snapped now. And now they're focused on taking that person's personal space out. And I don't even care what's going on in your world. I'm taking you down.
Have you ever seen the old Michael Douglas movie, Falling Down?
Yes.
It's just like this boring business guy, and then a thing happens, and he loses his effing mind and goes on a rampage for the rest of the day.
Yes, and so like the whole point of bringing this up, the whole point of bringing this to the table, because I agree with all the things we said about the Damon Jones part of it.
More my points, right? You agree with me.
You did great, buddy.
Thanks.
But
In your face, Kevin.
whenever you get to that point, and we talk about mental health a lot on this show, whenever
do.
you get to that point, what do you do to de-escalate yourself, to regulate yourself from going and snapping on somebody that may not deserve it, that doesn't have a clue the crap that you're dealing with at home or with work or whatever else is going on? Do you have it? Do you count to 10? And if that don't work, do it again?
Yeah, no. I wish I could be that person. The way I described it to my wife is
Don't sleep for 3 straight nights
Yes.
and replay like horrible things that I could do to that person
Yes.
that don't end up happening, or conversations that never will happen that I hope do happen, but I really wouldn't go that far to say those things. But yeah, and then maybe like 3 days to 3 months later, I start getting over it.
I get
See,
it.
that sounds like a bad approach.
I
No,
mean,
it's
but like,
horrible
But you
approach.
can't control it, right?
Well, I'm tired
Like,
a lot.
It feels like you can't control it. As I always tell my wife, is I will like try to push this imaginary button that I wish would let out the steam inside of me before I have to, I don't know, like smash an inanimate object. or
Is that why you
something
hit the
like that.
table when you do stuff?
That probably is
Oh.
sometimes, because I just need an outlet
We're
to like
learning.
mitigate. I feel like I'm a consistent like teapot, and I wish somebody could move me to the burner that's not on, and I'm just like,
You're just waiting for a boil all the time, and you don't know why that is. That you're always waiting for a boil.
Nobody flipped it on, and I just get really mad. The other person who's really helpful with that is my talking doctor. Is the last time at Talking Doctor, or maybe it's 2 times ago, was really angry about something. I pretty much just like went on a verbal rampage for like 45 minutes
On air, yeah, I remember.
No, well, that happens too. And I was like, hey, I realize I just talk like pretty much the whole time, but this is super helpful for me. So thank you very much. And I tried to explain it to him, and I was like, then again, you're a professional. You've probably seen everything from somebody talking nonstop to somebody that you have to almost like, it feels like an interrogation. And
Yeah.
it was pretty much.
Yeah, they have all ranges of people they
sure.
deal with, for sure.
That
Because there are
helps.
some people that are there and they're like, I want to be fixed. And some people that are like, nothing's wrong with me.
Yes, that's how I feel at all times. Now, we did get a lot of feedback on this.
From the 214, are you also short and stout, Kevin?
No.
You're a little teapot.
See, I like that song just fine. From the 214, shooting a gun in a safe environment. I could see how that would be very cathartic. From G and Grapevine, throwing knives or a punching bag is, yeah.
Punching bag feels good.
I just wish I had like a punching bag that followed me around then.
Yeah.
Because it's the moment where I'm mad and I need to direct my anger, and I'm not thinking, why don't you go to the garage, to the punching bag or whatever.
Yeah, just wait. I'll wait till I get home, and that's whenever I'll take it all out.
Exactly.
Whenever I snap, it's I do have some walk away things that I'm like, just walk away, go revisit it. That's when I do the thought where I'm talking to myself in a conversation that's never going to happen, and then I say, okay, that is let go. I got to let that go now, and it's very difficult to let go. I have the new phrase of it's already moved on. Whatever it is that I'm mad about, I might be mad at Mike for something. Mike doesn't have a clue. Not today, buddy. You're doing great.
Oh, don't worry.
Mike doesn't have a clue that I'm mad at him.
Just wait.
And I'm having all these things going on, and he's not thinking about me. So just let that go. Let that conversation go, because he's probably not thinking about it either.
Man, a couple of people have brought up from the 817-972 working out or cardio. If it all happens just right, that's 100%. Like, there's definitely been times I've either come home or stopped at the gym when maybe I wasn't going to go to the gym because you just needed to burn off that anger. And it's not necessarily that all the anger comes out. It's just then you get too tired to care. Like, I've always thought it is a terrible idea. Well, first of all, I want to say don't rob anybody. However, if you had to rob somebody,
why do you have to rob somebody?
Your family is gonna
Because your kid's been
starve
taken
to
for
death.
ransom.
Exactly.
Okay, gotcha.
Exactly. You should do it when someone comes out of the gym, not when they go into the gym. Because going into the gym, I'm like hyped up and ready to go. Out of the gym, I'm like, here, whatever. I'm just gonna sit on the curb and
That's
see if someone
exactly
will
yeah.
come pick me
Oh
up.
man, you work out hard in there. From the 214, call my mom. If that's the thing that helps you, call somebody that's significant to you that can help talk you down.
Or throw a wrench.
I threw a wrench into a wall. Yeah,
wall.
I did. I snapped. But guess what? I didn't throw a wrench at a person.
That's a good point.
So, like, isn't that progress?
From the 972, I ride my motorcycle. From the 469.
You do wheelies?
Oh, crap. I thought that kettle noise was coming from my car.
Oh, no,
Sorry.
Reggie.
My bad.
Yeah, I could. Oh, no, my radiator.
Although now you have the relaxing effect of realizing that your car's fine.
Ooh, this is a good one, too. And I realize it's not for everyone. And it doesn't help me every single time. From the 817, praying helps. And from the 682, praying is amazing. There have been times where I have stayed in my car, whether I was at home or here or whatever, and I was like, I need help. I can feel it getting away from me, you know? And it's not just going to be this incident. It's going to be somebody who's going to like bump into me and I'm going to flip out for no reason. And so like that is helpful for sure for me.
I remember one time being really mad. This was in my early 20s, and I was like, I'm going to go for a run. And I got to White Rock Lake, and I just started running and didn't think about where I was going. All I thought about was one foot, next, and just kept going. And then I stopped when I was tired, and I looked across the lake, and I could see my truck, and I was like, oh, my God, now I got to finish this. How am I going to get back to it? That was a dumb
You just
decision.
needed somebody to go, hey, jerk. And you like, that's it. And you run back all the way around again.
Yeah.
I thought he was going to do the Forrest Gump story.
And I just kept running. That's what he said.
No, I know.
Was that a bad impression?
No.
I'll
That
work
was
on my
actually
Forrest
a pretty
Gump.
good
Okay.
impression. I just also still have questions about, like, are you... Never mind. I have lots of Forrest Gump-based questions that maybe I'll ask off the
He
air.
just did he ever stop and go to a hotel for a drink or like some water, or did people just bring stuff? What if he had to go to the restroom?
He just tell the president about it. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. The number 1 pick looks pretty locked in, but number 2 just got a lot more uncertain. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
All right, guys, let's get back to
Peace on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet looks at the road ahead and says, Texas, let's ride. They're doing their part with deep discounts on their full lineup, and unprecedented savings make now the best time to buy. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
Empty set again. Young, pump fake. Looks to his left, rolls to his left, stops, looks into the end zone. Catch is made. Touchdown, Alabama. Jahmyr Gibbs makes the grab in the back of the end zone.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, it's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
So hungry. Can't wait for a salad. Oh, salads with dip.
And we start with Corey. I know you're stoked about this news. I'm willing to wager that a lot of football fans are stoked about this news. Brandon Beane, who used to
Light the beam.
be the general manager for the A's, I'm pretty sure, said today.
No, it's Billy Beane.
Ah, gotcha.
Or otherwise known as Brad Pitt.
Great casting. I bet he was stoked about that. Is
Well, one of the guys saved the galaxy.
That
Scott Hatterberg, I think is his name.
He did. He's a guardian of the galaxy. You don't remember?
I do. No, I definitely do. DeMar Hamlin is cleared to resume full activities. You're excited, right?
I am very excited for him. Now, I'm still concerned.
For sure.
And I don't know how he steps on the field without having that concern. I'm sure it goes back to what Peyton Manning, a lot of players have probably said this. Once you get hit once, then you're like, okay, I can keep doing it.
Yeah.
But it's got to be in the back of the mind a lot. But it is nice to hear that he's given a full clear on this. How do the doctors know, though? Like, this is what I want to know. How do doctors know stuff like this?
Because they went to medical school. What do you mean?
But did they deal with this often?
They looked at his heart, and they looked at all kinds of different things.
But do they deal with
probably EKG'd him?
Okay. Is it a verb now?
Yeah, that was wild.
Yeah. Making it yours. How you doing, sick kids?
But yeah, I guess that's my question is, how do the doctors know?
I have a question.
That it won't happen again.
No matter how he performs, is he automatically on the team?
Oh, 100%.
Like because he is a
I
6th
can't
round
see a
pick. He was a
scenario
backup
in
safety.
which they cut him.
Like, it's like it doesn't matter. He's on the team.
Yes, that's exactly what I think.
For the whole year,
Yes.
no matter what.
Yes. Do you disagree?
No, I kind of agree with you.
Yeah, I agree too.
All right. Let's talk about the Commanders for just a minute. And this is confusing to me. So the Josh Harris-led group looking to buy the Commanders, which, by the way, there continues to be rumors that while the Commanders and the NFL are disappointed with the sales price, that there's another offer sitting out there.
It's even more.
For $7 billion.
Yeah.
And they say in all cash. I realize that's not like, in my mind, they just lug all of these cases up there. I know that's not.
I've seen this on real estate shows, and they're not going to have like an inspection. They'll waive the inspection and everything and close in 2 weeks.
Well, they're seeming to, like, I don't know what the holdup is on the other offer, why they're not considering it. But then also, part of the provision in this deal to the Josh Harris group gives Snyder some legal liability going forward. Now, the interesting part, though, is it's not legal liability from the NFL. So, like, the NFL could go ahead and go after Daniel Snyder for all of his legal issues. It is confusing to me.
What, you mean like some like amnesty or whatever from liability?
For future lawsuits is what he was always looking for.
Okay.
And apparently he's got a partial version of that, but not included in the NFL. And I was like, well, isn't that who he wanted it from? Meanwhile, Corey's...
I didn't hear a word you said, Kevin.
You're showing me a picture of how much money is that?
I wanted to look up how the size of $7 billion, what it would look like if I just walked in with $7 billion.
Okay.
This one has 5 pallets that are stacked up to my waist. All right. 5 pallets stacked up to my waist.
style?
Yeah. And that's 5 of them Now double that. That's $1 billion. So now do the rest of the math.
70 pallets of money?
70 pallets of $100 bills stacked up to my waist.
Or you can do the smart thing and take all that money and put it in crypto, and then you just bring them your phone.
Have to carry back less.
Yeah, to be fair, that will make that a significantly smaller.
That is a good point. That is a good point. All right.
Wow, that's amazing.
Let's go from that to, you did excellent work there, Corey. Thank you for bringing that
You're welcome.
into our lives. Let's talk a little
This one
bit.
says it's 6 pallets. Hold on. No, that's just 5. All right. back to
Either
you,
way,
Kevin.
it feels like an
It's a lot.
insurmountable amount.
I'm not carrying that
Yeah.
into the place. I'm walking in with a couple bags and saying the rest is out in the truck.
I feel like the great news is we'll never have to worry about that.
That is very fair. All right, let's shift our focus to the NFL draft. By the way, our Path to the Draft coverage is brought to you by Pluckers. Night 1 of the NFL draft. So a week from Thursday, we'll be at all 8 Metroplex Pluckers locations. They got cool specials and prizes all night long. Also brought to you by our friends at K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing.
I'll be in Arlington.
I will be in Dallas with Mike.
I'll be in Dallas with Kevin.
Ooh.
I'll be in Arlington with Will Chambers. And he said, bring your liver. And I was like, what does this mean?
So
I dare Pluckers to bring us some naked wings right now. Like, I dare them.
Aren't you supposed to be eating a salad?
Well, I can eat wings just as long as they're
They don't
not
have
fried.
that-
As long as they're naked.
The ESPN.
And they do it that way at Pluckers.
Absolutely.
If you ask.
They do. ESPN and ABC are, again, planning separate broadcasts for the draft because clearly they've got a lot of traction off of that. Even though it's the same family, but they're going to do separate broadcasts. Well, let's talk about the number 2 pick.
There's only one broadcast that matters.
Right here on 105.3 The Fan.
You want to read that Path to the Draft again? You can knock that out right now.
I don't think that counts.
Okay.
Okay. That's actually, that's the answer.
He said I don't think. He
that
doesn't
I
know.
needed.
I know nothing. I'm just guessing.
So the betting odds, we talked about this the other day, they shifted heavily towards Bryce Young. Now they've shifted even further. So they shifted to minus 350 for Bryce Young maybe 2 days ago. Now they're at minus 2,000. So you would have to bet $2,000 to win $100.
Okay.
If you said Bryce Young's going to be the number 1 pick. So it's overwhelming that Bryce Young's going to be the number 1 pick. Now the interesting part of this is what is going to happen with the number 2 pick, because there continues to be a buildup that the Houston Texans are either A, not going to draft a quarterback, or B, are going to trade the pick. Here's how it goes. The betting odds have Stroud below Will Anderson, below Will Levis, and tied with Tyree Wilson, the pass rusher out of Texas Tech.
Okay.
So now it's gone from Bryce Young will be number 1, CJ Stroud will be number 2, which that could still be the way it shakes out because these betting odds are close enough. But now Will Anderson has become the favorite for the number 2 pick, which would lead me to believe the Texans keep the pick. Or Will Levis is the next favorite, which would lead me to believe that the Texans trade the pick.
So you're telling me that someone is looking to trade the number 2 pick?
Yes.
For a quarterback.
You want to trade Dak for number 2 and then get Will
Corey
Anderson?
can get Will Anderson.
Get Will Anderson.
Trade
Be a defense
Dak
team.
Prescott for the number 2 pick in a heartbeat.
You taking Will Anderson?
You'd take Stroud.
You're taking
I
a
would-
quarterback,
I would
aren't
take
you?
Stroud.
We don't
Yeah,
even need
'cause I don't have a
dude.
quarterback
we don't
anymore.
Need one. We don't need one.
You never loved Corey.
Defense is
He wants
so
desperately
good.
Will
Cooper Rush
Anderson.
went 4-1.
Why won't you get him that gift?
Your defense would be so good. You know how good that defense is going to be?
Can't do it.
Nobody will ever score on you.
I think Mike would play quarterback. I think he'd be okay with it.
Yeah, absolutely he would. I've seen him throw, too. When he was supposed to be doing the hitting drills, he was like, nah, I'm going to go throw.
He's like, those drills are dumb. All right, I've got
You remember when you saw that, Kevin?
we were back here not having our baby yet.
I'd never miss Cowboys training camp.
You
missed the year before.
What?
You were
Yeah.
out with COVID.
Oh, really?
I got cream.
Are you kidding me?
So Corey, watch out because something impactful is going to happen.
Do you not remember too? Like we were about a week out from this year, and Mike goes, "Man, but just to start,
Man, because the year before he goes, "What if I caught COVID?" None of
got
us.
COVID.
Mike, I did not believe you for a second when you first said, I got COVID. I can't go to training camp. 0% of me believed you about that.
I got COVID at just the wrongest time you could ever get it.
Yeah.
During Cowboys
What
training.
life-changing thing could happen to me this year?
That's a segment I think perhaps we should do for tomorrow and get Derek Collin involved and ask him if he'll be ready to
Would
go.
they still send us to training camp if we got COVID in 2023?
Yeah. Well, no, because it's to California. So maybe not. I
Stop
don't know.
the test. I don't know.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's talk with Dallas Cowboys Executive Vice President Stephen Jones right here on 105.3 The Fan.
fan studio secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. I think Stephen Jones heard some of our preposterous proposals for the NFL draft. And he's like, I need a minute. So 12:40 on
to like
Stephen
research his
Jones. I mean, maybe he's going to think, would I trade Dak for the number 2 pick?
He needs to slide it back just a little bit to 12:40, you say.
Yeah.
So
His answer is no.
Okay.
Next
Yeah,
question.
there's no way in hell. If he said yes, that would be the most shocking answer. Well, the second most shocking answer I've ever heard from the Jones family. Because there was that one time.
I've heard a couple things from them.
Now, you want to go basketball? I got some basketball stuff.
I've heard
for
of
you
basketball.
here.
Yeah,
All
I
right.
like basketball.
Excellent.
Why don't you step on my rib cage and tell me about it?
Okay, do you
Oh,
want
God.
us? I've got an anonymous NBA player poll as well from The Athletic. They talked to 108 players, got answers on some of the key questions in the league, but we can definitely start with the...
Was it about the head coaches they don't want to play for?
Actually, that is one of the questions in there. Is Draymond talking about... We're going to cut number 9 right here. This is Draymond talking about stomping on Sabonis, and he had a different view of how things went down.
Can you just walk us through what happened there?
My leg got grabbed. Second time in 2 nights. Referees just watch it. I got to land my foot somewhere. And I'm not the most flexible person, so it's not stretching that far.
So you didn't really see where you were stepping. You just kind of...
I can only step so far, pulling my leg away.
What was the explanation they gave? I know they gave him a technical, then obviously you figured
The explanation was I stumped too hard.
He was ejected from the game because when he says stomp too hard, it looked like he kind of used him as a push off or a springboard to get back down the court.
Like kind of like your favorite player of all time, Christian Laettner.
Oh, my gosh.
See, you know what's sad is I actually thought you were maybe talking about Grayson Allen there. So I hear what you're saying.
Well, Christian Laettner did it against Kentucky in the Elite Eight. In a weird way, I don't totally agree with Draymond Green, but I do agree that he was grabbing his leg. He wasn't letting him get out on the break.
After he flopped too? Did you think Sabonis flopped?
I think Klay Thompson just fell back into him and he fell. Like, I don't think it was a flop, but
I just know, like, when he was on the ground, he two-armed, grabbed his leg so he wouldn't run, and they obviously didn't call anything there. I do think, though, that he intentionally stomped hard.
Sure.
Like, as he pulled his leg out, he then was like, ooh, here's a clean shot I can get for his dirty play. Let me do a dirty play. And, you know, he got caught. And I didn't think they were going to throw him out of the game. In the playoffs, I just thought they were going to give them both like kind of technical fouls and go, you guys are now kind of a warning away from getting thrown out here. But
yeah, what I'm seeing, Kevin, is a man who fell, grabbed some other man's leg. All right. That man then said, I'm trying to rip my leg away from you. And then realized, well,
You don't think Sabonis did that on purpose?
Huh? Yeah, no, absolutely he did.
Okay.
No, yeah, yes, absolutely. That man should have been penalized first.
Oh.
All right? Then the next penalization should have gone on Draymond Green as well. But Sabonis definitely should have been penalized.
Why do you keep saying it?
Is that not how you say it? Is that not a pronunciation of it?
It's a weird pronunciation.
All right, okay, but it is a Anyway, he's laying on the ground holding his leg. He should be in trouble. But Draymond Green could have stepped over him. He didn't need. He says that lie about I'm not as flexible as I used to be. He could have easily stepped over him. He could have done anything else other than bringing that foot back down and then trying to, like you said, diving board off of his body to go to the next place. That was dumb.
Any chance for a suspension or anything like that?
I don't
Or you
think so.
He got booted out of the game. We're good to go.
yeah, I think we're good.
Okay.
I just don't think they want this either. I think without Draymond Green, I know they go back to Golden State. We just saw last year, right? Phoenix looked like they were going to destroy the Dallas Mavericks. Dallas comes back, wins 2, and they're right back in the series. I think that can happen in Golden State. I do think that Sacramento is going to win that series watching it so far, but I don't think they're going to suspend him and then kind of give the series almost to Sacramento. I don't think he did anything that egregious. He got thrown out of the game already. I'm not saying it cost him the game, but I think after he got thrown out of the game, Sacramento went 10 of 15 from the field the rest of the game. Like,
Yeah.
it really hurt them defensively that he was out of the game, as Sacramento at that point was struggling a little bit to score.
Now, let's move to the anonymous survey of NBA players. The Athletic asked 108 different players, though not everyone answered every single question. For example, like when you get to worst referee, not as many players answered. Who is the MVP?
Do you think? I wonder if Luka has he's just like all of them, worst ever. Who is the MVP?
Who's the MVP?
And this is 108 players. I'm going to say they lean Jokic.
Giannis.
Oh, that's a good call.
Both are incorrect.
Oh, it's Embiid.
50% were for Joel Embiid, 25.5% for Jokic, 15.7% for Giannis. Nobody else got above 4%.
Okay. That makes sense. Those were the three best guys this year.
And it goes Tatum, Shea, and then Luka.
I wonder, Mike, too, like, I don't know who Embiid's agent is. I wonder how sometimes some of these guys are
Christian
like,
Wood's agent.
They
one
vote
other
for
player.
guys that are in their in their own agency. I wonder if
Yeah.
that happens.
Who is the best defender in the NBA?
So Jaren Jackson just won the Defensive Player of the Year, youngest player ever, but I'm going to say they say Giannis.
I'm going to go with Jaren Jackson.
Kawhi Leonard, though, looks pretty darn good when he's healthy. But
Giannis is 7th.
Oh, geez.
Jaren Jackson is 8th.
Oh,
Kawhi Leonard is 14th.
Anthony Davis.
Drew Holiday?
Drew Holiday by a landslide.
Wow. He's really good.
That's
29%.
How
have
many votes
him.
did Luka get?
He could be in the other category, but I believe 0.
How many votes did Maxey get is the real question.
He did
Remember?
not finish in the top 14.
Gosh, I feel like he's hurt because he just wasn't the Kevin Garnett we remembered when he came back from injury. That, and then I thought you were talking about Tyrese Maxey, and I was like, man, thank God we drafted Josh
He had
Green.
33 points last night.
Yeah, but you know what? He doesn't fit our system.
Lou Dort finished second with
He's really good,
11.4%. Brooke Lopez and Marcus Smart tied for third with other at 8.9%. Other is just a combination of every other person that got listed.
Oh, so Maxey was in there.
Yeah, that's where they
I
voted.
cannot rule that out. You know what? To be fair, I
It's probably
can't
because he
rule that out
prepares
either.
so well before games. I love him D'ing around with Dwight Powell. It seems like the
They
best thing
kick the
for
ball
him.
a lot.
They kick it.
So you're
elbow
saying that a
it.
coach needs to pour hot soup on those guys when they're
Oh
goofing
my
off like that?
gosh, Don't do that.
No, I mean, it works.
Can't argue with results.
I mean, look how many threes they're all hitting by goofing around and jacking up corner threes while hitting each other balls and then running a 100-mile-an-hour sprint after they shoot it for fun. It's just great. It's the proper way to get ready for a game, I think.
You're trying to build a roster from scratch. Who are you going to sign first?
Right now?
Right now.
Giannis.
Jokic.
Jokic second with 8.7%. Now think about that. 8.7% is second.
That means there's a lot of percent going to number one.
Luka is third with 6.3%. Then Embiid, Tatum, even LeBron is sixth on this list. But in a runaway, 52.4% said Giannis
Yeah,
is
makes
their
sense.
guy. Others included Chet Holmgren. That's fascinating.
Chet Holmgren got a vote in this. We know
Wasn't
that
he the
now.
number
Chet
one
Holmgren is one of the
Number
108.
two.
Number 2, okay.
Jaylen Brown, Evan Mobley, Donovan Mitchell. So all in the other category. Who is the most overrated player?
Oh, crap. Right now?
Right now.
They voted at the end of the year?
They did.
I'm gonna.
It might have been like in the last month of the season too.
I'm gonna guess Luka got some votes here. Is he in the? Let me ask you this: is Luka in the top 5?
He is not in the top 12.
Okay, good for him.
Man, this is a weird thing
It's
to
not-
vote on.
it's
I don't think he got any votes.
It's
actually.
tough because like most of the Mavs players are the most underrated players in the NBA.
Zion.
Oh, that's a good one. That's a good vote.
Zion, shockingly enough, not on the list.
Patrick Beverly.
James Harden.
Patrick Beverly and James Harden are not in the top 12.
Kyrie Irving.
Nope. Nope.
LeBron.
Players love.
I feel like it has to be something that people kind of disrespect or like don't respect, because I think that also will come into.
You know what,
Draymond
Reggie?
Green?
Maybe they don't respect them because they are wildly overrated. And maybe
Trae Young is
finally
on this list.
the rest of society is coming to the same.
He did the whole segment so he could get here.
No, I understand why you would say that. I thought it was fascinating. Number 1 on the list is other. Now that was broken down.
They did not want to vote on that. They were like, I don't want to vote on this one.
But the highest player that's listed, Trae Young, followed by Julius Randle and Pascal Siakam are tied for second. And then Jimmy Butler, Rudy Gobert, and Jaren Jackson are all tied beyond that.
Rudy Gobert's a good one.
Other in the top 12, RJ Barrett. I hear you, Reggie.
True.
Dylan Brooks, Draymond Green, Damian Lillard, Chris Paul, and Austin Reeves. So maybe that doesn't.
Austin Reeves has gotten a lot of hype recently. Ooh.
I saw on a report he's probably going to get a 4-year, $100 million contract.
I saw
in free
one
agency.
person say that, so
Oh.
I don't know like who that person was or how likely that is. Who is the most underrated player? Don't say the rest of the Dallas
Dwight
Mavericks.
Powell, Tim Hardaway Jr., Maxi
did not-
Kleba,
They did.
Theo Penson,
Jimmy Butler,
Frankie Ntilikina. Most underrated player. How about this? Desmond Bane would be a vote that just off the top of my head, thinking of playoffs, and I think he's
Desmond Bane got votes in the other category. I've got the top.
like for most overrated, you're saying?
Most
Or?
underrated. 15 players on the board.
And Desmond Bane didn't get any votes?
No, he did, but he's in the other category
Okay.
that's not in the top
All
15.
right.
And interestingly enough, Austin Reeves, number 15 on the most underrated.
Drew Holiday?
Number 14 on the most overrated. Drew Holiday, most votes, underrated player, which isn't surprising given how he ran away with defensive player. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, second on the list.
I can see that.
Mikal Bridges, third.
Good call.
And then tied for fourth, Derek White, Jaden McDaniels, and Jalen
Brunson.
Brunson.
That was the one that I was going to mention.
I knew a Maverick would be on the most. Finally, Cuban got it right.
But we let him go for nothing.
Yeah, he's not with us anymore, Mike.
Well, that's because he's not underrated anymore.
Oh, he's
by the
rated?
Mavericks.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, he's not as underrated as Davis Bertans.
Who is the greatest player of all time?
The current players voted?
Yes.
It's going to be between LeBron and Kobe, I bet. They weren't alive for Michael Jordan. So I'm going to say
Bill Russell.
I'm going to say they vote LeBron James.
Okay, just real quick, I want to stop on Bill Russell. Bill Russell got one vote, which equaled him with Tracy McGrady.
Everybody's wearing a patch with his number on their jerseys, and he only got one vote.
Bill Russell got one vote. Tracy McGrady also got one vote to tie for fourth.
On the Twitch, All Hell Mandalore says, I was the one who voted for Tracy McGrady.
What team do you play
Does Tracy
for?
McGrady have a son in the
Mandalore,
league?
obviously.
Is this a Zach situation where we're sitting right next to Tracy McGrady in the Twitch and we have no idea what's going on?
Is it? I'm going to go LeBron 1, Kobe 2, Michael Jordan 3 from current players.
Nah, man.
I'm going to go MJ 1 and then Kobe 2.
The culture matters too much. It's MJ, LeBron, and then I don't know who else they throw in there.
Number 3 with 6.8% of the vote, Kobe Bryant. So the other 91% of the vote, 91% of the vote, 33% went LeBron. 58.3% went for Michael Jordan.
Nobody gives any love to Will. It's just insane.
Well, one person who voted for LeBron James said, I grew up in the 2000s. So, we're getting further and further away from... We're getting further and further
The tough thing I was wondering, I know this goes to baseball, and I know we got to go,
Can we
but
get some of Wilt's DNA, though?
it's really tough when like Mickey Mantle
The world
or
has
Wilt
enough Wilt
Chamberlain.
DNA.
There's not really much video on them. I can't go back and watch a whole bunch of their games.
Don't worry, we will circle back around in about an hour. I'll give you the coach question. I know you're interested in that.
All the players
y'all.
want to play for Jason Kidd, I heard.
Coming up next, though, let's talk with Texas Rangers manager Bruce Bochy to kick off the Expressway, which will also include more about the Stars and Stephen Jones. It gets started next right here on The Fan.
KNC
Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, brought to you by Louisiana Hot Sauce. It is the manager for the Texas Rangers, Bruce Bochy. Good afternoon, sir.
Hey, guys. It's good to talk with you again. What's going on there?
Well, I'm going to start with a little lighter question, even though I know we got a lot of important stuff to get to.
The possum situation?
Not the possum situation.
Okay.
Did you get the chance to celebrate your birthday on Sunday, or was just beating the Astros celebration enough?
Well, I'll say that was enough. I mean, what a great ball game for us. Facing such a tough pitcher like Valdez and having Andrew Haney go out there and put zeros up for us, the bullpen, and just getting a win, a series. But I will say on the plane, they had a couple cupcakes there. They were really nice to me. So it made for a really nice flight into Kansas City. But you know what? There's no time to really celebrate. I mean, we got in late. We had to get up and just get ready to go last night.
If you got a dessert, is cupcake, cake, pie, ice cream, what's your favorite dessert for Bruce Bochy?
Oh, man. You know what? I'd have to say I have to go with the coconut cream pie. I think that would be my choice.
That's definitely
Is that your choice
that is
too,
at the
Corey?
top of my list, too. So me and Boch are one and the same here. With desserts, Kevin.
Sure.
Yeah.
Now, on a more serious, and I guess I'm really curious, any update note, Jacob DeGrom was looking fantastic yesterday, had to come out of the game. Have y'all had any opportunity to reevaluate him, or what can you tell us about his potential injury and timeline?
Yeah, you know what? I don't have an update. I don't have any new news for you. Once I'm heading to the park here in about 10 minutes, we're going to give the guys a break from batting practice today. Because normally after you get in late and, have kind of a short night, it's the second day where it really hits them. So I have not had a chance to get with Jacob or Lucky, our trainer. And so, I'll meet with them about 1:30 and kind of see where we're at. But, we're optimistic that, this is going to be fine. We are being cautious. So, I don't think you ever take anything too lightly, but we think, hopefully all is well with them, and I'll find out soon.
Boch, a lot of times early in the year, I know that you're giving the guys kind of the day off from batting practice, but it seems like a lot of guys will still get on that early bus and want to take some reps in the cage early on and keep it going. I know in July, August, September, guys will kind of maybe take that and go, hey, I'm just going to get a few swings off the tee and I'm good to go. So how much do you expect guys, even though you're giving them the day off, that are going to still get there at 1:30 and want to get a lot of swings in and possibly the batting cage?
You know what? We set the buses back, to 2 and actually 3 o'clock. So, my preference is to get these guys to show up later. It's a long season and, as much mentally as physically. And so, hey, if we're going to cut back the workload that day, come in later. Now, we will get them out there and they'll do some infield stuff, take some ground balls just to get them moving around. But and get some hitting in the cages. But for 6:40 game to get there at 1:30 and want to hit in the cage, to me that's too much. So we try to steer them. Just hey, take advantage of the days where you get a little break, and then in the long run it's going to help you. So I don't think guys are going to get there that early. Maybe if they need treatment, like Jacob, maybe a couple other guys, Mitch Garber, he's here. He'll be in there early, but I'm hoping that they don't get there too early and start hitting.
Bruce Bochy joined us here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, home of the Texas Rangers. And Andrew Haney, what's he done differently since his first start that you've kind of noticed with him that's making him so effective right now?
And you know what? I think more than anything, he's getting his legs more involved. Talking to Mike, that's what Mike wanted him to do, and it's worked out well for him. It's just giving him that little extra hop on his fastball. That's his pitch, and it's a tough pitch to get on top of. and he's had better command with it. It's made his slider better and his changeup. So, stuff was maybe a little flat, toward the end of spring training, but you can see now he's back to being who he is. And as a pitcher, your legs are as important as your arm. And so he's got it all working together right now.
Well, I got a little bit of a longer question for you, Boch. I think that Cole Reagans and Dane Dunning have done a tremendous job recently of stepping up, with John Gray getting hit and DeGrom having to go out after 4. And then the other bullpen guy I want you to talk about is Will Smith, and picking him kind of up early on in spring training and what he's meant to your team.
Yeah, first of all, let's start with really our unsung heroes, Reagans and, of course, Dane Dunning. When you look at this road trip and what's happened, we haven't had a starter go 6 innings, 2 of them because of injuries. And, that's a lot of innings to eat up. And what those guys have done, and not just go out there and give us innings, but quality innings, it's helped keep the bullpen in order. We're going in tonight's game actually sitting pretty good. We don't have Dane Dunning and probably don't have Reagans as long, but he could probably give us an inning or 2. But here we're having a good road trip, and the bullpen's still in order because of what these 2 men have done with their workload. And that's how it works. The closer setup guys, they usually get all the attention. But I've said, man, it's that lone guy that you're hoping that he's the most valuable player in that bullpen, because he saves your starters and he saves your bullpen guys. So I can't say enough about those 2. Now with Will Smith, just a great sign by CY, to go out and get this done. I was shocked he was still out there. I didn't get it. I didn't understand it. I know the man. He pitched for me, and he is a man. And you like him in those situations, and come in and, I put him in a tough situation. Twice he had to face Alvarez in a real big situation and got huge outs. But you look at what he's done. He's made our late inning guys that much better with the work he's been doing.
It's interesting that you brought his name up, because I was just talking with Mike about that, I think yesterday maybe, and we were kind of asking the question: did you go to Chris Young and say, I need this guy because I need a guy in the bullpen I really do trust? Or was that one of those Chris Young said, you're getting this guy?
Well, he was on the radar, obviously, with who he is. And, of course, CY he knew that he pitched for me. And so we did talk about him. And he knew, how much I wanted him. And CY wanted him, too. And this guy's a difference maker. He's had closing experience just a couple of years ago. He closed a World Series game. So, we have somewhat of a young bullpen, I would say. And so, he's going to help those guys too. So this was a big sign for us. And he was excited about coming here, with the Rangers too. And I just can't believe he was still there. I'm fortunate, though, that we got him.
With the Corey Seager injury, have you felt like as you've been putting lineups together that you've been kind of scrambling to put it together, or do you feel pretty comfortable with what you have and what you're working with early in the season here?
Yeah, I don't know quite, if I feel like I'm scrambling. We have tweaked a little bit. You saw Jankowski go in a 2-hole yesterday. It just gives you a different lineup without Corey. You saw yesterday what a guy like Jankowski can do, too, along with Smitty. Seeming gets on base. He bunts for a hit, put pressure on him with his speed. He's on. Next, 2 hitters later, we get a 3-run homer. So it's a little different style of baseball, I guess. But it's up to me to adapt to, the lineup. And there's no getting around it. You're not the same lineup without Corey Seager. He was swinging the bat as well as anybody in baseball, and I can't wait for him to get back. But meanwhile, I think we do have to scramble a little bit and find ways to score runs.
I've always been curious about this since you mentioned Janikowski and then Josh Smith, a.k.a. Smitty. What leads to a player getting a nickname versus players not getting a nickname?
Well, I think you look at, first of all, their name. I don't call him Janikowski. I call him Janny. But, Smitty, I don't know a Smith that isn't called Smitty. I go by Bochy. But then maybe a feature on them somewhere too, But also maybe maybe something he likes or looks like somebody. So, it's just part of the game. And, I'm actually sitting here with a friend of mine. We call him Meat. So it's just funny how they come up, but they stick. And once they stick, sometimes you have trouble just remembering what their real name is.
Do you might have to ask your friend this, is the nickname Boch not efficient? Because I don't feel like you save that much time between Boch and Bochy versus Janikowski and Janny. You save quite a bit of time.
Yeah, I think it just sounds better. Bochy, you just don't usually call people by their whole last name. I guess when you're talking to them or, hey, Janikowski, how are you doing? It just sounds weird. You know what I mean? And,
I do.
So it'd be the same with Bochy. But I do have some people, they'll drop Bochy because the one I don't like, you get a little bit older is Mr. Bochy. That's when it doesn't work for me.
So, Boch, when it comes to barbecue, I'm going to assume you like it. Am I assuming correctly?
Oh, yeah. That's right down my alley.
So can you tell me the difference of when you have Kansas City barbecue versus, let's say, Texas barbecue or barbecue here in the Metroplex, and what you like or dislike and the differences?
You know what? Gosh, I'll have to answer that a little better next week, because I think tonight that's what we're getting, Kansas barbecue. But I go back, Texas, obviously, it's good barbecue. I mean, great barbecue with the brisket. I'm from North Carolina, so that's we're talking the vinegar, the pork. That's a big difference, completely different. I'm gonna find out tonight, because I've only been here a couple of times. We had the World Series in 2014, and but then now that you mention it, I'm gonna bear down on it.
Okay,
I'll give you the difference.
Do you like coleslaw on your sandwich then, with like the pork butt? Do you put the coleslaw on, or is it on the side?
No, I put it on. Yeah, I definitely put it on.
Mix it all up.
Yeah.
Now, I know you already mentioned Dane Dunning, but I was kind of hoping we could go back to him for just a second, because I feel like he's been like one of the heroes of this team thus far. Is there anything in particular that you've seen with his mechanics or delivery or anything that has allowed him to be so effective this season?
Yeah, I think you go back to, his hip injury, and he had the surgery, he got it fixed, and so, I think it's just keeping him more in line, and he's able, to fire him a little bit better now, or like he used to. That's a lot of creating arm speed or bat speed as, those hips work. And then, so now they're working well. He just got amazing command, and, he can go in and out, he can sink it on both sides. He can cut it on both sides. He's got the slower breaking ball and the changeup, and he does such a great job of staying out of the heart of the plate. So I'd say the biggest reason is you're seeing a healthy Dane Dunning, and you're seeing what he can do. I mean, this game's hard enough to play when something's bothering you in the major leagues, but now he's healthy, and you're seeing what he's capable of.
Now, this is before we let you go, Bruce. Yesterday we were talking with John Gray as we had the release of the new gear, and we were checking all that out. And Kevin brought up that in Oakland they have a possum in the walls of the broadcasting booth up there, and so the visiting broadcasters have to be elsewhere. Mike suggested getting that possum in a cage and putting it in John Gray's locker, because John Gray had a conversation about becoming friends with the possum. Would you welcome a possum in a cage in your clubhouse?
Yeah, sure I would. Yeah. Bring it in. You can bring it. Or an armadillo too. Well,
Man, you were so ready for that.
Yeah, no, we got plenty of room. We have a room where we can keep them, but break it out occasionally. They used to have a lot of clubhouses used to have this mongoose in there.
Yes,
it was a fake mongoose, but it would scare the living daylights out of players. They get their heads up near the cage, and then they'd say, "Be careful now. This mongoose is pretty aggressive." And that thing would spring out. And boy, they'd run for the hills. We had a lot of fun with that one.
Man,
practical jokes are the best.
I've already got the headline written, Playing Possum, how mascot has led the Rangers to success. We can make this happen. Thank you very much for your time. As always, please tell Meat we said hello.
All right, Meat, they say hello. Okay, thanks. All right, okay.
There you go. Bruce Bochy, Texas Rangers manager, right here on 105.3 The Fan. The speed in which he, didn't even question what you asked. He goes, for sure.
Absolutely.
Get an armadillo. Then he told the mongoose story, and it was a whirlwind of emotions.
When we had on Will the Thrill Clark during COVID times,
yes,
did he talk about the story where they brought in an animal into the clubhouse?
I feel like he did.
I think he did. I just can't remember what it was, what the animal was.
I can't remember either, but didn't he say then the animal started pooping all over the clubhouse
was it a goat or something?
Yeah.
It was a goat. Yeah, it was a goat.
Yeah.
I don't know why it was in there either. I can't remember, but I do remember that part of it, and it was hilarious.
From the 254, it's been a long time since I've been this in love with Rangers baseball. And look, I know we had a fun interview, but it goes beyond that.
Mm-hmm.
It goes beyond the starting pitcher depth. It goes to how good your bats are looking so far this year. It goes to being in first place. It goes to so many things that have not been particularly apparent for the last 6 years.
Yeah, man. I think there's a lot of patience in understanding of the experience that he has. That's the huge factor. Mike brought it up earlier. He did this, and whereas ex-coach would have probably done this.
Yeah.
He has so much experience of knowing, well, I've used this type of, in this situation, I've gone to this before, and it works. And also, obviously, Mike, him expressing, Chris Young knew how much I wanted Will Smith. And knowing that they have that kind of patience and we want this guy because we have to have some trust in our bullpen. And I don't know what I can trust yet and what I can't, but I have something that I can go to that's steady.
I don't know Boch at all, but I know that when I had good managers or good coaches, they would, at times when you failed, they're hey, I left you in too long. Put that one on me. Now, at times they'd also say, hey, I want you to push through this. You can do this type of deal. And I feel like that's really important to gain the trust of the players. And I guarantee you, talking to Boch is having great communications with the guys, and he's probably being very honest, but he's also taking I'll take some heat for that. Maybe I shouldn't have put you in that situation, and not demoralizing you you're not good enough to be in that situation. But last night, he rode Dane Dunning all the way to the ninth inning. It was a great decision.
And that was Dane Dunning's first win of the season. And I know, with the role he's played, a hold is going to be frequently more important than a win. I just think it's amazing is that 6 appearances from Dane Dunning. He has given up 0 runs thus far over 15.1 innings. So 15 and a third, I guess would be a less weird way of saying it. And he's only given up 8 hits. He's been fantastic this season, and I'm really stoked about that. But looking at the fan text, a lot of people are really stoked about the Rangers in general and about Bruce Bochy.
They love Boch. Well, and his ability to sound like he's got all this great experience and legendary tales. But he also, he sounds fun. He sounds like a dude you want to have some beers with.
I forgot to ask him this question. I'm wondering with him in the dugout, if he looks up at the clock and he's like, crap, we're in the 7th inning?
Yeah,
probably so.
That is a great question. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Not only are we the home of the Texas Rangers, we're the home of your Dallas Cowboys. And right now we bring to you Dallas Cowboys Executive Vice President Stephen Jones. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, guys.
Well, I just really basic, kind of generic thus far. How do you think your offseason has gone as we get close to the draft?
Well, obviously, I think it's pretty well documented. We were pretty aggressive out there in free agency, and I wouldn't necessarily say free agency as much as just player acquisition because, of course, our biggest things were, our 2 trades we made for what we think are guys who can be, big difference makers for us next year in terms of Gilmore and Cooks, and certainly in areas where we felt like, that we had – a situation there where we could use upgrades, and to get a player like Gilmore there with a mid to later round pick, and what he's gonna, what it means toward our salary cap situation was also beneficial. And then the same thing, of course, with Cooks is, we think we did really well. And then, of course, we did our normal stuff of keeping our own guys. With Dono Wilson leading the way was a big deal, but we were able to keep a lot of the players that we feel like that we need to continue to have success on both sides of the ball. And although we did lose a few guys, overall we felt like we're in a great place going into the draft, and that's where we usually try to get. If you're able to do that, then you can certainly be more pure in terms of your draft situation, and feel like that we can do that as we head into draft week next week. We think we're in a great situation to really improve our football team, but not be pressed necessarily to draft for a need or that type of situation.
And kind of going along with that, when you say be more pure in the draft, does that mean it's easier to just go off of straight like best player available in a lot of situations?
Absolutely. I just think if there's a player up there, I go back to previous drafts, a guy like a perfect example is a guy like C.D. Lamb. It wasn't necessarily on anyone's radar that we would take a receiver with the first pick, but when a guy like him falls down and we got that type of grade on him, you want to be able to take advantage of that. So we just feel like we're in that situation. We feel, certainly there's positions on the team, that you want to, beef up, but you don't necessarily have to do it with the first pick or the second pick, or the third pick as far as that goes. There's, we feel like we're going to be able to take care of situations, and that will ultimately get done throughout the draft. Obviously, you lose a Dalton Schultz. We drafted, Ferguson last year and ended up with a great value in Hendershot. We feel good about that position, but certainly, you'd like to think, and certainly the draft's heavy there, through, quite a few players in those top 3 or 4 rounds that we think can, be like a Ferguson or a Hendershot and come in and really help us.
Do you rule positions out, especially early? Like, for example, I know y'all are set at quarterback, but like if one of the highly vaunted quarterbacks fell all the way down to 26, do you make exceptions where you're like, we just don't need that? Or are you like best player available is best player available?
Yeah, you don't ever rule anything out. And, certainly people may say, well, you didn't take that guy. I mean, we have, varying views as all teams do on the grades we put on the quarterback. Certainly you see and you read, with the mock drafts, and certainly, people in the media are guys with, personnel backgrounds, but not everybody looks at through the same lens. And certainly we're no different. We have certainly quarterbacks in this draft that are rated high. We certainly have some that are rated high that we don't have as high. So all that is, at the end of the day is how you perceive that particular player. But no, we would never just rule out a position in terms of getting a great player. If we had a high first-round grade and he falls down to 26, certainly big time in play, if not a slam dunk that would happen. Usually when you're picking 26, I think typically we have, anywhere, around 15 to 16 players in our first round. Some years a few more. We'll see where we end up here. We're not finished yet, but, a guy with a first-round grade down there at 26 is going to be blinking at us.
Steven, you ever sitting in your office and looking out at the practice field and thinking to yourself, man, I can totally see Bijan Robinson running behind our offensive line?
Well, Bijan's just had a great career at Texas. Certainly, I think I don't think I've seen any set of circumstances that he's not a first-round pick, in almost any draft. So hats off to him and what he's done to put himself in a position, to be drafted where he's probably going to end up being drafted, and being a local young man who's done really well for himself, played ball at the University of Texas here in our state. Hats off to him, and certainly a guy I'm sure when, that first day is over, he's going to certainly have a team, and you never know.
Steven, where is Tyler Smith going to line up this season? What's the plan there?
I think that, at the end of the day, I think everybody would like to think that he's that we could keep him there at left tackle and have his progression continue, which has, by the way, been just, amazing what he accomplished coming from Tulsa and being able to step in after practicing at left guard virtually all through the preseason, and then stepping in for Tyron and playing the left tackle position as a rookie at such a high level. But, at the same time, I know Mike Solari, and they want the best 5 guys on the field. And I know here, as we start here yesterday, start to have our guys in here on a more regular basis, certainly we'll see what that combination looks like. So you don't ever rule anything out. I do know everybody, deep down would love to think that we could continue to play Tyler there at the left tackle spot. But, at the end of the day, Tyler's going to be for that. Tyron was last year volunteering to move over to right tackle. Certainly we got Steele, who's one of our top offensive linemen. We'll just see how that works out. I don't think we're totally committed to anything just yet, but at the same time, certainly like the thought process of him, being able to continue to grow as a left tackle.
Now, you talked earlier about, by the way, really appreciate the in-depth detail on that. Thank you very much. For sure. You talked earlier about y'all and the Cowboys consistently doing a good job of keeping their own players. So I had a couple questions about, on the CeeDee Lamb front, should we assume that 5th-year option is going to be picked up, and have any long-term negotiations begun with CeeDee Lamb?
Well, obviously our focus has been on keeping the guys who were free, keeping the guys that we could keep, but we're not able to, always have a clean run. But as we said, we were certainly thrilled to get Dono Wilson in the mix there. Certainly we lost some tough ones in terms of Dalton, and then of course Connor McGovern. But that's certainly our priority. And as we move forward, that'll become a bigger priority here as we move past the draft. We've historically signed a lot of guys during that training camp period to extensions, but guys like CeeDee Lamb and Diggs are certainly on our radar in terms of guys that we'd love to have around here for another 5-6 years, whatever that turns out to be.
Steven, when you're looking at the tight end position as you're going through all this, what is it that you guys, what are the traits that you're looking for out of that spot? We all kind of felt that we had some pretty good ones there this year, but there's also some good ones in this draft. So what kind of traits are you looking for out of the tight end?
There's certainly, as college football's evolved, it's harder and harder to find the quote unquote, we call it the Y tight end, which is the inline guy who can block as well. Those are few and far between as we move forward. You certainly see them. We had a guy around here, Martellus Bennett, who a lot of people said could have, if he wanted to, could have put on weight and been a left tackle, but certainly had the receiving traits too. But it's hard to find both, and that's what you're. At the end of the day, that's what you'd like to really see. Ferguson's got a shot, to be a real efficient blocker as well as a productive receiver, which is I think what makes him have a chance to be unique moving forward. As we look in the draft, you certainly look for a guy who can do both, but you're usually going to see guys who are coming out of college who are very productive pass catching tight ends that you look maybe to get a stalemate on the blocking side of things. But there are guys in this draft who are probably have some strength as a Y in line, but also have some upside as a receiver. So, you gotta kind of see, what's available when you pick and what you'd like to see there. So, as I said, you just don't see a lot of those guys who do both. It's rare.
Talk with Stephen Jones, and we talked with you a lot in the past about how involved you are in the cap and everything, and I've always been fascinated by that. Is it logical to assume that you have to kind of track like what just happened with Jalen Hurts and his deal and maybe Burrow and Herbert? Is it just logical that you have to track those kind of deals because they might impact future talks with Dak?
Absolutely. I mean, that's true at any position. I mean, you're always very cognizant of what people are being paid in our league, and especially at the top when you have guys not only like Dak, but you have players like C.D. Lamb and Diggs. Certainly we were going through that situation with Donovan Wilson as a safety when we were trying to get him signed. You really want to keep up, with what guys are making up, what they get paid out there. And certainly in a salary cap era, you understand where those numbers are, and, you got to make those type of decisions. Certainly we made a decision with Tony Pollard not to expose him and pay him the franchise tag. There's a lot of thought that goes into that. Certainly think the world of Tony, and at some point would like to hope that we could get him signed to a long-term deal, but all those are things that are on our radar.
Well, we appreciate the time very much, and obviously I know you're stoked that you get to talk to us a bunch over the next couple of weeks.
Absolutely. Well, looking forward to it. Always enjoy you guys, and y'all have a great week.
There you go. Stephen Jones right here on 105.3 The Fan. There were a variety of interesting things, I thought.
Lots of good stuff
that
there.
he said in there. But
listen, he says at the end of the day, all right?
I get it.
Kevin says is, all right? I say
he sure does.
I say all right. And
it's one of those things that when you notice it, it kills you every time it happens.
Yeah, but I don't know if you noticed, but he said it twice and then followed that with very important information. So
Yes.
there is
Are you
crutch.
saying it's his tell?
It might be his tell. Yeah, maybe it is.
I think the same thing about that I used to think about Garrett is I know people would get angry at the way sometimes talked in platitudes and stuff, and I was like, keep listening.
Yeah.
The answer you want
there
is
somewhere.
in there.
Yeah.
Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Oh my gosh, who's at fault for this, Kevin? And it's not beef, it's popcorn. Next on The Fan.
Odyssey.
fan studio secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. In case you missed the last hour, it was something. We had Bruce Bochy, then Stephen Jones, all kinds of extravaganzas, and it's only going to get better. Because it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Two things I'd like to say. You won't get that content anywhere else, but everywhere else will get that content from us. So that's going to keep happening there, man. It's awesome to be able to talk to those guys. And somebody asked from the 682, Steven said, quote, when he gets here on Bijan, quote, then trailed off. Did I hear that right in my AirPods? I'm sure as soon as it's done being cut, that it will be up and we'll be able to replay that quickly.
You're done being cut.
I'll tell you this,
Is that what you heard?
Here's what I heard. If Bijan Robinson is there at number 26, they are totally going to draft him.
Yeah.
Because look.
Because you were saying, you were whispering they're taking a quarterback.
Well, also, I thought it was amazing that he was like, no, if you've got a first-round grade, and he said there's maybe 16 or 18, you're sitting there like a blinking light for us at 26. So, like, I don't think that's going to happen because he also dropped in, maybe we're not as high on some quarterbacks. So, like, if for some reason Will Levis were to fall, they'd be like, yeah, we had a third-round grade on him or whatever. But he said pretty much everybody has Bijan Robinson in the first round, which has led me to believe that if Bijan Robinson is there at 26, depending on what the rest of their board likes, they'd be pretty stoked about that. Although he also added, maybe we'll sign Tony Pollard to a long-term deal. And I started to kind of panic about that.
Yeah, and that you're right. You're right. Don't do that. He's already at $10 million. So doesn't it feel like he won't go, you know what? I'll take the $4 million a year for the next 6 years.
No.
So and you don't want to contribute $10 million to your running back position. Now, the other thing, and this sets up perfectly for Friday's conversation with him again, Kevin, because this stuff's going to change in the next few days. We're going to hear a lot of rumors, a lot of talking through your teeth, if you know what I mean. Or is that a never mind?
Because you lie through your teeth.
Right? Yeah, smile effing you or something like that.
Talking through your mouth.
The offensive tackle, when we talk about Tyler Smith at offensive tackle, and we didn't follow up, but I want to let it sit for a minute, and then on Friday come back with, well, how are we feeling at left guard? Because he threw out a lot of combinations, but it sounded like they want to be committed to Tyler playing your left tackle position.
Man,
this is another. I know people, Kevin. I asked you, would you trade up for an offensive lineman? You're like, it's not sexy. I don't want it. I want the offensive line to be good, but that's your important position right now for sure.
I took it as Tyler Smith or Terrence Steele are going to be your left guard, which I know that second one might sound crazy to people, but
it sounds ridiculous to me.
How many times did he go, we would really like Tyler Smith to stay at left tackle? And then he goes, and luckily we had Tyron to be at right tackle, but he said best five.
Yeah.
They think Terrence Steele is one of their best five.
Yeah.
So right guard is taken.
Here's my problem with best five is not necessarily all those best five guys are good at their position.
For sure.
Like moving Tyron Smith over to right tackle, initially you saw how like it wasn't working immediately. And there needed to be some work. So was he the best option at that time? Is he your best option all the time? So best five, I get it, because these are the best five players. But man, what if that guy just not good at that position and the other guy's better, but you think, well, he's still best five?
That's what I'm nervous about, because if they really want to keep Tyler Smith at left tackle, well, you should keep Terrence Steele at right tackle, because him and Zach Martin were tremendous together. Well, guess what? Tyron Smith didn't sign a play and get paid deal to be the swing tackle, because I know people have said that. I'm all for that, but his base is like $4 million, and it goes up the more he plays. He didn't sign that deal to be the swing tackle.
Yeah.
So I find it hard to believe that they do not view him as one of their top five.
Yeah. And then did you feel like they want a receiving tight end out of that question?
Yeah, because he talked about losing Dalton Schultz multiple times. So a couple other things is they're definitely looking for a tight end if you weren't sure about that before. And training camp would be when you would get the extension done with either CeeDee Lamb or Trayvon Diggs. Because it's interesting, the way he describes it, it sounds like this draft is the end and the beginning to the year. Because he was like, we had to get our guys taken care of, like Donovan Wilson, even though I'm almost positive he called him Dono.
Yeah,
And
that's what they call him.
Okay, and
Yeah.
I love that.
Yeah.
I just didn't know if they go by the nicknames and stuff. And so
I've had multiple people in the Cowboys room tell me that.
okay,
say that.
I
So,
like
yes.
that. And so what I'm curious about, you just never know. Do the Joneses call them by the nicknames? That's what I was curious about, is if they viewed that as the end, the draft, and now they're like, now we start anew, and now we'll tackle CD and Diggs, maybe Dak.
You really want that question. You're ready to ask him, right? You're ready to really grind, because you kind of started it with, do you have to keep an eye on what's going on with the Jalen Hurtses?
Because the question I think that is most logical is, do you need to re-sign Dak Prescott right now, or eventually know that in 2 years you're moving on?
How also, Kevin, there was a moment where you were telling him how fascinated you are by the cap.
Oh, yeah.
Was that the moment you were hoping I would wingman you into, Steven, he wants to be your capologist.
Yes.
How can he apply for said job?
Because he'll probably be like, well, come on down. Let's see how good
I
you are
dare
with
you.
numbers.
Yes.
And I'd be like, sure.
Are you prepared for this?
Hell yeah.
Do you need to take, is it going to, Mike, do you think that he's going to walk into Stephen Jones' office with like a PowerPoint presentation, or is he walking in with paper and a pencil?
Would you rather be a capologist? Because this is I think you do pen and paper because he still balances his checkbook.
I think you're right about that.
Would you rather be the Cowboys capologist, or would you rather do this show?
I think I would rather do this show. I also wonder. No, I'm not. But I also wonder if there's a pay discrepancy.
Pays exactly the same.
Oh, man. I'd rather.
You don't get paid a dime more or a dime less.
I think the Cowboys should do better than that.
Yeah, I feel like they should.
I can hear Lucian.
Hold on.
in
Do
the
you
background there.
do you mean for the money or hiring me? Because one is more hurtful than the rest. I think I'd rather do this show because I feel like I would have more input. Because as a capologist, I feel like I would present my logical argument, and like Corey or Mike will listen to us, and we'll all listen to one another, at least I hope. I feel like in that room, I like give them my paper, and they're like, that's great.
We'll take this under advisement.
And they'll rip it in half. This is my active
that
run
approach
sheet.
to you.
Yeah, and
Instead
they'll
of
be
saying,
like,
we'll take this under advisement, they just rip it in
this is
half in
what
front of
we're
you.
doing.
It's better than Bobby Knighting it.
That is true. Back to you, Corey.
All right, so is that y'all feel like we got everything out of that conversation with Steven we needed to get out there?
Yes, because I need to talk about this freaking airplane situation.
Here we go. Now for the C blocks discussion. Anthony All right, Reggie just did this. Somebody texted in earlier today and asked, can you give me an example of what Joe Pavelski is in a Cowboys or Rangers example? And I replied back, or I asked Kevin and Mike, who's the heart and soul of the Cowboys? Because I feel like Simeon is the example of Pavelski for the Rangers, right? Like that seems. And then I said, well, Dak. Like Dak is that guy that's a steady guy. He's a good leader, So Mike has been playing Huey Lewis's heart and soul.
This was my answer. I said Huey Lewis is the answer. He's our Joe Pavelski is Huey Lewis.
And so Mike has been playing this song in breaks all day long, and Reggie loves it too. I didn't know you liked Huey Lewis in the Sunday News also.
What?
That's what,
It's not the
that's what Adrian always calls it, because she knows it makes me mad. So I was happy to see that Huey Lewis and the News fans
I love to think that Adrian is the Corey of your household.
She definitely, her and Avery definitely troll
I dare
me a
you
lot.
at dinner tonight with your family. If you have dinner tonight with your family, just say, she's got it all. Hot loving every night.
Gross.
And then what your kids do about that.
They know this album. All right, this is sports, I believe, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, it happened with somebody who plays baseball.
Anthony Bass
Used to be on the Rangers.
who used to pitch for the Rangers, now for the hated Blue Jays. And I think my mom knows his mom.
We need to get him on the show.
He tweeted this: the flight attendant at United just made my 22-week pregnant wife, that's 5.5 months, I believe, traveling with a 5-year-old and 2-year-old, get on her hands and knees to pick up popcorn mess by my youngest daughter. Are you kidding me? And somebody was like, look, man, don't give your kid popcorn on the plane. And he said, one last comment, United provided the popcorn, not my wife.
Can I just tell you my favorite tweet about this so far? Bass and his 7.11 ERA not cleaning up any messes out of the bullpen this season either. Am I right? Okay.
Listen.
That's objectively
There's
fun.
a lot more. Ask Dwight Powell and Mike Bassick fans. There's a lot more that goes into sports than stats, okay?
I will tell you this. I might be changing my opinion. I did not know
You
his
said
wife. I did not know his wife was pregnant.
Yeah, 22 weeks here.
She's lightly showing, though, so I'm not siding on either side here. I'm really siding more with Anthony Bass. But, like, maybe the flight attendant couldn't tell she was pregnant.
Okay.
Have you seen the picture of the popcorn?
Skinny Pop? It's
I
a
love
big old
Skinny
bag of
Pop.
Skinny Pop.
Oh,
It's,
I love
it's the
Skinny
size
Pop.
bag that Mike brings in every week. When does the airplane give you a bag that size of anything?
Yeah. They have those size bags? I'm asking for that next time.
Yeah. Look at this.
My
hold
point
on.
being, though, more that, like, it wasn't like I spilled some popcorn. It looked like, you know, when you give a child something and they think it's funny to knock it over?
Yeah.
That's what it looked like happened.
Don't they have a vacuum? Not during the flight, but when it's over. I don't know. We were on a flight for an hour and a half when we stopped in El Paso.
Yeah.
I don't remember them vacuuming, though, but I feel like they might have one of those vacuums.
Yeah.
To vacuum
I know
the
that at one
plane?
point they were spraying during the COVID times. They were definitely spraying as we would leave. I look at it this way. Because there's a big Twitter debate, as there always is. There's
Have you
a
noticed
weekly
it
Twitter
move
debate.
one way or another? Like
I have not.
Okay.
I think most people are against Anthony Bass on this situation. But in the Twitter debate, it is who's responsible to pick up the popcorn in this place. And I think, yes, your parents taught you to clean up after yourself. That being said, when I was a waiter at On the Border in Garland off of Northwest Highway in Centerville, or Saturn, you hated seeing kids come in with their parents, little babies and stuff, because your booth or your whatever was about to be a mess. And yes, you have a busboy, but you were going to have to clean up a lot of crap off that and sweep out from under after your shift's over and everything. But that was my responsibility, was they walked into the restaurant, they had a good time, they left. That's their responsibility. They come in, they eat, they enjoy, they leave a tip, hopefully a really nice tip, because they left a lot of crap all over the place. But Anthony Bass is suggesting that it's not on his wife to pick up after her. It is on the business. I kind of agree.
Oh, I disagree.
I agree. Like the business, they're paid to clean up.
Aren't they paid to fly?
Take care of the plane.
What does it matter? If I don't pick it up, it doesn't matter. I'm walking off.
That's
People
true.
get to steal stuff all the time. They just walk out of TJ Maxx or Tom Thumb or whatever. You can't stop them. They just do like, hey, they stole stuff. And you're just like, all right, so you can just walk off the plane. Nobody
If
can
you
stop
try,
me.
they're gonna fire your ass.
Here's the thing. He said they made her do this.
How?
They can't make her do that.
They're gonna
She
keep
could
her
have
on the plane?
Gotten her kids and walked right out of that place.
I guarantee you this is a way more of a public relations nightmare for United if it's United entraps pregnant woman on plane with her 2 small children to clean up popcorn versus just saying you should clean it up. I am finally seeing pictures of all of the popcorn. That's a lot.
You know,
I think she should have cleaned it up.
Wow, he flipped so quickly.
No,
Kevin, I
that
don't
was
think you do have a future in politics.
That was the side I was on to begin with.
Oh.
But then I was like, oh, she's pregnant.
Because of how much popcorn it was. If it was like 3 pieces of popcorn, you're like,
it does,
whatever.
like Reggie said, it does kind of look like they just kind of decided to dump the bag over.
And then if you look at the picture, not only if you have that hypothetical in there where the kid just knocked the bag over, they're just sitting there happily playing on their tablets.
Yeah.
So, like, if you construct that idea where they were just like, I'm tossing this on the floor and I don't care, and now I'm just going to play on my tablet.
Yeah.
I can understand why somebody be like, hey, can you
See,
just
I don't
clean that
know
up,
if
please?
I don't know that the
kids to
kid
help
was
you pick it up.
ha-haing it though. Like they might not have been ha-haing it. They might have just been messy kids. They're messy kids. Somebody just texts in, sorry, Corey, we had 3 kids in high chairs, and I'm sorry you had to clean up all the rice. Thank you. I appreciate it. They know what I'm talking about.
Man.
You can't sweep up rice. It's sticking to the floor.
A lot of people have thoughts about this, Corey, by the way. On his original tweet, it has 11,000 likes. It has 39,000 responses
Ratio.
and 16,000 quote tweets.
And you want to know what a lot of the ratio? Well, what is a ratio?
No, like what? How does the ratio work? What does it mean if it's responses versus likes?
So the idea being that like there's a lot of
Thank
folks.
you, Lucius.
Yeah, fantastic. There's a lot of folks that are in here willing to argue with you or more accurately dunk on you.
Okay.
Instead of just like agreeing, retweeting, liking, that type of thing.
Gotcha.
No, but a lot of those responses were folks saying, hey, brother, you need to worry more about your slider than you are about public relations on the plane.
Now, the other thing I will say.
Making fun of ERAs again.
Is you do need to teach your kids.
That also sounded personal.
That is, I wouldn't have been picking it up. I would have been telling the kids, hey, y'all need to clean this up now because that they need to learn to clean up after themselves. That is a responsibility they need to know. I know that is one of them was little, but you need to work on, hey, pick up some of it, try to accomplish it, and then help them out just a little bit.
One of his responses looks like, I haven't gone through all the comments yet. It looks like it didn't go great for him. Somebody responded, but their job is not to detail the plane. Be a decent human being, and if you're going to give your kid popcorn on a plane, be prepared to pick it up. My toddlers love Cheerios, but they're messy. I would never serve them Cheerios on a plane. His quote tweet was, you are the perfect parent. You can do no wrong. That did not go over super well either, as it has 859 likes and 1,100 responses.
Okay, let me ask you this, Kevin.
Yeah, Kevin.
When you go to the Rangers game, do you leave your nachos underneath the seat or do you take them to the trash?
Take them to the trash. Same at the movie theater.
But not everybody does that, correct?
Yeah, I don't.
We see lots of people just leave it under the seat.
Not when Japan's playing.
Yeah, you're right. Japan does it the right way. Everybody cleans up right there.
I think
you do the same thing at the movie theater too.
Yeah, I like cleanliness though.
But when you you can go to Studio Movie Grill or what Amarillo Draft House.
Austin.
Alamo Draft
Alamo
House.
Draft House?
You almost said it wrong too.
I know because you said Amarillo Draft House.
When you go there, they pick it all up for you, right? They pick it up all for you.
Well, yeah,
but even then, you still tidy your stuff up. You
For
know,
sure.
make sure that all the trash
Always.
is in one place.
Absolutely. Like if I have if you like multiple dishes, I'll try to like
Stack 'em?
condense.
There
Yes.
you go.
Oh, see, that's my problem then. If I'm stacking them to make sure the knives fall off the plate whenever they pick it up.
So you're doing bits, even though you were in this industry.
Yeah, I was really good at it too.
I think it basically comes down to, even if they have people to clean it up, why make their job harder?
And put them on blast.
Jerb.
Hot loving every night. She's got it all.
Whoa!
Coming up next.
It is a really good song.
We'll give you the rest of the NBA Anonymous Player Poll. Plus, do the Mavericks just hire their third GM on this current team? 877-881-1053. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Blasting.
drive a big truck, so companies that hire drivers and put them in big trucks should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. The consultation is always free. Visit truckwreck.com.
Tape to tape, Freddie Gaudreau with some speed towards the net. Boldy! Save made by Ottinger on the follow with the glove! He flashes leather, and we play on.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan.
What happened after that?
I know. I keep wanting
He
to
gave up
say.
all the goals.
I mean, he gave up.
We spotted him too.
He gave up 3 goals and made 48 saves.
All right. Well, not good enough.
Okay, well, the other goalie was better.
So he had 51 shots on him?
Yes. Or
Are we blaming Andre?
No,
or are we
I'm
blaming
sorry.
the defenseman?
He made 45 saves, excuse me. So
Okay.
48 shots against him, but the Stars got off 53 shots in their 3-2 double overtime playoff opening loss.
Be better. That's all I'm saying.
We'll have that chance tomorrow.
Wow, they get to play again?
They do. Yeah, they don't just, you're not done.
Puck drop going to be earlier this time? Or
Nope.
What do you mean?
Same time, 8:30 at best.
Boy, my son asked me yesterday as I was watching that game, he goes, so are we the 2 seed or 3 seed? And I was like, look, this is the stupidest sport in the history of sports for playoffs. So there's no such thing as seeding in this sport. They just randomly throw together teams and say you're playing each other. Good luck. And you figure out who you're playing.
If you want to, they're C2. I don't know if that will help out at all. All right.
It doesn't.
Bingo.
Okay. Let's talk about basketball.
So that means we're playing the 7 seed.
We're playing C3.
Yep, there we go.
It's kind of like a 6th seed. Something like that.
Yeah.
All right.
Stupid.
This is the one that I know you've been waiting for, and we're going to ask the question, did the Mavericks essentially hire a third general manager? Because they have Nico Harrison, who's the general manager in title, Mark Cuban, who feels like the real general manager, at least he does to me, and did they just hire a third general manager? We're going to get to that in just one second, but wanted to finish out the anonymous player poll from The Athletic.
Gotcha.
Which current coach, aside from your own, would you most want to play for?
Kid.
He's on the other list.
But he might be on somebody else's team at some point, Kevin. So that's why I said kid. Kerr.
Kerr is second.
In your face.
Tyronn Lue?
He is fourth.
Rick Carlisle.
Not Coutinho Mobley. Who's the coach in Orlando? He seems like a really likable guy.
Carlisle is 12.
Wow.
No, Carlisle's
You
the
mean
opposite.
Jamal Mosley?
Jamal Mosley, thank you.
Jamal Mosley is 14th.
Okay, I don't know. Who is it?
Greg Popovich.
Pop. I was going to say Pop.
Number
yeah.
one by a wide margin.
Wow.
25.3%.
Players really love that guy.
They do.
Well, they got a lot of free agent money. I bet all those free agents are going to want to go to San Antonio.
Nobody
and play
wants
for
to
Pop.
go to San Antonio.
Maybe if they get Wemby.
I've been there. It's a fun little place, but nobody is desiring to go to San Antonio.
Steve Kerr was second. Eric Spoelstra was third. And here's the thing that's not great. So I'm going to give you the whole top of the list of people who got more than one vote. Greg Popovich, Steve Kerr, Eric Spoelstra, Tyronn Lue, Mike Brown, Mike Malone, Monty Williams, Chauncey Billups, Steve Clifford, Will Hardy, Joe Mazzulla, Rick Carlisle, Darvin Ham, Jamal Mosley, Doc Rivers. Are we
15.
at 15?
Half the league.
Just wait. Here's the others category that accumulated for 9.5%. JB Bickerstaff, Mike Budenholzer, Dwayne Casey, Billy Donovan, Willie Green, Taylor Jenkins, Nick Nurse, Jock Vaughn. Mark is it Dagnall?
Oh, 9.
I just messed that one up.
Dagnall, yeah.
Okay. So I believe that's 23 or 24 coaches.
9 plus 15. Nobody
24.
will know. Okay. That's why you're capologist.
0 votes for Jason Kidd.
Not even from Luka?
Remember, you can't vote for your own coach.
Oh, okay. Well, there you go.
And I don't know if Luka was in this survey.
Nobody's ever played for Kidd before.
Sounds like a lot of free agents are going to want to come here.
Now, on the flip side, which current coach, aside from your own, would you least want to play for? Reggie, I think you can get this. Which coach would NBA players least like to play for?
Thibodeau.
I'm abstinent out of this because I saw the list.
Tom Thibodeau.
Yeah, that was my guess. No,
I
you're
figured
right.
it would be your guess. That's why I said I'm
He
sorry.
is number one by a almost 3-1 margin, or I guess exactly 3-1 margin. Tom Thibodeau, 43.6%. Second least, Steven Silas. Third least, Doc Rivers. And just to show you that we really know how to pick them, tied for the fourth coach you would least want to play for, Rick Carlisle and Jason Kidd.
So Thibodeau wears the booty out, right? Like that's what he does.
For sure.
A lot of practice.
That sounds right.
Play hard. Defense matters.
He makes you play hard. Is what I meant.
And a lot of minutes.
Yeah, lots of minutes. But the players win, but they still don't want to play for him. It seems like they win games, but I guess in playoffs, as Mike said, they play so hard during the regular season that they aren't very good.
I didn't say that. Draymond Green said that a few years ago
right.
when they got swept by Atlanta. And one of their issues was talking to New York people is Reggie Bullock. They could stick Trae Young on Reggie Bullock and he could lock him down because Reggie Bullock could do nothing but catch and shoot a basketball. So all Trae Young had to do is make him put it on the floor one time. And then it was like a horrible possession for New York. And we were like, yeah, let's get him. He's going to play 46 minutes a night for us.
So you're saying that our last two coaches, players hate.
They don't seem to like. Who talks the most trash on the court? Luka is 6th, and then Scott Foster ranked the worst official by a 3-1 margin over all other officials. Now, the Mavericks made a move yesterday as, is the official title assistant to the general manager?
Special assistant.
Special assistant to the special manager.
Special assistant.
So I wonder this, guys, just throwing it out. This feels like when you get another voice in the room like this that's been a general manager for close to a decade and then kind of assistant general manager for another good 5+ years in his life. Last time I believe he was a general manager was Utah. Do I have his resume right?
I think that is right.
And he drafted Rudy Gobert. He drafted Donovan Mitchell. He does have a really nice resume, especially from Utah.
And San Antonio. He was key in their drafting as well.
Yeah, so he does have a nice resume. It just makes me feel like, as a Mavs guy, it makes me feel like that Mark Cuban might be losing faith in Nico running the show. If he is actually running the show, I don't know. So.
And Dennis Lindsey. I'm sorry, I don't know if we mentioned the name or not.
Yeah, I do wonder if, you hire Nico and you're like, this is a guy that can be at the helm and he can help us sell some things and be part of these things, et cetera, and have that connection with Nike. But then you're like, but is he a good talent evaluator? Because what was our question whenever he came in? We're like, we don't know. We have no clue. Like, we have no clue if he's good at that part of it. So for me, Mike, it does sound, I'm thinking less of, I trust him in this. Maybe, hey, I just need to help him get this because we don't have good talent evaluators on this front.
He has made major trades. If you want to say the Porzingis trade worked because you made it to the conference finals, I totally get it. But you did get a lot less. You got less talented, and you took on the worst contract in the NBA at the time in Davis Bertans. That's not my opinion. That was an article written. And that was before the trade. That, hey, worst contracts in the NBA, Davis Bertans, and the Mavs got him. And they can't get rid of that contract for the most part. And then you traded for Kyrie Irving, and I'm not sure, and I think a lot of people understand this, that Kyrie Irving's coming back to the Dallas Mavericks. So you might have traded an unprotected first, Dorian Finney-Smith, and Spencer Dinwiddie for about 20 games of Kyrie Irving.
And then somebody did ask, and we discussed this off air from the 806, the guy previously investigated for bigoted remarks.
April 2015.
Okay.
Former guard Elijah Millsap alleged that Executive Vice President of Basketball Operations, Dennis Lindsey, made bigoted comments during a end-of-season meeting.
Do you want to know what I guess one of them was?
Oh, you want to say that on air?
Yeah.
It's not. I don't
Are
know.
you trying to try and say it'll get into masterpiece of the week?
No,
Is that what you're?
Please, if we say this, I don't want it repeated as if I would actually think this.
It was rude.
But supposedly, Lindsey told Elijah Millsap during an end of season meeting, exit interview, he said, if you say one more word, I'll cut your black ass and send you back to Louisiana. And so it's like, I don't know for how many people like that's not initially what you were thinking. And they did the investigation. And what ended up with the investigation was kind of I don't know, because they said the investigation was unable to establish that the alleged statement was made, which could be as simple as there were two people in the room. One who says it happened, one who says it didn't. And I don't know how or what they researched beyond that.
I believe Quinn Snyder was in the room also because it was during a conversation with Quinn, and Quinn elaborated that he was like, I would never know.
Okay.
He was like, no, there's no way.
But I don't know. It just depends on, does this organization get your benefit of the doubt because they have a very spotty track record over the last several years about who they hire or who they keep employed and everything like that?
Let me ask you this. Here's a question real quick. Is Mark Cuban's trying to make a decision on a certain player? Who does he listen to?
I don't know.
Let's just say they have a difference of opinion on the player or how they're going to fit with Luka or whatever. And so you have a guy who has 20 years of experience in the NBA, being kind of a front office guy, has a much bigger resume than Nico does. And Nico says, no, I don't believe that. I want this. Don't we run into a Vegas Bob, Donnie Nelson situation
Shadow
again?
GM, yeah.
And then we get Josh Green, and nothing against Josh Green. He improved this year, but he's still a seventh guy on a team hoping to become a fifth or fourth guy on a team. And then you watch Tyrese Maxey go for 33 points last night as the second best player on the Philadelphia 76ers local product.
Yep.
And you're just like, what? And because it was so fractured, the room was so fractured in 2020, and that was during the midst of growing a team with Luka and Porzingis, and you didn't know that Brunson was going to be that good. But it just looks like we're going to run into another Vegas Bob, Donnie Nelson, Mark Cuban situation.
Which honestly, I don't think is something that Cuban's afraid of, because it just gives him other people to scapegoat. Like that is
right.
Blame
it on Vegas
opinion.
Bob. Blame it on Donnie Nelson. Rick Carlisle lost the room. And some of those things are somewhat true, but it's Mark who leads us down these dark, horrible paths.
Dude, remember we were discussing the political theory?
Oh, for sure.
Hold on, there's a big thing that's a problem. Throw 16 more problems out there.
Yeah.
And then they won't have anything that they can pin up. Now it's just all these problems, and they let everybody else pick which ones they want to complain about. And that's kind of the same thing in that mindset of just hire 3 people to do the job, and then nobody gets blamed or everybody gets blamed.
And then I saw somebody text in, if Mark is looking for somebody who needs to change in the front office, look in the mirror. Look, we talked about this maybe 3 years ago. It's the same as the Cowboys. It ain't gonna change.
It might be worse because Jerry is old enough now that he's kind of passed it on to Will McClay and Stephen Jones.
Yes.
And
I hear ya.
We are in about 1998 Jerry Jones with Mark Cuban, and I don't know how, I can't remember age or anything, but I think we have another 15 years of Mark running this the way Jerry ran the Cowboys from about 1995 till about, 2016 or so. I don't know exactly everything, and I don't know. Mark kind of needs a new stadium just because of the parking situation and where he wants to put it. I don't know if he's going to. There's a small part where the Cowboys got a whole bunch of talent, and part of that was, I'm not saying Bill Parcells drafted everybody, but Jerry had to give in to get his new stadium somewhere, and I don't know if Mark's ever going to really have to give in so he can keep running the Mark Cuban situation, and he has enough positive people that cover the team that it's not really going to get covered at all in a negative way.
Coming up next, it's time for our chit chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Have you tried dieting and
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet looks at the road ahead and says, Texas, let's ride. They're doing their part with deep discounts on their full lineup, and unprecedented savings make now the best time to buy. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the fan. Don't forget, we are 9 days away from the first round of the NFL draft, and our path to the draft coverage is brought to you by Pluckers. Night 1, all of the fellas from the fan will be across the 8 Metroplex Pluckers locations. They got cool specials, prizes all night long, so thank you to Pluckers and our friends at K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing.
I'll be in Arlington.
With Will Chambers, right?
With Will Chambers. He said, bring your liver. And I was like, oh, my God.
Our crosstalk is brought to you by D&M Leasing. Where are the rest of you fellas going to be? What's your setup for Pluckers?
Well, first things, Hagee, we are rolling. Nice. I love Path to the Draft coverage. It's one of my favorite things about the fan. And I believe Wolchuk and I are going to be in Addison.
Hell yeah, we are.
Chiafalo?
I will be in Fort Worth at the newest location. I'm trying to, I think it's in like Hewlin. The Hewlin spot.
So, the Hewlin area.
Yeah.
Nice.
I'm pumped, dude. It's going to be sick.
Now, we've been talking a lot of basketball today. We didn't get to this.
Broadus, where
I'm sorry, Broadus, where are you going to
You know exactly where I'm going to be. I'm going to be talking about this draft.
Exactly.
Yeah, you better bring your liver there, too.
I'll be at the Star for 3 days.
Is there a celebration drink when it all gets wrapped up, or it's almost wrapped up and you know the effects of the alcohol
I
will
quit
allow
last
you-
night.
Okay.
I quit last night. I quit I quit looking at players.
Quitter.
Well, I was getting mad at the Stars. I was listening to the game,
For
and
sure.
I was stacking my board.
You and
and
me both.
And so I got to 210 players, and I said I've got to just put this thing together and put it to bed. And so I'm going to post my my stack, my 1 to 210, and I'm going to post my board so you know where I'm at. But yeah, I will be at the Star. 3 days of coverage. Really super excited. 105.3 The Fan, and DallasCowboys.com. We do a great job with that.
And the alcoholic beverage of choice.
And alcohol, I don't drink afterwards. I just kind of you're so tired. You know,
I can
everything
see
like
that.
when you get to the final few picks, the final moments of it, you're relieved. You really are. You're just relieved. And
Well,
you're just over
we're
with.
starting a new damn tradition this year,
Yeah.
Brian. You and we're going straight over across the street to Concrete Cowboy, and we're getting crazy.
I like
There's a
that.
dress code there.
Oh, well, then we're going to pick somewhere else where there's no dress
Baby
code.
dolls. We're gonna go to Baby Dolls.
Perfect.
We're
10
gonna
to
be-
50 Shady Trail.
We'll be there tomorrow, by the way.
I can't wait
Talking
for
draft.
that discussion on Thursday, what y'all take away from that. But since you brought up the Stars, starting in the third period
Yeah.
and into both overtimes, they outshot the Wild 38-18 and came away with nothing. They had 0 even strength goals in the game yesterday. What were your takeaways?
Refs, you suck.
For sure.
Refs, you suck.
Guys.
Or what do you say? Push it?
Oh, yeah, you can do that. That's the fun high school tradition. Yeah, the officiating I thought was absolutely criminal last night. Look, you can probably both sides had a gripe, but I think the Stars really got bleeped pretty big last night. You had Tyler Sagan get a high stick right in the face in front of the goal, nothing called, right? You've got an, what was it called? Blemishing call on Jason Robertson. Embellishing?
Yeah.
What the hell is this?
Get some makeup on the guy.
You're going to call a penalty, and then we've got embellishing. So it's either a penalty or it's not a penalty. You don't embellish it and then still call the penalty.
Yeah,
right?
usually they'll let star players get away with embellishing.
Yeah.
And Robinson's a star
Freaking
player.
ridiculous. And then Joe Pavelski gets his head taken off.
Now,
and we
I
got
was
Max
twice.
Domi get 10 minutes. He's not able to play.
Well, I think that, to me, that call was, I think the officials made the right call there.
Oh, go bleep yourself, Brian.
No,
goodness.
the league overturned that. The league, they went and they.
So you think the 5 minute?
It's
Okay,
the league's fault. We're blaming the league.
Like I say, I think it sets a dangerous precedent, though. I mean, we talk about. I mean, Hatcher ran somebody one time in a series.
Yeah.
And it was a similar thing, and you're kind of like, oh, okay. But I think the officials were doing the right thing there. It was the league office that overturned that call. They went to get help.
Well, that league office needs to take a deep, hard look at
But
themselves.
this is what I think we appreciate about playoff hockey, though. And it gets into overtime. These officials do let the players decide it. They do. And maybe sometimes sticks get caught in skates and stuff like that. The fact of the matter is, though, Dallas, they couldn't. I mean, the Wild, they're good on the kill. They weren't good on the first 2 kills. But when they had that's
3
more
seconds and 6 seconds. When you win off the dot, it helps.
You get a call in overtime. You better take advantage of that.
Yeah.
You can't let those go. They had 2 chances
They
Two
did. The
chances.
Stars had an abundance of chances in the third and in overtime, and they weren't able to bury it home. So ultimately, they outplayed the Wild, but hey, they turned it over. 2 goals that they allowed were turnovers. Sloppy play by the Stars.
That last one was
But their own problems with penalties early in that game. That's why the Wild won't outshoot you. They'll only outshoot you if you get penalties.
Yes.
And what happened with Dallas started playing even strength hockey. They started to outshoot the Wild, and that's but it's unfortunately it could. But Andre he saved the game. How many times? I mean, that thing was over a couple of different times of saves that he was able to make to keep that thing going.
That save we played about 25 minutes ago was in
wizardry.
Yeah. And his counterpart was just as good. I mean, obviously you can make the argument a little bit better, and you're in an 0-1 hole.
Do the Darian Hatcher thing he's talking about. Jeremy Roenick broke his jaw
That's
in
right.
3 different spots along here, and you could see they show the video on the board. He opened his mouth, and you could see his jaw just jiggling around, his teeth just kind
I
of.
was trying to remember who it was. I knew he took a run, but that's what you get in the playoffs.
He played the next game.
He was trying to play the rest of that game. Broken, just jaw just hanging. He was like, "No, I'm
You're
keep going."
taking me out. I'm not going anywhere.
They're a different breed. Man.
What do you guys got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold as always. Thanks for asking, Hagee. At 3:20, it'll be time for the Rangers Player Show. Mr. 15 and a third scoreless himself.
Dane Dunning?
Dane Dunning.
Nice.
Dunning.
Love it.
You guys got Will Smith yet?
No.
You know what his song is that he comes out to the mound to?
What's that?
You know it. It's the G-Bag Nation anthem.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
He does.
So when you guys have on Will Smith, who's been just, nails this year, you guys can ask him about that because honestly, it hit in the stadium. I was there with Boo and Rads, and the stadium really liked when he played.
They love our show more, Mike.
They
hear the music.
They know about the Rangers.
coming in.
Yeah, they know about the Rangers.
They know this thing's about to be closed out.
He's a badass, too. Will Smith. That's the official pitcher of the nation now.
Yeah.
That makes a lot of sense. Roll home with the
Tear 'em up,
G-Bag
Will.
Nation. We've been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow. Remember, shorter show leading into Rangers, 10 a.m. to 12:30 p.m. with Derek Holland right here on 105 through the Fan.
Say hot loving every night, Kevin.
Oh, my gosh. I would rather not.
Hot loving every night.
The latest from the Star in Frisco, as well as inside. Secured by DFWSecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Here we go. It's hour one of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan, and we are off and running here on a Tolo Tuesday. Hope you're enjoying it. You know, mild weather, but not sunny. Rain is threatening off in the distance. You can see the cloud cover and whatnot. So a little bit of an overcast day here on a Tolo Tuesday. But the sports are shining brightly, and that's what we open up with. Stephen Jones was on the Fan just about an hour and 15 minutes ago. We'll give you some of the highlights there and talk about everything that transpired last night. General at your service. There's Broadus. He's working his phone. He's working multiple stories. Our double, triple, maybe insider here, Lucius Alexander's in the Pimp Cup over there at Master Control. Good afternoon to you, sir. You have Wolchuk and Chiafalo here in the talk booth, and Carter Freeman's coordinating your video. How the heck you guys doing? Were you drafting them up again today?
It'd help if I turned on my mic there. We're drafting them up today. I was working on my, still finishing up. I have 210 players. I keep talking about it. I'm stacking them now from 1 to 210. I'll have that up on the website. Also have my board up.
Isn't that your board?
No, actually, I do two boards. I do a stack, so you know from what player, from how I rank the players. So if we get to a
regardless of position.
Yeah, there'll be a point in time where Zach and I, in our draft coverage, Kyle Yeomans or someone will say, who are the best players left on your board? And it's just the easiest way to say player, 47, 51, 40, 61 is there. So that's the way to keep your stack organized. And then the board is actually done by round, by position. So you'll know where I have them.
See.
I have all those guys as well. So if you
love it.
We need to go get a guard, and you'll see all my guards by round, by position.
And we'll have that up at 105throughthefan.com before too long, right?
Yes, no, I'm planning on finishing up tonight, having it all really prepped, ready to go into the hands of our capable folks here probably Thursday morning, and then next week, beginning of the draft, maybe Monday, Tuesday.
Well, congrats, man. The hay's in the barn. I know that's a lot of work for you every year.
No,
210 players.
I enjoy it. I mean, they get to a point in time where it's so much. It's gotten more difficult. When I was at DallasCowboys.com, that's all I really had to work on.
Oh yeah.
But last night I was, thank gosh for some of the radio, the ability to, bounce around and listen to Sacramento game with their call last night. listening to the stars, listening. I mean, I know what you're saying, but when you get in this point where you're trying to do 5 hours of radio and you want to keep an eye on everything going on, you just can't shut down one thing to get to the other. But I don't think it's affected my drafting stuff too much. Again, I never have a problem with anybody. I'm not gonna fight with you and argue with you about players. But if you do the work and stuff like that, it's the folks that don't do the work that just kind of fire stuff at you. Like,
they saw some highlights once.
Yeah, I'm like, okay, what do you, and you don't have to be an NFL scout or former scout to do this. You can, if you can get the access to it, you watch. I mean, I've worked with a lot of guys in the last 11 years.
Yeah.
The Kavanaughs, the Turners, Zach Wolchuk. I've worked with a lot of guys.
Take it from me, a guy that likes to watch the highlights and Google a guy and then have a take is, the way you interact with the guys that are doing all the work is you have fun with it.
You have fun with it.
And you ask questions and you get their thoughts, but you don't have to get dug in and turn it into a fight. I mean, Broadus has spent hours and hours on this. It's probably not the guy you want to be fighting.
I don't mind, like I say, I don't mind the discussion, the back and forth. I just want to do it because my biggest fear is like the 3 days. I know the pride I take. I've said this before. I had a coach one time from a team that came up to me at the combine and goes, your draft coverage the 3 days you guys do it is outstanding.
It is.
And I didn't even know the coach. It wasn't even a friend. He goes, I found out like on Twitter about you guys and the draft show and stuff like that. That's what I do it for. I had a fan this morning from the Dolphins that says, hey, man, I really appreciate your draft coverage. That's the kind of stuff that where you're reaching people, not just the Cowboy fans, which we do with every day, but fans just around the world of all these teams.
And the debates are so much fun because people just see all these players so much differently. And even if you aren't doing the study, being able to just bounce stuff off each other, it kind of makes you rethink. And maybe I'll go back and take another look at a player.
Well, we are now a week and 2 days away, and Stephen Jones was on The Fan a couple of hours ago, and he did amongst the takeaways. He, ideally he says he wants Tyler Smith at left tackle moving forward, but they don't know. And Mike Solari wants the best 5 out there, so it's still very much going to be a work in progress as they sort through, who's available and who's looking good, going into training camp and all that. He wants a long-term deal for Tony Pollard still. That sounded kind of like I don't know about that. That's kind of sounds like when they're talking about wanting a long-term deal for Dalton Schultz or wanting Zeke back.
Yeah.
There's some things you just say publicly that you don't really mean if you're a sports GM.
Yeah, if you wanted it bad enough, you might have already had it done by now.
Yeah.
Deadlines make deals.
I feel like this is very much Dalton Schultz. This is Dalton Schultz. This is going to see where we're at,
sure.
and
we're going to look back on it like the same way we look at the Dalton Schultz one. Like, should we have actually done that in the first place?
Probably that'd be a question you'll ask, and then you'll remind me about it. You'll go, hey, Broadus, by the way, that was a running back that we just wasted
off an injury and whatnot.
Exactly.
It is. He says not ruling out a quarterback if one slips, even at 26.
Hello, Hendon Hooker, the Dawson Dream.
Yeah. I don't think that's a slipper though. At 26, though, that would be more of a reach than a slip. What do you guys think?
That's a good call.
No, I think that he could.
That'd be a slip.
No, yeah, it would be. I think Hendon Hooker now, you're looking at he's probably going to go somewhere in the top 25 picks.
So you take Hendon Hooker at 26 and you can confidently look your people in the eyeballs and say you didn't jump a tag.
You didn't.
That's awesome.
If they, I know. Well, on my board, it would be a jump because my 25th player is Richardson from Florida. So if you took
so you've got Richardson ahead of Hooker.
I've got Richardson ahead of Hooker.
But the odds are that those guys are long gone.
Yeah.
So that's why Hooker probably the 5th one of the bunch. And then teams like Minnesota, you've got the Titans, you've got all these other teams that might want a quarterback. They're looking into them.
Steve said at the end of first night, he does expect Bijan Robinson to have an NFL team, and you never know is what he said. Could have been a tease, could have been an Easter egg, or just him, trying to bow out of the conversation in the nicest way possible. Okay, Eagles quarterback Jalen Hurts, the headline is, had surgery on his right ankle earlier in the offseason. Procedure was to remove hardware from an injury that he had back in 2018 when playing for Alabama. That year, he was sidelined for nearly a month before returning to play in November. So a minor procedure, but everything Jalen Hurts right now is big news. The Steelers are trading for Rams wide receiver Allen Robinson, Adam Schefter reporting. And congratulations to Bills safety Damar Hamlin. If he wants to resume his NFL career, he can. He has been fully cleared to return to play. He saw his specialist Friday and is in attendance and participating at voluntary workouts with the Bills this week. So we have voluntary workouts. Is this the no-coach workouts?
Yes.
Where you show up and you kind of check in with guys, but nobody can really supervise or whatever?
Yeah, this is the only coaches involved are your strength and conditioning coaches or your rehab coaches and stuff like that you have.
Okay, a double dose of DFW injury, and we're monitoring both situations closely. We do have the draft going on, but obviously, last night was not ideal. Fingers crossed neither one of these players is going to miss significant time, but our guy Jacob DeGrom dominating the Royals, 4 no-hit innings, and he leaves the game with a wrist injury. Sandler's coming up at 6. Bochy was on about an hour and a half ago. He had no update yet. But DeGrom said he felt it a little bit warming up. I thought it was going to loosen. It actually tightened up a little bit as the game went on. We're playing it smart. Could I have kept going? Probably. But it was lingering, and it got a little bit worse as the game went on. I want to play it safe. We've got a long season ahead of us. We're just so fortunate, I think, that he did come out, because things like that can, lead to other things happening. And we're fortunate it wasn't the elbow. But anywhere in that chain of throwing, I think is going to put people on a pretty high level of concern.
Yeah, that's especially with the guy that has a history of injury.
Yeah, you immediately assume the worst.
Yeah, when he goes out of the game, you're like, okay, now you're just holding your breath until you actually get reports. And Bruce came on the show and was talking about it and stuff like that. It could be simple injuries. I've seen quarterbacks get like cramps.
Okay.
Like NFL quarterbacks, it's funny when you're dealing with wrist, like it's a cramp or something locks. I know Ryan, I was with Ryan Leaf, his would lock.
Yes.
But I've been with other quarterbacks.
That was because of the hard drugs, though.
Yeah, you think it was?
I think that's an interesting idea, especially because it's gotten warmer, and sometimes you think you're getting hydrated, but then the season changes, and the same level of hydration can leave you significantly short over a couple of days, especially if you were outside, messing around over the weekend or something like that. I don't know. I'm not going to breathe easily whenever this situation is there with Jacob DeGrom, and it's unfortunate. We're only 3 days in. You rarely hear about a wrist and a pitcher, but here's our guy.
I think Brian's onto something though when it comes to the fear of the cramp there in the wrist.
I just worry because
is that what you're hearing?
Well, hearing it. No, I just kind of was speculating, to be honest with you about it. Because to me, I feel like that. When you're dealing with guys that just are throwers, I'm just trying to think of all the things that could go wrong. And I just remember, it sounds crazy. You think about cramping in the legs and stuff like that.
Yeah.
You could cramp in the forearm, and then he's talking about having to change throwing motions and stuff like that. You don't want to do that. So maybe it's something as simple as that. Let's hope for the best.
If it's a playoff game, I think they leave him in there.
Yeah.
Like that. I'm not overly concerned right now. I don't think Ranger fans should be. I don't think this is something to worry about, but DeGrom's injury history is exactly why you don't risk this.
Well, and listening to Bochy today, he sounded pretty calm about it on with KNC, and didn't wake up like having to check. If I'm managing a team and my ace is down and I'm concerned the night of, I'm definitely talking about it with the trainer and the medical staff before
breakfast, before coffee.
I probably, as soon as we're waking up, we got to get something to this because it's so important. Now, there is the luxury of having a deep pitching staff, Chief. If I'm managing this thing again, I'm giving him an extra rotation out. I'm like, hey, we got Dunning, who's been going long relief and looks good. By the way, Dunning's coming up at 320. We have options. We have depth, and it's a pretty solid staff, even without DeGrom. So I think I would take a very cautious approach with it.
100%. And I'd be thinking about the fans, guys like us, for that next Friday night versus Garrett Cole. Want to make sure we get that one under our belts. You know what I'm
let's
saying?
just pencil that bad boy in. I'm just trying to get him healthy for the ALCS. I want to make sure he's healthy for the final.
Yeah, maybe tell him to lay off the front squats. I was thinking, I immediately thought maybe he was overdoing it with the front squats, with the wrist injury. Maybe he's hang cleaning, doing a little too much snatching or something like that. So, and he's a workout warrior. We know that.
Issues, man. You never want
DeGrom's a big
too much
guy.
snatching.
Dallas Stars drop the opener 3-2 double OT. Unbelievable
what
drama.
the F, man?
It sucks when that happens, and then you got to wake up like 5.5 hours later.
You guys did a good job.
We tried.
You did a good job with your noise.
You and Belt were killing it.
Bobby and I were. I don't know how in the world Bobby did the show this morning.
Drunk.
Yeah. Well, he was drunk when I saw him.
Yeah.
You can always tell.
I think
when
he came and slept on the couch for a couple hours.
I think he absolutely did. When he starts speed walking through the concourse, he comes meets me outside of section 325. We end up meeting with some Tolos, Sam, and Alex, really good dudes. We go down to the Jack Daniels Club, and he's like sprinting. His walking is sprinting. I'm like running, dodging people, trying to catch up.
He wanted to drink that bad?
Yeah. Yeah.
This is the same Bobby Belt that we all know and love, right?
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
It's my guy right there. He knows how to have a good time.
But it was a blast being there. The results just unfortunately didn't go the Stars' way, and bleep the refs.
Shout out to Bobby, too, for, he came stumbling out of there not knowing which direction his car was at like 2 a.m., and then it's a 6 a.m. start time on the morning show.
Yeah.
So kudos to him for that.
He is a warrior. Joe Pavelski, speaking of warriors, 38 years old, helped off the ice. Does not look good for game 2 was the word from DeBoer last night, but we shall see. He looked a little wobbly.
He needed a lot of help.
Yeah,
a lot of help. This wasn't one of those simples, just get off the ice. He needed a lot of help to get off the ice.
It was a scary moment, no question about it. The way that his head smacked back against the ice.
Took it, that shoulder right to the jaw.
Yeah, and then any time, Dumas, which is what we were calling him in the AAC, touch the puck.
He got a booed.
We were giving him some good boos, letting him know. Yeah. Go bleep yourself, bro. Yeah. Max Domi let him know, too.
Yeah, I did love that. I love seeing
go defend your teammate,
the response. Man. Yeah, because Minnesota and the Hawk was telling us yesterday, like Minnesota is going to bring that physicality.
They do.
They absolutely did that, and it was a little wake up call there. So I liked that punch back. That right hander was nasty.
It was.
214 says go get Trevor Bauer. Okay.
To pull him out of Japan, where he's always dreamed of playing. It's going to be tough to pull him out of there. He was talking really highly about this.
That
it's always
viewership
been his dream.
Skyrocketed for him.
Could it be tendonitis? Asks the 469. I don't know. I suppose.
Speculation.
Don't think it's tendonitis.
201 Mets fan here. He ain't pitching for a month. 214 ALCS LMMFAO. Well, hey, I know what's going on here. We got an injured guy. We got to make sure he's healthy for the right games. That's the playoffs. They got enough to get him to the playoffs. Just make sure he's healthy when you get there. Okay, at 877-881-1053. That is your truckwreck.com fan text. We've got a little NBA stuff coming up next. We'll give our thoughts on the Draymond Green story and the top Mav story from yesterday. Then we have the G-Bag of the day. It's coming up. The best audio from the world of sports and everything is coming up at 2:30 every day right here in the G-Bag Nation. We're back on 105.3 The Fan.
Hey, thanks to Rockwell Ford. It's 35 minutes.
Yeah. Welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation. We are 7.5 minutes away from the G-Bag of the day, the best audio. Draymond Green ejected. What do you think about this? I don't know what I'd do if I was the NBA league office with this punishment. Segment is brought to you by the Frankels. There's a reason that you need a special license to drive a big truck, so companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel, and Frankel consultation's always free. Truckwreck.com, the Frankels. Yeah, I can't be sure he put that much pressure on Sabonis. It looked bad, but it looked kind of WWE to me at the same time. I hope I don't get killed for this. I'm sure I will. I know it's a polarizing discussion. I'm a Sabonis guy, by the way. The man's basketball royalty to me. I enjoyed the work that his dad put in on the court at a very high level. But Sabonis underwent x-rays on his ribs and lungs, and of course there was no damage. I think if you watch the video closely, you'll notice some things. Number one, Sabonis throwing Klay Thompson. Number two, Sabonis' arms getting in Draymond Green's legs. Number three, I'd like you to notice when Draymond Green jumps off of Sabonis, it's all the left foot. Like the right foot was there to balance and stabilize and looked bad. Draymond Green needs to get his feet off of people. He's been flirting with this. Remember we talked about it like a month ago? I forget who they were playing. Maybe it was the Pelicans?
Yes.
And he drug his feet all over this dude twice and then tried to fight him. They should have ejected him then.
Sure.
And I can't believe Draymond Green would be this careless, in a playoff game knowing his history. But maybe that's how bullies go out,
Yeah.
Maybe he's looking around going, wow, we can't handle these Kings, and he's acting out in a way that I thought Draymond Green had moved on from. That's a toxic relationship with losing. But at the same time, I don't know if I'm suspending, right? He already was out for the rest of the game, and it looked really bad. But from a judgment standpoint, I can't determine how much pressure he put on Sabonis' chest with that right foot.
I'm with you. No, I see it the exact same way you do. I think if this was not Draymond Green, the player wouldn't even been kicked out of the game. I'm like,
Really?
dude, if you're grabbing my foot, what happens next is completely on you. And I saw it the same way you did, where it looked like he was not, when he was trying to press off, it was with the foot that was more on the ground and not the foot that was on the chest.
I think
and
he jumped
results
with that
reveal, because if Draymond, he's a monster.
Yeah.
If he's actually stomping on that
270
chest,
pounds.
you're going to have more than, coast is clear on the MRI or the X-ray or whatever.
And Sabonis is a great Euro. He's down there flopping, selling the foul, like he's a soccer player doing his job.
Draymond's staying true to himself, and Sabonis is staying true to his.
Yeah, so it did look horrible, and I can't believe Draymond Green showed that bad a judgment. He should have moved on from that long ago at this point in his career.
He should have. I think Sabonis did some embellishing, much like they said the Stars did last night. I think Sabonis was definitely like, "Oh my gosh, look!"
I thought it was called blemishing.
It hurts. It blemishing and embellishing. Whatever the heck they want to make up these stupid rules for in hockey. What are you doing? Come on! But yeah,
sorry, I didn't mean to bring the demons out of you there.
I'm freaking triggered,
That's
Eric.
on me. I shouldn't have posted
there
that
till
button.
1 a.m. and what happened? We bleep and lose in double overtime. But no, I'm on actually Team Draymond here. And I do agree with you. I think if it's not Draymond Green, then he's probably not suspended. It's just a technical foul.
We're 3 for 3 Team Draymond right now. Are we about to make it 4 for 4, Broadus?
Oh no, I'm all about light the beam though myself.
It's badass.
You picked the Warriors to win the finals, dude.
When did I do that?
In my mind.
Oh, you know what? What did I do last night? I can't watch the game, so I'm listening. I'm listening to Sacramento. I'm even digging the commercials now that they're playing. When they go to break, I'm like, oh yeah, I need to check this store out when I'm in Sacramento.
Catchy jingles,
and all that. But no, I tell you what, I do think there's a level of frustration though. I think the Warriors have got to figure things out very quickly there. We'll see. They're a really good home team. We've seen all year how to. The Warriors have been poor. They played poor on the road, and But with Draymond, I would not be surprised if he gets suspended.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised either.
That'd be weak sauce.
Matter of fact,
I'd be rioting.
The commissioner for the Warriors.
Yeah,
the commissioner was at the game. The commissioner was at the game last night.
Well, he should have stepped up to the plate and said, "We're not even ejecting him from this game."
Not Commissioner Gordon from Batman.
We're 4 for 4 Team Draymond right now. Can Lucius Alexander make it 5 for 5 in this particular scenario?
I just think it's a little theatrics right there.
Yeah.
A little bit entertaining.
Yeah.
Boom.
Typical Euro. Unanimous.
Yeah.
For those of you that think that gospel
You think Draymond Green's gone too far?
with our message.
Little stop it right here.
You ain't heard nothing yet. And if you don't know, now you know.
Oh, man, what a jam. That's a banger.
Kirk Franklin. Okay, Mavs are reportedly close to naming Dennis Lindsey, the former Jazz GM. It's not official. This story broke later in our show last night. He's going to work under Nico Harrison. It'll be interesting to know if Nico likes the hire or not. Like, is this a Chris Young JD situation? I don't know. All I know is I hope this can reverse a horrible decade of team building that this organization has botched. I think if you look at Donnie Nelson said when he left, he was powerless. You know, that's a masterful championship architect who had been rendered powerless by the dysfunction that continues in the Mavs front office. And it's only because they drafted Luka Doncic that they look somewhat functional right now.
Yeah, 100%. And then they also did nice drafting Jalen Brunson, and they found a way to botch that just a few short years after he became a stud.
Right.
It was
He's not that good of a passer. Doesn't play enough defense. You know, I mean, they
finally draft good players, and they can't find a way to actually keep them.
Yeah,
it is frustrating.
Their evaluating's been pretty darn bad. Like,
but I love this move.
LaVine, not any good. Why would we want him, right? Julius Randle, you know.
Lauri Markkanen, they didn't want my guy
Lauri
Markkanen.
Giannis.
Lauri Markkanen, what good is he? He's hurt all the time. Why would you want him? Giannis? Let's not draft Giannis. Let's get Shane Larkin, whoever the bleep they ended up taking. Who the hell knows?
I don't think Mark Cuban knows what the hell he's doing. I think he ruined what was one of a top 15 career in Dirk Nowitzki. You know, this is letting Steve Nash go. This is bringing in Antoine Walker.
What did you just do?
I blamed Mark Cuban for only winning one championship with Dirk, one of the greatest players of all time.
No, that's
Yeah.
what
The big German.
You said you ruined his career.
The Diggler.
I think he did damage to Dirk's career. You know,
I see that.
You know, they were just shooting in the dark in the 2000s. They finally had Tyson Chandler fall in their lap right as the Lakers are collapsing. The Heat weren't ready, the Thunder weren't ready, and the Spurs were old, and they won a championship. Thankfully, you know, I don't want to poo-poo that title in any way. But I think they could have got a lot more, and it's a continuation. Mark Cuban lets his ego and his negotiation play way too big of a role. You can't reinvent the wheel. There aren't more than one ways to do this. It's not a tech industry that you're trying to disrupt with your new radical ideas. You get talent, you retain talent, you hire people smarter than you, they make great decisions, and as an owner, you enjoy the fruits of their labor. You don't try to be a GM. And do crazy stuff to reinvent ways of building rosters or analyzing games. And he seems to be so addicted to the thrill of being right that he continuously makes bad decisions with this organization. And it's time now for the G-Bag of the day. Here's Lucius Alexander.
Yeah, let's see. I got a lot on deck, so I'm going to get right to it today. Our winners is a church combo. We got a hot mic situation in the church. And then we have another fella got himself baptized, changed his whole life. Yes, he did. Born again like the Watergators. Here's a hot mic situation.
And then that verse.
Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out?
Your mic's on, bro.
Come on, Mike.
Come up on stage now. You made it public.
I'm so sorry. We're working something back there.
We're working a little something back here, man. It's all about that, Mike.
You're going to love it. Coming up in 45 minutes.
Keep your eyes on the Lord, though. You know what I mean? Let's see. Here's a fella got himself baptized.
And you're welcome. Hey, can you share with us today why you would like to be baptized?
Because I used to be a piece of shit.
Yeah.
He sounds like that.
And I love it. And the great clothes are coming off today.
He sounds like he got some amazing stories about getting wasted.
Yeah.
You know?
Beat up 3 guys one night.
He kept it short and sweet, but he's the guy that if he wanted to spend 5 minutes giving you the tales of his pastime, it might have been good entertainment.
The testimony.
Yeah, that testimony might have been something special.
No hesitation.
Yeah.
If I'm Draymond Green, I'm playing this in the locker room.
Dirty South, yeah! I hear him talking, but he about to get that ass wrong. Watch
All right.
That might be on the plane flight back
That's
home.
on a loop, bro. That's on a loop.
We have a big sister right here. She's being a big sister to her little brother. They're getting ready to leave for school. My man left his backpack in the house, but apparently he was giving her a hard time. Let's go, hurry up. And she was like, wait a minute, you ain't even together.
Marshall, where's your backpack? I thought I had it. You're rushing me, Marshall, but you don't have your backpack. I had it in my backpack. You too worry about them sunglasses, but no, I didn't. My backpack. Put them glasses up. Get your backpack. Put the glasses up. Mom, give me my backpack. He didn't want to throw it down there. I already had it. How'd you walk past it?
I bet those sunglasses looked great, though.
Yeah, he was fly, man. He was ready for school.
Yeah.
He's about to do the damn thing.
That's what it sounds like every Saturday and Sunday morning. I'm rushing the girls to get out of the house, and now I got one that's nearly a teenager, thinks she already is, and one that's already a certified mom, so she's on her schedule as well. I'm trying to drag two of them to keep on an itinerary. And
Good for you, man.
Hashtag not easy.
And we'll get in the car like 12 minutes after I said is our last minute we can leave, and then I will have forgotten something. And I got to run back in for the water bottle.
And they all clown you, too.
Yeah, and they feel like it justifies their actions. Like, what? We weren't going to leave till now anyway.
Well, they can't get a win.
I can't get a win.
Can't get a win,
I
bro.
thought I was doing some pretty good work. Now I just tell them the deadline's 30 minutes early.
That's my move.
And
That's smart.
It
And we're still
created
late.
a lot of peace.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh yeah, it really sucks. We're 12 minutes late.
If I have somewhere to be where there's a time deadline type of situation, I'm not inviting her. She can't come because she's going to make me like 100%. We're taking two different cars. I'll meet you there.
Yeah, the two
but
different
I'm not,
cars is good.
I'm not.
Have you ever given them the
That's
wrong?
mature
Have you
right
ever
there.
given them the wrong time? Like
always. Yeah, I've moved to that.
Yeah, that's what you do with athletes.
12:30.
Yeah, we
really
say you have to
one.
be somewhere at 6. You say 5.
Yeah.
And then they show up at 6, and you're good to go. Yeah.
Yep, I'm moving in that direction very strongly. Sometimes I forget, to set it early, and I pay the price for it. But yeah, we got that sorted out pretty good.
Let's go to Brian Windhorst right here. He's doing some work for ESPN. He was in his hotel room, and apparently it was a little too loud for his neighbors.
I'm trying to figure out, why are you the only one whispering? Everyone else is answering questions and talking. You're whispering. Why are you whispering?
Well, we all have adverse situations, and apparently someone in the hotel room next to me was not a get-up viewer and not happy about the early wake-up call here in Phoenix. And let's just say that messages have been delivered not in a soft manner. So I'm trying to avoid having a rap on any part of my body.
Did the hotel manager tell you, knock on your door and say, quiet down in there?
This individual did not contact the manager, but their point was made very strongly. So I'm trying to respect my neighbors here in Phoenix before 7 a.m. here.
What's up? This is Threats.
Good journalism right there.
Do you think they were banging on the wall?
Yes, that's a banging on the wall. Shut the bleep up.
Maybe even come over and knock on your door and.
Yeah, I think he knocked on the door and told him to hush it up a little bit.
Say, what
Next
the
time I'm
hell?
going to come back with that ice bucket and I'm going to throw it at you, bro.
Right.
I think he must have been at that hotel we had for spring training. Those walls were paper thin.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
That's how the Nilo in Las Colinas did me one time, boy. Man, I had something awesome set up. You have no idea. I had it. It was killed the whole vibe. We gotta be quiet.
Yeah, I could hear the YouTube on their phones through the walls.
Oh, that's bad.
Yeah, that's awful.
Yeah,
that's awful. I'm not even gonna make that joke.
Hope they couldn't hear mine either.
Charles Barkley right here. Yeah, good. We'll talk about it off air. Charles Barkley right here takes a quick shot at the Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas. You guys are aware of what's going on with Clarence Thomas?
Yeah, he's traveling well.
Thank you, Brox.
Hey, it's fishing time, and we have got ourselves a new boat.
This looks like the one Clarence Thomas was riding on. And wasn't telling nobody.
Wow. I don't know if that
What?
mess up the ritual or anything.
Yeah.
What?
Unsullied.
Unsullied by sponsorship since.
Look, they didn't even realize the joke.
Yeah.
Charleston by himself, like, I got that one off.
What's this, politics? The playoffs have started, Charles.
Man, I got so much right here. I don't know if I'm not going to be able to get talked to it. Have you seen that dog riding a riding lawnmower?
No.
There's a dog on top of a riding lawnmower, and it's just going around, cutting the yard basically, and the dog doesn't realize he's just staying balanced. This guy's on the phone and recorded it all. Listen.
I'm not fucking tripping. What the man, Sean? Sean, it's a dog on the fucking riding lawnmower cutting the fucking grass.
I heard you. That's why I said take a fucking picture.
I got a video of this shit.
I need a fucking laugh right now. I think I'm losing my motherfucking mind, son. I ain't, and you know, but I know you hear it in my voice.
Wow. I hear a little substance abuse in the voice.
Yeah. I thought that guy was going to tell us Greg Jennings, the hardest hitting safety in the league as well. Yeah. And that voice sounded familiar.
What a broken leg.
All righty, what do you say, Lucius?
Yeah, let's go. I got too much, man. I still have like 4 more, but we have 2 more days, right?
Okay, let's go. Yeah, church combo platter. That's right. We're off tomorrow for the G-Bag of the day. The Rangers start at 1 o'clock. Church combo platter. Who let the dogs out in the baptism? Big sister to a little brother had a little advice. Brian Windhorst must have been staying at the hotel that we had for spring training. Inside the NBA, gone fishing. Charles had a joke, and a dog was on a riding lawnmower.
Yeah, chilling, getting the job done.
Man,
I wanted that meal.
Yeah,
put me out.
I wanted a go-kart so bad as a kid. When we got a riding lawnmower, I thought it was sweet to mow the lawn for about 2-3 weeks. I'm going to go with our champ, the church combo platter, Chief. How about you?
Same here, man.
Okay, Lucius?
Shoot. Skip me right here.
Okay, Wolchuk?
I'm going to go with the dog riding the lawnmower.
That's an interesting cut. I want to hear that again,
Yeah,
Ross.
I'm going with the dog and the lawnmower.
Okay, we're tied at 2, Lucius.
Charles Barkley taking a shot at.
Nice. 2 to 1 to 1. That means we have a tie. And it is time to jump on the @GBagNation Twitter account where you will cast the deciding votes, creating an Insta poll right here as we speak. Now, on the other side, we'll announce the winner and we'll get into Krusty's Corner. What are we talking about today, sir?
Yes, we've got the NFL Drafts buyer beware. We'll talk about those players next.
Coming up Wednesday morning on Sean and RJ, another Snoop Dogg ticket giveaway during the Expressway and highlights from
Kansas City. Hi, everybody. This is Matt Hicks inviting you to join Jared Sandler, Chris Blake, and me. Our coverage of tonight's game begins at 6 o'clock on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app.
This segment of the G-Bag Nation is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet.
All righty, welcome back, G-Bag Nation. We got to take a look at G-Bag Nation's Twitter account, see who won this Insta poll that we created by a score of 68 to 32%. The dog lawnmower is your new G-Bag of the Day champion. Tune in every night at 5:40 for LA Live if you missed it, although LA Live tonight was going to be at 5:30 because Rangers baseball will be coming up at 6 o'clock again. Here he is, Brian Broaddus, Krusty's Corner. Take it away, sir.
Thank you very much, General. Appreciate that. Hunting some information to talk about as we get close to this draft. You're going to start to see, God, I about just broke a rib there when I turned.
Oh, no.
Did you hear me? Like,
I did. I heard the wince.
Did you hear the wince? I don't. It's something. It's when you get old, it's like you turn and things happen to you, and you're just like creaky and things. Need some WD-40. This body.
Oil.
Exactly. So yeah, you're going to start to hear the closer we get to the draft, people are going to start to really, really try and poke holes in some of these players, and they're going to give you reasons why or why not you should take these guys. But CBS did their attempt to try and poke a holes in some guys, and this comes from, like I say, from their site. It's the NFL draft buyer beware prospects, and they list 6 of them that you should. Teams will be doing their homework on these situations, and so I'm going to run through. A couple of them will be in a range where the Cowboys will be, where they could be, where the Cowboys could pick, and then you could make your determination. I think a lot of people are, people are lining up about our guy, our tight end from Kincaid from Utah.
The back.
People are lining up on that one. To me, it was a bone problem, but you hear the word back and all that. And
yeah, people get upset. I mean, it was encouraging that his doctor came out, cleared him, said he's ready for football activities. But I understand being cautious.
Yeah. All right. The first one on the list is Brian Breezy from Clemson, the defensive tackle.
You guys, neither one of you like him that much, huh?
Not a huge fan of his. Not a huge fan.
Poor dude.
He's got he played just 4 games in 2021 before suffering an ACL, a torn ACL. In his final season at Clemson, he had 3 other medical setbacks until he also had a situation where he lost his sister. So he was in a grieving situation there. He's, a lot of these things he's battled back that have kind of been out of his control. But that's something that you have to talk about with him is the injuries that he has suffered throughout. If he's one of those guys where we're working on the draft and then he goes, say, the first round, the second round, and he's not being selected, then the media scouts will go, it's the medicals. It's the medicals that will affect him. I don't anticipate the Cowboys drafting this guy. I just don't. From the playing ability and stuff like that, I would be more than shocked. That would be one of those picks if they handed that card in, I would go, they saw something completely different in this player.
And Steven talked about that today, how, there's a lot of people with good opinions, but the opinions don't always match up.
Yeah.
But that's a concern, a red flag for the quality of the film and medical.
And the medical.
That'd be a nightmare for us.
Yeah. Yeah.
And you see it. I mean, he's wearing those big, bulky knee braces, and I do think they kind of give him some issues, and he gets pushed around a little bit when you watch him play. And when people say, like, hey, we'll watch this one specific game, I'm like, I watched 3 others, and I didn't like what I saw.
Yeah. The next guy would be Georgia defensive tackle Jalen Carter, and he's the number 1 player on my board, but there are concerns. And they're talking about maturity concerns before his legal matters. Even before he had the legal troubles, there were the legal matters. And that's why teams in the top 10 are all kind of hunkering down and trying to figure this out. I know he's got a couple of visits. He got one with Detroit coming up. So he's taking those visits inside the top 10. If I was in the top 10, I would have my private investigators on this one.
Yeah.
I would have my FBI guys on this one. I would be in Athens, Georgia right now trying to figure this one out.
Yeah.
Because
is he just a guy that likes to go out and party and things get a little bit over the line here and there?
Well, the word maturity was used. It wasn't like, it wasn't one of those things where they were talking about, well, the guy's got an alcohol problem or something like that. It was just, there were things even before he had the trouble with the drag racing stuff, which that ended just unfortunately for a lot of parties.
Sometimes you have a bad decision and it's an incident, not an issue.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Everybody's made some decisions there at that time. So you just have to know how common they are.
Certainly. How do the interviews go? He's just so darn talented. I think he's the best player in the draft to me.
He is my number one ranked player.
Yeah, I'm just going to take a gamble, and especially at that position. Like if you find an interior defensive tackle that can rush the quarterback and plays the run, both outstanding, that's a difference maker in the middle of your defense.
Absolutely. And like I said, FBI, Bochy, my guy Bochy in Philly would be down there in Athens, Georgia, making sure that I had everything squared up.
I'll tail him for you. You don't need Bochy. I keep telling you this. I know Bochy's your guy. I'll do the job for half the price, Brian.
Bochy,
10 grand.
Dawson will come cheap.
Oh, really? You're going half. You're going half because Bochy, we got charged $25,000. I was trying to explain.
Okay, with inflation, bro, Butch is probably charging $100K these days.
But Bochy can figure it out. But I trust you. I do trust you. The next guy is DeJuan Jones. He's an offensive tackle from Ohio State. And he is a 53rd player on my board right now. And the Ohio State lineman, he measured 6'8", 374 pounds.
Whoa!
And he's an outlier in every way. He did very little at the combine and at the Ohio State Pro Day. In fact, he declined to weigh in at his Pro Day, which was alarming, but not all that surprising after having dinner with the Steelers head coach Mike Tomlin the night before the draft. Jones was a much improved player from 2021 to 2022, so it speaks to his discipline. However, teams will want to sit down with him and make sure he's motivated to keep his weight in check.
He's a polarizing tackle in this class. I know Vach Lombardi, who does excellent work, comes on with the Get Right, loves him. Yeah. I felt the opposite when I watched him. His technique sometimes gets poor. His handwork gets poor. He looks a little sloppy, but he's huge. Like once he gets his hands on you, similar to an Orlando Brown, he's a mauler, but I just didn't see a ton of athleticism there when you watch him play. Speed rushers, I think, might be able to bend, get underneath, and give him a lot of problems at the next level.
I think he's a right tackle only type of a player.
Absolutely.
And the thing about it is, if you watch Paris Johnson on the other side, that's the guy you'd want.
Because he's the athlete.
That's a first rounder.
He's the best tackle in the draft.
Best by far. Okay, the next one is the running back, Dwayne McBride. And if you follow mock drafts, if you're one of those guys that or gals that like to send me mock drafts, Dwayne McBride from UAB, University of Alabama, Birmingham. He's a running back. He gets picked a lot for people. He's my 176th ranked player on my board. And there's a lot of people that have him a whole hell of a higher than that. And CBS says McBride is one of their favorite running backs to watch in his class. He's been an enjoyable play style, as well as the size to be a featured back in the NFL. The concern is he's had 5 fumbles last season and 4 the prior year to that. If he's unable to hold on to the football, given the opposition additional possessions, he will not be trusted on the field. Jonathan Taylor had 8 fumbles over his final 2 collegiate seasons, 3 in each of his past 2 NFL seasons. So if they know you can't hold on to the ball, and to me, this is one of those things with this player. I just think they're better backs than this guy.
Agreed.
I think they're better. I think they're more complete backs.
Yep. He's not giving you much in the passing game.
Yeah.
I saw him catch 1 pass in the 3 games I watched to him.
Okay, the final 2 guys as I get ready to get out here. Edge Will McDonald from Iowa State. He's the 38th best player on my board. He's an edge rusher. He's valuable. The fear is he will not hold up and run support. I feel like he can play well enough in run support, but people feel like you have to improve on that. I think he can play and run support. I think he's pretty stout. I think he's a guy that the Cowboys are clearly looking at as a possibility. Even if they trade back, that might be your target right there. And then the last guy is Bobby Belt's favorite guy, tight end Luke Musgrave. He's from Oregon State. He's the 31st ranked player on my board. He's got talent. He catches well. He's a better blocker for what he's given credit for. Mm-hmm. But the 47 career receptions in college, the back up the lesser talent, then he played 2 games where he finally got his opportunity. So there's a lot to learn from him and wired. You got to learn how this guy's wired before you make the pick. I think he's a really good player. I think he's a really good athletic player. The problem is you also have to check a little bit of an injury history there.
Well, thank you, Brian.
Thank you.
Our path to the draft coverage is brought to you by Pluckers. On night one of the draft, the fan will be at all 8 Pluckers locations. They have some cool specials and prizes all night long. And by our friends at K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing. Your draft headquarters is right here on 105.3 The Fan. When we come back, it's time to have a hockey conversation. Minnesota Wild play-by-play man Joe O'Donnell is in studio, and he'll tell us his thoughts after last night's Game 1 coming up next year on 105.3 The Fan. Got to chat with you.
our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Toss it left side, steal to the back post, cut off in front by Harley, who couldn't get it out. Here's a turnover, open in front, they score! They score! Ryan Hartman helps the Wild steal game one of a bouncing puck in front, and he wins this double overtime marathon in Dallas as the Wild prevail 3-2.
The call from Joe O'Donnell, who's in studio to talk Stars and Wild as we open up hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Stars fans licking their wounds a little bit, preparing for tomorrow night's Game 2. And let's talk about this matchup as the radio play-by-play man of your Wild, Joe O'Donnell here, joins us now. And a good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
Thanks, guys. Thanks for having me. It's good to be here. I'm a Philly guy originally, so being in Dallas, it doesn't feel right, as I'm sure you guys understand, but here I am.
Yes, here you are, and a great call, by the way, last night. How'd you feel? How'd the pipes hold up going into nearly 5 hours of announcing?
A couple people asked me that. Actually, I felt really good. It's my second ever Stanley Cup playoff experience series as a broadcaster, and I've called over 1,000 professional hockey games at the minor league level and whatnot, and I kind of was trying to keep reminding myself to just take a step back, relax, just because it's intense for the fans, intense for the players, the coaches, the staff, myself, and it was fun. Honestly, it was a really fun game. I thought the broadcast went pretty well, and obviously a lot of storylines going into the series, and probably even more coming out now after Game 1. Should be fun the rest of the way.
How do you like the way that they set the playoffs up now? With you get the divisional rivals. Are you more old school in the 1-8s and those kind of matchups, or do you like what the league is trying to do there?
Well, if you ask Wild fans, they'd probably prefer 1-8, because if you look at last year, they had 113 points and had to play the St. Louis Blues, and they lost in round 1. So the easy excuse is, that wasn't very fair. Like, what did home ice really get us? Played a team with 109 points. So Minnesota, I guess, would probably be, somewhere in the middle of the pack this year, and probably had a little bit easier matchup than Dallas in round 1. But I think if you look at it, whether it's the 1 seed in the West or the last team to get in Winnipeg, they're only separated by a couple of wins, right? There's point differential because of the overtime shootout losses. But if you're looking at wins, Winnipeg had like 2 fewer wins than maybe the Stars did. I don't have the numbers in front of me, but it's that close. So much parity in the NHL right now, I don't really think it matters.
What'd you think about the atmosphere last night at the AAC?
I thought it was really good. And actually, I noted in the broadcast, and this was not a shot at Dallas fans, a lot of people had to leave because it got so late.
Yes.
Right? It's a work night, it's a school night. And Pete DeBoer was asked about it today by Michael Russo, covers the Wild for The Athletic. And he was just like, hey, what did you think of the fact that fans had to go? I mean, just because it was nearing 1 a.m. And DeBoer kind of laughed. He's like, I don't want to get fined. Like, he gets it. It's TV. It's growing the game. That was sort of his answer. But I felt up until, even in the double overtime, it was a great atmosphere. But I felt for the fans that had to go. Like, it's the reality. Like, even if you dropped a couple $100 for that ticket, when it nears 1 a.m., if you got kids with you, if you got to get up at 6 a.m. for work, at some point you got to make a business decision.
Absolutely, and decisions were made last night. Now, does it play extra in Minnesota taking on the team that the team relocated to, or is it just trying to advance? How's this narrative going?
It's a great question. It's both. Wild fans, really Minnesota sports fans for a limited time that I've been in Minnesota, but having covered the team and worked for the team at the minor league level for so long, you get a sense of the fan base, right? And they are very jaded. They're very quick to pull the ripcord on their teams. We knew they weren't good enough. And I mean, they haven't been out of the first round since 2015. The Vikings continually disappoint them. The T-Wolves are the T-Wolves. The Twins haven't been good in 20 years. So it's a fan base that's a little emotional or sensitive, maybe is a better way to put it. So, yeah, there's the pressure to advance, especially after last year. They had such a good year, and they came up short in the first round against St. Louis. And then on top of that, you throw in the moving relocation of the franchise. I work with Tom Reed, who's done every Minnesota Wild broadcast since day one. He's spent, close to 30, 40 years in a broadcast booth overall. He played in the NHL. He played for the North Stars. He owns one of the great hockey bars you can find in downtown St. Paul, Tom Reed's Hockey City Pub. The guy's a legend. He hates Norm Green. The owner,
yeah.
He just can't. he still, I don't think, is over the fact that, he moved the team. And I'm sure there's a lot of people, Tom's demographic and even younger, that feel that same way. And the fact that Minnesota didn't have NHL hockey for as long as they didn't have NHL hockey, if you think about that, it's borderline stunning, right? It'd be like, imagine, Houston when they lost the Oilers, right? And they went forever without a football team. I mean, I couldn't imagine being from a major sports city and having a team bolt, and then you go a decade or whatever without one. It's crazy.
So this is like Colts, Ravens, Browns type of animosity.
Yes.
For an NFL analogy.
And then you throw in Ryan Suter, who I think as time has moved along, Wild fans are starting to understand that it wasn't working out with him and Zach Parise. The buyouts had to happen. They were stunning moves at the time. But I think if you look now at the fan base, there's probably a little bit of like, this guy just wasn't what we needed at the time. So you have that storyline. John Klingberg obviously spent a long time in Dallas, now at the Wild. And Minnesota loves their own, the state of hockey, right? Jake Ottinger's from Lakeville. So you have that in there too, the hometown kid who will be coming to game 3 and 4 in St. Paul. So that should be pretty cool. I'm sure he's going to have, hundreds of tickets if he can afford it at friends and family at those games. So just a lot to unpack in this series. And then, like I said, after game 1 with everything that unfolded, not only the thrilling finish from a Wild perspective, but the Dumba hit on Pavelski, the cross checks that Kaprizov endured. Both teams lost players in the game to injury that returned. So, I mean, it's Stanley Cup playoff hockey.
When it comes to the Minnesota North Star jersey or the sweater, right? Last night, our morning show had an interesting conversation about this. If you were to see a fan at the AAC wearing a North Stars jersey, are you thinking that's a Wild fan or a Stars fan?
That's a great question. I wouldn't have enough of the history to know that. I would think at this point, man, I don't know.
Are they wearing North Stars jerseys still in Minnesota?
No, but you see a lot of the reverse retros now, which are the Wild crest or Wild emblem with the old North Stars colors, which are still fantastic uniforms, by the way, those colors. So there is a lot of that in the arena in Minnesota now, those reverse retro uniforms that kind of pay homage to the North Stars team. I think this year's was like the green one that was like the 1979 North Stars team that they did. So you will see a lot of that. You don't see many like Neil Broughton jerseys or Mike Modano jerseys in Minnesota. But I think down here in Dallas, you do get a pretty good mix of just Stars fans in general.
It's the play-by-play voice of the Stars, Joe O'Donnell, here with you on 105.3 The Fan.
The Wild.
I'm sorry. Do you expect the Wild to win this series now?
I think it gives them a way better chance. I went in thinking that if Minnesota, look, obviously, right, you take game 1 as the road team, the numbers tell you have a way better chance. I was looking at it last night. I think, game 1 winners win about 60-some% of the series in NHL history. They were 8-7 last year, teams that won game 1, so not a huge margin. But when you win on the road, the percentage is it's much higher than obviously dropping game 1 on the road as sort of that underdog team. If they had lost last night, the Wild, especially in gut-wrenching double overtime fashion, the best I could see it going is 7 in Minnesota's favor. Now I think, the Wild, if they can get one at home, they know they've got at least a 6-game. Maybe they make this thing a best of 3 at some point. And the thing for the Wild that maybe Stars fans don't realize is just the longer this series goes, the better chance Joel Eriksson Ek returns. And he's one of the Wild's top players at both ends of the rink. He blocked an Evgeny Malkin shot on April the 6th. He left the arena in a walking boot. He's been skating. I don't know how. Took the day off today, just rode the bike. And there's a chance he returns at some point in the series, maybe as early as game 3. I don't know, maybe as early as tomorrow. But the longer the series goes and it's close, the better chance the Wild have to get him back, and that's a big boost for them.
Is Dumba going to be walking around the city here over the next 24 hours with some extra security detail, or are they locking him in the hotel room? What's the deal?
Knowing Matt Dumba, I don't think he's fazed by any of that. But to your point, through some sources, that is a real thing, though. Like meaning, NHL teams are fully aware of people on social media saying dumb things or crazy things, and the NHL has to take that stuff very seriously.
How are they going to continue? How the goaltending? That was what the big questions were going in. And last night, you get a stellar game. Are we going to see it back and forth, or are we going to ride somebody in this one?
It's a great question. Dean Evison told the broadcast group for a lot of the year, down the stretch in particular, that his plan was to use both guys because they'd done it all year and it worked. And in the NHL, typically you find that one guy, right? I mean, it's almost unheard of. I guess somebody mentioned that the Capitals, when they won the Cup in 2018, used both Braden Holtby and whoever the heck the backup or the 1B would have been at that time. We'll see, I guess, tomorrow. That'll be the first tell if the Wild have the stones to, even after a 52-save performance, flip the script and put in the soon-to-be Hall of Famer Marc-Andre Fleury. I guess we'll find out tomorrow. We were debating amongst ourselves, some of the Wild broadcasters, TV, and myself earlier today about it, and I tend to think they might start Marc-Andre Fleury, but Dean's been kind of coy about this come playoff time, so we'll see tomorrow.
With the last night, the Stars were able to get 2 quick goals on their special team. What was the difference after that for the Wild that made it even, and they took some bad penalties late.
Yeah.
And so, but we're able to survive.
Yeah, Dean Evison was asked about that today at his presser at American Airlines Center, and he talked about the fact that, they obviously won a few more draws, but really it was just about them getting back to what they've done all year on the penalty kill, which is be more aggressive, blocking shots. They got some big saves. Really, both Dallas goals came off those faceoffs that were cleanly won back. And even Dean Evison said, they've got to do a better job getting after those pucks before they end up right on the tape of a Heiskanen or a Hintz. He felt there was an opportunity, draw, pucks down. They got to be on their toes a little bit more and trying to get in some of those lanes.
I did want to follow back on the hit on Pavelski.
Yeah, I was going to ask you, what did you guys think?
Yeah, I mean,
because you have a different viewpoint than I would.
At the game, in the moment, I'm thinking that should be a 5-minute major.
Yeah.
But obviously, I'm not getting the replays where you're looking at the monitor, seeing did he leave his feet? What was the intent there?
And to be fair, Walchuk was there as a drunken fan last night.
Yeah. Absolutely. I was 3 rows up from the roof, man. I was up in the nose.
He might have been next door to you when you were calling the game.
And
that was the guy. That was the guy.
That was the double birds you got? That was from those sausage fingers.
That was me, Joe. I mean, I love you, but come on. I was shocked that they overturned it, but I was wondering your thoughts on that, and Otter afterwards calling it a cheap shot. I mean, did you think it was clean?
I think it was a touch late. I don't think it was major worthy. It didn't look like he left his skates on the replays I watched, and it didn't look like the initial contact was to the head. But the puck wasn't there anymore. Again, when you're seeing it in slow motion, the puck not being there could be literally split second.
Yeah.
Slow motion, it looks like 2 or 3 strides, right? Matt Dumba's that type of player, though. If you have your head down or if you're not ready, he usually comes like a heat-seeking missile. He went with his back into him. And obviously, Joe Pavelski's such a great player, by all accounts, a great person. We never want to see anybody get hurt in this game. I'm sure it's a hit the NHL doesn't really like in the game, but I think they got it right from the standpoint when they looked at it. They realized that it wasn't warranted of a major. And I'm not just telling you guys that because I work for the Wild.
Sure.
Because if I thought it was dangerous, or if I thought it was illegal, I'd say, look, that's the rule. It is what it is. So that's how I saw it after getting a couple of looks at it. It was a very long delay there. What I found interesting, if you guys remember back, the reviewable major part came in when Pete DeBoer was coaching the Sharks, and Pavelski, they were playing the Golden Knights, right? And Pavelski got
flipped.
hurt.
Yeah, I got flipped.
In Game 7.
Yeah.
And they were unable to review. They called a major at the time. And I think after that season, the NHL went in and said, hey, we should make this a reviewable thing. So sort of ironic in that regard that DeBoer be behind a bench with a major that's eventually overturned and just becomes a single minor.
Joe, you told us you are from Philadelphia. Obviously, the Cowboys and the Eagles, such a huge storyline, even in the midst of, a great NHL playoff series. What do you think about the Jalen Hurts signing? What do you think about who controls this division?
Well, I liked it. I mean, I knew they had to get it done. I haven't read too much into the nuts and bolts about how it'll affect them salary cap-wise. I mean, as you guys know, you start paying a quarterback $40, $50 million a year, hampers what you can do elsewhere. Your very esteemed owner has made that abundantly clear the last couple of years from what I read and hear. But I think that they had to get it done before his contract expires. As you guys know, the longer you wait, Justin Herbert gets paid, Joe Burrow gets paid. Now you're paying him upwards of $60 million or whatever the case would be. So it's crazy that one position in the NFL is going to dictate so much. And then you see a guy like Lamar Jackson can't even get a contract for whatever the heck's going on there. So just glad they got it done. Everything that Jalen Hurts has proved in a couple of years as starters that he's going to work his tail off. The money doesn't seem like it's going to affect him at all. He appears to be a great leader, and hoping that he just continues to ascend and play solid football.
As a fan, what would you like to see them do at the 10th pick? Because I read into, I used to work in Philly too, and still have friends there that I really love being around and talking with about. But it seems like the Dallas fan base is very much wants nothing to do with a running back, and Philadelphia is all about, let's give us Bijan Robinson behind this line and with this quarterback. How would you, as a fan, which direction would you like to see the Eagles go?
Well, you're right about that. There's a lot of Bijan or bust talk is what they've been calling it on all the shows. Howie Roseman's track record says no way he's going to do that. I just wonder if this is the one player that this is kind of a luxury pick for them, right? It comes from the Saints on a draft day deal from last year. It ended up working out well where the Saints had a somewhat miserable season. You end up with the 10th overall pick, and there's been a lot of talk of like, if the Eagles' offense is missing anything, it's that now stud running back, especially with Miles Sanders departing. So it'll be interesting to see what they do. They always build from the lines. They never want or never think they have enough pass rushers. They have a couple of linemen getting up there with Lane Johnson and Jason Kelsey. They're sort of year to year at this point in their career as far as whether or not they're going to retire. So I guess if you're putting me on the spot, they probably don't draft Bijan Robinson. But if he's sitting there at 10, Howie Roseman likes to wheel and deal. He'll probably slide back to 14 or 15, take some offensive linemen from Northwestern. The town will go freaking crazy.
Yeah.
And then, get ready for training camp.
Thank you, Joe. That was outstanding. The text loves it, man.
You can take over my spot in this chair. The way you were, man, you were totally good on this.
I can't let you out of here, though, about knowing about this Juicy Lucy burger. Is it all that it's cracked up to be?
Yeah, so it's a burger that the cheese is in the inside, right?
Sounds delightful.
So you cut that thing open, it gets a little messy, but you do have that nice melted cheese. You can kind of dip the burger into the cheese vat that is now on the bottom of your tray or your plate.
Yes.
I've only had a couple in Minnesota, but it is a Minnesota thing. The thing that you guys are missing out on, though, is the cheese curds.
Okay, I was in Green Bay, so I know about the cheese curds.
Everybody's got cheese curds in Minnesota, like every bar, and they're always, it's like a mozzarella stick nugget.
Yes, delicious.
So, okay, you come from an area with the cheese steak.
Yes.
But the Juicy Lucy's got nothing on your cheese steak, right?
Absolutely not. Not even close.
Get you some barbecue while you're out here.
Oh, I lived in Houston for 5 years. I know all about
there we go.
all about the good
Houston
company
Aerosaki.
and then the Tex-Mex. Yeah, I like it all.
Well, thank you, Joe. Let's get you out of here tomorrow night before midnight. Tied 1-1 preferably.
Yeah, listen, the first part of that, yes. Actually, we're not flying out till Thursday, so if we have to stay till 3 a.m., I'm cool with that.
Right on, man. Great job,
Thanks,
and thank
guys.
you so much. Take care. Joe O'Donnell, radio play-by-play voice of the Minnesota Wild. Nice enough in studio here between Game 1 and Game 2 here for a special guest. Stars fans, you loved it on the text, other than the Joe Pavelski take. But hey, to each his own. It's playoff season, right? Okay, it's time now for the Rangers Player Show. And Dane Dunning is standing by. Mr. 15 innings pitch with no runs allowed jumps in next year on your home of the Rangers. Want to chat with you about Twin Peaks. It's your ultimate sport. It's the G-Bag Nation here on your home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. Segment is brought to you by the Junior Rangers and Cars for Kids. And it's also brought to you by the Frankels. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. Consultation's always free at truckwreck.com. It is time now for the Rangers Player Show here on The Fan. And today's guest is a guy handling business out there. 15 1/3, .72 whip. No runs allowed for Mr. Dane Dunning.
He's in the building!
Good afternoon, sir, and congrats on the start here to this season. How you feeling over there?
I'm feeling pretty good. Thank you for having me.
Oh, yeah, it's always good to chat with you and to catch up. Now, were you surprised to hear last night you were going into the fifth inning of a no-hitter?
Yeah, definitely. It definitely caught me off guard. I usually start like my plyo ball routine kind of like the third and fourth inning, and I just remember the fourth inning going like, all right, well, DeGrom's got a no-hitter going, so I probably shouldn't start that because I don't want to break that, like, I don't want to break it up. And the next thing the phone rang, and I was definitely caught off guard.
Well, it's been really great to watch you work. Is what's different for you? Is there anything new, or just you improving on what Dane Dunning does?
I mean, there is some new things that I've been trying to do from last year to this year. A lot of it is just a little bit more of a mechanical adjustment. Just trying to keep the ball hidden as long as possible. Changed up my delivery a little bit, and then other than that, just my pitch sequencing. But for the most part, it's just growing off what I've done the past couple of years. And Jonah's been phenomenal behind the plate, and he's been really making me feel comfortable when I'm up there on the mound. So it makes it a lot easier.
So hold on, I think I just glossed over something from your first answer. You're so aware of a no-hitter curse that you don't want to even start a pre-game routine or a pre-entry routine? How's the psychology behind that go?
It's just like, if you're out there in the field and someone's got a no-hitter or a perfect game going, you're not going to say that he's got that going. I guess it's a little bit of a baseball superstition thing, and it might be, who knows, it might be just me, But yeah, I went to go start my plyo ball routine, but DeGrom was cruising, and he had a no hitter, so I was like, you know what, I'm gonna hold off until someone gets a hit, or if his pitch count is like ridiculously high, then I'll start doing it. But as of right now, I wasn't gonna do it. And then, sure enough, that phone rang, and I don't think I've picked up plyo balls quicker in my entire life. So,
well, Dane, the addition of Mike Maddox on the staff, I'm sure you've been asked a lot about this during the offseason, but now that we're in season, to get him back here in Texas, the fan base was fired up. And it doesn't seem like there's a pitching coach in Major League Baseball that's more calm, walking out to the mound and talking to his pitcher with the hand over his mouth, just kind of gives him a nice rub on the shoulder and then just settles everything down. How is he in game with you?
I mean, he's phenomenal. I mean, he's one of us. Like, people forget that he played for 15 years before he started becoming a pitching coach. So, like, he knows what how we're feeling out there. He knows, like, what we're going through, and it just makes it a lot easier for us to, be able to calm down and, be able to lock into the situation and get that out when we need to get that out. He does a real good job of making sure that, you're focused out there on the mound, but at the same time, like, he's giving you that breather to be able to recover and get back to that next batter.
Dane, if I gave you a choice, would you rather be a guy described as a guy with great stuff or a guy that battles his ass off?
I would have to go with battle his ass off.
Because that's what I've heard about you. Like, you might not have, like they say, they might not have the best stuff.
Big balls pitcher.
I heard that kind of stuff. But I mean, I was just curious which one you'd rather be, and I'm glad you answered it that way.
Yep. I mean, especially from where I grew up, like, it's always been just like kind of a blue collar environment. So it was never like I grew up in playing baseball. It was never flashy. It was never everything. It was just, take care of business and battle your ass off, like you said.
Yeah.
You were on a Studley team in college at Florida, and now it feels like you're on a pretty dang Studley team right now, and you did some relief pitching in college. How much do you feel like that's helping you right now?
I mean, that's helped out a bunch, but I mean, it's completely different going from college to pro ball. I mean, we're playing every game, considering, like, in college it was just the weekends. I mean, I think the biggest help really is just my teammates in the bullpen. Each and every one of them who's got relief experience has helped me out significantly, just making sure that I'm in the right spot when I need to be, like, doing my stuff at the right times, and just knowing when I'm going to be available and ready and, like, things like that. So they are really the biggest part of this whole thing.
Bochy said today in an interview he did a couple hours ago on the station that the long guy in the bullpen's his favorite guy. It's the most important job because you're protecting the starters and the back end of the bullpen. How do you like this role, Dane? It's a pretty important job.
I'm enjoying it so far. I mean, it's been nice. It's been kind of cool just not knowing what game you're going to get into and what situation. But no, it's been a lot of fun. It's been a good time so far. Like, obviously we have a very talented, starting rotation, and it's cool kind of going in after them and backing them up.
Dane, what world problems do you guys solve in the bullpen when you're out there? Kind of, you guys do you have a guy out there that's kind of leading the conversation, or getting everybody rallied up out there to solve all these world problems?
I mean, I'll probably say so. I think Brock Burke's got some great comments in the bullpen. He definitely keeps it light. And then, we just have, like, veterans like Ian Kennedy and Will Smith, who, I mean, they're fantastic as well. Like, just to be able to, like, talk and, but it's very amusing down there. We keep it light and, like, we keep it in. But like I said, when it's time to focus, everyone locks it in, which is really cool.
Talking with the Rangers pitcher Dane Dunning here on your home of the Rangers 105.3 The Fan. Dude, you had freaking hip surgery over the offseason, and you're out here dealing and pitching outstanding. How challenging was that for you to get back up to speed, and how are you feeling now?
Honestly, I was just very fortunate and very thankful to the Lord. When I had the hip surgery, I know, like, the timeline was kind of setting me where it's like I might not make season, I might not make spring. And I kind of just took it one day at a time, and I progressed very easily when it came to my hip. I mean, obviously there was a little bit of up and downs, but a lot more ups than downs, and it's been very, it was very good. It was very successful, and I was able to bounce back really quick. And then when I came out to spring, I felt 100%.
Dana, I learned something before this interview, that your wife is a really good pickleball player. Are we going to see her on tour doing this? Can we make a living? Can we retire? Can you, just become a fan of hers, traveling around watching her play pickleball?
I'm hoping, 5-10 years from now, I'm just watching her and following her play pickleball. No, she's phenomenal. She goes out and she plays constantly. Currently, she had to kind of retired / she's going to come back afterwards. We're expecting a child, so she's not able to play right now.
Okay.
And so it's taken a little toll on her because she wants to go out and play a bunch right now. But she's I mean, she's awesome at it. I think she just finally got ranked at above a 5.0 for the people that know pickleball. She just got ranked above 5.0, and she couldn't have been more happy about it. But now she got ranked there and she can't play anymore. So hopefully, when she gets back, she really gets back into it, because it was a lot of fun watching her, and it was definitely a lot of fun going to like tournaments to see her play.
Yeah, that's legit. Maybe Serena can give her some advice on how to have a kid and come back and get back to the top. Now, when you were recovering from yours, are you still playing video games? Weren't you telling us last time you do that Escape from Tarkov or something like that?
Yeah, so I played that for a little while. I've actually kind of slowed down on video games a little bit. I mean, I still dabble here and there. I still play like Rocket League, Apex, I've been playing a little bit of Cyberpunk lately, but not nearly playing as much as I used to. Trying to be a lot more like in tune with being in the now. So like when I'm back at the house, trying to be present with my wife, and try to be present with my teammates at the field and everything. So it's been a lot. I've kind of like taken away a little bit of stuff from mine. So it's been really beneficial.
I'd say. You have a boy or a girl?
We got a baby boy on the way.
Oh, congratulations.
Congratulations, man.
Thank you.
He's going to be a super athlete based on mom's pickleball and your baseball genetics.
It's all because of her.
That's a good answer.
Who's the guy you'd most trust on the team to babysit your future baby boy?
Ooh, that's a really good question. I'd probably say, as of right now, just based off all the guys, probably Evaldi.
Okay, and who's the one you'd least trust?
I thought he was going to go Simeon there, to be honest with you.
I mean, Simeon's a great choice too. But I mean, me and Evaldi, me and Evo have clicked very well since the beginning. Who I would least trust? I mean, I kind of trust all my teammates, to be honest.
Good cop out.
That is a good answer. That is a good answer.
We heard Smitty's a party animal, Dan.
Yeah, Josh Smith finds the party, bro.
I wouldn't let Jared Sandler babysit my kid, is what I do. If you run across Jared there, maybe, and if he asks, I wouldn't let him.
Josh Smith's going to make your newborn baby be the DD, okay? So you just need to be careful about that one.
How's it go after 4 innings? Are they going to let you get back after the Royals before you leave Kansas City, or do you have to wait a few more days?
Honestly, I don't know. I'm most likely going to be down today. I would assume I'm going to be down today. But no, after that, I don't really know. I just, I'm here right after this radio. I'm about to go in and get a lift and try to get myself ready to be able to be available, just in case today or the next day. I know I threw 4 and something. I think I threw like 50 or 60 pitches, but I mean, so far right now, I feel pretty good. My arm feels good. So we'll kind of figure out from there.
Is it leg day or chest day?
It's total body day.
Oh, full body.
Yeah.
I like
See,
that.
now Eric wants to ask you the question, like, well, who do you observe as the best lifter in the weight room?
How much are you lifting,
How much
bro?
you lifting? That's Eric wants to ask this question. Go ahead, Eric. Ask
Other than Adolis Garcia, who's the most impressive in the weight room, Dane?
And once again, my answer is probably got to be Evo.
Okay.
He can just throw up some weight. But no, I mean, for me, I kind of keep it lighter now, just because like I'm going to be lifting and I'm going to be in the game today, and like some days I lift, like for example, my first 2 outings that I had of the season, I lifted before that day and end up getting in that game. It's just I have it scheduled where I lift on certain days now because I'm coming out of the pen, so I can't just go, I pitch today, I'm going to lift the day after. So now it's just like scheduled routine days that way, because like sometimes when you come out of the pen, you don't lift for you don't pitch for 3 or 4 days, and then sometimes you pitch back to back. So it's like, are you going to lift back to back days?
No, you got to be careful.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, I hope you have a scheduled cheat meal day, because you're about to get some pluckers for hanging out with us today. Do you know that?
Oh, I appreciate that.
Thanks, Dane. Congrats again on your success. Sounds like you got the whole system worked out. You got it dialed in, so give him hell. We'll be pulling for you.
I appreciate it. Thank you guys so much.
Yes, sir.
There he goes. And Chief is right about that. For appearing on today's show, Dane does get him some. He'll be receiving a $100 gift certificate from Pluckers with 8 locations across the DFW. We at the Fan are all about that on the draft night. That's coming up.
Yeah.
So we'll be all there. And Pluckers has the best wings in Texas.
They do. Maybe we'll see Dane at one of our draft parties. We'll be at all 8 locations. NFL News of the Day is coming up next. Woolchuck, where are you taking us today?
Why did Antonio Brown turn on Tom Brady? He tells us just that. And did we find out who's going number 1 in the draft? Next on The Fan.
But have you found out why it's so Welcome back, Nation. 214. Broadus basically just told Dane Dunning he's ugly but has a great personality. LOL. Yeah, you did come pretty high and tight on that question, Broadus.
Oh, Brian.
Which question was that?
With the
about having great stuff.
or just being
You're like, you don't have great stuff.
But you pitch your balls off or whatever.
Yeah, you should try hard, don't you,
Just
Dane?
told him he's not very good.
I think it was a great assessment, dude. And he appreciated it. He knows
did.
he's
He liked it.
self-aware.
He liked
knows
it.
he doesn't have the same stuff as Jonathan Hernandez.
Yeah, if he just said great stuff, I'm thinking, okay. I mean, sometimes these pitchers, they just, they want to just be known as you hand them the ball and they're going to go out there and they're going to battle their ass off.
Yeah.
They don't, I mean, it's not going to be pretty. It's not going to be perfect. But look at me. I pitched this way for, in 15 scoreless innings and all that. He'd be the first guy to tell you he doesn't always have great stuff.
Dang right, dude.
But if you go out there and hand me the ball and I'm going to have success,
it's
that's
more of a
something you can be
flex.
proud of.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
No, it was a good question. It is time now for Zach Wolchuk, the Woolly Bully, to deliver some NFL news of the day.
Was Hammer that guy?
No, you're fine.
No, it was good.
It was all fun.
Don't feel bad about it.
games.
You're all right. And your LSU Tigers, by the way, are having Haley Van Lith, the Louisville stud, on a visit. So the Lady Tigers are looking to repeat over there.
Yeah.
All we need to do is give her some crawfish etouffee and she'll be good to go.
She might sign up. All right, NFL news of the day. We had a
Then again, maybe
trade.
not.
A wide receiver is moving conferences. He's going back to the AFC as the Steelers are expected to trade for Rams wide receiver Allen Robinson. In the trade, which is contingent on Robinson passing a physical, the Steelers would receive Allen Robinson and a 7th-round pick, number 251, for Pittsburgh's 7th-round pick, number 234. But here's the
Moving
thing.
on up.
You're like, what in the world? We're swapping sevens. I get it. But the Rams are going to pay $10.25 million of Robinson's $15.25 million guaranteed salary for the season. Steelers are going to pay the remaining $5. So basically, it's a salary dump. Get him out of here. Rams are like, we don't want any part in him anymore. And a heck of a get for the Steelers to add another weapon opposite Pickens and Deontay Johnson, who's a stud. Kenny Pickett's got himself some weapons.
Yeah, the thing with Steelers is they tend to have whoever evaluates their wide receivers, they have a pretty good understanding of the type of guy they need. I know they missed on Washington, from Oklahoma State, but the Cowboys had.
Cowboys nailed him, though.
Yeah, the Cowboys nailed him, but that's the thing.
Consensually.
The thing about with the Steelers, I always kind of when they're talking about wide receivers trained, that'll be a good situation for him.
Yeah,
they'll do a good job with that.
Now, speaking of the Steelers, one of their former wide receivers, Antonio Brown, we know that he, disrobed during the middle of a game against the Jets with the Bucs, and he used to be besties with Tom Brady, and then he just started taking shots at Tom Brady, and people were wondering, well, what the heck, man? This dude vouched for you to get you to Tampa, and then now you just want to go ahead and say, well, go bleep yourself, Tom. So he's been making the rounds when it comes to the podcast, and he was asked about the situation with Tom Brady and what led to that. AB, take it away.
I know you want to know what the hell went on, right?
Come on, tell me what went on. The whole world want to know what went on.
So now when we get the ring in 2021, the next year I'm the last guy that signed. My agent, Ed Woloski, is getting cursed out by Tom Brady over why is he pushing back for the contract for scrap. So imagine if you heard that. The same guy that brought you in to run the ring, the same agent he told you to hook up with to get the deal, is not telling me the guy's calling him saying like, yo, cursing him out about scraps of a contract. That you know what I'm saying?
Tom was like, why the f*** you ain't getting the sign?
Why you not taking this deal?
Wait, but Tom wasn't with you? Because Tom called you up. You gave Tom his props.
I get everyone their props from a team standpoint as far as the team. But, we we all got our own agendas in the midst of the team. So when you're an older player and you're getting deals like that and you feel like, my agent's telling me already before the season that this guy who he hooked me up with is calling him, cussing him out about the contract.
Well, Tom plugs you in with it, so he had a relationship with him. So he like, man, get that sign.
Yeah, don't be going after other people's money like that. Tom, what the hell, dude? I kind of get it.
Yeah. I do get that. I guess I'm not super surprised because Brady's like, hey, dude, I've done so much for you to get you here. We've rehabilitated some of the image stuff.
And Brady is the team sacrifice guy.
Yeah, which he always has that caveat because of Giselle. He was afforded opportunities that maybe most other players weren't.
Preach.
But if Brady was doing that, to me, I mean, I don't know that anybody would have handled it the exact way that Antonio Brown handled it.
Oh,
but
no,
I would have
that was a unique way to handle
I would have
things.
had a bone to pick with Tom for sure. Like,
doubt.
dude, why don't you not worry about me? I get where Brady's coming from to an extent, but I mean, rules are rules in the locker room, man. Don't be pocket watching anybody.
Yeah, I think that's a good rule. I got to consider the source here. I can't get over the fact
That's
that
fair.
there's this haze over Antonio Brown's voice compared to what he used to sound like.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe if he is explaining the truth though, and that's really what happened, Tom Brady should be ashamed of that. That would be horrible teammating.
No question. And shout out to the $1 Million Worth of Game podcast that he was on. I'd encourage you to go check it out because it's a really good podcast.
And apparently, did you guys see him getting thrown off of an arena football league field last night because he's now owning an arena team?
Oh,
and
he
was
yeah.
like on the field before the game in a way that had them.
He was disrobing again?
He wasn't disrobing from my knowledge, but he was preventing, I guess, gameplay to take place on the field, and so they had to escort him off of the field.
Was he embellishing?
As an owner?
He was embellishing.
He was embellishing.
Yeah.
I'd be trying to play to help him
blemishing.
win. I bet the guy is still one of the top 10 receivers in the world.
Shout out to Bryce Young. I think that it's a lock. He's going to be the number 1 overall pick. He's canceled the remaining of his pre-draft visits. And to me, the only reason you're doing that is if you've been told by the Carolina Panthers, we're taking you. What do you think,
Wasn't a tough
Ryan?
evaluation. In the end, Ryan, it's clear, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, when I mentioned how you rank your players, Carter was my first from Georgia. Bryce Young's my second. I have yet to see. You're talking about a quarterback, Heisman Trophy winner. Not last year, the previous season, stuff like he just looks so calm.
He is
in the way he plays,
composed.
And I think that's the thing about it. I mean, yes, he's short, but he's played in a bunch of huge games. He's taken pro coaching. With Bill O'Brien being there, he's worked in a pro offense. He understands things. Bill's going to make him read. He's going to, you just see so many positive things about the way that he moves around the pocket, the way he finishes. This is going to be a really nice pick for Carolina.
And we wrap up NFL News of the Day on the 25th anniversary of the Manning Leaf NFL Draft. Bill Polian, I didn't think he was still doing media, but he is with the 33rd team. And he joined one of their podcasts with Vic Carucci talking about the decision to take Peyton Manning over Ryan Leaf.
In terms of what the choice ultimately meant, because of who Peyton is, it affected the very locale and life of the franchise. Without Peyton Manning, without his dedication to and involvement in life in Indianapolis and Indiana, without the magnetism of his personality and the commitment of him to being a full-fledged citizen of Indiana and mostly Indianapolis, the franchise and football in the state of Indiana wouldn't be where it is today.
Well, Bill, you missed on Lamar Jackson, but you darn sure made up for it with Peyton Manning.
He's dead balls on right. I mean that team was kind of a non-entity. It was like the 90s and 80s LA Clippers of the NFL.
Yeah, it really helped too. They had Marshall Faulk on that team too.
Yeah.
That really helped him. I mean, Marshall then moved on, but yeah, that was 25 years ago.
25 years ago.
Oh my God.
Crazy.
Yeah.
All righty. Thank you. NFL News of the Day with Wolchuk here. We have a lot of stuff going on in the association. Even though the Mavs aren't playing, they have made big news here across DFW in the last hour or so as major renovations are underway. We'll give you some of the details on that, Chief. What else do we have cooking? A little rim session.
Yes, sir. Let's do it. It's in the thick of the playoffs right now. The players have spoken. I don't think J-Kidd is going to appreciate it. Plus, this big-name NBA guy might want to reconsider his seating arrangements. That's next.
But first, I want to tell you about Alma Ted and my buddy, Dr. Michael Bailey. I was just there today at Elite Skin Center, and I
WRLD FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It's hour 3 of the G-Bag Nation, 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a great day. We got so much going on. The Woolly Bullies Top 10 at 420 is just 20 minutes away. Rangers pregame is coming up at 6 o'clock tonight as they look for their 3rd win in a row and to continue to build on their AL West lead. Let's talk about some of this association news. What do you say, Chief?
Hells yeah. We go ahead, we cut the lights out, we put the kids down for that afternoon snoozer. The G-Bag Nation's going all 18 inches around that rim.
Let it ride! Rain dance!
Rain dance!
I gotta join here, man. I've been saving for a special occasion.
It's always a special occasion when Dawson's got something to say about our Mavericks.
You know, it's not only about our Mavs, but about our Stars. A story today in the morning news as we're coming up on the 22nd birthday of the AAC. We're getting an $18.5 million facelift, boys. How about that? Ooh. Yeah, for the first time since 2009, the AAC is getting a new video board. It's going to be a center-hung display, but curved and angled. Okay.
Hung and curved. What?
Yeah, and angled underbelly. With 360-degree video capability. Together, the center hung and underbelly screens will create a 55% larger area than the current center video boards.
Sounds great to me.
Yeah. So it's quite ample. And all of the seats are being replaced there as well. So you're getting apparently some of the 300 level seats have already been upgraded. So Wolchuk, you might have felt the extra cushion last night.
I did. I felt some extra cushion, and I'm just hoping, Eric, you didn't leak those pics I sent you, did you?
No, not yet at least. Waiting for a perfect
This description sounds very vivid.
Speaking of leaking, by the way, are we going to do anything about the leaky roof?
Yeah, we got a roof replacement going on.
Okay, that's probably the most important thing.
Yeah, and the other important thing about this story is that the lease expires July 28th of 2031. I thought that was an interesting note to put in the story, perhaps foreshadowing a little bit what is the future. You know, maybe another 8 years or so with the AAC. Then let's get something big, huge, state-of-the-art, you know, like a modern-day Staples Center or something.
That place
big old restaurants in it.
That place isn't that old, is it?
No.
It's aged poorly, though.
No, but by then it'll be 30 years old. By then it'll be 30. And there's been quite a revolution in arenas since then.
Because I remember like being at the Reunion Arena.
Yeah.
Doing that. And then and then all of a sudden going to this place, and I'm kind of like, I'll tell you what, I miss Reunion Arena for hockey.
There's some cool nostalgia for sure.
The hockey in Reunion Arena was incredible.
Did it age well? Or was it all
I felt like at Reunion Arena you were right on top of the ice.
Yeah, I just felt like minor league. It did.
No, it was.
Yeah,
I know it was minor league. It felt like that. You know, it's like everybody was. It was just the intensity of it. I felt like was. I think with the AAC, I'll tell you. I will say this: Game 5 of Miami and the Mavs that one year when they won the title in 11. That was as loud as I've ever heard a Dallas crowd.
Yeah, it was fantastic.
But Reunion Arena, man, for hockey, I thought was incredible. But carry on.
When did 30 years old mean time to tear it down, says the 6'8", I think that's probably 10 years old, 10-year-old story. Yeah, like 30 years old is old now. I think Atlanta rebuilt a new baseball stadium after like 20 years. Love this next story here real quick before I hand it off to the guys because a lot of drama is going on in the association we got to talk about. If a team goes over the second tax threshold twice over a 4-year span, their first-round pick is going to be dropped to the end of the first round. That goes into effect in 2024. So you can't be the Warriors spending your balls off and then tank 1 year and get the top overall pick.
Ooh.
Okay? You're always going to be at the end of the first round if you're sitting there in elite spending territory. They're not going to let you play that yo-yo game. I think that's probably a good correction. It didn't help the Warriors that much because of the player they ended up taking. Was it Kuminga or somebody else that was just
Jonathan
kind of
Kuminga.
good? But it could be devastating for the league and create an incredible competitive
Or was it
imbalance.
Wiseman?
Wiseman, maybe. Yeah.
Yeah, it was Wiseman.
And then even if you go over the first tax apron, you still can't trade your first round pick for a while. Here's Zach Wolchuk and Eric Chiafalo as we continue around this rim.
All right, it looks like John Morant's going to be a game time decision for tomorrow night's Game 2 versus the Lakers. He's got bruising on the right hand. He injured it in Game 1. and the x-rays were negative. It wasn't like a full-on broken hand. Tyler Hero style is going to be out basically the entire playoffs now for the Miami Heat, but certainly going to be affecting him. And are we all in agreement this is a Lakers victory for the series?
Yes.
Yeah. We all agree there? Okay, now have we changed our tune? Were we all backing the Warriors coming into this series versus the Kings? I will admit I absolutely was. Have we steered another direction now? Or
I've always been about the beam.
You've always been about the beam.
Yeah,
When I
I
was jealous when you wore the headband and then the beam shirt.
Yeah,
like as a bet payoff.
Shout out to Raider Joe.
Well, Raider Joe, can we get some goodies for Brian?
He's out of prison now, so
I'll
he can
tell you
do
what.
that
Was I'm all about the beam.
I am.
Okay, I'll let you wear my beam shirt. And I'll bring you, but you have to wear the
headband.
You have to wear the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle headband. Donatello, I think.
Absolutely, I would.
Yeah, I think you pulled that off sharply.
I picked Golden State to go to the finals again to win the West. So I'm looking really, really wrong here. I'll still wait to completely pivot until
This thing's going 7.
Yeah, this thing goes back to Golden State where they've been dominant at home.
I mean, a series never starts until a road team wins.
Right.
So this series hasn't even started
What are you
yet.
saying
in my
about the
mind.
Stars?
I'm saying the series has started, and the Stars better get their bleeping act
Damn well
together.
it's been started.
I mean, Walchuk did everything he could to get a victory last
Guys,
night.
I tell you,
It's not on my guy.
The fans were
It's
good
not on my
last
guy.
night. The fans were
Proud
good
of you.
last night. They really were.
The Warriors remind me of the 2011 Lakers. You know, defending champs, and we continue to pick them to win. But here's another team that appears to have their number in a significant way. I have the Nuggets winning the West, though.
Do you?
I just think they're so deep and so impressive. As long as they stay healthy, I don't think anybody can match up with them night in, night out.
Well, one of my favorite things that came out of the game last night between the Kings and the Warriors, obviously the headliners, the Draymond Green stuff, we'll get to that momentarily, but there was a Kings fan, I don't know if you guys saw the video, the Kings fan that was just absolutely torturing Warriors general manager Bob Myers with the very vigorous cowbell in the ear. I'm like, why are you, Bob Myers, sitting amongst the people in the arena, in the road arena? Like, these fans aren't schmucks. They're going to see you, and he's wearing a suit. Like, you stand out like a sore thumb, Bob.
Because the Kings didn't give him a suite.
Okay. So I guess
I think the Kings were doing a little bit of a, hey, you can go sit in the stands, buddy.
Okay. You know what? All is fair in my mind. I thought it was on Bob Myers, but that is gamesmanship for the Kings. Kudos to Bob for saying, you know what, I'll sit amongst the people. But then the people, kudos to them for making his life a living hell for all 4 quarters.
So more cowbell, huh, for Bob?
Cowbell in the ear and just nothing but berating right behind him. These fans knew it, and that was fantastic for the Kings fans there. And we're all loving what the Kings got going on right now, so not going to hate on that at all.
Those cowbells are the worst. They are the worst.
More cowbell, please.
If you could sit behind or next to any owner in professional sports and just give him hell,
I'd have been foam fingering old Bob Myers last night.
Dan Snyder.
Just tickling his ear.
I knew you were
going to
say Dan Snyder, but anybody else you could think of that you would just like to sit
James Dolan. The Knicks guy.
Oh yeah, that's a good one.
But you have to be at home. You can't be like
Balmer.
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 Yeah.
Balmer will cheer now.
Yeah.
Balmer might fight you.
He'd turn around and scream right at
He's
you.
a billionaire.
Balmer would turn and grab your throat.
There we go.
Yeah.
That's all I want. Yeah.
And now I own the team.
Balmer's going to be cowbelling your ass if the Clippers win that game too.
Yeah.
You better be careful.
Actually, General, you're onto something because next thing you know, you're set for life. He puts his hands on
That's
you.
what I'm saying. Like, Balmer, you you now have a partner. You're like part owner.
What is that? Microsoft money?
Yeah. The new VP, Gavin Dawson. Nice to meet you, Steve. Take your hands off my
Welcome to
throat.
Gavin Dawson Arena here in LA.
Gosh, I love that. All right, and then obviously you had the Draymond Green stuff. We addressed it a little bit earlier, but Draymond Green gets ejected from the game.
He jumped in that guy's chest.
I would say he stepped on the guy's chest after the guy was
size
wrangling
18
his ankle.
right in the chest.
X-rays negative across the board. You wouldn't know that even a fly landed on the chest of Domantas Sabonis last night, according to the medicals. So
I thought it was great balance by Draymond to get on his left foot.
Yeah.
And not put the pressure on the right foot.
True athlete.
Even though it looked like it. Even though it looked like he did.
Heady play by Draymond.
It was a heady play by Draymond. We are 5 for 5 in the G-Bag Nation in support of Draymond Green in this particular scenario, and the Diesel himself, Mr. Shaquille O'Neal, is also on the side of Draymond.
Sit up here and be a hypocrite. I did the same thing. I really would. Don't be grabbing me because what am I going to do? Like if I stay there and just try to run forward, I'll fall. You got to get them up off you. And if you're up off you and you're in the way, you might get stomped on. Was it a dirty play? Of course it was a dirty play.
But then just say that and leave it alone.
Well, don't. Well, hey, if you don't grab me, this won't happen.
You can't go, hey, man, you can't go around.
That's true. If he never grabbed him, that wouldn't happen. I would agree with that.
Thank you.
Yeah, I do agree with
one
that.
Bad
You can't stomp on
one bad play begets another bad play. That's it. Well, don't grab me.
But if I grab you and you hit me with a chair, it's just excessive. I'm just saying the stomp was I'm not saying that he shouldn't get him off him.
Okay, well,
but it was a little excessive.
Hold on. Would you like to get on the floor and show me the options when somebody grabs you?
No, just move away.
Move away how?
You just walk.
All right, lay on the floor and grab Michael.
No,
you got a bad hip. Stop. This is not a time.
Why don't you lay on the floor and I'll see if I can stomp on you.
All right, come on. Yeah. I'll do it.
Okay.
I'll do it right now.
Okay.
Anyway,
I'm gonna stomp on your face. I
to
can't hurt that thing.
He didn't have to do what he did.
It was excessive.
He
could have.
Just give me the options of what he's supposed to do.
Come on, man.
Just give me
Shaq,
one or two.
You know what he could have done.
Just give me one or two options.
He could have brought attention to the fact that he was grabbing
this is an easy one.
I love. Hey, I love.
I bet you won't grab this ankle no more.
Hey, Shaq, I love what Wode says. He stepped on him. No, he stomped on him. He didn't step on him, Wode. He stomped on him.
I couldn't disagree more. I think it was more of a step than a stomp. I think the stomp is an exaggeration. I'm 100% on Shaq's side here. And I think
launched off his chest.
Yeah,
I see. It was like a push-off.
We see it differently. There was no launch. And again, if the MRI showed any type of bruising or anything at all, if the skin had maybe a big giant sneaker mark on it, maybe we could start talking about
swoosh in the middle of his chest.
Yeah, but that was not the case. So Shaq, you were 100% in the right there, and I'm sorry that those three other guys on the set were attacking you that way.
We got to stop the foot grabbing by the guys on the ground. Like, what are you thinking, guys?
That's the dirt. That's the dirtiest part of the whole situation.
Yes.
I mean,
apparently he did it in game one.
Yeah, he kind of makes it look like, I'm just trying to get my hands out of the way, but then the other angle shows both arms clearly go around the ankle like he's trying to hold him. And yes, as you're trying to get out of there as Draymond Green, you get knocked off your balance a little bit and have to stabilize. He did a nice job exploding off the left foot. Maybe he put a little bit of pressure on the right, but to Chief's point, there's no evidence of medical injury. I think Sabonis brought a lot of that on himself last night.
Yeah, and the fact that Draymond gets ejected, that's a lifetime achievement ejection there. If it's somebody else, I don't think he gets ejected. I have no inclination that the NBA will be suspending him moving forward. I think that would be egregious, in my opinion, last night. Maybe we do offsetting technical, offsetting penalties, and we replay first down or whatever. I think that's what it should have been.
Good no call, maybe?
Yeah. Now, I did like this. The Athletic did an NBA player poll, anonymous player poll. And they asked over 100 players across the league certain questions about the sport. And one of the ones that's my favorite is who's the best defender. And you'll see Drew Holiday gets most of the votes there. Then you'll get a guy, Lugens Dort.
Dort.
What'd you say? Yeah. The Dortman. I don't know if I said his first name right, but he's an Oklahoma City Thunder gentleman. Yeah. And he's a good young player, good defender. But you have to go pretty far down the list before you get to Jaren Jackson Jr., who received 4% of the votes, but he is officially your 2023 Defensive Player of the Year in the NBA. But the NBA players, I guess, don't have the same level of respect for him defensively as I guess the voters do. So that was kind of interesting. And Jaren Jackson Jr. in Game 1 of that Lakers series was a stud offensively, is where he really stood out. 19 points, he's cashing threes, and that was all in the first half. But I did think that was kind of funny. The MVP, according to the players, Joel Embiid, 50% of the votes, Jokic, 25, Giannis, 16, Jason Tatum with 4, and then Shai Gilgeous-Alexander and Luka receiving, I guess, 1 or 2% of the votes.
Thank God somebody voted for Luka.
In that vote in front of you, have who the greatest player is in the NBA?
The greatest
history?
Oh, NBA history?
Yeah.
Yes, that one's here. I'll have to scroll
down
a little
I thought
bit.
this is where I was listening to the midday show, and this is where Reggie made a really good point, because you're talking about players voting that might not have been alive when
MJ was doing his thing.
Yeah, when Michael Jordan was alive. So all of a sudden you're thinking like, well, okay, well then Kobe and then LeBron, that they would get all the votes.
But not so fast. 58.3% of the votes. Michael Jordan's still the GOAT, according to 103 players that were polled on this.
Do you think, and Reggie made the point, it's about like the culture of like the players knowing that what Michael has done, maybe not so much for basketball, But,
he's a legend.
But for the shoe legend.
Absolutely. Yeah, no question.
All encompassing, I
And then
think.
now for people that maybe weren't around for that, The Last Dance, I think, was able to, teach people a lot about the greatness of Michael. And then now you got the new movie Air as well, kind of behind the scenes on the shoe deal and just how big and impactful that was.
Yeah, you never lost a finals. I think that goes to the mystique quite a bit. You played in the more competitive era. Say what you want about how physical it is. I think Jordan had to go through more difficult teams, but he did his losing still in the conference finals. But yeah, I think there's a lot to, as time goes by, there are less people that watch Jordan struggle. And now it's all the myth and the legend, where we're still seeing LeBron take some L's in real time. And I think that works against
That's a great point. Because
LeBron.
it took, MJ 7 years to finally win a championship?
Yeah.
And, we're looking at Luka, and you have fans that are already quitting on him. And you're in what, year 4?
Yeah, it takes a while to learn how to get it done and for the great teams ahead of you to sort of age out. Okay, we got the Bully Bullies top 10 at 420. Dak catching strays here. Where are we going, Wolchuk?
Jeez, Brian, what are you doing over there?
I'm just saying, people giving up on him.
I got one local NFL draft prospect that the NFL wants to avoid an awkward situation on. And what is the best Texas college town? Next on the Fan.
But first, let's get you to Pluckers on draft night, ladies and gentlemen. The single greatest draft party in the history of draft parties. It's hosted by the Fan, and it is at every single...
low just under 70.
Weather brought to you by Total Wine & More. At Total Wine & More, save big on what you love this month with hundreds of deals on amazing wines and spirits. Love what you find at the lowest prices only at Total Wine & More. Drink responsibly. B21.
The upcoming segment of the G-Bag Nation is brought to you by Baker Brothers.
Stay cool all summer and warm all winter with Baker Brothers Plumbing, Air, and Electric. Get up to $5,000 off a qualifying new Lennox AC system. Call or visit us online today.
Baker Brothers makes great service fun.
Welcome back, Nation. Segment here. The Wooly Bullies Top 10 at 420 is brought to you by Soda. That's state of the art. It's brought to you by the Frankels. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Franklin Frankel. Consultation is always free at truckwreck.com. And the Wooly Bully is sponsored by the Alma TED procedure, only available at EliteSkinCenter.com. Here he is, Zachary.
Thank you very much, General. What are the top 10 Texas college cities? 877-881-1053. Where would you put number one when it comes to the college towns in Texas? Before we get to that, I did have a story for you. So we got last week the players that have been invited to the NFL draft in Kansas City. One player that is not going to be in attendance is TCU wide receiver Quentin Johnston. According to Yahoo Sports, the NFL has decided not to invite Quentin to the NFL draft. Instead, the TCU prospect is going to watch the draft at home. Now, why? Well, Yahoo Sports explains the NFL never wants a situation like what happened to Baltimore Ravens quarterback Lamar Jackson when he was caught on camera waiting and waiting and waiting until he was finally chosen with the last pick of the first round. We can go back to Aaron Rodgers. Same thing. Brady Quinn. Right now, yes, those are quarterbacks, but it isn't a good feeling to be sitting in the green room and continuously see other players selected. Interestingly enough, the league has invited 2 wide receivers. It's Jackson Smith and Jigba, Rockwall Zone out of Ohio State, and Jordan Addison, wide receiver out of USC. So what does the NFL know? Are they getting buzzed that those might be the only 2 wide receivers taken? That could be, but Quentin Johnston will not be in attendance.
Yeah, I mean, they don't want even I think from what I was reading as well is they don't even want to risk it for a guy that has to wait it out, even if he is a first rounder.
Like 20 picks.
Yeah, like if you're getting picked in the mid-20s, I think they're trying to get it to where you're a top 10 to 20 pick by the consensus going into it, because we've had so many years where guys are sweating it out in the green room, and I think they want to avoid that at all costs.
Yeah, the league obviously they went back and did what they think is their due diligence in asking these teams, like, if we invite Quentin Johnston to be part of this, is there a chance you guys would pick him in the first? And they're probably getting that back that they wouldn't. The teams wouldn't. And so the league is now, it's not a good situation. It really, really isn't. I mean, and especially, what if you're in a situation too where he's there and he doesn't get picked at all?
Yeah, we've seen that.
Exactly.
You come back the second day?
No.
You know, I mean, I think that happened.
They should really put those guys like behind in a waiting room after about pick 10 or 15.
It did happen.
It did. It happened to the quarterback from Liberty.
It did.
Malik Willis.
Last year.
Willis, yeah, and it was and he came back. He wanted the experience of coming back, and
he didn't go till the third round.
And he didn't go to the third round.
Gosh.
But that's that. I think that's. I just think the league now has got to the point where they ask these teams, listen, be honest with us.
Yeah.
Where do you have this guy? Oh, well, he's 29th on our board. Well, that's still in the first round. Where do you have? Oh, he's 35th, or he's 30. You know, I think that the league has done a much better job with that. But it makes it's one of those things there. It just
would you be honest with the league if they called on this, Brian?
Yes, yeah, I'd absolutely be. I'd absolutely.
Do you think all teams are?
I don't know.
I think they're paranoid of any leak that they would give bad info.
I'll tell you what happened to me one time. And this goes back to the Ryan Leaf draft and all that.
Oh, that we were just talking about.
When you said 25 years ago, that just it
was that 98?
Yeah, it took me back to that time. I remember going to the league office. At the time, it was 410 Park Avenue, and I remember actually it's great because I took the train from Philly into this train station's right underneath Madison Square Garden, which is cool. And you come up and you're like, wow, right there. But I go to the 410 Park. and I'm meeting with the NFL security people, and so I've got all my notes on these players. I'm meeting with NFL security, and they're kind of telling me what notes they have on the players. And I'm like a dumbass. I go, you don't have everything on Ryan Leaf. Uh-oh. And it's Bochy. Bochy got me everything on Ryan Leaf. Everything. I mean, and I go, you don't have everything on Ryan Leaf. And as soon as I said it, I went, damn.
You should have charged him $25,000 for all the info.
Well, the guy at the league office goes, excuse me? Security, excuse me? And I'm like, oh, what did I just do?
Oops.
And I told him what I had, that kind of thing. So, you're honest to a point. I remember too when Warren Sapp, the league, like the day of the draft, and you worry about leaking. You worry about leaking out information because am I telling you what Bochy found for me, and you're going to tell other teams this stuff? You kind of like that's what kind of set me back.
I'd be worried about.
Yeah, but the thing with Warren Sapp, he supposedly fails a drug test. At that time, it was big about marijuana use and all that stuff. So he failed. But I remember Ron Wolf getting on the phone the morning of the draft, getting on the phone in New York and calling him and going, "What are you SOBs doing?" I go, "This is our livelihood here. You're putting out this information today. Why wasn't this information not 2-3 weeks ago about this?"
Sure.
But you do. It's because everybody's worried about it, like you're talking about, Gavin, getting leaked. But I think I would be honest because I would never want to see a player have to go through what the Aaron Rodgers and Malik Willis's and others like that have done before.
Shout out to the 817 and the 214, Geno Smith. Also a situation. He came back the next day.
Yeah.
Didn't go in the first round. Can't wait for the draft as we're almost a week away. You can come out to Pluckers and see us as well. Our Path to the Draft coverage brought to you by Pluckers. Thursday night, I'll be out in Addison with the General. Eric will be in Fort Worth. Right. And then days 2 and 3, I'll join the rest of the fellas, Brian Broaddus and company, on our draft coverage. Also, shout out to K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing. And if you want to come out to Baby Dolls tomorrow night, 7 to 9 p.m., Brian and I will be there. I'm bringing Brian with me. All of the draft talk. Coming out to Baby Dolls. Free barbecue all day. Great drink specials.
Looking forward to it.
10250 Shady Trail.
Yeah, you are. I saw you over there practicing your motorboat earlier.
I think I was last time I was like in a draft 25 years ago, I went to Baby Dolls afterwards.
There you go.
I was actually in Philadelphia.
That's my guy. There's no place. We're going there this year on Saturday night. I'm dragging Brian back. All right. 10 best college towns in Texas for 2023 as we slide into the top 10 here. And number 10 when it comes to the best college town in Texas, fellas, Stephenville. We got Stephenville, Texas coming in at number 10.
What is that? Tarleton State or something?
That is Tarleton State. Yep. Now, if I were to say like, hey, if you guys have sampled, Brian, I know you have. I think, we've all probably been able to sample some of ours. Lucius, do you have a favorite college town in Texas that you like to go party in?
There's only one answer.
Austin?
Yeah, there you go.
I got you.
There you go. That's why it's the capital.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
You're right.
Pure greatness.
Not wrong.
Everybody else is kind of jockeying for number 2.
Somebody might be disappointed by this list then.
Okay, where's Lubbock?
Oh, Lubbock's going to be in the top 3.
Okay.
Lubbock will be in the top 3.
Lubbock's greatness. That's the rural classic college town where everybody's running around and the parents are hours away. It's just something free to be out in the middle of farmland with a college.
Yeah.
They've got a lot of first-round picks running around out there.
You get a low academic standard and a high collective BAC, you're doing college right.
Lubbock might give themselves a surprise top 3 overall pick with Tyree Wilson. There's a lot of buzz about Houston. Maybe
a lot of buzz going on in Lubbock too.
There sure is, right?
I think there's a good male to female or female to male ratio up there as well.
Yeah. There absolutely is. I got to spend a couple of visits in Lubbock, and it was good. Talent was strong. Number 9, we got Abilene, where you got Abilene Christian.
This can't be right.
I haven't gone to Abilene.
That's a party school.
I haven't.
One of George Strait's girlfriends was sweet. Eileen from Abilene, I think is one of the girls.
I'm Googling like bars in these towns. So like at Tarleton, you have the Vestry Tap Room, you have Lime Bar, Lounge, Hesketh Bank.
Oh, that sounds badass.
And you have no Bull Bleep, you have Cock and Bottle.
Okay, well,
that's promising.
That sounds like one of your favorites.
That's Tarleton. I'll
that's
report back
dress
on
up
Abilene.
with leather and go in there. Is that what you do?
Yeah, the old assless chaps
situation. Maybe.
Number 8 is Georgetown, which is close to Austin.
Dude. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, amazing.
Yep. Number 7, we got Waco. Shout out to Baylor.
Number 7?
Number 7.
So if you were in Abilene right now, would you go
Only
to
the good die young.
Are you going to Fat Boss's Pub? Or are you going to the Hallows? Or are you going to Homer's Bar and Music Venue?
Homer's with the music.
The live tunes.
Yeah. Okay.
Hell yeah.
So Waco must allow dancing these days to be such a cool college town?
I think so.
They must.
It's the speakeasies. It's probably
is. Yeah. Number 6, we got Nacogdoches SFA, which
Axum Jackson.
I could co-sign because there's not much to do besides just drink.
That's a good one.
Well, can't you hit the water park up there too?
I went to K Fight Night there. Yeah,
it's actually a good call.
You went to what out there?
KA Fight Night with the fraternities fight and all these people fight each other. It's boxing. It's actually it was fun. Yeah.
I would love to.
Amateur
attend
boxing
those.
is good.
Yeah, that would be fun.
Here's the top 5 best college towns in Texas 2023 edition. Number 5 is Huntsville, Sam Houston State.
Yeah.
I think our own Rigo went to Huntsville.
How about that big scary statue they have out in front when you drive out?
Very random, no question.
Big Sam Houston kind of hanging out.
Just sitting in the
Kind
trees.
of hanging out. You're like,
it's a very weird placement.
You're kind of thinking you're hallucinating a little bit when you see that big statue.
Like, wait a second, is this really here, or did I accidentally take a little something?
Pull off the side of the road.
Huntsville, you got 12th Street Bar, you got the Jolly Fox, and you got Shenanigans and Confetti's Beach Club.
Ooh,
That's
that
what
sounds.
pops up.
There's a beach club.
Shenanigans are usually good.
Late night hub for music and dancing.
All
That's
right.
in Huntsville.
Number 4. Oh, great song choice here, Lucius. Is Denton. Shout out to the Mean Green, baby. Good job. Fry Street, man, I used to just get liquored up $10 and I didn't remember the night.
Dollar doubles, like seemingly every
Incredible.
night.
And that was last week.
But them Brian, come on.
I do love Denton, though, man. It just, there's something about it.
Is that place with the big, huge chair?
Yeah, yes.
What's that called?
That's at Lucky Lou's.
Oh, okay.
Right out front of Lucky Lou's, they got the big chair out there. Denton it's underrated, man. It's such a fun college town. And
Lucky Lou's is amazing.
Music,
Fried
love it.
chicken,
They're cool
dominant.
beans.
Have you been kicked out of every one of them?
I
did get kicked out of Public House once.
Yeah, Public House. It's always Public House.
Public House. I don't know. I don't know what they're doing.
10 minutes for fighting? Game misconduct?
Yeah, but it wasn't like you could come back after a minor. It was like, no, you're done for the night. You can come back tomorrow night and try it again. Number 3 is Lubbock. Shout out to the Red Raiders.
There you go.
Somebody texted it in and said 09 alum, and they had the hottest women there.
Where,
in
at
Lubbock.
Tech?
At Tech.
Yeah.
I'm seeing Local Bar and Grill, The Garden, and the Library Bar Lubbock. Those are the first 3 that pop up.
Yeah, it's called Caprock for chicken fried steak. That's really good out there.
There you go. Chimmy's definitely was a hot spot when I visited. Number 2 is College Station, Texas A&M.
Ooh, okay.
I worked there.
What'd you think?
Okay.
No.
Yeah.
And no, there's no Texas A&M Commerce 214. I'm sorry. And 817 Denton sucks. Come on, man.
What about Texas State?
Yeah, San Marcos is known for that, right?
Best college town in Texas for 2023. Number 1, San Marcos.
Oh, there we go.
Which is, very close to Austin. And I guess they're just not considering Austin a college town specifically. Because there's a lot of other things you can do. You're not just going there for the University of Texas. You're just going there because it's
Texas
Austin.
State is quality. Yes.
Yeah. That might be number 1. If you're just going like full on college,
Oh,
scenery,
San Marcos.
scenery's
And
really
talk
good
about
there.
hot women.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Very.
Confirmed.
Ooh, Nate Wood just texted in. Let me know when we want to go to Lubbock, and he can show us a few of the watering holes. Shout out to Nate Wood. I got to see him at the Rangers game a couple weeks ago.
Need to go to Lubbock.
We love you, Nate.
Sounds great. Thank you, Wooly Bully, for the top 10 every afternoon at 4:20. We have the boss man, Bruce Bochy. He was on the Fan earlier and updated several things, including Jacob DeGrom, and that's next year on 105.3 The Fan. I want to chat with you about my friends at Diamonds Direct, though. The once-a-year jewelry event everyone waits for is here.
Exclusive podcasts, video content, and much more 24/7 at 1053thefan.com.
Welcome back, Nation. Let's get you some Bruce Bochy audio. The Rangers manager, Mike Maddox, Chris Young. That's the new greatest triangle of trust sitting right here in DFW sports right now. We salute them at every chance we get because they, along with these players, have brought pride back to this baseball team, and we're getting ready for the pregame coming up at 6 o'clock. Boch was on this morning, and after they gave him a little happy birthday chatter, obviously the big conversation was how's Jacob DeGrom's wrist, and here's how Bochy answered that and why it's good.
Yeah, you know what? I don't have an update. I don't have any new news for you. Once I'm heading to the park here in about 10 minutes, we're going to give the guys a break from batting practice today. Because normally after you get in late and, have kind of a short night, it's the second day where it really hits them. So I have not had a chance to get with Jacob or Lucky, our trainer. And so, I'll meet with them about 1:30 and kind of see where we're at. But, we're optimistic that, this is going to be fine. We are being cautious. So, I don't think you ever take anything too lightly, but we think, hopefully all is well with them, and I'll find out soon.
Yeah, we hope everything all is well. We're optimistic everything is going to be fine. I think it's just with the player and how important that he is that it sends a significant concern through the fan base. But so far, I mean, we're coming up on 24 hours since the event, and we haven't heard anything to be concerned of through our sources or the buzz internally, right? Everything's trending in a good direction. Sands is coming up in about an hour, and hopefully he'll have even more information. But if this was serious, Boch wouldn't wait until all the way at 2 o'clock in the afternoon to check in on a player of this importance.
Absolutely. And DeGrom even talking about it. And I feel like he's kind of been open with the Mets, like during his career, if something was serious and he thought so. He said, look, they're just playing it smart. And that's what you want to do in the first month of the season. You want to make sure you got DeGrom healthy for August, for September, for hopefully a postseason push here. You're not really trying to force a start out of him in mid-April. And Brian made a good point. I mean, it could have been as simple as like a wrist cramp or something like that, like we've seen with quarterbacks before. I think it might have just been something along those lines. We don't know for sure, but I'm not too worried about it from everything I've been able to hear.
This is planned Kawhi Leonard. Just get me to give me the playoffs with this guy.
Just be cautious.
We'll see what kind of a run we can go on. Let's be smart about it. How about Will Smith, this veteran reliever? It's been a great story. Was that your idea, or did Chris Young just go get this guy for you shortly before the season started? Here's Bruce Bochy.
Well, he was on the radar, obviously, with who he is. And, of course, he knew that he pitched for me. And so we did talk about him, and he knew, how much I wanted him, and CY wanted him too. And this guy's a difference maker. He's had closing experience just a couple of years ago. He closed a World Series game. So, we have somewhat of a young bullpen, I would say. And so, he's going to help those guys too. So this was a big sign for us, and he was excited about coming here, with the Rangers too. And I just can't believe he was still there. I'm fortunate though that we got him.
Yeah, that's a home run late in the offseason signee right there, and he's the official pitcher of the G-Bag Nation thanks to his Studley walkout song. I did also want to note Evan Grant just tweeting out in regards to DeGrom, saying DeGrom says that he feels better than he did on Monday and fully anticipates making his next start, and that he was encouraged. So that's cool. Good news.
I don't know if I'd start him. I'd be that cautious with him, but I get it, and I love that. I love that news that he feels better than he did yesterday, and we're heading in the right direction. But this Will Smith guy, I think, is one of these underappreciated guys that could have a huge role. And as fans transition from casual fan to very serious Ranger fan, as they move over 500, top of the division and stuff, I think that's one of the important names to know.
Absolutely. The bullpen was a little bit of a question mark for me coming into the year. Will Smith is a guy that's helped settle that. So is Cole Reagans and Dayton Dunning, who we had on earlier. You can hit that radio rewind.
Bert's been a beast.
Well, yeah, and Brock was a beast last year. But when it comes to Will, he had a special day on Saturday because he was with the Astros last year. He wasn't actually active for any of their playoff run, but he got the World Series ring. So they went ahead and gave that to him on Saturday, but he also hit 10 years of tenureship with MLB. So now he's part of their pension plan. And that's a big milestone if you're an MLB player to be able to hit. So
it's that mailbox cash.
Absolutely. Will Smith had a special weekend.
Okay, if you think Aaron Rodgers' 4 days in isolation sounded tough, wait until you hear what this Spanish athlete did. I promise this is not about soccer or Aaron Rodgers. Okay, double bonus there for you.
Appreciate that.
Soccer.
I was nervous.
Spanish athlete spends 500 days alone in dark cave. That's the headline.
Was it a cheese cave?
That was a real cave. Real cave. I don't.
Well, I think cheese caves are real too. Somebody just told me about these. I didn't know it was a thing. I thought they were trying to get me.
What's a cheese cave?
And they're real.
Types of caves here.
There's like cheese for the walls in there?
I think I haven't been.
There's
but
ice caves, talus caves, lava tubes.
Interesting. The cheese cave.
Lava tubes are great.
Check out.
Lava tube hikes are amazing. You're going down and it just gets darker and darker and darker. Yeah, lava tubes are really fun to explore. I don't know what kind of a cave this was, but a Spanish athlete saw the sun for the first time in a year and a half Monday after spending more than 500 days in an underground cave. Mountain climber Beatrice Famini, who was 48 years old when she entered the cave and 50 when she emerged, and volunteered for the seclusion as part of an effort to explore the effects of isolation. While she was living in the cave, which is located 230 feet underground, she knitted, exercised, drew pictures, and read 60 books. So apparently she did get a light.
Okay.
Yeah. Got some sort of an artificial light down there. In fact, Flamini says the time went by so quickly, she easily could have stayed underground longer. I was sleeping or at least dozing when they came down to me, said Flamini. I thought something had happened. I said, already? No way. I hadn't finished my book and I didn't want to come out. Wow.
Slow reader.
That's a lady with some convictions for what she's doing right there. Apparently.
I'm staying.
It's very peaceful down there. I don't know if I'd be in a hurry to come back to this world either. Sometimes when I watch the news, maybe I couldn't blame her. But you ever get that feeling sometimes you're on a long road trip or you're on a flight and you're watching the in-flight movie and you're like, no, do not land. Do not land. Final 10 minutes of this movie. And then the light comes on, they turn off the Wi-Fi, and you're like, no, the only thing I wanted was for this flight to be 10 minutes longer. It's so ironic, isn't it?
Oh, it's absolutely. I mean, I remember times when, like, we'd be on road trips with the Cowboys and like they'd have a movie going up, and you're watching it and then we'd land and they were taxiing and guys would sit on the plane. You'd still everybody's
finish
trying
the
to
flick.
Yeah, they'd keep the movie kind of going and guys would be sitting there and then it'd end and then you'd see guys coming down the ramp, the jet bridge and all that stuff like that. Because they watched the end of the movie.
Finish up that movie.
Yeah.
Okay, Stephen Jones on the Cowboys draft plans with 9 days to go. He was on with us earlier today with the KNC Masterpiece, and he'll join you next year on 105.3 The Fan. But everybody loves a smart investment. There's no
You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Here we go. Hour 4 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a good one. We're 1 hour from Rangers pregame here on The Fan. If you're looking forward to that, probably take out the Royals again tonight. Then you're about 45 minutes away from Jared Sandler. Here we go. Stephen Jones was on The Fan today, joined the KNC Masterpiece, and he'll be on several times in the build-up to next Thursday's NFL Draft here on The Fan. He'll be on next Friday as well to review round 1, preview the weekend. Cut 1, is it safe to say you're pretty happy with the offseason? Here's Stephen Jones.
Well, obviously, I think it's pretty well documented. We were pretty aggressive out there in free agency, and I wouldn't necessarily say free agency as much as just player acquisition because, of course, our biggest things were, our 2 trades we made for what we think are guys who can be, big difference makers for us next year in terms of Gilmore and Cooks, and certainly in areas where we felt like, that we had, a situation there where we could use upgrades. And to get a player like Gilmore there with a mid to later round pick and, what he's going to, what it means toward our salary cap situation was also beneficial. And then the same thing, of course, with Cooks is, we think we did really well. And then, of course, we did our normal stuff of keeping our own guys. With Dono Wilson leading the way was a big deal, but we were able to keep a lot of the players that we feel like that we need to continue to have success on both sides of the ball. And although we did lose a few guys overall, we felt like we're in a great place going into the draft, and that's where we usually try to get. If you're able to do that, then you can certainly be more pure in terms of your draft situation, and feel like that we can do that as we head into draft week next week. We think we're in a great situation to really improve our football team, but not be pressed necessarily to draft for a need or that type of situation.
I like the take. I like the answer. I have 3 thoughts on it. Number 1, I do think you've left yourself clearly vulnerable at guard. It doesn't mean you have to take one in the first round, but I do think you definitely have to take one in the first 2 days. That's the only spot, I think, though, where they're a little painted into the corner, but they'd be fine if they didn't, get an impact player. I think in the draft at that position probably it wouldn't be fatal. I think it's important that you take advantage of this year. The longer term future with Dak going over 30 and everything. I think this is a massive year. But at the same time, point 3, this model that they have might fall in line with NFL trends and patterns. As far as we don't want to spend big, but we're willing to trade day 3 picks for guys that might be past their prime but are still impact players in that 31 to 34 age range. More players are becoming available in that range. Yeah. And even if they're named guys, you don't have to give up a first, a second, or a third or anymore. And, oftentimes the Cowboys are behind the curve on things. They used to innovate a lot and set the standard. And now maybe they've just kind of fallen into what is going to be the ideal way to build teams. You don't have to spend a lot in free agency if you're willing to trade for guys slightly over their prime. And now the trading team is absorbing a lot of that salary. Right. So hopefully they can ride this for a couple years.
I think the thing that there used to be a time, and we were all like very, very critical, I believe, or just the fan base in general, very critical of the Amari Cooper trade. Right. And so, and then you kind of see what other receivers are going for. And then all of a sudden, like a Jalen Ramsey goes for a 3rd round pick. And then you're going, well, man, the Rams got worked on that deal, but they were willing to move on. Mm-hmm. They didn't have to give up a 1st or 2nd round pick to get a Jalen Ramsey. They didn't have to. But that's kind of where it used to be. Everybody was very critical. Like, you didn't get enough.
Yeah.
But it's like, it's really, I don't hear the teams that are giving up guys getting killed for a 3rd or 4th round pick on a guy.
Well, it's like last year was kind of the start of it. I guess Tyreek Hill still got a massive haul, and Devontae Adams still got a massive haul.
But I think we're going into a direction now where the Cowboys tried it, even though they gave up Amari Cooper. They gave it up, and they'll admit it. Hey, we really didn't really didn't replace him. But they're still sticking with that pattern of like, okay, we took a 5, but we're moving a 5 to get a corner. We're moving, they're taking these compensatory picks.
I think that's a great point. They got killed for it last year, but it's happening to a lot more teams this year where you can't get more than a day 3 pick for a good player.
That's what I'm saying. When if you told me, hey, when you're talking about Hill and guys like that and with the hauls for those guys, you're thinking, well, these guys are,
26, 27.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But the thing with Ramsey and stuff, if someone said, oh, you could get him for a 3rd, I'm like, can I get him on the phone?
Right.
Can I go get this team? And I think that's where if teams are willing to just part ways with guys because of salary cap issues or, they can't handle it anymore, then I think you have to be able to take advantage of it. I think that's what the Cowboys are doing right here.
Last year was different, and it made people, including myself, upset about Amari because you still had like A.J. Brown and Marquise Brown that went for 1s, right? But this year, you're seeing that, man. I mean, to y'all's point, Allen Robinson just got traded today for a 7th-round pick swap.
Right.
That was a guy a year ago. People would be like, are you out of your freaking mind? But the Rams just wanted to part ways. This didn't work.
Well,
and it's a salary dump with Pittsburgh.
Well, we get to the point, I know people on Twitter address me and like, they see a deal made for a 3rd or 4th, 5th-round pick, and they're like, shouldn't we have been on this? Shouldn't we have been in on this? And you're like, yeah, maybe so.
You can't be in on all of them.
You can't be in on all.
There's a lot of them now.
But I think the Cowboys, maybe they were a little bit of a year ahead on this when they said, hey, Amari, that's all we were going to get. We were going to get a 5th-round pick. That's it. But I think the league is kind of coming around to like, man, we can't get 1st and 2nd-round picks. We might as well take what we can get for these guys and then move on. Or you got to be the team that's like, we'll flip you a 5 for a starting corner, or we'll flip you a 3 for a starting corner. You have to be that team now.
It's got to be a great quarterback or a really unique set of circumstances for ones to be sent for players anymore. The trade market in the NFL over the last 20 years has been an incredible roller coaster ride. There used to be no trades, and there were a lot of trades, and now, we're heading in a direction where teams are more and more wary again of trading picks in the first 2 days, even for proven commodities, because of how important the salary cap is. And a guy can be a great player, but if he's compensated at the top of the market, then a team's like, no, I can't give a 1 and compensate at the top of the market. They're getting pretty savvy with how they manage it all.
I think that the way it's going to work in the future is like, okay, I'll give you a premium pick. Say I'll give you a 3rd-round pick, but you're going to take $15 million of that salary.
Exactly.
That I'm about to do.
You're going to help me in some way. It's not the pick compensation, it's financials.
If you're not going to help me, I'm going to give you a 5. But if you're going to help, if you're not going to help me, I'll give you the 5. But if you're going to help me, I'll think about giving you a 3 here.
Well, it was a really interesting answer from Stephen Jones, and the thought has been since they acquired Cooks and Gilmore for me, is this sustainable? Can you do it again? And with this volume of players, I think it might be. I think it might be the way. It's a hell of a lot better than giving top of the market money for a player who may or may not stay healthy. You really get a tremendous discount this way, and maybe the Cowboys have got it figured out in a way that can create an advantage over the next couple of years. So does what you've already done, Stephen Jones, allow you to just go after the best player available on the board versus need when you start drafting them up tomorrow night?
Absolutely. I just think if there's a player up there, I go back to previous drafts, a guy like perfect example is a guy like CeeDee Lamb. It wasn't necessarily on anyone's radar that we would take a receiver with the first pick, but when a guy like him falls down and we got that type of grade on him, you want to be able to take advantage of that. So we just feel like we're in that situation. We feel, certainly there's positions on the team, that you want to, beef up, but you don't necessarily have to do it with the first pick or the second pick, or the 3rd pick. As far as that goes, there's, we feel like we're going to be able to take care of situations, and that will ultimately get done throughout the draft. Obviously, you lose a Dalton Schultz. We drafted, Ferguson last year and ended up with a great value in Hendershot. We feel good about that position, but certainly, you'd like to think, and certainly the draft's heavy there, through, quite a few players in those top 3 or 4 rounds that we think can, be like a Ferguson or a Hendershot and come in and really help us.
All right. If you find another tight end and he is going to be able to play, in the running game and the passing game, I think a lot of people are going to be excited about that, but it's got to be a hit, and if you put yourself in a position to really draft best player available, there's got to be a high degree of certainty. Even at 26, that guy's going to have an impact pretty soon.
I feel like if they take Washington, the tight end from Georgia, that they feel like that his ability to run block is more important than his ability to catch the football.
Yeah, I think you asked us that question, right?
Because that would tell me that they think that Ferguson and Hendershot are going to be our receivers.
Sure.
And our third guy is going to be but everybody's saying, well, damn, Broadus, why would you take a tight end at 26? He's the third guy. No, you'd take the guy because you would have the two guys. Washington can make plays down the field.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he is a red zone
super athletic.
Yeah, super red zone player. But if they draft Washington, it's because they want to have a legitimate point of attack blocker. But people say, well, why don't we just draft maybe a guard? They take somebody else, but this tight end, if they take him, it's more about his ability to be a point of attack player than it is to be, I think, one of these like Kincaid's or those times.
Might also be like Mayer's in play, right? Because Mayer's probably the second best blocker among those top tight ends.
Right. And you can live in 12 personnel, which is a big advantage for you. Now defenses are concerned.
I think it would say a lot. I think it'd say a lot about what they think about Ferguson and Hendershot if they draft Washington.
Yeah, that'd be interesting if you can get a tight end like that who can get out in space and really open up this run game. And speaking of the run game, a certain gentleman from UT came up. Here's cut number 4 as Stephen Jones joined the KNC Masterpiece earlier today. And Corey couldn't help ask him a question there about the runner.
Stephen, you ever sitting in your office and looking out at the practice field and thinking to yourself, man, I can totally see Bijan Robinson running behind our offensive line?
Well, Bijan's just had a great career at Texas. Certainly, I don't think I've seen any set of circumstances that he's not a first-round pick, in almost any draft. So hats off to him and what he's done to put himself in a position, to be drafted where he's probably going to end up being drafted, and being a local young man who's done really well for himself, played ball at the University of Texas here in our state. Hats off to him, and certainly a guy I'm sure when that first day is over, he's going to certainly have a team, and you never know.
Yeah, you never know. Doesn't sound like they're taking him. That did not sound like a guy that's getting ready to draft Bijan.
I think that I was talking to Todd Archer this morning driving in, and he and I were going through, and he says, give me your 3 guys that you think that they would take, and I'll give you my 3 guys. And he gave his first. And Archer went Mayer. He went Wright, the tackle from Tennessee that could play guard, and he took Bijan Robinson as the 3rd guy. He said, and I said, you know what? I can't. I have Bijan Robinson as that 3rd guy that if it got to him, I think it would be really hard for them not to take. But I'm focusing away from those guards that we've kind of talked about, the Torrance and
Avalas.
Yeah, I think I'm focusing more on Wright, the Tennessee, the offensive tackle who could be the guard. I think there's more upside with him as a player overall.
Yeah.
But the Mayer, I think the Mayer love at tight end is legit. And I know, and Archer, he and I had the same guys. I mean, we literally, and he goes, well, who's the guy who we're not talking about enough? And I said, Sanders, Arkansas, the linebacker from Arkansas.
There's going to be a lot of love with Drew Sanders, and he does provide you a little bit of pass rush ability there.
I know this about this team, and listening to them talk and listening to Stephen Jones talk, he's absolutely right. Any position they draft is going to help them. Any position. I don't see a position that they're going to draft that's not going to help their team.
Wright, Sanders, Mayer?
Any one of those.
Or Wright, Mayer, Bijan for you?
I would say, to me, I'd have Mayer, Wright, Robinson. That's how I think they're going to look at it. But if Robinson's there, I think they're going to have a very, very, very difficult time walking away from that one.
Yeah, my pipe dream right now, based on these guys, outside of a Joey Porter Jr., a Jackson Smith and Jigba sliding, my pick I'd love them to have Darnell Wright out of Tennessee.
Okay, let's jump into more tight end stuff, though, because Steve was also asked what traits are you looking for, and we'll get his answer to where is Tyler Smith going to line up this year. We'll kick off the Expressway, 35 minutes of uninterrupted content. LA Live's coming up at 5:30, Jared Sandler at 5:45, and then Rangers pregame. So quick break here, and then we're back with the local sports paradise for you on 105.3 The Fan. Can I talk to you about my friends at the Frankels, though?